Good morning. My name is Barkha Dutt, and you're watching the 4th edition of We the Women. Now, I really, really wish that this had been in person, on stage, offline, a place where we could, like we did for the past 3 years, be more tactile, touch, smell, sense, feel, get the whole sensory experience. But it's been a year from hell, hasn't it? It's been a year that's pushed us from all of those things that were so known and familiar to this new way of living, from a stage to behind a screen. But we've got used to it, haven't we? And what I can promise you is this: our core personality is just the same. We are passionate, compassionate, stubborn, committed, energetic, and We the Women remains your favorite festival. Just that this year, it may be virtual, that it's bigger, better, and it's global. It's still the place where we come together to talk about things that we can't talk about in other parts of our life, where we lift the shroud of silence over subjects that other people whisper around, where there are no taboo subjects, where we talk without judgment, where we give voice not just to our hopes, but also to our fears, to our ambitions, but also to our apprehensions. And guess what? Where sometimes we cry without embarrassment. And when we laugh really loud, and we don't care how we're being looked at and who's thinking what about us. It's also a place where we celebrate men that celebrate women, where we talk about the trappings of masculinity, where we speak about the fact that we're all works in progress, all products of some kind of hardwired patriarchy that we're trying to fight every day. But above all, it's a place where we have a lot of fun, where we learn a lot, where we meet some great people, where we connect as humans to humans. So over the next 12 hours, and you heard me right, 12 hours, this is going to be the best Friday you've had in a long time. We're going to bring you change makers of all ages, across countries, continents, castes, religions, faith, stereotypes. The best, most influential, most profound, and most fun speakers, as well as performances. This is your festival, our festival, We the Women. Let's get started. And I want to start today with some music, because this is all about the rhythm of life, isn't it? And I've had a lucky mascot for the last 3 years, now in its 4th edition, since I've curated and conceived this festival. And her name is Subbalaxmi. And you know what she's called? Saxophone Subbalaxmi. And this has been the year of sari swag, hasn't it? It's been the year when we've reclaimed the sari. But Subbalaxmi was always this fascinating person who would play the saxophone, in itself this all-male space that she was fighting. And then she would do it wearing this glorious, glorious sari. Let's bring her in. Subbalaxmi, our first speaker for today, and my lucky mascot. Hi, Subbalaxmi. I'm hoping you can hear me. Hi.
Yes, you're looking beautiful.
You always look beautiful, so I can't compete with you. I can't carry that sari off. How are you? How's this year been for you? Very difficult?
Yes. This lockdown teach me a good new lesson to our family and myself. I know everybody has learned how to face this problem also due to this lockdown. So, yeah, made me more stronger. Made all the women more stronger.
I was just going to say that the one thing I've learned in life is what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And I think women learn that every day. I think, don't we? Like, we learn that literally every day. I learn that every day of my life. I want to ask you something. Like, I've known you now for a few years, right? But a lot of people here might be looking at you for the first time. How old were you when you started playing the sax? And how many girls were actually doing it? And were you one of the very few girls at your age who decided to get into this all-male music space?
Yes, ma'am. I started when I was 13, and I was the first student for my Guruji. My Guruji is Kadri Gopalnath ji. With his blessing, I started it. But in my class, I was the only female student, and everybody else is boys, and they were laughing when I went to first class. They were, okay, this girl is going to start now. Okay, she can't even um, play a balloon, how she will play saxophone. They were telling me to learn instead of learning saxophone, go to cooking class. It will help you for your future. So
So,
they were stunned when I started learning, and now what I am. Now they are coming and taking selfie with me. So, and even neighbor was discouraged me. Even my relations, only my parents and my Guruji was supporting me. With the blessings of them, I'm here, and I can fight whole world because of that.
when these people would say these things to you, ki, you go and cook, why are you here playing the sax and you can't even blow a balloon? How are you going to have the lung capacity? So just to
Yes.
explain to our viewers, one of the reasons that girls were not encouraged to play the sax was that it was assumed that you wouldn't have the lung capacity to be able to do it. When they would say this to you, what would keep you going? How did you find the strength?
Uh, that main strength is my Guruji, and my mother. My mother is she was telling me when I was practicing at home, it sounds like you're pulling chair, but still she told me not to stop. Carry on, keep it up. Then only it will come. Nice sound will come. She is the one who give me a. She is the main backbone. What I
Oh,
am now.
fantastic. I think
And
that's true for all the mothers in our lives, isn't it?
yes, yes, ma'am. Mother support is main for any talent to come out.
Yeah.
And
So I'm
of course, my yes, ma'am.
Yeah. No, I just want to say I'm so proud of you, and I just want you to play something for us that is going
Sh-
to set the tone for the rest of the day. So go for it, Subbalaxmi.
Yeah, I'll be starting with the Stree Shakti itself. It's Aigiri Nandini Nandita Medini.
Fantastic as always, Subbalaxmi. It's absolutely always a delight to listen to you. So before we let you go, and we'll have more of you in the day, we'll have much more of Subbalaxmi's. Oops, Subbalaxmi, hang on. We'll have more of that in the day because we're going to need a lot of music as the day goes along. So we're going to say thank you to you right now. But before you go, I have to ask you, what would you say to all the young girls out there who are watching you and all the young boys also? Does music actually transcend gender, you think? Is it one of the few things that actually transcends gender?
Not at all. Everybody. Music for everyone who want to learn, they can learn, enjoy. Music is, it's a life, it's a flow. You can express whatever you feel. So I would like to say, enjoy music, be a part of music, and encourage music and learn music. And not at all a music, any talent, if you want to learn, go ahead, don't stop. I know it's hard, the way is hard, don't stop, keep on doing it, you will achieve what you want.
Okay, before I say bye to you for the moment, you have to tell me about the sari that you're wearing. Your sari is such a big part of who you are, right? So tell me about the sari.
Yes, that's right.
I say this. I say this as someone who wants to wear saris all the time, and then barely manages to get out of bed in a clean iron shirt. So I'm one of those clumsy women. So I really, really sort of long to be looking like you.
What I'm wearing, that is Kanjivaram silk. It's from Triveni Saris. They are the one who go for all the credit, who always give me a beautiful saris for each event and make me proud, make me enjoy what I'm wearing. So hope you all enjoy my performance with the fusion style of sari. This is I'm specially known for a sari with sax.
Sari with sax. Thank you, Subbalaxmi. We're going to hear more from you in the day. If this were a stage, I'd say give it up for Subbalaxmi. But I think wherever you are, behind your computers, on your phones, driving to work, as you're watching this, right, there are comments coming in on our stream saying, very nice, madam. There was another person who said you were amazing. And you are amazing. Chase your talent is what Subbalaxmi is telling young girls everywhere. Thank you, Subbalaxmi. And that's a wrap on Subbalaxmi.
Thank you so much.
For the moment. Thanks, Subbalaxmi. See you later. That's a wrap on Subbalaxmi, but only for the moment. Through the day, later in the day, we'll hear more from her. Bye for now. And we're going to get moving. There's a lot more coming up. And if Subbalaxmi excited you, wait till we bring on our next guest. If I had to choose my favorite speaker, I shouldn't say this, right? Because it's going to, I was going to say piss off. Are you allowed to say piss off? It's going to make the other speakers really angry. But I think with their permission, I'm going to say the next one is my absolute favorite on the list. So let's get started. Let's kick off our day with our very first guest. And this has been a year of science. And not just, of course, because we've all been struggling with and battling against the COVID-19 pandemic, but also because this has been a year that has belonged to the women at the front line of that battle against the pandemic. And it's also been a year to celebrate girls in science. Time magazine called our very first guest this morning the Kid of the Year. Gitanjali Rao is just a teenager, but when she was 10, she was talking about something called carbon nanotube sensor technology. I had to look that up and mug that up 5 times before I could actually say it right. Let's go straight across to Gitanjali, who is in Colorado this morning. And hi, Gitanjali. And I have to say that, that was a mouthful for me. And I usually don't get tongue-tied, but I did. But you were 10 years old when you were talking about this stuff with your mother.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to be part of the We the Women Global Town Hall. I'm greatly honored to be part of this event and thank the organizers and Ms. Dutt for giving me a fantastic opportunity.
What was that point in your life when you figured out that you're not like the other kids?
First of all, I honestly don't think I was different from anybody else. I was just rather fortunate enough to receive the support and resources with some amazing mentors and teachers who saw that curiosity in me and were ready to explore with me. Similarly, my brother, although his interests are different from mine, he seems to contribute to conversations in art, history, and culture. And several of my friends are talented in their own ways and make a difference every day through their own passions and their source of inspiration. I will add, though, that a lot of my work originated from my own personal empathy towards problems that I want to solve and problems that I see around me. And I use the resources available to me to try and find the best ways to achieve that. So I happen to be recognized, for which I'm grateful, but the work certainly does not stop here.
Now, I have to tell you, Gitanjali, I was one of those girls, and I'm not stereotypical in any other way, but in this way, I fully meet the stereotype. I used to fail science. I used to have stomach aches before every math exam, and it just delights me to see, young girls today calling out that stereotype. But despite kids like you, despite how well you've done, there is still a kind of huge, colossal bias against girls in science, against girls in STEM. Did you ever have to battle that prejudice? Did you ever have to face sort of meanness or barriers because you were a girl who was passionate about science?
I clearly remember multiple science and programming camps where I would be the only girl among several boys. And I honestly wanted to run away because I would, alone during lunch, would sit with the instructors and just didn't feel in place. But there was a time when we created a game during a game design camp, and the boys would add boy characters, and the boys in my team, I would ask them to add girl characters, but they didn't mind. They didn't just think of it because when we are young, we just like to see people like ourselves in the games we play. That honestly changed my perspective, that nobody is stopping women or girls in science. Somewhere we have presumed that because we haven't seen role models in the field, that field isn't for us. Today, there are several girls who are interested in STEM organizations, but not many of them are staying in scientific research and engineering. The purpose of science and technology is way more than just coding an app or writing or developing a device as a whole, or even more than research. It's about impact. It's about how we can impact the world in a positive way. Gender has no role in solving problems, and every single one of us should be a part of it.
In your interview to Angelina Jolie for Time magazine, you said that every time you looked at mainstream media, all of the scientists that you saw were white and male. And that's when you figured out that you didn't look like a scientist, or you didn't look like the stereotypical representation of a scientist. Now, when you were exposed to all these mass media images of men, white men in white coats, did you feel intimidated? Did you feel, hey, I don't look like that, I'm different, I can't do this?
I grew up watching multiple science channels, TV shows, and reading a lot of comics and magazines. However, in each and every one of these, I saw that consistent theme of not seeing many women in the roles of scientists and researchers, which always made me wonder why. But on the other hand, I saw a lot of interior decorating shows and cooking shows that were usually filled with women. In my elementary school as well, I noticed that there were many clubs where it was called the American Girl Doll Club, cookie decorating, sewing clubs, princess clubs that were filled with girls, and all the science and coding clubs surprisingly were filled with boys. My unconscious mind almost created this bias somewhere that I cannot be interested in science and technology. When I was much younger, my mom would sometimes mentor a few students in scientific subjects, and she would make an attempt to include equal representation of boys and girls. We learned from each other, and that's when I realized that there is no boy or girl subjects. Anybody can be interested in science. Today, even if shows portray women as scientists, they're usually shown as nerdy characters with glasses and broken pencils, and they aren't interested in anything else other than academics. And I'm here to prove that that is not true. My friends and I have several interests and are equally interested in STEM. We need to showcase that science is cool too, so others can see that themselves firsthand.
Tell our viewers a little bit more about this app you've created called Kindly, an app against cyberbullying. Tell me how it works and tell me what inspired you to do it. Online bullying is a big thing here in India. A lot of women, a lot of girls get bullied online, get slurred online, get harassed online. But what made you do it? Have you had a personal experience of cyberbullying?
Kindly is an artificial intelligence-based service that can detect and prevent cyberbullying at an early stage. It uses the latest developments in machine learning and natural language language understanding and processing in order to identify words or phrases that may be considered of the bullying sort. The service can be seamlessly invoked on a variety of different front ends. For example, I've created a standalone app and a browser extension just as examples. There are a variety of current solutions in the market. While they are effective, they're limited in their capabilities since many of them are based on a fixed bank of words, when in reality, vocabulary and terminology use is constantly evolving. Kindly self-learning service adapts to this by learning about the latest emojis, memes, and slang that is used. Along with this, Kindly attempts to be non-punitive. So instead of going directly to a punishment stage, it allows users the option to rephrase or edit their message, just so that they're aware of their words.
So here's the thing, right, Gitanjali, you're obviously a genius. I mean, there are no two ways about that. But the thing about being a genius is that sometimes geniuses don't fit in. So do you feel lonely? Do you feel like a misfit sometimes when you compare yourself to other kids or how you interact with other kids? And do you do any like regular young girl teenage things?
I like to honestly think of myself as someone who just enjoys what she's doing and just a kid doing what she loves. So like everybody, I have my own strengths or weaknesses. Also, not many see or even talk about the painful failures I go through practically every day in my journey. I have a whole section of failure in my latest book, A Young Innovator's Guide to STEM. But just a normal teenage activity is I honestly watch movies a lot, fence in my club, play piano, and recently just started my pilot training to get my pilot's license through a scholarship. And obviously talk a lot with some of my best friends.
So obviously people in India are looking at you with great pride and they want to know not just everything about you, but they also want to know about your parents and what role your family has played in bringing you to this point in life that you are at today.
My parents and grandparents are a huge part of my support system. My family is consisted of my parents and my younger brother, and they have allowed both of us to try whatever we would like to try. I've tried all possible sports. You name it, I've done it. I think from soccer to golf to tennis, and finally landed in fencing is something I will definitely stick with. Curiosity, exploration, learning, and debate of ideas is encouraged within our family. We learn from traveling and sharing experiences, and if we want to learn something new, we can easily get access to books in the library and other resources relating to that subject. Trying out a whole array of different experiences is likely one of the reasons why I feel I can innovate better and have more creative ideas and just finding a way to put out that creative energy that I have.
So I have to ask you this. Have you ever visited India? If you haven't, are you planning on a visit? And I'm asking you this because millions of Indian girls will be watching you and they'll be watching you in awe and inspiration. What do you know about this country that you have family ties to, ancestral links to? Tell us, just share. When I say India, what comes to you?
I visit India very often, and other than this year, I have been there at least once in 2 years or sometimes once every year. And I've spoken in schools and in TED forums in India. My message is for all girls, especially in India, is to follow your passion and use your talents to solve problems. I remember a time when a student from India wrote to me that they lived in a rural area and had an idea, but they just didn't know where to go next. And I asked them to put together a small video of their idea with tips on what to include, how to communicate their message, as well as how to reach out to local universities and organizations. If you have phone and internet access, there is no excuse to not reach out and seek help to learn things yourself. As much as you may deny it, anybody can reach out to researchers and start to get into the field of innovation in science and technology. But obviously that may be different for millions of girls who do not have access to basic internet access. And that is a completely different problem with global inequality in education. For those of us who have resources, we should find a way to reach out to the girls and provide them with basic necessities. Because each and every one of us have the right to be an innovator and make positive change in the world.
Gitanjali, finally, at such a young age, you've achieved everything that you wanted to and more. But like all of us carry like those little dreams that are our next big things for the future, right? So what is yours? What is your big passion project? What is that unfulfilled dream that keeps you up at night?
My biggest dream for the future is probably an education system where problem-based learning starts early and a global community of innovators is essentially developed. We're living in a society where we're seeing problems that have never existed before and are continuing to exist, and it needs all of us, boys and girls, to innovate. Innovation needs to be part of our curriculum in early education so that we can start early. We need to be ready for the challenges we haven't even seen yet and come together to alleviate the world's problems.
Fabulous, and we wish you all the best, and thank you for inspiring us. I think when they say the future is female, and you must have heard that phrase, not all of us knew that it would take a child to actually show us quite literally that the future is female. So keep inventing, keep innovating, keep stemming the bias. Lovely talking to you. From girls of science to women of science. I was listening to Gitanjali Rao there and thinking, I want to be her when I grow up, haha, because she's 15 and she's already done everything before the growing up. But there are girls like her, and there were girls like her decades ago when it wasn't so easy to pursue your passion in science, when girls had to fight at every stage to be taken seriously, especially when it came to the super STEM subjects. But there are girls who broke through and became women of science. And that brings me to our next honored speaker today. She's the chief scientist of the World Health Organization, and she's holding that position at probably the most critical inflection point in the global health debate. The World Health Organization and her have been subjected to intense scrutiny, but before she occupied this post, she was a renowned tuberculosis scientist. You've heard her speak all year about COVID, but today we're here to learn about the woman behind the scientist, Dr. Soumya. All right, Soumya Swaminathan is now with us. Can we please bring her on? All right, there she is. Hi, Soumya. It's so nice. It's so nice to see you. And, I was listening before you came on to Times Kid of the Year, Gitanjali Rao, and she was talking about stemming the bias. And I was just saying that there are kids who actually managed to become where you are. But today it's easier. It wasn't always easy. I'm sure in your time, it must have been much tougher. And I was just telling our audience that we've heard you speak about COVID all year, and we will have questions about COVID. But I do want to first ask you, especially after listening to Gitanjali, how difficult was it when you were a young girl and you knew you wanted to pursue medicine? What was it like? Who stopped you? Who encouraged you? Rewind us, take us back to those years.
Hello, Barkha, and thank you so much for having me on. And especially after Gitanjali, I was listening to, and I'm completely awestruck by this force of her personality. So more power to her and girls like her who are going to change the world, who are going to make a difference, especially for things like climate change, where, science needs to play a very big role. When I was growing up, Barkha, I must say that maybe I was lucky, I was fortunate. I lived in a family and an environment and a school that did not really distinguish between boys and girls, didn't have any preset, models for us to follow, didn't tell us, what we were supposed to do. Basically let me follow and my sisters also follow their own interests and their own passion. So for me, it was more of a natural journey that took me to where I am. Of course, teachers and parents and role models do make a difference in the choices that you make in life. But I think the choices were mine, and I wouldn't say that I faced any barriers. In fact, it was the opposite. I was encouraged to pursue what I wanted to do in my childhood.
Maybe you had that encouragement from your family, but what about teachers? What about classmates? And I'm talking still about when you were a child, right? Because even today, the stereotyping, though the exam results tell us otherwise, is that boys are better at at maths, at engineering, at the hard science subjects, and that girls are better at liberal arts. And I shamefacedly, I admitted this to Gitanjali, and I have to admit it to you, before biology exam at Modern School Delhi, would lock myself up in the sanatorium and say I'm having a stomachache, and you failed math. And I'm so relieved that there are women like you and Gitanjali who break that stereotype, because I am that stereotype. I am that girl who failed at science. So I'm just wondering, whether you had to battle meanness from teachers and kids, not from your family, but from others.
Well, I was always more interested in biology than I was in the pure sciences and physics or mathematics. So I always was paying more attention to the life sciences. And again, perhaps that's because of my family and my childhood growing up in a research institute, visiting, the labs, the genetic lab where my father worked, visiting the fields where the experiments were being done with genetically modified plants. And I got a deep interest in research, actually. There were always students in our house discussing their PhD or master's thesis. So I think I was focused on research from a very, very young age, and it was to do with the life sciences. I actually wanted to be a pure scientist and do genetics and perhaps apply it more to veterinary medicine. And I found myself in medical school completely by chance. It was only because all my friends in pre-med were writing the medical entrance exam that I even wrote it. I had no intentions of doing medicine. And I wrote only one entrance exam for the Armed Forces Medical College, thinking I'm not going to get in. That will solve the dilemma. I'm going to continue with my pure science track, do a PhD. But as fate had it, I got into the FMC. And then once I'd gotten, I decided to join, because it was quite attractive as a college, as well as the subject, of course. And then I got interested in pediatrics because, again, maybe because my love for animals and children from a young age, drew me to pediatrics. That's how and then the research was always there at the back of all this. I knew that whatever I did, I wanted to focus on research.
Yeah. You mentioned your father, and we were saying that we're here to know the person, the woman behind the scientist. I don't know how many people hear Dr. Soumya Swaminathan and immediately know that you're the daughter of the famed MS Swaminathan, who is being invoked even today. There we can see some pictures on the screen with Soumya with her father, the architect of India's agricultural program, the Green Revolution, and being invoked today as farmers protest now for weeks altogether. They all want the Swaminathan panel to be implemented. He's a great man. What was it like to be his daughter, Soumya?
Yes, I think looking back again, there were probably much more positives than negatives of growing up in a household where my father was already a well-recognized international scientist. And so we had the opportunity to meet scientists from all over the world who would visit the Indian Agricultural Research Institute. And we got to hear, and we were young then, but there were Nobel laureates, there were people like Sir C.V. Raman who came and stayed at home, and we got to hear from really wise people. At the same time, my father always made it a point to take us on his field visits. So I've gone to many villages in Punjab and Haryana where he was working with the farmers, and in fact, very often on the weekend we would drive out and we would sit and talk with farmers. And that's where I think I learned that you need to talk to people. You need to talk to the people you're trying to actually serve, or the end users of your products, the new seeds that he was trying to create and so on. And at the same time, my mother worked with, migrant labor. She worked with an organization called Mobile Creches, which set up creches for young children. So I've been to many of the construction sites with her and seen how babies were not taken care of until these creches were built and for these women. So my parents both made sure that we had exposure, even though we lived a privileged life, relatively, with everything we could ask for, on a government salary, of course, but we never felt, the lack of anything. We were always very conscious that there were many, many people in India who were not so fortunate. And I think that also had a deep impression on me growing up.
Yeah. So I was listening to you speak, and I thought, the farmers today and your father, your mother, and migrant workers has been the story, the humanitarian story of the lockdown that followed the COVID pandemic. So really, your parents, in some ways, were ahead of their time. Is there a way you still felt shackled by your parents that you resented? Like, was there ever a time? Children always want more freedom than their parents give, right? Were there moments when you argued with them, when you fought with them, when you said, "Let me do this, you're not letting me do this"?
Well, my mother was very strict. And so she, but then there were always boundaries that were laid out. And it was, of course, all children, especially when you get into teenage years, you rebel against the rules. But they were not unreasonable at all. I would say we were given a lot of freedom. We could choose our friends. We were allowed to go out. We went on, treks and things like that many kids would not have been allowed to. The one thing, of course, was that when you grow up with a famous parent, then there is that shadow you growing up under, and the expectations, whether anyone says it or not, there are these huge expectations, of you as a child. And especially also as you're growing up through your teenage years, and you're always conscious of the fact that people, you want to be recognized for yourself. The last thing that you want is to be for people to say, she's where she is because of her father or because of her parents. So that I was always very conscious of and made an effort. My name, of course, gave it away, but if possible, I would have always hidden the fact, that I was his daughter in those kind of situations where you wanted to be shining in on your own terms.
Yeah. Talk a little bit about, how you come into your own, you grow up, you become, one of India's foremost tuberculosis experts, TB scientists. As a grown woman dealing with prejudice all around you, and it's in every profession, what were some of the most sexist things that you as a woman scientist actually had to confront?
Yeah, well, and I think, this is global, it's worldwide, it's not just India. In fact, in India, maybe we're even a bit better off. We had role models of women, both in science and in politics and so on, well before some of the Western countries did. We had role models in medicine for sure, right from the early 1920s. So in a way, in medicine, actually, you don't have that gender imbalance to the extent that you have, say, in physics or astronomy or pure mathematics. And so you feel it less. But at the same time, as you become more and more senior and advance, and then you find yourself in meeting rooms and committees, particularly in, whether it's a scientific academy meeting or whether it's a government meeting, you are outnumbered. Men do outnumber women. There are many organizations where the heads are all men. So at that time you feel that you're being ignored, and I think women are less likely to be aggressive and speak up. At least that's me. I would wait for my turn to speak, and very often that turn never came because there were always men who wanted to have their say and were much more forceful and aggressive. And at times I would feel that I was being ignored. And I must say it was my mentors at that time when I was in my early 30s and working at the Tuberculosis Research Center, who kept telling me that it was important for me, because I was a technical expert, to go to these meetings and to be heard. And sooner or later, people would start listening, depending on what you had to offer and to say. But it is difficult. And very often there's also a north-south divide. And even though I grew up in the north, Barkha, so I'm very fluent in Hindi. But many of my South Indian colleagues used to say they felt so uncomfortable. They would go to Delhi for a meeting, and the meeting would then basically happen in Hindi. And anyone who was not Hindi speaking would feel really excluded. So there are many ways in which you can feel excluded, not just because you're a woman. And over time, of course, you learn that you need to assert yourself. You need to, and I still remember one incident when I became the DG of ICMR. I landed at 1 p.m. in Delhi. I went to meet the health secretary. He said, 2 o'clock is your meeting. Now that you're here, you're chairing it. I walked into the room and I find all my ex-teachers and mentors and senior colleagues sitting around, and I'm expected to chair this meeting. And then they were all men, and all of them start talking, and I'm not able to even, how could you say, to somebody who's 20 years senior to you? So that's again an Indian ethos where we're really taught to respect our seniors. So I think all of those things really make it harder for women to assert themselves. But this is something, I think the younger generation, I think it's changing. It's definitely changing.
So I know we have a couple of minutes left with you, and I don't want to get to COVID, but just one question. Like I'm listening to you talk about entering rooms where you're ignored, where the men are doing all the talking, where if you do not have an aggressive, some would say North Indian personality, you don't actually assert yourself, or maybe it's a woman thing also. Not all women are like that, but many are. Was that mansplaining before the term came to be known as mansplaining? Did you have an early exposure to mansplaining?
Yes, definitely. Definitely it is. And sometimes even now, I think, a lot of the senior men in positions where they can make a difference, like Dr. Vijay Raghavan, for example, is extremely sensitive to this and ensures that there are women on every panel, and there are people, men now, of course, who say they won't be on panels and all that. But unfortunately, there are still far too many men who are not sensitive to this. It's not that they're doing it on purpose, but for them, it's not odd that there's no woman around the table, that it's a 10-man committee. So I think this needs to change. I think everyone needs to become more sensitive.
What has been the toughest thing for you in your career? Obviously, this year I think has to count as that, and I'm leaving my COVID questions for the very end. But if you look back at your life and look ahead at it, what has been the toughest moment as a woman when you've said, or if you've said, "Oh my God, I can't do this"?
Well, I think the most emotionally draining period for me was when I started taking care of HIV patients. And this was in the 90s, before there was antiretroviral treatment. And our center was one of the few who was taking care of HIV infected patients because of the link with tuberculosis. And I took care of a lot of orphans as well, children who had been abandoned or who had lost one or both parents and who themselves were infected, and the families wanted nothing to do with them. And I remember after about 2 or 3 years of this, of course, we were doing our research on TB, but it involved a lot of, medical care for these patients. There were very few people willing really to work with them because there was such a fear and a stigma. And I remember thinking, I can't do this anymore. I'm losing patient after patient because after all the care that we gave them, we knew that they were going to die and they would die. They knew they were going to die as well. So there was a point where I was reaching a burnout. It was affecting, my own life, my mental balance at home. I had young children, and people would say, how can you go and work with HIV infected, people and touch them and everything? And then you come home and you have your 2 young children at home. And are you not responsible? And things like that. So this was very, very tough, but we got through that period. I still remember the patients. They're still in touch with me. Many of those children are now, young adults, the ones who've survived, of course. So it was a very, very challenging but a very fulfilling experience. And then we got antiretroviral treatment in 2004, and things dramatically changed. And then, you could offer a life basically to people. And that also lifted the weight off my shoulders. So I think personally for me, that may have been the most challenging period of my time. Balancing, of course, work and family is always a challenge for women.
Yeah, I always say that we talk so much about equality at work, but till we talk about equality at home, women will continue to struggle with finding this balance. And without equality at home, there can be no equality at work. I want to come in the end to COVID. You said that, dealing with HIV patients was probably the most emotionally exhausting, challenging phase of your life. Was it tougher than this year has been, when you've been quite literally at the front line of the COVID war? You have been under relentless scrutiny. The WHO has been under relentless scrutiny. The science has changed literally every month. Even small things like knowing whether to wear a mask or not, who should wear a mask, even all that has changed. Our understanding of fomites, everything has changed if you look at this year, right? What has this year been like for you, Soumya, being right there at the front line of the COVID battle?
This year has been unprecedented. I don't even have words to describe it. It's been such a roller coaster of experiences, starting on January 5th, the day, we came back from the Christmas break and learnt of this. And then from that day on, it was non-stop. And then in February and March, it got worse, because Europe started exploding with cases. Switzerland, where I'm based, was also exploding with cases. We heard of deaths every day. It was so painful, and at the same time, this huge weight of responsibility. The WHO needs to put out the right guidance. We need to follow the right, the science. And we needed to make sure that we do the right things at the right time so lives could be saved. But on the other hand, there was also, for me, the very positive experience of working with scientists around the world. Right from day one, we knew the solutions had to come from science. And so we started convening our expert groups and scientists and doctors early in January. And this has resulted, today, what an unprecedented scientific breakthrough and achievement to have not one, but several vaccines for a virus that was not known, at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
That, I think, is definitely, so the word for me this year is science. I mean, there are a lot of other words that describe this year, a lot of anxiety and pain and always humbling. Every time you thought you knew something, there was something new that you learned. And so it humbled you, you need to always be open as a scientist. But again, I think it's the support I got from my family. Of course, I live alone in Geneva, but you mentioned, support at home. I think without a supportive partner, a husband, it's impossible to do some of the things that, women scientists in India and around the world have been able to do, and they're often not recognized. So I think must give a shout out to all the supportive parents as well as children, who sacrifice a lot so that their parents can do their work, which is their passion.
Absolutely. Just briefly, where are we? This was not going to be a COVID conversation, but my audience won't forgive me if I don't ask you that. Where are we? The world is getting ready for a massive vaccine rollout, different vaccines in different countries. Is the worst? Are we looking at a phase where the worst is over? And what about the scrutiny? There's a question on the screen saying, Soumya, you're wonderful, but there's a sense that the World Health Organization did not act as it should have, that it let the side down. That's not about you, but there is a disenchantment with the WHO, if you want to respond to that question.
Sure. So first, where are we? I think we're at a turning point, but we're not out of it yet. So there's light at the end of the tunnel, but we're still in a long, dark tunnel, and it's going to take some time to come out of it. And I think people need to remember that. They shouldn't think on the 1st of January, just because a few people got the vaccine, that the pandemic is over. In fact, the next 6 months may be the worst that we've seen. So we need to continue to really be very vigilant and to have the public health measures as we roll out the vaccines. And for me, the biggest challenge today, looking ahead, is are we going to be able to get those vaccines out to people around the world at the same time in an equitable manner? And that's what the WHO has been really working on, the COVAX facility with Gavi and with CEPI and with many, many organizations. Our goal is for equitable vaccine distribution, but it is challenging because there are limited supplies and there's already been a lot of pre-booking of vaccine doses. But India is in a good position because of our domestic manufacturing capacity. And the amazing innovations that have happened in India this year is also something that we should discuss at a separate time. Coming to the question of WHO and whether we made mistakes in the beginning, I think looking back, we need to look through all of those actions that were taken in the early days. And there is, in fact, as you know, the panel that's been set up by the DG to actually go into every step and every action, not just by the World Health Organization, but by countries around the world, because this needed to be a global response. WHO can only put out recommendations and guidelines. It's up to countries to actually implement them. We mustn't forget that. And also we have limited powers in what we can do and what we cannot do within countries' jurisdictions. So I'm sure that in 2021, all of this is going to be discussed. It's going to be discussed at the World Health Assembly. There will be reforms that are suggested. Reforms should be made. I think we should learn from this pandemic, never be in this situation again. In the future, we need to strengthen all our institutions, the WHO, but also other institutions in countries that are responsible, for response. So no doubt, all of us have a lot to learn, and I'm sure there'll be things that we will be told we could have done better. And we need to be humble and accept that and learn from that, not repeat our mistakes again.
Right. I'm actually really chastened to hear you say that the next 6 months could in fact be much worse than anything we've seen now. And I do want to just take this moment to then step back and appreciate everything you've done, everything you've been through. This is a pandemic where science has constantly shifted. It's easy to finger point. It's not so easy to actually live it. And Soumya, with that, we do want to honor you, felicitate you from We the Women with our first COVID Courage Award of 2020. Let's just play that out, and then I'll talk to Soumya for just one last comment. So thank you.
Thank you so
This
much,
is a
Barkha.
virtual world, so we have to send you the. I'm going to ship you your actual award to Geneva where you are. But this was just the formal announcement. Just very quickly, why is the next 6 months possibly going to be much worse?
Because the virus is spreading at an unprecedented speed. It's really accelerating. And I'm talking, of course, globally. If you look at many countries around the world, and when infections accelerate, deaths follow. We're still in the winter in Europe and many parts of the northern hemisphere. That is going to make things much more difficult. And there's a fatigue and a complacency that's setting into people who think, it's over now. They've got the vaccine. Things must have got sorted out. Let's just go back to normal. And so plus there's the fallout of all the economic damage that happened last year, as well as the impact on other diseases. All of that is going to start catching up with us this year. So I think we really need to keep our heads down, focus on keeping the infection as low as possible. And then when enough of the population is vaccinated, and that's going to take a year and a half at least to happen, we may have enough population immunity for the virus to really go down to very, very low levels. So we have another year to go at least, I think, and so we need to keep up that solidarity and support for each other.
Sobering words there. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, the Chief Scientist of the World Health Organization, the winner of the first We the Women COVID Courage Award of 2020. Thank you. We've taken more of your time than we intended to, but there was so much to talk about. Your extraordinary life. May you continue shining at the front line of science. Thank you and be well, Soumya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barkha.
Thank you. Now, Soumya Swaminathan there, thanks Soumya, bye and catch you soon. Soumya Swaminathan there was talking about this having been a year of science. She said that if there was one word she would use to describe this year, it would be science. And I think that's so true. And that's why we opened this town hall, the Global Town Hall, with a child of science and then a woman of science. But it's also been a year where children have taught adults a few life lessons. Children have been at the front line of reminding the world, especially about climate change, about the air we breathe, about the fact that India's national capital is the most polluted city in the world, and about the fact that we still don't take it seriously. In a moment from now, the 12-year-old, whom BBC says is one of the voices in India to listen out for. Ridhima Pandey is up next. So, when we were young, we used to say we want to be this when we grow up, we want to be that when we grow up. But listening to Gitanjali and then reading about Ridhima, I kind of feel we need a regressive curve here. I want to go back to my childhood and be what these kids are being today. Let's bring on Ridhima Pandey, climate change crusader, who has been writing to the Prime Minister, flagging the issue of climate change, talking about the nightmare of going to school with an oxygen mask, all the things that adults should be talking about but do ignore. Hi, Ridhima. How are you and where are you today?
Hi, I'm good and I'm at home.
Okay, you've got to speak up so we can hear you a little better. Thoda zor se boliye. Tell me how you got interested in this issue of climate change and the air we breathe and so on.
So it's like for me, the very first thing, like the effect that I see of climate change, which made me sort of like work towards it, was the 2013 Kedarnath flash flood. So when that flash flood happened, it was kind of like really devastating seeing it. It's like it was really kind of like emotional feeling. I was really scared, like seeing the things up on television, seeing people losing their pay, like losing their homes and everything, seeing kids crying because they lost their like small world that they had, they lost their families and stuff, and they don't know what they're gonna do now. And to be honest, like seeing the destruction that happened because of the flash flood, and it's like somewhere coming to know up that like all the like cloud burst and everything happens. It's like it affects the people a lot. I somewhere got really scared of floods, and it's like whenever it used to rain, whenever it used to thunder, I used to get scared a lot. It's like the whole night I would be like when it used to like uh, sorry, it's when it used to like thunder, I used to cross my fingers that clouds shouldn't burst. Like flooding shouldn't happen. So that's why it's like I somewhere wanted to stop. That's why I somewhere wanted to stop flooding, and that was the time when I asked my parents about like what climate, what was the reason behind that flash flood, and can you tell me more? I want to stop flooding. It's like that was the time when I didn't really knew that I can't stop flooding, but I had a feeling from inside that I want to stop it. And after a time, it's like when I came to know about global warming and like the way I was introduced to the phenomena, I wanted to learn more, and that was the thing when I started. And when it comes to air pollution, it's like last year on 14th November or Children's Day, I went to Delhi for like because I had some events. So I was really excited to be honest. I was like, I really
Yeah.
want to go there. I really want to enjoy. But what really happened was like the time when I stepped out and the time when I was out from the airport and when I breathed the air when I was inhaling it, I started like literally I started coughing because I had somewhere low, like weak immune system. So I started coughing, and it's like I was like I can't really breathe. I was telling my dad I can't really breathe, and it's like why is it happening? It's like because of the air pollution. I knew it, but I didn't knew that it was so
Yeah.
like that. So it's like when I went to my sort of like hotel, I had everything. I had air purifier and stuff, but still, but still, it's like I was still kind of like coughing, and literally like after time and time, I just like started coughing. I started crying, and then that was it was time when I was not really able to breathe, and I was literally crying that I want to go home. So that was the time when I experienced the pollution myself. And after that, when I was going back, seeing the people out on the street, not even having enough clothes on, not even like they do struggle for food and everything, and seeing them breathing that toxic air and don't even having a like single resource for them to protect themselves, and they don't even like most of them don't even know that air pollution is somewhere like affecting them a lot, and they can do like they can take action to stop it. That was the time when I sorted like got affected because of it a lot, and I wanted to do something, at least not to just protect myself or the kids over there, but also to protect the poor people out there so that they can also breathe in clean air.
So I know exactly what you mean because I live in Delhi and I became asthmatic actually in my early 40s just because of the air I breathe. I never used to be asthmatic. Was otherwise a very healthy person. Ridhima, you've been writing to the Prime Minister. You've been writing to world leaders. You've been writing letters to the United Nations. You're sometimes compared with the global Greta. But I'm sure you see yourself as Ridhima and you don't like those comparisons. So when you're compared with Greta Thunberg, how does it make you feel?
It's like, to be honest, it's like I really sort of, I won't say that I don't really like it because it's like somewhere people comparing my efforts to her is a great sort of like comment, because she got vegan, she stopped flying out and stuff like that. So she really made out many changes, and like from a small like a movement that she started herself and making it a global movement is a great thing. So it's like it's really great that people do comment me as an Indian Greta Thunberg. But to be honest, it's like I had my own story, I have my own identity, and somewhere it's like my work is a little bit different from her because it's like I don't strike a lot because it's like somewhere what I feel it's like striking is a way which can really bring out a change. But it's like people don't really care of like what you how you're striking or stuff. And but I do feel like holding people or governments accountable in courts or writing them like taking out legal actions can could bring a change a lot more like in a faster and easier way. So it's like I do have my own identity and sort of like the way I started. So I would love
Yeah.
that people would call me as Ridhima Pandey, but yeah, I would appreciate that fact that yeah, they have been comparing with me with Greta Thunberg.
Well said. I wanted you to say, the world should be saying Greta is India's Ridhima or the world's Ridhima Pandey, right? It should be the other way around. Now, I want to ask you, like you started doing all this when you were 11. When I was 11, I was reading The Faraway Tree by Enid Blyton, uh, playing basketball and hopscotch, and kind of that's it. What made you so wise?
It's like for me, seeing the floods, and it's like because having my parents it's like working in the same field, and it's like because it's like in my home, the the sort of like the every time talk was like this thing has happened, we should do this, we should do that, or this is the thing we should be talking about, or it's like today these many trees were being cut off, so it's like we should do something for that. So it's like seeing those things and seeing my parents sort of like working towards this issue, and it's like every time sort of like my it's like what really used to happen. It's like my way talking point and sort of like my weekends used to be at rescue centers or like at wildlife reserves or like going to safari. So it somewhere made me more like really more connected towards it. And since like hearing my dad and my mom saying that environment is very important in our life, you should respect that fact that you are getting mostly all the resources to survive on this planet from the environment, and animals are also the species. It's like they also have right to live, so you should never hurt them. You should respect the fact that it's like they do care for yourself even. So it's like seeing those things really made me sort of like into it, and it really had me sort of like really connected towards environment. And it's like when I learned about that, government has a crucial part in sort of like making people sort of like follow the rules, because they have the power to make the laws to like somewhere modify them, and they also have this responsibility that if someone is not following up the rules properly, they should make them follow it on ground, and they should take actions against them. So that was the thing which I felt is like somewhere missing, and somewhere having those many power, those many resources, they're not even trying to protect the environment, was the thing which drives me towards it.
Right. You know, I just have so much admiration for you kids. We had Gitanjali Rao, who won Time Kid of the Year earlier this year as our opening speaker. And of course, BBC has called you one of the top 100 sort of people to watch out for in India. You're sharing that space with adults. And here I am, this adult. My mic just fell off. And while I was talking to you, I was nervously putting it back. And like, you're so together and you're so sorted. And I just think I can learn so much from you. What is your message for all the young kids who are listening to you?
It's like what I would like to say them is that in the coming decades you are gonna be the one inheriting this world. It's like you should make sure from now even that it's like what are you from the adults, because it's like to be honest right now I don't even want to imagine how things are gonna be in like in coming decades. If we don't stop the way we are like behaving right now towards the environment, because just destroying other things, not taking care of like the biodiversity, not making sure that not even like feeling that like animals are also an important part in our life. We should
Yeah.
respect that fact that we are getting all of the resources from the environment. It's like we are just destroying up the things. So it's like somewhere I want them to act now, because it's like at the very end, it's like the decisions taken today are gonna decide or are gonna shape your future. So we have to make sure that decisions that are taken today are really worthy and are like taken by keeping the thing in mind that yes, it's like kids are gonna be there. It's like how it's gonna affect us in long term, and it's like we should be the ones speaking out for ourselves, because just waiting out and sitting at our homes and it's like somewhere waiting out that someone would do something, it's not gonna happen. It's like we would be just sitting up and it's like dying, and no one is gonna do anything, because what I feel is like most of the people from the older generation are really selfish out. So I would
Right.
ask the kids to be selfish and to work for themselves.
Okay, Ridhima, great, fabulous, fantastic. The kids are stealing today's show. Now, I know I want to tell our viewers and our audience, Ridhima is going to be back with us this evening, and she's going to be taking over my job. That's right. She is going to be moderating one of our key panels. So we're looking forward to seeing her later in the day. Bye for now, Ridhima, and thank you so much. And see you later. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. Bye. So that was Ridhima Pandey. And you know, when you look at Gitanjali and you look at Ridhima, you're like, wow, these kids. And then you think about the fact that we live in a country where 1 in 3 of the world's child brides, 1 in 3 of the world's child brides actually live in India. We're talking about millions, right? Millions of girls, sometimes the age of Gitanjali and Ridhima, who are married off. And this is still happening despite child marriage being outlawed. By law, 18 is the age at which a legal marriage for girls is recognized. But now there is a proposal headed by an eminent panel that is arguing that this age must be raised to the same age as that of boys, which is 21. And this is an issue that has in fact divided activists, because some activists are saying you need to change attitudes and not the law. Now, I want to just bring up our panel, if I may now. Jaya Jaitly is with us. Jaya Jaitly, if we can bring her on. Jaya Jaitly actually led that panel and who argued that this is a very necessary thing to do. We're also joined by Dr. Kriti Bharti, who has been working for the annulment of marriages that take place when it involves girls. We have Mrunalini Deshmukh, who is one of our best-known lawyers, joining us from Mumbai. And we have Pintu Devi, जो अपनी कहानी बताएंगी. Pintu हमें बताएंगी कि उनके साथ क्या हुआ. But I want to start with Jaya ji, who is the most relevant to this new law that is being proposed. Sorry, I know we're running a bit late. My apologies to all of you for keeping you waiting. Very sorry about that. Jaya Jaitly, I'd like to start with you. What is the thinking behind the proposal that this age must be raised from 18 to 21? And intuitively, I support it. Intuitively, I would say 18 is too young, 21 is too young, 25 is too young. We shouldn't even be talking about marriage. We should be talking about girls being self-reliant, girls pursuing professions, passions. Ye shadi ka obsession chodo. But unfortunately, we are a country obsessed with marriages, unfortunately. Tell me a little bit about what your thought is on this, Jayaji.
Well, the task force that we have been working on, the report should come out hopefully next week. So till then, I don't really want to jump the gun about what our recommendations are. But obviously, the buzz around the country is that we're going to suggest raising the age. At the moment, everything that we have attended to and addressed are all recommendations only. And we've considered a lot of things. So I'm not going to, at the moment, discuss from the view that, okay, it's all presumed that it's going to be raised. But the larger picture, which has made us look at the whole issue. One is that gender equality is something that international law has recognized. Our constitution is recognized. The UN and every country has recognized. So gender equality is one basic underlying factor that we have to address. And as you said, 1 in 3 girls are married off. That's actually, we are the highest number in the world, which is 15 million. You said millions, right? It's 15 million actually. And the sad part is that, and the most interesting part for us during all our discussions, we had many what we call town hall discussions. We had questionnaires sent out to 1,600 colleges and universities. And we asked the students themselves. And in fact, the most interesting thing was nobody wanted to get married before 22 or 23. We also had, children from young girls from the areas which are particularly affected, like Rajasthan, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, UP, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, and West Bengal. Everywhere else, the marriage age is well over 18. Probably even 21, 22. So these areas are the ones which are really the tough ones. And obviously, when you look at it, it's the causes, which I'm sure you all will discuss further in this panel, poverty, societal condition, sexual violence, fear of the safety of the girl, all these things. So something obviously had to be done about it, because even though our decline has been very good, from 50% it's gone to, the pace is 27%, but it's still far too many. So obviously we had to do something about it. So we've addressed health, education, and the laws. These 3 plus child mortality, infant mortality, maternal mortality, these are the issues we've discussed.
Right. I do understand that you can't get into the specifics till your task force report is public, but it's just such an important conversation. And in fact, I do have the data in front of me about some of those regional variations that you spoke about. 1 in 4 girls who are married below the age of 18 in India are actually from West Bengal and Bihar. So I think that you've flagged a very important point. You've also made the point that actually child marriage percentages have been coming down from almost 50% in 2005 to 27% in 2016. That's the last available data. I want to take what you've said to the rest of the panel, Jaya, Jaitly, and I'm going to have a lot of questions for you, and I'm sure our audience is also. But I want to first hear from Pintu, जिनके साथ ये हुआ, और मैं इसको हादसा बोलने वाली हूँ क्योंकि मेरे लिए एक बच्ची की शादी एक हादसा ही है, एक ट्रेजेडी ही है. अगर छोटी सी बच्ची की शादी हो जाती है before she is ready, there's nothing else to call it but injustice and a tragedy. पिंटू, आप अपनी कहानी बताएंगी. आपकी क्या उम्र थी जब आपकी शादी हुई, क्यों हुई, कैसे हुई और फिर क्या हुआ?
जब मैं 6 साल की थी तब मेरा बाल विवाह करा दिया था समाज वालों ने.
जी, थोड़ा सा जोर से बोलिए. थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए पिंटू, थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए.
मैं 6 साल की थी जब मेरा बाल विवाह करा दिया था समाज वालों ने. जब मैं बड़ी हुई तो मुझे पता चला कि मेरा बाल विवाह हो गया. तो मैंने कहा मैं वहाँ जाना नहीं चाहती हूँ. तो ससुराल वालों ने धमकी ऊपर धमकी देने लगी. वो क्रिमिनल थे इसलिए, और मेरे परिवार वालों को ही धमकी मिलने लगी. पता चला सारथी कृति दीदी, डॉक्टर कृति दीदी के बारे में कि वो बाल विवाह निरस्त कराती है. तो मैं भी उससे संपर्क किया. तो उसने मेरा
अभी क्या उम्र है आपकी? अभी क्या उम्र है पिंटू आपकी?
20 साल.
और आप 6 साल की थी जब आपकी शादी हुई?
हाँ.
और जब आपने छोड़ने की कोशिश की, छोड़ने की क्या मतलब, वो शादी तो इलीगल है, तो वो शादी तो है ही नहीं. जब आपने कहा कि मुझे ये जिंदगी नहीं जीनी, तो आपको धमकियां मिली.
धमकियां मिली.
एक बात बताइए, जब आप छोटी थी आपका क्या सपना था? आगे क्या बनना चाहती थी आप?
मैं पढ़ना चाहती थी.
क्या बनना चाहती थी? सॉरी, आपकी आवाज थोड़ी धीमी है. क्या बनना चाहती थी?
मैं पढ़ना चाहती थी आगे और टीचर बनना चाहती थी.
पढ़ना चाहती थी और टीचर बनना चाहती थी. तो ये है पिंटू, जिनका सपना है, अभी भी है, मैं इसको है बोलूंगी, अध्यापक बनना, टीचर बनना. ये टीचर बनना चाहती थी, ये पढ़ना चाहती थी. 6 साल की उम्र में इनकी शादी हो गई. लेट्स टेक अ स्टोरी बैक टू द पैनल. Mrunalini and Dr. Kriti, let's bring you on with comments. Mrunalini, is changing the law the right approach, or do you have to change attitudes? A lot of activists looking at Jayaji's task force proposal have said कि एक प्रॉब्लम ये हो सकता है that girls in our country already don't have individual decision making powers. You know, people tell them who they should marry, who they should have sex with, क्या उम्र ठीक है, क्या उम्र नहीं ठीक है. Is one of the problems in raising the age that it will give families and villages and entire communities the excuse to control girls even more? As a lawyer, what do you think, Mrinal?
See, Barkha, this is a very relevant subject that we are discussing about, and I think I'm happy to be a part of this. I think the answer to your question is twofold. Number one, yes, it is the enactment which is very important, because unless there is a law in place and there are certain restraints which are the legal restraints and there are ramifications for that, nobody is going to take it seriously. But more importantly, I think it is the societal attitude that has to change. And I think to a large extent, it is the way, I mean, for years on, we're talking about it for so many of your sessions also, about the patriarchal society that we are in. A woman is looked upon, a girl child is looked upon as a burden, and the earlier you get rid of the burden is easier for them. So coming from this mindset, and which has been going on for centuries together, and has been at times validated by saying that it's a customary thing which is there. But even sati was a custom, but did we not ban it? Because that was absolutely harmful for the women. It was not done. And it was something that the women were subjected to against their own wishes. So we cannot take the umbrage of a custom for certain things which are surely and patently violating the rights of a girl child, more importantly, be it her marriage, be it whatever her birth, and be it her education which is there. The law has come into force. The 2006 enactment is a very, very I would say, a very strong step towards it. But ultimately, there is a law and there is a mindset, and how many of us follow which is there. So I think raising the age of the girls is one of the important things for them to be able to take a right decision, what is good for them and what is not good for them. And one more thing in that, educating the girl child will give her that confidence and that right of a sense of right and wrong to make the choice,
Yeah.
is what I feel.
Yeah. Dr. Kriti, you've obviously helped girls like Pintu. If we can go back to the panel now, you're working on annulment, because one of the points you're making is कि ये शादी कानून recognize ही नहीं करता, तो इसको annul होना चाहिए, divorce नहीं annul होना चाहिए. What is the reason that you're emphasizing on annulment instead of just the end of the marriage? And secondly, what do you think about the proposal कि ये उम्र बढ़नी चाहिए? सबसे पहले तो मुझे ये नहीं समझ आता why there should be a different age for girls and boys. I mean, there has to be gender parity, whatever the age. We think there has to be gender parity in everything. Dr. Kriti, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you please repeat your question?
What do you think of the proposal to change the law?
Okay, when we are new law, जब आप new law की बात कर रहे हैं, चीजें इसमें दिखाई दे रही हैं, जैसे कि अभी gender equality की बात की. Being a female, being a feminist, I think कि क्योंकि जितनी girls को मिलती है, boys को, girls को मिलनी बहुत जरूरी है. It is very important. जितने career opportunities, educational opportunities boys को मिल रही है, उनकी girls को मिले, equally मिले. But जब बात की जा रही है education, then I think go beyond. We should
Okay,
think
Kriti,
beyond.
your आपकी आवाज somehow अच्छी नहीं आ रही है. We are going to try and let you improve that connection. But I want Jaya ji to respond to what we heard from Pintu. Jaya Jaitly, you heard the story of Pintu. 6 साल की उम्र में इनकी शादी हुई. ये कहती है इनका सपना था एक टीचर बनना. Now अगर एक कोई कानून अलग होता तो क्या इनकी जिंदगी अलग होती? I keep coming back to the fact that one of the problems in our country is our cultural obsession with marriage and the way we judge girls who are not married, right? We still allow men to be bachelors. We romanticize bachelors. Do we ever romanticize single women? I mean, it's time to romanticize single women, in my opinion. That might create a cultural change.
Absolutely, 100%. And I think what the women of this country, young girls in fact, have shown in the last, say, 5 years, is that they can achieve. All they need is a little backing, mostly from their parents. In society as such, nobody stops them. Look at the sportswomen, look at the wrestler from Haryana. I mean, who would think? Because Haryana is one place where there's been a lot of patriarchy and it seems to be accepted also. But I think women have shown everywhere that they have been able to achieve when given the opportunity. And of course, it starts at home. I don't think any parent wants to keep a girl behind. It's purely poverty and the oppression around them. In fact, in a very interesting session we had with young girls, a girl from Rajasthan who was 17 years old was actually fought against her own marriage, child marriage, and managed to avoid it, and is now heading a campaign in her village against child marriage, and she is a football coach in her school. So it's really wonderful what you can do in the midst of all this horrible patriarchy if you just hold your head up. And I think parents, you have to understand that parents also, there's a girl from Jharkhand who said that her parents are laborers and she doesn't get a meal till they come home with some money and can cook food. And she has to spend the whole day at home looking after her younger siblings. And therefore, where is the question of going to school? And once she's 15, neighbors say, oh, ladki ko kyun akeli chodi hai ghar pe, shaadi kara do. So it's societal pressure. But once the girl does achieve, everybody is happy and welcomes it and claps and celebrates. So I think the thing is, we all have to build up the kind of institutions and infrastructure and policies that give women and young girls that courage. That's where we have to, I think. focus.
I just want to ask you, we have a few minutes left. I just want to ask Jaya Jaitly and then Mrunal, and I'm hoping Kriti can hear us. Jaya, how do you respond to the criticism? Then you must have heard this in the feedback you got from fellow feminists, that this will give, communities a greater patriarchal control over autonomy of young women, especially sexual agency, the agency to love who you want to, the agency to have sex. And I'm saying this again and again with a sense of responsibility because, there is teenage sex happening, and we have to confront that reality. And it becomes a way to penalize girls instead of boys. So are you concerned that this change in law, because you must have heard this feedback, could do that?
No, in fact, the feedback I've had, both from government, from the Ministry of Health, for instance, and from young people right across, even in rural areas, was that they accept the fact that there is sex these days before marriage and that we should not be judgmental about it. It was wonderful to have a discussion during this task force with the Ministry of Health officials that apart not being judgmental, we have to provide sex counseling, sex education. At the moment, the teachers in schools just skip the chapter on sex education in their syllabus and say, "Ghar pe jaake padh lena." They themselves feel embarrassed. We have to really confront these things and find ways of, dealing with them and circumventing those sort of thinking. I think whatever you may do, everyone, the elders and section, everybody may say that morality is very important and we have to look after our girls. But if you believe that the girls can achieve all kinds of other things, then surely they must be given the opportunity to decide for themselves who they want to have sex with and whom they want to marry. And morality can't only be for women; it has to be for men also, and it starts in the home. How you teach your sons and daughters.
Oh, yeah. Mrunal, any concerns about the proposal? Any concerns? The one thing I want to endorse totally is that we've got to have the same age for boys and girls to get married. I mean, whatever it is, it has to be the same age.
Yes, so it is though. I think there are no concerns. It is better, but you'll have to understand that India is not what you and I live in. There is 60-70% of the rural area which is there, in which they do want girls to get married early. Now, whether it's 18 or 21 is what the debate would be. But ultimately, there is a mindset which is there that the earlier the girl gets married, it's better for a childbearing. It's better for all the other things that future come onto it. So the mindset will have to be changed to be made to understand that it's just not having a child and getting married, which is the be all and the end all. But that's going to take a lot of time, Barkha. It's very easy for us, for you and me to talk about it, but the ground reality, I think it's a far, far different than from where we are coming from. So I think the work that Jayaji is doing and other such activities which are going on is extremely important to empower them with knowledge and with an understanding as to what are the pitfalls of an early marriage and things like that, which will probably bring about a change in the mindset. And I'll tell you at the end of the day how much we say here about women's rights and equality in the rural areas. And I think Jayaji will agree with me that there is still a hold of a man over the family, and he still takes the decisions as to what is to be done to the girl child, the marriage, etc. So I think somewhere it's more of the law and the societal blend that will have to the change in the society that may bring about this. But yes, to raise the age of marriage is something which I would endorse, because that would give the girl not only a maturity, it will give her a better confidence to deal with whatever decision she's been taking, marriage being
Yeah.
one of them, which is.
Okay, I'm going to make just one attempt to get Kriti back again because she hasn't been able to take part in our conversation. This is the perils of the new virtual world that we live in. Kriti ji, अगर आप मेरी आवाज सुनना चाह रही हैं और अब बहुत ही जल्दी, क्योंकि हम पैनल के अंत में आ रहे हैं, आप कुछ बोलना चाहें तो बोलिए प्लीज.
बिल्कुल बरखा जी, मुझे आपकी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है. मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूंगी कि 18 से 20 को हम बढ़ाने की बात कर रहे हैं. जेंडर इक्वालिटी और एड्रेस करता है, but when we are prevention of child marriages, I'm sorry, it's not worse. यहाँ 10 महीने की एज में चाइल्ड मैरिज, 11 महीने की एज में चाइल्ड मैरिजेस हो जाती है. इवन एट 4 days 4 दिन के बच्चे की से हमें रुकवाया है. तो जो तक वेट कर रहे हैं, जो फैमिलीज जो पेरेंट्स एक ही एज तक वेट नहीं कर रहे हैं, they are going to wait till
क्या
21.
होगा?
This is my
Yeah, yeah.
comment section
It's a fair
कि
question. It's a
जो
fair
18
question.
तक वेट
जी सॉरी, आपकी
जो
आवाज,
18
आपका
तक वेट
कनेक्शन इतना बढ़िया नहीं। मैं आपकी बात समझ रही हूँ। आपने कहा जो 18 तक वेट नहीं करता, जो 4 महीने की बच्ची की शादी कर देता है, वो 21 तक कैसे वेट करेगा? आई विल गिव जया जैटली द लास्ट वर्ड ऑन दैट, लेकिन मैं पिंटू से पूछना चाहती हूँ। पिंटू, आप, एक तो मैं आपको कहना चाहती हूँ कि 20 साल में आपकी जिंदगी खत्म नहीं हुई है, आगे अभी बहुत जिंदगी है, तो आगे आपको कोशिश करना है। आप क्या कहेंगी, कानून में बदलाव होना चाहिए? आपको क्या लगता है कि लड़की की या लड़के की भी शादी के लिए क्या ठीक उम्र है आपके मुताबिक, पिंटू देवी?
18 से 21 करना ज़्यादा ठीक नहीं होगा। गांव में तो 10-15 साल की उम्र में भी बाल ब्याह हो जाता है।
क्या हो जाता है?
और
क्या हो
बाल
जाता
ब्याह
है?
करा
दोबारा
देते हैं
बोलिए,
मतलब।
दोबारा बोलिए, नहीं
गांव
समझ
में
आई,
तो
दोबारा बोलिए।
18 से 21 करना ज़्यादा ठीक नहीं होगा। गांव में तो 10 से 15 साल की उम्र में भी बाल ब्याह करा देते हैं।
ओके, शी सेड कि 18 से 21 कैसे होगा, क्योंकि गांव में तो 10 से 12 साल की लड़कियों की भी शादी हो जाती है। जया जेटली, द लास्ट वर्ड टू यू। यू नो, व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड in journalism, one of the first stories I covered was the gang rape of a Dalit woman called Bhavri Devi. Bhavri Devi was gang raped for trying to stop, as part of a government program, the child marriage of a 1-year-old. Among the men who raped her was that child's father. Now, it may be an outlier incident, but she's still fighting in the Supreme Court for justice. I just want your last word on this concern, that where kids as young as 1-year-old or 10-year-old are getting married, how will this age increase stop that?
Anecdotal extremes can always be found. When 6-month-old marriage is only a kind of a token thing, the child will probably not be parental well after puberty or at puberty. So I don't think we need to go to such an extreme. Also, कानून तो होते हैं, लेकिन हर कानून का उल्लंघन तो होता ही है, इसलिए इतने केस होते हैं कोर्ट में और पुलिस में। कानून का उल्लंघन हुआ इसलिए ये कानून नहीं बदलनी चाहिए, वो बात नहीं है। कानून के हाथ से मदद भी होती है। कानून जब है तो लोग थोड़ा डरते हैं, कानून जब है तो उसके साथ हम लोग जरूर सुविधाएं भी जोड़नी चाहिए। There has to be opportunities where you do not have to come under the harsh arm of that law. So I would not look at it in a negative way. Just because something is wrong doesn't mean we should try as much as we can through law, through education, health, and campaigns and everything to change it for the better.
I'd actually agree with that. It's a complex conversation, but it's a very overdue conversation. And we're eagerly looking forward to the formal release of what your task force has found. We'll bring you back, all of you, to have more of this conversation. Thank you, Jaya, Jaitly, Mrunalini, Deshmukh, Pintu Devi, and Dr. Kriti Bharti for joining us on this global town hall of We the Women. We leave it there. What a contrast this morning has been. You have at one end Gitanjali Rao, Time Magazine's Kid of the Year, Ridhima Pandey, BBC's Climate Change Crusader. On the other hand, you have Pintu Devi, married off at the age of 6, dreaming of being a teacher. Girl interrupted, quite literally. All right, there's lots more coming up on the town hall today, the global town hall of We the Women. Let me give you a sneak peek of what's up in just a moment from now. You're watching the Global Town Hall. We the Women is in its 4th edition of our annual flagship festival, the community space where women and men come together to talk about things that other people won't, where we bring hopes and fears, tears and ambitions all into one community space where we share, we cry, we laugh, we debate, but above all, we connect. Moving on now to our next panel. Would it surprise you if I told you that Rwanda has a better record of the representation of women in political office, in their sort of political positions than India does? It has now been an age-old debate how underrepresented women are both in our parliament and in our assemblies. The Women's Reservation Bill has been a debate as old as the time I've been a journalist. And that's been about more than 20 years now. When I first became a reporter, I started doing stories on the Women's Reservation Bill. And I was told that it was going to go through. And of course, that still hasn't happened now. In the meantime, what's interesting is that more and more women are getting the limelight when they enter politics. But it isn't easy to be a woman in politics. I'm really excited to bring up my next panel today because there's something about them that's so fascinating. They've all been superstars in one profession and then they've migrated to another profession. So when we talk about women and working women and the need for women to pursue professional passion, something I feel super passionate about, these are women who've actually held 2 passionate professions. Let's bring them up now. Urmila Matondkar. We remember her as the Rangila girl, but she's a feisty politician today, and she has just, in fact, joined the Shiv Sena. Urmila is with us, as also is Khushbu Sundar. Khushbu Sundar is somebody who has joined the BJP just recently, but is also someone who we know from the screen, from the world of celluloid stardom. And in a moment from now, I'm hoping that Nusrat of the Trinamool Congress will join us as well. I'm sure she'll be with us in just a few minutes, and this is going to be one fascinating conversation. So let me start with you, Khushbu, if I may. You have been at the receiving end of all kinds of trolling, as all of us have been. You once expressed an opinion on how premarital sex takes place, and you actually had to face death threats. What has been the toughest thing about being a woman in the public eye, and has it been tougher to be a woman actor in the public eye or a woman politician?
I think it's very difficult for a woman who comes from cinema field and then come into the public life. The first reaction of people and men especially is you're an actor. You're fit only to prance around the trees. You're not supposed to speak sensible. You're not supposed to be intelligent. And you're not supposed to show that you are intelligent. So you don't do all of that. We men are way ahead and we will decide what has to be done. We all go through these problems, and I have faced these problems. The reason why I moved from my other 2 parties is because, they feel completely intimidated by a woman who's intelligent, who has a mind of her own, who's confident, and she can call the shots. So the men are completely intimidated. And yes, I have faced this.
Khushbu, were men more sexist in the film industry? All of you are actors, and I don't know where Nusrat is. Let's please bring her on as soon as she comes. But what unites all 3 of you is that you have all come a different world into this world. And I have to ask you again, is the film industry more patriarchal, or is the world of politics more patriarchal? And I'm going to ask Urmila the same question in a moment, but I'll take that to Khushbu first.
It's definitely the political field which is more patriarchal, because in cinema, it's not patriarchal. I think you are very clear what roles you have to play. It's not that you go blindfolded, you are there, not knowing what is to be done, what has to be done, or what you'll be to do. So I don't see any patriarchal attitude in cinema. If you're going to talk about equality, that the paycheck is not the same, then you feel, yes, the paycheck is not the same. And this has been what going on for many, many years now. But when you talk about the patriarchal attitude, I think that is more in political field and not in cinema.
So more patriarchy in politics than in cinema. Let me take the same question to Urmila. Urmila, would you agree? Khushbu actually feels that she's experienced more sexism in politics than in cinema. I'm seeing Nusrat joining us as well. Nusrat Jahan of the Trinamool Congress. Hi and welcome. We'll come to you in just a moment. Look at these 3 extraordinary women on our screen. They have been superstars in their own right, and now they're trying to make it in politics. Urmila, if you can hear me. Let me ask you the same question. Khushbu says, Urmila, can you hear me? Khushbu says,
No.
Should I refresh?
Urmila, can you hear me?
She can be seen in live.
Urmila, can you hear me?
Yes, she can be seen in live.
Urmila, can you hear me? Okay, Urmila can't hear me. We need to fix that, guys. So let me ask Nusrat the same question. Nusrat, we were talking to Khushbu about what is more patriarchal, the world of films and entertainment, or is it politics? And let me ask you the same question. I think Urmila can hear me now, but I've taken that to Nusrat, so I'll take it to Nusrat. Hi, Urmila. Nusrat, what do you have to say?
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. It's a fun question, actually.
Yeah.
See, it has been a part and parcel. Let me just start with that, saying that when men are oppressed, they call it tragedy. When women are oppressed, they call it tradition. That's how it has been all this while.
That's a
But let's
fantastic
just,
quote, by the way. That is a quotable quote for the times. Go ahead.
yeah, so I genuinely feel that why don't we always um, look on the brighter side of things. So things are changing, when times are changing. When I stepped into politics 1.5 years back, not that I never had to face much, it wasn't bed of roses for me either. So people judged me for the way I dressed, people judged me because I came from the acting field, and they will continue to judge me if I allow them to judge me. So I think it's upon oneself to make a difference, bring about the change, and just somehow side karna chahiye ye patriarchy ka pura cheez. So my leader is a woman, and even when the reservation bill was passed in the parliament, so AITC had like about 35% of women MPs in the 16th Lok Sabha. So see, we're
Yeah.
bringing about change. We're trying to slap patriarchy on its face. So I'm not going to complain
But let me
much
ask
about
you
it. I'm not
this.
going to complain much.
Let me ask you this, though. I remember when you first went to Parliament with another friend and colleague of yours from the Trinamool Congress, Mimi, and both of you went wearing jeans to Parliament. So I don't know if we have those
I was
photographs.
clad. I was Barkha. I was clad from like top to toe, and
There you
more
are.
clad
There,
than
there, there,
probably.
there there
Yeah,
you
see?
are. I mean, that's like, did you expect those photographs to create such a storm? Like, what did they expect you to
No,
be? Like, what did you make of that
no,
fuss
I
over
don't know.
those?
Like
The fact that you wore
when you
to
go to
Parliament?
your workplace,
Yeah.
like a young girl, when you actually going to your workplace, your new workplace, and we all love our phones, we all love the social media, and that's how we connect with our people in today's times. All the youngsters do.
Yeah.
So we clicked a picture, a simple picture, that we are happy to be here. And do you see us exposing anywhere in the picture? No. So how come they just condemned the entire thing, and they said this is against how a woman should dress in the parliament? Sabhyata ke against hai. I said, I genuinely feel a sari is little more, exposing than what we are wearing. So, so,
Yeah.
so I don't
And in
know.
any
I don't
case,
know
no
why
one's
people
going to
had to say something like that. And no one, and patriarchy on that note, that we had male also. We had our male MPs also wearing denim in the parliament, and none of them were held accountable for that.
Good point. I remember, let's if we can take it back now to Urmila and Khushbu. I just want to take a moment and look at these three women. And I just remember, Nusrat, I remember talking to Hillary Clinton once. In fact, she was in your city, Kolkata, and I was interviewing her, and she said, every time I go anywhere, they'll say Hillary Clinton, parenthesis, wearing a whatever blue pantsuit, which has too many creases, having a bad hair day, and they never say that about the men. They never
Yeah.
talk about the clothes and the hair and the weight of men, and it's so bloody sexist. I'm seeing a consensus here that politics is more sexist than cinema. Urmila, you went from sort of being from this vanity industry, the great sort of sex symbol of the Rangila decade, to being this feisty, ferocious street fighter politician. How's that journey been? And do you agree with Khushbu and Nusrat that politics is more sexist than the film world? It kind of sounds contradictory,
Absolutely.
but go ahead.
No, it is contradictory, but it is very, very true. And I was someone who was literally served on platter. And but like Nusrat just said, that one has to look at it from all dimensions. So I do understand where they were coming from, because there was this woman who was, yes, like you said, known to be a sex symbol, very, very glamorous, had a very glamour-oriented career, along with a lot of substantial roles and things even then in films, I kind of didn't agree with this whole nonsense that only if you do certain kinds of roles, you're an actor, and only if you do certain kinds of role, you're a glamour queen. All these tags beyond the point shouldn't mean anything. So I never let it affect me then. I never let it affect me now. The choice of going among most of the huts and the poor people and trying to connect to them was mine, not necessarily the people around me from Congress who were helping me from the campaign wanted me to do that. But my intention of coming into, so I just feel beyond the point, people will keep talking, and you need to do keep focused and do what you need to do. Because I am someone, and I'm sure so are these two lovely, women and accomplished women, and you yourself. And happy birthday, by the way. I just think that these are not the women who are going to expect a special treatment because we are women. We are going to have a step forward and do our best and expect the best, nothing less. I wouldn't want any position, anything at all, ever, because I'm a woman. I would want it because I'm good at it. Also, I'd like to, say that, yes, when I came in, I knew it would be difficult and tough for what was I expecting, but so was film career tough. Here, what has happened is that in general, it has become a very, very poisonous kind of a field where it has become so horribly, vicious towards anybody that nothing actually should surprise you. And then, of course, women do become an easy target. So you need to have more nerves than ever today. But it becomes an enjoyable ride if you take it. I mean, if you're kind of aware of what they are going to do, the joke is actually on them, not on you, because you're already prepared. So you're like, okay, bring it on.
I couldn't agree more about that, and the one thing that bugs everybody is if you're carrying on with your journey and you're not impacted by other people's opinion of you. So taking this back to the panel, Khushbu, Nusrat and Urmila, if we can just have everybody back on, I want to ask all three of you, what is the worst, most sexist thing that has been said to you, either offline or online? Obama used to do this thing of reading out the rudest tweets he would get. And I thought it was so empowering, because if you just read out what your trolls say and you're like, it just takes care of that, right? So I want to ask you, when you are trolled, when you are abused, when you are threatened, have you developed thick skins? Are you able to laugh at it, or does it still hurt? And if you were to look back, what is the most horrible thing that's been said to you? I'll start with you, Khushbu.
I think the most horrible thing is like, people come out and say, especially my former colleagues come up and say that you're an actor, so just continue acting. Kuch nahi hone wala tumhara. So, I'm like, okay, fine. So all these years having given myself to your party, been there defending the party at every possible level, defending the indefensible, and yet you come up, I mean, then they didn't know I was an actor, but now I'm suddenly, like, oh, you're an actor, you're fit only to act. Jaake apna acting karo, yahan pe tumhara kuch nahi hone wala. So I think that is what, and it doesn't hurt, because if outsiders say something, they troll, they're trolls, they are looking for that 2-minute fame. Okay, you respond to them and they're like, "Arey yaar, Khushbu or Nusrat or Urmila, somebody has responded to me." So wo 2 minute ke fame ke liye. So I generally don't react, but yes, there are times when you have to give it back to them in the language they completely understand, because you are एक और बात हो जाती है कि कीचड़ में पत्थर फेंको तो कीचड़ आप पे उछलेगा, तो इसलिए ज्यादा तर्क करते नहीं है कि you feel that it's not important. You just, on Twitter and all the other social platforms, you have this button called mute, which I love it. So don't give them the pleasure of blocking them, but mute them. I do that. But then, yes, I will be lying if I say that it doesn't hurt. You're human after all. You become thick-skinned. You become completely. I say that I'm not buffalo skin. I'm rhinoceros skin. So I am like one genda where nothing goes in. But even then, at some point, it does hurt you when unnecessarily my kids are involved. They bring up my girls, they bring up my husband. So there it hurts you. Like very recently when I quit Congress and I went to BJP, They didn't have anything else to say, but they said that I was completely brainwashed by my husband to join BJP. And I'm like, guys, all these years, have you ever seen my husband in anywhere around me in all this political field? Not even once you have ever seen him, or he even commenting about my political choices. So where does he come in from? Why is he pulled into this? So, and then it came up that, oh, he has financial difficulties, and just to set that right, he pushed me in BJP, and that's when it blew me up. I blew my top and I gave it back to my local former colleagues, because I think that was very, very unethical and uncalled for. So up mein himmat hai, you come to me, you speak to me. Don't bring in my family, don't bring in my children and my husband, because you do something to my family, you speak about them, then Bhagwan bachaye aapko, I am a wounded tigress.
Wounded tigress. You're not wounded. You're just a tigress, as we should all be. And I was just going to say, in your cases, and I know this has happened to all three of you in different ways, your husbands are being brought up. In my case, I was given husbands I don't have. So when they wanted to, yeah, I promise you, when my politics had to be understood by my trolls, they said to me that I was married to Muslim men, that I had been married 3 times. When I said I wasn't married, they said I've been divorced 3 times. 2 of those 3 men actually don't exist. The other one is an old friend, so I call them my Wikipedia husbands, and that's how I deal with it. So, but you women are dealing with real husbands who are being dragged into this. Urmila, that happened with you in your campaign, right? Your husband, his religion, that was dragged into how you were being attacked. So speak a little bit about that.
It was insane, and it's really ridiculous because it had no boundaries, it had no limits to where it went. I really was completely taken aback because, like Khushbu just said, that it is me who is in front of you. It is me who is fighting your ideologies, not you personally, none of them personally. So, and like she said earlier, and like you asked, when you're an actor, it is even 10 times worse, because then it is like understood or imagined that you are completely dumb. Actresses, I mean the women and actor, that whole combination, along with politics. First of all, I don't understand why, because there are many politicians who are completely dumb as hell, and you just are shocked that they're actually sitting in some ministerial posts and places, and you are actually embarrassed.
There are many dumb journalists also, by the way. There are many dumb journalists also, by the way. I'm going to get
Many
executed
of
for
them were
saying this, but
completely
yeah.
unaware of what is happening, what has happened yesterday, let alone about what has happened in our history, what has happened in a socio-political situation in a few years of the country. कुछ पता नहीं होता, but just because okay, अभी हम आए हैं एक दूसरी लाइन से एक बहुत बड़ा स्ट्रगल करके, एक बहुत बड़ा मकाम कायम करके आए हैं, तो बस हम easy target है because it's understood that actors don't have brains. So that first of all is most ridiculous. And secondly, what I was really not prepared for was this horrible attack that came on my husband, his family, his everything, and therefore on me as well. And he was called a terrorist, he was called a Pakistani, he was called a, I mean, there's a limit to where it should go to and where it should be drawn. So much so that they have even infiltrated my Wikipedia page, and they have gone and put my mother's name as Rukhsana Ahmed, my father's name as Shivendra Singh, 2 human beings. They must be living in somewhere in India, but I don't know of. So my father's name is Shrikant Matondkar and my mother's name is Sunita Matondkar. And to top it all, my husband is not only Muslim, but he is a Kashmiri Muslim. And we both follow our religions in an equally staunch way. Yeah. So that sort of gave them even a bigger platform to troll me and to talk about all of that and to constantly, target him and his family. And that was very unfortunate. It was what I want to ask to all these people is whatever happens to their culture, their upbringing, their so-called ideas of certain religion that they claim to be defending, those questions remain unanswered. But like I said, no, I don't have any thick skin, anything, but I have too beautiful a skin to let be, bothered or dirtied with these kind of things that come my way. No, I refuse to develop any thick skin. I think sensitivity is one of the strongest points of a woman. Being able to have that compassion, to have that empathy, and to have that sensitivity is what makes me a woman, is why I'm in this line, which is horrible, venomous, but I will make sure that I will change all of this. And in that, I definitely, with folded hands, needs support of women. It is extremely disgusting, saddening. Words fail me when women don't understand that, and women are the ones who are trying to pull other women down, which I've always spoken about, and that's really sad because that's really in low and cheap taste. I would never ever do that to another woman. I mean, it just completely defies the purpose.
Yeah, I agree. What's fascinating is that both you, in your case, you're married to a Kashmiri Muslim. In Khushbu's case, in the past, she's been targeted for her religion. In both cases, Islam was used to target Khushbu and Urmila. Khushbu, like, you were in fact told you're hiding your Muslim identity. And I remember you said, I don't hide anything. This is well known. I'm a Muslim and everybody knows who I am. In Urmila's case, being married to a Muslim, got that trolling. In Nusrat's case, guess what? The exact opposite happened. Nusrat, a Muslim herself, actually embraced many cultural Hindu traditions, as all of us do. We're cross-cultural beings. That's what India is all about. And Nusrat was trolled for that. तो ये औरतों के साथ यही होता है, कुछ भी करो, there's no winning, right? Nusrat, tell us about that episode, how you processed it, and how you went through it.
You were talking about trolling. I think I cannot pick one because I get trolled for everything that I do. I'm so used to getting trolled. I think
Welcome
I'm
to
the
my
most
world.
trolled.
Welcome to my
I'm
world.
the most trolled
Take it,
person,
you know what?
and
Take it as a compliment. When they can't
Yeah,
ignore
I am
it is
loving
a
it this
bloody
time. Honestly,
compliment.
guys,
They're obsessed
I'm
with
loving it
us.
this
Good luck.
time.
They,
See,
hello,
like
trolls. If you're
Khushbu
on my
said,
comment feed, one second, Nusrat. Hello, trolls. If you're on
yeah.
my comment feed right now, you're obsessed with me. I take it as a compliment. Go ahead, Nusrat.
See, I've always said that, like Khushbu said, ignorance is bliss. I've always felt that, they're lovers in disguise. They love me. And they do all this
Lovers
because,
guys.
honestly, guys,
I
seriously.
love that.
So, they love our women. They love what we do. It's just that, which is why they get so worked up to talk about us, and they have their opinions about everything that we do. So, if you had to pick, if I had to pick something that really heckled me at one point of time, that would be people. See, India is all about religion. Everything zeroes down to religion at the same, like everything really zeroes down to religion at the end of the day. So, religion was one factor that, um, somehow pinned me down when I chose my life partner. And I was like, who the hell are you to decide who I'm going to live with and who I fall in love with and who I'm going to marry? And
Yeah.
the whole of India started trolling me because I married a Hindu, and the people who are from my community had so much problems that they came up and told me that you're going to die a bad death. They cursed me, and they told me that Jannat isn't for me, and if they live in one, and and very nasty and very demeaning stuffs. It did bother me initially, thinking that Allah, are you actually going to pin me down for taking a call for my own life? And then, my religion, which I have learned all these years, I'm very well versed with my religion, and it has never spoken anything against love. And love has no language, and it has no differentiation between caste, creed, sex, gender, etc. ये part हम पढ़ा रहे हैं. We the women have taken the initiative to teach the world, and if we get trolled for this, I think we should get hoots about it, because what we're doing is right, and if you know you're right, nothing should pin you down.
Yeah, well said. Now, I want to ask all of you. Urmila made a statement saying, I want to be given a position not because I'm a woman, but because I'm good at it. But at the same time, we have all lived long enough, we're all old enough to know that a woman will have to be at least twice as good as a man to get to the same place. And then when you get to the same place, you will be scrutinized in a way that men just won't be. This is not a level playing field. Do you believe, given our woefully underrepresented parliament and assemblies, that we need reservation, or could there be another model? Could there be another model like reserving at the level of ticket distribution, allowing more women to contest elections? I know that all three of you come from parties that are all statedly committed to reservation, but I just want your individual opinion, because I have struggled with this. I have struggled with it because my instinct is to say I don't want it. And then my instinct is to remind myself that we are women of privilege, but many other women do not have the opportunity that women like ourselves do, right? So I'll start with you, Urmila, since you made the point कि मुझे नहीं कुछ चाहिए because मैं औरत हूँ. What about political reservation?
I completely agree with you. I think they need to be there, and it needs to start at the bottom, like you said. Coming from a party which has extremely strong women's wing, in Shiv Sena, the women Mahila Aghadi is extremely strong. In fact, they are called Rana Raginis. So the name itself suggests that even they are out there in the run, in the battlefield. So they also come with that mindset. But you're right, from the ticket distribution to the, to kind of selecting certain women, because what I meant, that all has to be there, because there are a lot of them who are really, and you very rightly said, after even getting into that position or getting near to getting the position, they have to work so much more, and they in fact become so much more pushed and, kind of more they have to really work hard towards proving that tiny little point also, and that has to continue, because let's not forget that that cannot change overnight. But we are also a country which has the first female, one of the earlier times had a female prime minister. I am from a state where women like Savitribai Phule worked in the era when there were no women who got out of the houses, and she was a social reformist, she was an educationist, etc. So having said that, what I meant, however, was you cannot be in a position and where you are at a ministerial position and you're standing in the middle of a parliament, and just because you're not able to give any answer, you just turn around and say, oh, I'm being targeted because I'm a woman. I am against that mentality, and that some of them do whatever after going to that position. However, you are absolutely right. I feel these reservations are extremely important, and they need to be, going down, starting right at the bottom, and then slowly coming upwards, basically.
So I saw a question on our live stream saying, please ask the entire panel, how do they get their words heard and then their tasks done? And this was a man asking the question, so it must be a man familiar with, there it is. Please ask them all, how do they manage to get their words forward and get things done? And I think this is a man who's relentless. But that's my point. It's so exhausting.
Just go on and on.
But it's so exhausting. Yeah, so do I. So do I. I go on and on and on and on. And this entire team that you can't see right now, many of them, my male friends in this team, tell me that I go on and on and on and on and on, and that I go all over the place, all over the place, all over the place. But what do you do? What do you do if you're not relentless? Who's listening? Khushbu, who's listening if you're not relentless?
No, I think it's not only in politics, Barkha, all over. See, I have a production house. I have people working under me. I take care of my television production completely. And, when I sit for the discussions, when I'm there sitting with my writers or my creative team, and when I have my ideas, it really takes long to drill it in their minds that you have to follow the boss's order. Because all these men, unfortunately, work with that I am a writer, I'm the creative person, and I know my job better. I don't have to take it from you. What they forget is that I run the business, I run the show, and I have an experience of 35 years in cinema. You've done films with the best of directors and writers, and my experience is way far beyond than your experience. So, it really takes long. In fact, it was last evening, I blew my top and I told my writers, it's my way or it's no other way. So it does take. So even if in my company this happens, so you can imagine how it is. Initially, the best policy I have learned is, to be a mute spectator, speak when it matters the most, because you speak and you make a point. If you keep talking and talking and then like, yaar, ye khali badbadati rehti hai, kuch hone wala nahi hai. She has an opinion for everything. So I have taken a policy where I keep listening to everybody has to say. I note down the points and then I speak when it's very, very important. And then I make it a point that the work is done. It's not easy, definitely not. When you have a job to be done your way, you really have to struggle with this men around. That is definitely there. But then if you are very clear, if you are very, very confident, then they have to get it done. They have to listen to you. And it depends on how you converse with them. It depends on how you order them. And there always has to be a kind of humility when you're getting the job done. You cannot be the bossy kind.
Why
you
not?
Have to show.
Why can't we be bossy? Why can't we be bossy?
No, you have to. Like I said, I blew my top last evening. So you have to show at some point that you're the
Finally.
boss.
I blow my top every evening.
Yeah, I love it. But then, that is how it has to be. That is how it has
No,
to
but
be. You
but
have
you
to
know
get
what?
things done.
I'm hearing you and Urmila, and you both have two different approaches. So I want to go to Nusrat. There's Urmila who says, I'm relentless. There's Khushbu who says, yes, I do blow my top. I'm the boss. I need to remind people I'm the boss, but मैं कम बोलती हूँ. मैं तब बोलती हूँ जब मुझे कुछ बोलना हो. And Urmila saying, मैं सुबह से शाम अगर मुझे बोलने की जरूरत हो तो मैं बोलती हूँ. We've lost track of the political reservation conversation, and I'll come back to it. But Nusrat, is it tough to be a female boss? Is it tough to get men who work under you with you to take you seriously? And is it
Coming back
tough
to
to
the
get them, is it tough to get them to take your anger seriously? The anger of women is dismissed, the anger of women is mocked, the anger of women is caricatured.
I come from the land of Ma Kali. They better take the anger. So on that note, coming back to your point, if women dare to pursue their convictions in politics, then politics will stop being the man's world. That's coming back to the point of the reservation that you were talking about. Women have been proven amazing administrators in every field, even at home. They're pretty good at the jobs that they want to do. So
Yeah.
when we know exactly what we want, you don't tell me what to do. I don't need your
Yeah.
advice.
Yeah.
And it's all right. I'm not saying that just because I'm a woman, I have a the man who just questioned us that how do you raise your voice and how do you make it heard. So boy, we always had a voice. We always had a voice. We just needed the push or the empowerment to probably implement the voice or make the voices to be heard. And to make the voice heard, you don't need to always yell. You just need to do what you believe in. So that's what I have been doing. I can be wrong, but theek hai. I did what I did, and
Yeah.
if I am wrong, I'll be responsible for my actions. I don't need you to come and tell me that you will hold me responsible for my actions. No, no,
Yeah.
I'm not answerable to anybody, because in today's times we are all we are all doing our own jobs. We are all respectable in our own fields. We are all working hard in day-to-day life. So you don't teach me what to do. You don't tell me what to wear. You don't tell me who to love. You don't tell me what to eat. I do what I do. It's my life, my rules.
Well said. Now, I want to bring back where we started, political reservation. And how do you explain the contradiction of our country? And I'll start with you, Nusrat, and we'll take that around the panel. As Urmila said, we had Indira Gandhi before the United States of America has been able to get a female president. But yet, we are not as institutionally equal as many of these countries are. There are cultural variations. America is still debating abortion. We have it as a right. Our right to vote for women came automatically with independence. Many other countries had to fight for it. In many ways, we are more forward. In many ways, we are much more unequal. So, Nusrat, your state, your leader is a woman. And yet, the fact is that we are underrepresented in our parliament and our assemblies. Do you believe that we need affirmative action, political reservation, or personally, are you a bit uncomfortable with it?
No, I'm not really uncomfortable, as like I mentioned in the beginning, that we had like about 17 out of 42 candidates were women from my party. So we have my leader is a lady, so I don't feel really left out. I'm not going to push things so hard. But yes, we need a better environment. We need people to enable a better environment, more distributed opportunities, equally distributed opportunities, and a good environment, a live environment with gender equality in terms of access, in terms of distribution of resources. So this is what we're looking out for. So things are changing, and I'm sure in the coming future, in the future times, things will get much better. We're not stuck in the olden times rule anymore. So I'm always looking forward to a better India.
Khushbu, do you support? If we can take it to Khushbu, do you support reservation? I know your parties all do, so I'm really not asking you what your party position is. And I know it's tough to deviate from the party position, but you're all
No.
such accomplished women, right? You accomplished something on your own in your professions before you got here. Apne balboote pe, as far as I know, none of you had benefactors, sugar daddies. You did it on your own. Yeah? I mean, you did it on your own, and so the
Yeah.
point is, you would be asked, why can't you do it on your own in politics as well? I'll start with you, Khushbu.
No, I think see, whatever the party ideas are, personally, if you ask me, the minute you say there has to be a reservation for a woman,
Yeah.
I think you bring her in a bracket where you say that she is not empowered and we are giving the rights to a man to decide to empower her.
Yeah.
Why are we even bringing her in a bracket? Why are we putting her in kind of a cocooned ball and say that I am going to protect you? I mean, a woman
Yeah.
is a fighter. Nusrat comes from a land of Ma Kali. This entire country, we say it's motherland. We don't say fatherland. And mothers are the most strongest people. So I'm saying, why do you even put her in a bracket? Let her live her life. Let her decide what she wants to do. Do not, whether it is politics, any field for that matter, or even at home. The rules cannot be different for a man and a woman. The rules have to be equal. Until unless we do not start working on those lines, we will never be able to empower a woman. I'm
Yeah.
sure if my mom had to tell me that you have three elder brothers, but this is how you have to behave, I don't think I would be so successful or such a strong person
Yeah.
what I am today.
Yeah. I
I would be
agree.
on the streets. I would be on the streets with my brothers playing every game that the boys played with them. So I
Yeah.
grew up in that kind of an atmosphere. And I think that's very important. You don't put out rules for women and a separate set of rules for men. So the minute we talk about gender equality, it starts there. And from there, it leads on. Today, we are still fighting for 33%, and that is shameful. We cannot. We are talking about equality, and it's like a woman, she achieves something and then it's like, "Arey yaar, achieve kar liya yaar." Arey yaar, when a man achieves, why don't you look at with astonishment or with a surprised look? Why is it it's always a woman you see with so much of surprise? "Arey yaar, usne achieve kar liya." All we four in this panel today, in this bracket, I think we all are self-made people. We have achieved because we believed in ourselves, and the credit definitely should go to our parents who believed in us and
Yeah.
allowed us to pursue what we love to do. So
I
I
agree.
think it's there, it starts at home.
But
No,
you mentioned
I
before I ask all three of you this, Urmila, you wanted to jump in. Let me just add a small question there. My running obsession is that we don't talk about equality at home. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who's the chief scientist of the World Health Organization, was saying earlier today that when she had to juggle kids, husband, and a career, it was really difficult for her. And the number of women I hear who say this all the time, that juggling. Now, why is that juggling only falling on women? Why do we not hear men say this? Why do we not hear men say, oh, I don't think I can pursue this line because, at this point, I'm a new father, or I need to attend my PTA meeting, or, I need to cook dinner tonight. I mean, if this man exists, I don't know him. And if you know him, please make me meet him. I would love to meet this man. Do you all know such men?
Yeah,
Urmila?
I do.
Nusrat?
even I know.
You're going to say my husband. You all
Even
three
I
will
know.
say my husband.
No,
No, no,
my
no.
You're all
father.
going to
No,
Before
say
my
my
father
before
too.
my
my
husband,
father.
my
Your
father.
fathers are willing to hear about.
My father
Yeah,
Okay,
was
so which is
one
what
by
my
Khushbu
one.
father
said. We've
was
learned
One
from our
by one, one by
parents.
one. One by one. I'll start with you, Nusrat, then Urmila, then Khushbu. Nusrat, who's this man?
So, so that's my father. I always wanted to marry someone who is very near, like every girl, like who's near to my father. So I've seen my father juggling too. I would not always claim that women are the best jugglers. I've seen my father juggle too, between work, between home. There were times when my father tried cooking all in vain, rubbish he cooked, but he tried. At least he made an effort. So I think, just like Khushbu mentioned, our upbringing came up from our parents, which is why we are so strong in the heart, in the mind. So yes, for me it was my father first, and then obviously the other men in my life followed.
Okay. Urmila?
I couldn't agree more. Actually, I always go and talk at this, forums because I feel that if I didn't have a father like I had, I mean, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Me and my sister were given probably more freedom. And like Nusrat just said, that not all fathers, all mothers are doing everything. My father has done it. From what I've heard, my father-in-law has done it. He was doing his PhD and he had three sons, and he would take time out and he'd be hands-on, playing with them, taking them out, helping them with their education. So all of that. So he was as much hands-on because my mother-in-law was a working woman as well. So he was as much involved in raising these 3 kids. And coming to the earlier point, so no, so it all starts at home, and that's why I feel it is all our job and kind of duty to take it to those women who probably didn't have that kind of upbringing, who don't know only that it is fine. You need to be given an equal opportunity. Only then you grow the way you are supposed to grow. So a lot of women, unfortunately, a lot of daughters don't know that. So that's why our duties become even more, specific. And even though Khushbu put in a very beautiful and poetic picture about how it all should be, I slightly differ on that one personally, in the sense that, like we said, that, people look at us and say, when I got the ticket last year, they were like, of course, because I'm a pretty face, that's why I got the ticket. That's what my opposition had said, literally the guy who finally won also. So वो तो सब होता रहता है और बातें होती रहेंगी. So basically, we kind of struggle with that as well, where other women think that because we've been actors, what they don't understand is that we are also putting everything we have earned in another field completely at stake. It is all at stake. People who have loved us, not knowing what our political stands were, probably are not going to be with us anymore. They're going to probably hate us. They're going to probably hate that side, that strong side of us, and go get a side of us, and not budging on your point of views and not going back for point of views. People don't like strong women. Women don't like strong women. I mean, what are we talking about men here? Women can't stand strong women. So it is all, even though we would like to see a certain rosy picture of it, those women, so we all have put at stake everything that we had earned as actors. And when we came into this line, some make it, some don't make it. And by making it, I don't necessarily mean winning the election, but the journey kind of goes on. But what about those women who don't even have that much stepping stone, and they have probably joined a party and worked for many, many, many years along with their male counterparts, and they don't probably get to where they are. So I feel, like I earlier said, that right from the ticket distribution to putting in efforts for those women to everything, all of that needs to be mobilized, and that needs to be mobilized by women like us, for women who are probably from their household, from their childhood, have not been given that opportunity. I cannot even put in words what it means to be given that opportunity, which I had, which probably all of us had in our houses. And that's why we are out there and doing our things. And that's why we need to reach out to those women who don't and pull them out and take them with us. It's going to be a long and strong battle, but I'm sure it's not an impossible one.
I want to take this to Khushbu, but I'm wondering how many of you saw this photograph where Kamala Harris, after she wins and everyone knows that she's going to be vice president, her husband posted a photograph on Twitter and he's hugging her and he tweets saying, "So proud of you." Now, the cynical person that I am, tweeted that photo and I said, how many Indian men would be comfortable being Kamala Harris's husband? And of course, I got a deluge of angry responses from women and men. Most women said, "My husband's like that." I was like, okay, that's fab. If if your husband's like that, good for you. But the larger point is that it is not easy for women. Even for women apologize for being more successful than their partners. Men are insecure about being less high profile than their partners. This is the society we live in. There are exceptions to it, but I think all of us have battled this in some ways in our personal relationships. I know I have. I'm just wondering what your experience has been with that, with men who may be living in your shadows. And I'll start with you, Khushbu.
I think, I'm very happy to know that whether it's Nusrat or Urmila, they have had a wonderful childhood with a very, very supportive father. Unfortunately for me, I didn't have. I've always seen my mom struggling all by herself. I had a father for the namesake because there was a surname to it, to my name. But otherwise, I don't have any great memories.
What happened? Can you share with us what happened exactly?
I have seen, my father was a very, very abusive father, a very abusive husband. And I have seen my mom struggle all her life, though she was, belonging to a very, very conservative Muslim family, uneducated. And I've seen her struggle. So my only thing was my mom she gave me the freedom and she allowed me to have my own wings and fly high, is because what she couldn't do it as a woman, she said, no, you should not be deprived of what I have been deprived of. So she allowed me to grow. And of course, We broke all our ties with my dad when I was 16, and after that, I have never seen him. In '86 was what I saw him last. So it's been 34 long years. I've never seen him, and I do not
No
regret
contact.
because I
No contact.
no
Khushbu,
contact,
sorry.
no contact. No, absolute no contacts. Of course, my other family members were in touch with him, but then I had taken a decision that I'm never going to see him, and I stuck to my decision. I mean, my mom was very young, so I could see her struggling, and her mindset that what would people say and all that. But then the kind of freedom she gave me, that she trusted me and she allowed me to grow. I think I give the entire credit to my mother for, because I've seen her being such a strong person. And I think for me, my family comes first. My family is very, very important to me. That also I take it from her. When you come talking about my partner, my better half, I think
before you come to your partner, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to push you on your pain buttons, but it's so important for us to be able to talk about abuse that we have all experienced in our lives in a open way. And thank you for choosing this platform to do it. I just want to understand, you said your father was abusive as a partner to your mother and also an abusive father. Do you mean that he was violent? Do you mean he was sexually abusive? All of the above? Because when I was listening to you, I was reminded of Eve Ensler in the Vagina monologues, and Eve Ensler spoke very movingly about her father being an abusive father. And I just want you to if you're able to, tell us a little bit more about that experience and how it was you and how you.
He was both, Barkha. I mean, I would want to call him as my father. So why I broke my ties with him is because I'd rather be alone and be happy than being abused by somebody who I thought was my father. My mom said he's my father, and that's why I knew my first connection with it's with my mother. My heartbeat is what my mother reads first when I'm in her womb. My connectivity with the entire world will always be those 9 months lesser than what I have with my mother. And that is why we all say that we love our mothers. Mother understands you. So for me, my mother is everything. And I stopped having any kind of relationship with my father is because he was abused in every possible way. So that is why I didn't want to continue calling him my father, and I broke my ties with him. And I'm glad I did.
What did that do? So what did that do to your trust in men? What did that do to your trust in men? To have experienced sexual abuse and physical abuse, and I think we've all experienced it sometimes in adult relationships, sometimes as a child. I've experienced both. Let me tell you my experience, not at the hands of a family member, but I have experienced it in a romantic relationship, and I have experienced it as a child. It changes you. It causes enormous trust issues. It makes you very, very scared of giving up control. But when that happens, when the perpetrator is your father, and I just want to bring home a statistic here, more than 90% of women in India who are abused know their abuser, know their abuser, right? It happens within the circle of trust. How did this experience transform or scar you or change you as a person?
It definitely changes you as a person. You look at everyone with a suspicious mind. You don't allow people to come very close to you. You always have some kind of a bug, running in your mind, and you think that everybody is around. If people are nice to you because they have an agenda. They have some kind of agenda on their mind, and that's why they want to be closer to you, or they want to be nice to you. So you stop trusting every man you come across. It takes time to build the trust. It definitely does take a lot of time to build the trust. And I could build that trust after a very, very long time. But then I don't regret. Like I said, I believe my father passed away sometime early this year, and the news came to me. So I'm like not even bothered. I'm like, fine, I rejoice. Somebody who was bhari tha is dharti pe chala gaya. That is how I react to it. So I take it. I don't hold anything against him, or I don't regret, or I don't say that, oh, that's my pity background and I need some kind of sympathy. No, I'm happy the way I am. I'm glad I took a decision to look after my family at the age of 16, and I'm glad we cut off our ties with my father. I'd rather stay with my 3 brothers and my mom and be a happy person than being in a very, very unhealthy and unhappy family life. So that was about my dad. But when it comes to my husband, I think it takes very strong person like Sundar to accept a woman who was extremely successful. We met when I was at the peak of my career. People had built temples in my name, and he was just starting out. He was doing his very first film as a director when we fell in love on the sets. And then, even today, he's such a successful director and an actor in his own right. But even today, when he goes to these villages, women flock there to see him because he's Khushbu's husband. And he takes a pride in that. He calls me up and he said, there was this old lady, he walked up to me. I was in the shot and she just turned around and she looked at me and she said, "Oh, you are Khushbu's husband?" In Tamil, they say, "Nida Khushbu Purushana." That's how they talk. And he takes pride. He's saying, I feel so happy that people, in villages, they still say that I'm Khushbu's husband. And he takes pride. So it takes a lot of guts for a man to accept that the wife is far more successful than me.
I agree. First, I just want to say, and I know Urmila and Nusrat will agree with me, that thank you for sharing what you just did. I think for us to talk about abuse and violence is never easy. For us to call our father abusive sexually and physically is probably the most traumatic thing to live through. I had a difficult time for 2 minutes concentrating on anything you were saying after you told me that. So thank you. I want to return, we have just a few minutes left, to an interesting question, unconnected, that came up on our stream about the balance between special treatment and equality. And the question was how in Paris there have been fines for too many women being nominated to particular bodies, right? That there is such a thing that also happens. We're seeing this debate at a time when the world is debating whether countries that have been led by women have handled the COVID pandemic differently, whether it's New Zealand, whether it's Lithuania, whether it's some of the Nordic countries, whether it's Germany, right? This is a very interesting conversation and I'm quite confused about it because मुझे कई बार लगता है कि अगर हम अपने आप को बहुत सारे compliments दें on the basis of gender, तो फिर वो जो insults आते हैं वो भी सहने पड़ेंगे. But just last thoughts on that particular question that came in. Nusrat, I'll start with you. The balance between not romanticizing ourselves but wanting equality.
Yes, I definitely agree to the fact that we are not romanticizing with ourselves. We don't need any special treatment. All we need is gender hierarchy. We need liberty in decision making. We need better position and as rights, take decisions and work in the front end. I mean, for God's sake, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I there?
Yeah. Now you're there. We lost you briefly, but you can repeat what you said.
Yeah. So, coming back to the point, I genuinely feel that more women MPs or MLAs will take on the gender hierarchy, and but however, liberty in decision making, in crucial decision making, or a better position in the party needs to be taken care of. We don't need special treatment. We just need to be treated equally. That's all we want. So not really romanticizing with ourselves. Just because we're women, you don't have to look at us and say, "Oh my God, such a pretty face." That's all that they're here for. And oh my God, they're rubber stamps. No. We are not rubber stamps. We don't treat us like rubber stamps. We know how to read, write, erase, rewrite, and bring about the change.
Yeah, actually, being underestimated is a very interesting thing because then when you deliver, they're like, "Hey, ye kya ho gaya?" Urmila, last thoughts.
I absolutely agree with you on that line that you just said, that sometimes I enjoyed being underrated also, because I'm like, good, you keep on thinking low of me, and so therefore I'll come back with more vengeance. And the interesting thing is that in today's day and age, one doesn't have to worry about too much romanticizing about one's achievements, because there are all these trollers constantly putting you down, so there's not going to be no problem in that. However, I must say a very touching thing, that I had 28 days after I joined Congress to put up my campaign, literally 28 days, not even a month. And I worked so hard, not because I'm a woman or man, because that's what I passionately wanted to do. So I did that. And when I had left Congress, I had never said I'm leaving politics, but somehow maybe it was assumed, again, because I'm a woman and because I'm an actor, that मैं हार गई तो मैंने छोड़ दिया politics. मैंने politics नहीं छोड़ा था. On the positive side, tremendously positive, I used to get and still do get so much feedback that you should be in politics, that you should be doing work, that you should come back, that you should be, and that kind of kept on making me go for it, and keeping me in that proper mindset, because something so I must have done right in those 28 days that people thought that I could bring in some change, if not a huge one. So that is also a part of it. So I think it's all both ways. And like I said earlier, that when you're entering a field that is so much demanding, not to prove anything to anybody else, but to yourself, you definitely need to know much more than most others. On the point that you're talking about, like my Instagram account was hacked 2 days ago, and I definitely intend to work on this space of cyber crimes in India, because ours is the second possible this on the social platforms, and a lot needs to be done to bring in laws against these kind of things. So what I'm trying to say is that I need to get into the nitty-gritties of it, understanding and bring about and work on it, So anything and everything, basically, you need to be a step ahead, not because you're a woman, but if you want to bring in change, you need to know much more than others do.
Yeah. Just a last comment from Khushbu. This thing that Urmila spoke about being loved and hated in equal measure, this is something that happens to women. It happens to women in particular who are strong, passionate, talented, successful. It also happens to those of us who live in the public space. I have some experience of this, right? I think I have faced extreme adulation and extreme hatred. It can destabilize you. It's very important to have people in our lives who keep us real. How do you stay real, Khushbu?
My kids. My girls make sure I'm real. They keep me grounded. The minute I really want to romanticize myself and say, okay, I have achieved something, and there's one knock on my head, I said, Amma, behave yourself. So I think, my girls make sure that I'm very, very grounded. And then I think it also matters the kind of friends you have. I completely depend on my friends. I have very close, a set of 5 friends who have been my friends since I came to Chennai, and they like one hello and they know what I'm going through, those kind of friends, and I have to speak to them on everyday basis, whichever part of the world I am in, and they keep me completely grounded, and they show me the real world, and they say that, listen, I think you are staying you're in a bubble, come out of it, burst the bubble and come out. This is the reality. So it is very important that you understand. It feels good. It definitely feels good that being an actor, being a successful person, being a well-known person, when you're going out, people do admire you. People do look up to you. Even in political parties, they're always in awe that, Arey, there is Khushbu. They always want to take a selfie and pictures. All that is fine. I can't let that go into my head, because that is not reality. The real thing will be when I start working and when I achieve something in the field that I have chosen to be in. So you really need to understand that what is real and what is not.
I just want to just look at this fantastic panel and just say 2 things. I was talking to some other women this week, and they said, every woman needs a wolf pack, and I love that phrase, that you need your go-to friends, right? And not necessarily your families, but actually someone outside of that, not necessarily your work colleagues. You need your wolf pack, and the other thing that we all need is you need your 2 a.m. pajama person, is what I call it. You need someone whom you can sit in your tracks with, no makeup, no filters, no good lights, just who you are. And so here's to 2 a.m. friends and our wolf packs. I just want to say that you all made me very happy today, because it doesn't matter whether I agree with you or I don't agree with you. I see individualism here. I see success here. I see color here. I see flavor here. I see unapology here. And I think unapologetic women are something to be celebrated. Urmila, Khushbu, Nusrat, be well and keep shining and have fun while you're doing it.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much. It's been so
Thank you,
much
and
fun.
happy birthday
Thanks,
again.
Urmila. Thanks, Nusrat.
Happy birthday, Barkha.
Happy birthday, Barkha.
Oh gosh, you outed me. Thank you so much. Thank you, Urmila,
So I
Khushbu,
would like to
and
actually say something before we end this conversation. That
yes.
To all the women who are listening to us, to all the men, on behalf of all of us today, that in order to get things done, we gotta do it ourselves. You do them first, and we're brave, we're unapologetic, we're unabashed, and I expect all the women to be the same. So I really want them to say that dare to dream and make it real. That's the message we would like to tell all the girls.
And
And
don't
Well
let
said.
anybody else tell you what you can do or what you should do. You decide and you stick to it.
And
Sure.
Nusrat, I must tell you, your first day in Parliament, you rocked. You were beautiful. So don't be apologetic as to what you wore. I think you killed
Thank
it.
you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Pleasure chatting with all of y'all.
Lovely.
Thank you.
More women need to stand up for women. More men need to stand up for women. More women need to stand up for men. We need to get this conversation to transcend genders, and that's when we will really be
Yeah.
where we want to be. Nusrat, Urmila, Khushbu, thank you. Bye for now, and catch you all
Thank
later.
you.
All right, we're going to switch gears now. Remember, you're watching the 4th edition of We the Women. This is virtual this year, and I'm sorry about that, but can't be helped. COVID did that to us. But as you can see, and as you've seen in the morning, it is no less on passion, on spirit, on the range of subjects it covers, and we've only just got started. We're getting the biggest newsmakers, change makers from across the world, and we're having some of the deepest conversations, and we're also having some really difficult conversations. And it's time now to move to a difficult conversation. How many of you know that India is considered one of the most depressed countries in the world? In fact, there was a point when the World Health Organization classified India as singularly the most depressed nation in the world. 15% of Indians, 15% of Indians need intervention for mental health disorders. And this is only the numbers we know. There are, of course, many people, because of the stigma and the taboo associated with mental health issues, that never really come out and even acknowledge that we have those problems. Depression, by the way, is more common in women than it is in men. This is psychologically has been studied, and it has been empirically established. So when 1 in 20 Indians suffer from depression, the chances are that that depression is impacting women in a different way from the way it's impacting men. But I just want to read out something to you, and this is what happens to women all the time. Women internalize mental health issues, men externalize, according to the Indian Journal of Psychiatry, right? And that is so damaging. That is so damaging, because when we bottle this up inside, when we become like these sacrificial creatures who think that these are issues that can't be spoken about, we are actually doing deep danger to ourselves. So the two women I'm about to bring up, I'm extremely happy and actually I would say proud of them for having decided to break the stigma around mental health issues, especially since they're extremely high profile. They come from India's premier industrialist and business family. And this is a mother and a daughter who are here to share their first-person story. They've in fact devoted their lives and their foundations now to helping men and women who are grappling with mental health issues. And remember, this has been a year. This has been a year that has multiplied our mental health challenges because of the lockdown, because of the vulnerability that we have felt in this year, because of the COVID pandemic. So please welcome to the We the Women Global Town Hall, Neerja Birla and her daughter, Ananya Birla. Let's bring them up now. And there they are. So lovely to see them, Neerja and Ananya. Thank you. And I was just saying that there's so much stigma, there's so much taboo around this subject. And I know that, I got to know Neerja before I got to know Ananya, and I only got to know later when Ananya decided to go public with her story, in fact, on a We the Women platform, that this was personal. This was altruism, this was social service, but it was also personal. Ananya, from a very young age, had grappled with mental health issues. So first, Ananya, thank you for showing the courage, for being here, for, millions of people are going to watch this. And I know it's not easy. And I want to start, if I may, with your mother's permission, by asking you the first question. How old were you when you realized that you didn't feel totally well? And how did you process it when you first started feeling this?
So firstly, it's a pleasure to be on, Barkha. Thank you so much. This is the first time Mom and I are actually doing a talk together like this on mental health. So to answer your question, I would say around 14, 15, Mom, is 14, I would say, is when I started feeling, I would just feel sad, I guess, and I would just start crying randomly out of the blue. And I think at that age, I personally wasn't that self-aware of what was going on. I was more confused. But Mom obviously was seeing and was very aware that there was something that was going wrong, and I was unhappy for some reason. So the course of action basically was Mom asking for help from me, right, Mom?
Yeah. So I think, because she was so young, Barkha, I think, at that age, one just thinks that
initially one thinks that it's just regular mood swings or, regular ups and downs, regular adolescent issues. And honestly, at that time, the awareness was so less, was almost non-existent, that one didn't even think along those lines. But, like Ananya is saying, that, by and by, you realize that something is not right, something is amiss. It's going beyond just a regular mood swing or a regular feeling of feeling low. And that's how then we started realizing that, we need to do something more about this than just, think that, okay, this is just a passing phase and it's going to become all right by just not doing anything.
And finding help at that time was so difficult because no one really understood. No one was really supportive enough to my mother, and just reaching out for help was tough, I guess. And it was tough for us. Just imagine what it must be for people out there. And hence, we started Empower and Moms taking it forward to give that to people that we didn't have when I was a kid.
I think there were two things, Barkha. I think the awareness was very low, so one didn't know really, what to do. And I feel that at that time, had I been more aware, more educated for as far as mental health literacy was concerned, I think I would have obviously acted on it probably faster, and I wouldn't have been so lost initially. And of course, like I was saying, that because there was lack of awareness, the support was very less, and also one didn't know what to do. And that's why, it's so important that, of course, awareness is very important, and also to know whom to reach out to, because that was a huge gap.
Yeah. Can I ask you, Ananya, so when your mother, rather, Nirja, reaches out for help and you go to a trained, I would guess, therapist or a psychiatrist, you're still a teenage girl and you're probably going through peer pressure. You're probably worried about how friends will react. You're also famous people. You're wealthy, you're rich, you're in the public eye. And I don't know if maybe then you were too young, but you know it today. And Nirja must have gone through this. You're also going to be mocked for having a rich man's disease, right? This is complete crap. Sorry, my unparliamentary language. This is a complete lack of scientific understanding of mental health issues. But this is how people respond. As a child, because 14, 15 is you being a child, how tough was all of this for you to process, Ananya? And what happened? What was your final diagnosis? When was a doctor finally able to intervene and say, Ananya, this is your problem?
I think I was just completely lost, to be honest. And the thing that probably kept me going at that time was I used to play chess. So that would keep my mind, occupied. I was very into my studies. I was very into sports. So I was a very high achiever. But the issue was, even though I was highly functional, I was very, very depressed. And that, I guess, would make people even more confused. Even relatives, for example, would just would not understand what's going on. And it happens all the time. When I was talking to you last time, that you see someone and they're perfectly fine and they're looking fine, they've dressed fine, but they've got a story within and they're really suffering from within. So I guess I was going through that while growing up. But then, therapy really helped. My mom was pretty much fought through this with me by herself, and she's gonna get very upset that I'm saying this. It was it's been a journey, and my mom's truly been it's I would not have been able to be here today without her.
That's really sweet.
And one more point to this before I forget is, a couple of days ago we were just discussing how it's impacted my mom in so many different ways as a caregiver. And, I ask myself and everyone asks me how I'm doing. Not that much anymore because I'm healthy and I'm fine now, but till about 2, 3, 4 years ago, I would say, probably just before I got into the music career. But no one would really ask my mom, how are you doing? And she is my primary caregiver. So, she probably she's going to start crying. It's a bad idea to bring this up.
Bad idea. Cry, by the way. But I cry a few times a day. It's okay. It really is. I think more of us should be able to cry. We'd feel better at the end of it. But, Ananya, you raised such an important point about the role of the caregiver, and I was going to ask Neerja exactly this, because I remember on We the Women in 2019, I had Alia Bhatt and her sister Shaheen Bhatt, and Shaheen had just written a book on battling depression. And when I had both of them on the stage together, Shaheen was actually a little more collected, and it was Alia who collapsed in tears. And I think that complete sort of emotional exhaustion, the anxiety you feel, the guilt you feel as a caregiver, that you keep asking yourself, could I have done something different? Did I not catch it early enough? Did I do something wrong? I just want you to, for once, stop being so stoic and strong and tell us what it's actually been like for you internally.
Yeah, well, yeah, it has been tough. There's no doubt about it.
Give her another kiss. Give it a hug and a kiss from me. One from me too.
Thank you.
Hold that.
Yeah, it's been really tough.
So I think everything is right, and especially being a mom, and the first time around when you're so, in a sense, so naive and almost illiterate where these things are concerned. Obviously the first things that come to your mind is guilt. That could you as a mother have done anything different? Has there gone something wrong in your upbringing? All those kind of traditional questions.
She's given me a great upbringing. It's just her guilt coming in.
Yeah, you do feel guilty at that point, and of course now you're much, you're wiser. You know the subject much better. You've sort of been exposed and all of that. But at that time, yes, and then of course you're trying to also figure out how do you get her to feel better, because just watching her crumble or watching her go through a low days, it was that itself was so painful. And then you're obviously trying to kind of hold her emotions, see how she can feel better on a daily basis. And then you're obviously trying to hold your emotions as well, because you have your own things that you're trying to grapple with and struggle with. So it definitely is extremely challenging for the caregiver. And I just feel that the caregiver honestly really needs a lot more. I think you really need to look after yourself a lot more as a caregiver than traditionally what caregivers do. I think it really is it is pretty tough on the caregiver. I mean, I can sort of say it with a lot more courage and with a lot more sort of calmness, but it definitely is a tough journey. And I like we discussed that for us, if it can be so tough when you have resources, I can't imagine what it must be for people who don't have anything at their disposal. The emotions remain the same, right? I mean, a caregiver goes through the same kind of emotions, but without having any kind of resources, no kind of backup support at all, it can be very tough.
And that's how they do so much.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because of
I do want to talk about the class divide and empower and the work both of you are doing. But Neerja, the caregiver, especially in situations like this, sometimes would need intervention themselves, right? The caregiver can slip into some sort of anxiety, some sort of depression. The other thing is the lack of understanding about mental health issues. So I'll share a personal story, because I think it's only fair that when you all are willing to be brave, I should be brave too. So I remember that there was a point in my life when I used to every now and then feel like I'm having a heart attack. And every time I would feel this, I would wheel myself, into the emergency wing of a hospital, and I would ask the doctor what's happening, till I was diagnosed with very severe anxiety attacks. And there was a period in my life for about 2 years that I had terrible anxiety attacks, and they were these self-perpetuating things. And eventually I got past them because I was able to understand them and not be scared of them, and now I don't get them anymore. But the fact that I just thought it was a cardiac arrest, the fact that I was so sort of embarrassed and I felt helpless and I felt like, oh my God, everyone thinks I'm this one tough woman, and I am, and now I'm going to have to say I get anxiety attacks, and it was just really difficult, right? So I'm just wondering for you, Neerja, like, did it reach a point where when Ananya was going into therapy, did you feel like you needed that help too? Did you have to do family therapy? Like, what was that process like?
So there were, of course, times when I used to feel that, I'm hitting such an emotional low myself that I would do well with therapy. But, somehow, I don't know why, and which I think is a wrong thing. I should have actually taken therapy, because I think it would have helped me. But, that's why I'm saying that as a caregiver, you look after your needs last. So, when you're already grappling with so much, and, I also, of course, have the other 2 kids, and by then work had started, and then every time, I don't know, how could you give that picture of me sleeping? Which one?
Why? It's a nice picture. It is a nice picture.
I have not given these pictures.
Yeah. So, I
We
think,
found
sorry, I just,
Don't we look like the same person, honestly?
sorry, I just got diverted with that, distracted. So I think, you just put your needs the last, and then every time Ananya would feel better, I just feel so much better myself that I would feel, okay, now, we're sort of seeing the fag end of it. And then again, there would be a low phase and all of that. So I think in that whole thing, I just never really, went to therapy myself, which actually I should have. In hindsight, I should have, because it would have helped me cope with my own emotions much better, So I would
and thank you for saying.
say,
Yeah.
and I did come to it very often that, I must take therapy, I must go for it. But it was a wrong thing that I didn't.
And you never have since then? You never have
No,
since
I
then,
haven't.
Neerja? You never.
In fact, just last week, I think I was telling one of my kids, that I really need therapy. I must go for it now. But that's what happens. You just sort of something or the other comes up, and then you feel okay, and then you're carrying on with life. I mean, by the grace of God, it never really impacted me to that extent on a long term. But yes, it definitely went through sort of low patches, and it takes a toll on you. There's no doubt about it.
I think everyone can do it to therapy.
So Ananya, I do want to ask both of you, like the fact that you were like such a famous family, was that tougher for someone like you to come out and really talk about what you're going through? Because you knew that there would be these mean comments, and I'm sure this has happened to you. And we were talking a bit about it last time, that, the kind of comments you'll get on your Instagram. You're also trying to sort of build now a passion career as a musician, as an artist, right? So you are in the public eye, even on your own domain, not just by being your parents' daughter. So after you've spoken about grappling with mental health issues, have people been kind? Have people been mean? Has it been a mix of both? How has it played out for you?
I think it's been a mix of both. But I was very well aware, and we've spoken about this quite a bit, that I want to talk about it. Because even if it helps one person out there, or it makes one person feel like they're not alone, it's worth it. So it's a choice. It's been a choice to want to talk about it. And like everyone knows, it's a very personal battle, and there are always ups and downs just in life in general. And it's very personal. So it's how much, firstly, do you want to talk about it, and how much do you want to actually talk about it. But it's been a very conscious decision, and Mom said that it's completely up to you. Whatever you're comfortable with is what you should do. And from within, I feel like I should do this, and I've probably gone through this for a reason, and that is, I hope to talk about it and to make other people feel like they're not alone. And I'm going to continue doing it regardless of what people say, because this is my truth. And one thing that my mom has taught me is that always stand strong when it comes to your truth. And it may take a while, but truth just never goes wrong. Honesty just never goes wrong. So yeah, I mean, I think.
Can I just encourage someone to speak up already? There's a comment on my screen. If it's possible to bring it back, someone who's actually coming out about, I am bipolar. Kudos for speaking out. There ought to be no stigma when it comes to mental health, solidarity, and love. So I think this is what it's about. Like, you're sharing your story has encouraged somebody else, Ananya, to come out and share theirs. And I think that's what it's about. That was just something we picked up on our stream. Ananya, the mean things that were said, when they were first said, what was said to you, and how did you deal with it?
I think more than what was said to me, it was how I felt, to be completely honest. So I always feel a lot of guilt. I've worked through it a lot, but there's a lot of guilt being born in privilege anyways, that I personally used to feel massively. And the first emotion for me, where anything was concerned till about 4 or 5 years ago, was guilt. So
why did you feel guilty? Hang on. Why did you feel guilty?
So it was the same thing, I guess, because, you get conditioned in such a way from society, like you quote unquote have everything. So who are you to feel this way?
Right.
You've got a supportive family. You've got such amazing friends around you. Who are you to feel this way? So I almost internalized it till I, really learned that there's certain ways in which you're conditioned that you need to unlearn. So initially when comments used to come, it used to bother me because I almost used to believe it.
What would they say?
But now,
What would they say?
The same thing. Like there are a couple that said attention seeking, which is absolutely horrible to say because I mean this is the last thing that anyone should do. I mean, and there's no need.
Yeah.
But that was horrible. And yeah, who are you to feel this?
I think one hurt this. I think what used to really also hurt much more. If I remember correctly, is when people from the family would say that. See, when people outsiders talk, it really doesn't matter
whether I should say it or not.
But I mean, when people from the family, which is where the awareness is so important. When people from the family or extended family, or say that Acha, why is she feeling that? What is it that she doesn't have? That is what hurts most actually, because you can see her suffering, you can see what she is going through. And then to tell me that, why is she suffering and what is it that she doesn't have? And that really hurts. I mean, what the world says really is quite immaterial because they, in any case, don't know what your story is about, right? And people, in any case, people, in any case, judge everybody so easily. That just makes you feel that nobody knows what your story is. Just because you have resources in the world doesn't mean everything.
It's easy to rationalize comment that comes from someone completely unknown in the public, but when someone from the family itself treats you like or invalidates your emotions or makes you feel like who are you this way, almost adding a bit of guilt to your shoulders, it's a very stifling feeling and it just makes everything worse. And forget me, I think it was so tough on mom because on one end she had me to take care of. This was when I was not an adult yet. I mean, you still have to take care of me, but so when I wasn't an adult, so she had to take care of her own emotions. Plus, she was battling this whole stigma that all these people around us had with me going through this. So it's like she knew what I was going through. And they were kind of not accepting her for supporting me because they couldn't understand what I was going through.
Yeah, it was quite messed up actually.
It was a little bit of a mind fuck.
And
so
and also I think what happens, Barkha, is at that that's why it's so important to get rid of the stigma also and to have open conversations, which I so often say, because when you don't want to talk about it, everybody is just trying to, people know something wrong, but it's so taboo that they don't want to talk about it. So it just becomes such a messy situation because it is a big deal. You really need to talk about it.
And Nija, I want to ask you how you dealt with the family, but if we can bring back that brilliant question or comment I just saw on my screen. It says, no one says you're so rich or come from such and such family, so why do you have cancer or diabetes? They say this only around mental health issues. The point being that they say this only around mental health issues. That's part of the stigma. And that's the point, that if you were to say you have diabetes or cancer, no one is going to tell you, hey, what do you're rich, so why do you have it? It's accepted as clinical diagnosis, but it isn't when it comes to mental health issues because of the ignorance and stigma. Nisha, how did you deal with these kind of mean comments from members of the family? Did you fight? Did you just ignore them? And how did you shield your daughter from them? Okay, I know that we just briefly lost that line to them. They were trying to answer that question, and we'll bring them back in just a moment. But this is a very, very important conversation that we're having with Nija and Urmila, and I think they're back with us now. And I think one of the comments that came up, sorry Nirja, we lost you just for a second, but there was that great comment saying that nobody says that you're rich or you come from such and such family, so why do you have cancer or diabetes? They say this only when it comes to mental health issues. That's part of the stigma. And I was asking you, when mean things were said by other members of the family, how did you deal with it? Did you just ignore it? Did you fight with them? And how did you shield your daughter above all?
So actually my first thing was always to shield her, because that was my that was my main thing, that I don't want it to get to her. I don't want her to get impacted by it, and because because she didn't need that additional kind of rubbish coming at her. And Also because I myself didn't believe in it. So, my first instinct was always to protect her. I mean, that was my first thing. And after that, of course, Barkha, initially, I tried to explain, then that didn't work. I used to try to fight, that didn't work. Ultimately, I just left it because I just felt that, when the other people are just not understanding it and I've got just too much on my plate, I just felt it's not worth it really. You got to choose your battles wisely. And that was a battle that I just decided not to wage, and I just dropped it. And after that, actually, that part just switched off. And, I think that just kind of worked for me that was my way of coping with it. I don't know whether it was right or not, but that was just the way I coped with it. And I think it was okay, I guess.
No, I think it was the right way to deal with it, because now when we talk about it so openly and everyone is seeing the beautiful reception that is coming from the public, and people like you really supporting us, the way they think about mental health and the way they think about me having gone through it and mom supporting me has completely changed. And that
by the way, the comments are saying it's very sweet to see this mother-daughter relationship. Those are the comments we're getting. So hurrah for you. There it is. But Ananya, before I come to the foundations that you're both working with, you found some great creative expression and release in music. And I want you to really talk a little bit about that, because I actually know that science and psychology is looking very closely at music therapy. I know I actually know some people who work in this space. Go ahead, Ananya, if you can talk a little bit about how music has helped you at this point in your life.
If I'm in studio, I'm absolutely fine. Like that's my place that's like my go-to. That's my go-to. So if I'm not feeling well, mom's like, I'm like, I need to go to studio. I'm like, yeah, just hit the studio. But I've been in studio ever since I've come back to Bombay even, and I just love writing music. I just love telling a story. It's just what I love to do. I just love it, and I do it because I love it. And initially it was really tough, given the background and everything. But after a couple of songs went platinum, and it started sort of picking up from there. And my last single now, if I'm allowed to say so, because I'm very proud of this, is on the first time been number one on Ghana for 3 weeks at a stretch.
That's amazing. That's really amazing.
It just encourages me to write more, and 100% it's helped me with my mental health massively. It still does. It's very cathartic for me, and that's how I write my. So mom was telling me the other day that if you look at all your songs, unreleased and released, it'll tell you your entire life and what's happened in your life. It's like
it
a story.
Really followed her journey, when you hear her songs, even the unreleased ones, because every story of hers actually tells a story about, every song of her actually tells a story about her, a facet or something that she's going through that phase.
Yeah.
But I have
in the end,
long, I think what has really, what has really motivated Ananya, and I'm really proud about that, is that through it all, how can she give back to people who are suffering? That's been her kind of her thing that has, what should I say? That's in her mind. I think that's how she kind of looks at it, that she's gone through this really tough phase. And by giving it back to other people, and by, kind of conveying that or conveying her story, if it can help somebody else, then it's worth it for her. And I think that is what has really kept her going, which I think I'm really proud about. I think it's good.
Thanks, Mom.
I think people don't even appreciate what it takes to step out and have this conversation and then open yourself up to judgment, to stigma, to mockery. Yes, there will be compassion and there'll be lots of support, but there is also the other side, and it is bloody difficult. So I want to talk about this year. Neerja, I know you've been running Empower for a while, and the pandemic has created all kinds of other mental health issues. You've been running mental health helplines. Talk a little bit about what you've seen people go through this past year.
So it's been quite very tough, Barkha. Like initially when COVID hit, there was so much of, and when we launched the helpline, we saw a lot of uncertainty, helplessness, a lot of anxiety, depression. People were very scared about, of course, the pandemic also, health-wise, what's going to happen, and generally about the future, what's going to happen, work-related. There was so much of isolation, right? People have, initially, if you remember, we were all completely isolated. So, that got about a lot of loneliness. So, people were going through a lot of lot of ups and downs, lots of very lot of domestic violence. And I think the way it is panning out, people then started getting scared about how are they going to get reintegrated back into society when the pandemic started, when the lockdown started lifting. Generally people have been very scared about employment. And then, of course, the kids have been suffering a lot because not having any social interaction is a very huge, sort of a very huge blip in the development of children. So, we're seeing a lot of cases coming up there. So it's been quite crazy actually. And I think in all of this, what really stood out for me is that when we launched the helpline, and even now we continue to get more callers coming from the male gender than the female. So about 68% of our callers are males. And that is really telling, because that just goes to show that, the stigma is so high amongst men. But because they're incognito, they're able to call and make that, kind of open up to the counselors. 68% callers being male is huge, is very telling. Is very telling.
Do you think that women internalize that? I know the Indian Journal of Psychiatry, I'll just read out that quote again, says women internalize mental health issues, men externalize. But if you look at the data again, 15% of Indians need intervention for mental health issues. This is just what we knew before the pandemic, and this is just the people who are willing to talk about it. We have no idea what the numbers might be if we actually stacked up those who are now ready to talk about it. Neerja, have you found in your experience that women and men handle these issues differently?
Oh, most certainly, most certainly. I think men and women definitely handle the issues differently. But I mean, of course, the emotions, like I said, remain the same, but they're just handled very differently. And also, women also have that whole bit about, the household, the in-laws, the children, all of that added pressure also comes about. So that also makes, and the expectations from men and women are very different from society. So I think all of that also adds to the way they deal with it.
Yeah. Ananya, tell us about your foundation. I know that both of you are actually running separate foundations, and there is a convergence on the mental health sort of space. And obviously, as a young person, maybe you want to do it differently, your own way. Also, no child wants to be, even though she loves her mother, in the shadows of her parents all the time. So talk a little bit about what you're doing.
I think my approach, there are two things that I'm focusing on. One is actually one-on-one interaction with someone who's going through something. Just as someone who has gone through it and has survived it, and kind of I have a few tips of how I deal with it. Not that I've mastered anything, I still have my days. So I love having actual one-on-one, heart-to-heart conversations with individuals. So this weekend, actually, I'm doing it with these people who send DMs to us. So that's one part of it. I love to reach out to people and talk.
These are not people you know. They can just reach out to you. You'd be willing to sort of connect with them and help them.
Just on Zoom for 10 minutes, completely honest conversation. So that's one thing. And the second thing is we're focusing more on research, and seeing where certain things actually stand and why certain things are the way they are. Because personally, I feel like till we don't know the complete why, it'll be really tough to tackle the problem. So my focus is to get to the why through intensive research, which we're now doing with a couple of lovely PhD students from LSE, and then hoping that I'll pitch it to mom and she'll come in with the interventions, and we can look at it from a holistic point of view and try to solve, do our bit in solving how much ever we can. It's such a huge issue, so in this lifetime, how much ever we can do, we will do. So that's what my focus is, that, really reaching out personally myself to individuals, and then this research element of it.
Yeah. So I want to ask both of you, how are you reaching people who do not have our resources, right? Who do not have access to therapists, who do not necessarily understand what a mental health issue is, who may be living in a village, who go to a hospital where there aren't even enough psychologists or psychiatrists. How are your foundations reaching India's poor who are grappling with mental health, maybe without being cognizant of it?
Okay, you want to go first?
Yeah, so everything that I'm doing currently from the foundation is free of cost. So whether that's me reaching out, which hopefully may help someone, whether that's the digital content that we put up on self-care, or what is anxiety, or what are the signs, how to help, what are the signs that someone is suicidal, for example, whatever it may be. All of these things that are digital are completely free of cost. So the foundation, the Ananya Birla Foundation, everything we do. So that's from my end, and I think we are of course doing it in a more sort of a organic manner, and in a more structured manner. So we have various workshops and a lot of outreach programs. In fact, just this morning, I had a call with our hub team on how are we going to train people at the rural level, and just make them give them enough skill and enough knowledge to help them identify other people. So kind of make them identifiers, because once that is done, and then somehow Empower can then come in and reach out to them and offer services. But the first thing, like you're saying, is to be able to identify. That itself is missing. Yeah.
I have just 2 minutes left. I want both of you with closing remarks on what you think is the biggest myth about mental health. And also someone is asking, did you struggle, Ananya, with medication when it started? Because, can I just get it back? I couldn't complete that question. It said, because I was taking some for my depression and it made me a zombie. So I also battled with the medicines. They didn't immediately make me feel better. So if you just want to come in on that in your closing remarks, and what is that one myth that you want to bust as we close this conversation?
So just to answer the question, thanks for the question. It's a very slow and tedious process to see what sort of medications actually help you, because we all have different brains, just so we have different bodies. So you'll have to go through a couple of different medicines to see what suits you. Having said that, for me personally, when I was on medication, it did put a little bit of a filter. It puts like a different layer. But if you get on the right medication, you won't feel like a zombie. It'll just push you a little bit to help you get over certain situations. Like, for example, making sure that you don't get a panic attack, right? For example.
Yeah.
Hopefully you find the right mix of medication and therapy for yourself, and the right medication. What myth would I like to bust is, I would like to say, just be kind to everyone out there. You just never know what someone is going through, no matter what background they come from. Let's stop spreading hate, even if that's one comment on a post. It really affects people. We're humans, we're sensitive. So let's just be kind. That's what I would like to say. Yeah.
Well,
and I think,
well said. And sorry, Nirja. Yeah.
So to add to that, I think I'd also like to say that people very often think that if just because you're suffering from a mental health illness means you're less capable. So I think that's where we need to make a change, that just because you're suffering from a mental health illness does not make you less capable or less productive. So let's be equal to all, and not like what Ananya is saying, let's not judge people on that. I think everybody has a right to lead a fulfilled life. And mental health is definitely not to be discriminated about. Nothing should be you shouldn't be discriminated on anything, and definitely not mental health.
Someone just wrote in saying, how do I connect with your foundation? There it is. So if you want to just quickly say something there, and they can take it down maybe as they're watching this.
Yeah. So on Instagram, it's at Ananya Birla Foundation. And you can email us at hello@Ananya Birla Foundation, and we're on it. So feel free to email us, and we'll be here to help in any way that we can.
Fantastic. I just want to say to you, Ananya, and I do not mean this in any patronizing older person way. I know how difficult it is to come and have this conversation. I know how reserved and private your mother is. It's probably even more difficult for her. She's done it for you and for the larger cause. You've both shown extraordinary courage because you want to help other people by sharing your experience. And I think that's brilliant, and more power to you. And thank you for shining a light on this taboo subject that needs to stop being taboo like yesterday. Thank you. And I have one request, because both of you have shown so much courage. If you're around in about 15 minutes from now, we're honoring some women at the COVID Frontline. And we'd just like you to announce that award. It'll take you just 30 seconds to just say well done to them. And if the link is still open, we'll try and get back to you in 15 minutes from now. But otherwise, thank you, Ananya and Nirja, and more power to you. And thank you for being part of such an important conversation. Thank you, and take care.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Barkha. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was a mother-daughter conversation, a first-person story about mental health. Ananya Birla daughter of Neerja Birla, India's premier business house, talking so openly about mental health, being clinically depressed in a country where 15% of Indians need mental health intervention and 1 in 20 Indians suffer from depression. And these are very, very conservative numbers. Okay, that was an important, but it was also a difficult conversation. And perhaps it's time for us to step back and feel just a little better. And if what I'm going to play for you next doesn't lift your spirits, then I'd be very, very surprised. She's the hula hoop girl, and she's the hula hoop girl in a sari, and she certainly has swag. She'll be with us in just a moment, but you may want to watch this video first.
Ouch.
And that was a fantastic Eshna Kutty. Are you a magician?
Well,
You're a
thank you.
magician. You
Believe
know,
that.
I saw that first on Instagram, and I remember I had no idea who you were, and as the whole world was captivated, so was I. How the hell do you do that? How? How?
I had a lot of free time and I used to stay at home a lot. So this is the pastime.
No, seriously, Eshna, tell us a little bit about how this became not just like an interest, but it's almost become what identifies you. This is obviously not just passion now; it might actually become a full-blown profession, a brand identity. So, what's been going on ever since that video went viral?
Ever since the video went viral, actually, everything. So I think in 2020 only, I was working towards building my brand, which launched yesterday.
Okay.
And so we'd been working on that through the year, which is just going to be a platform for hooping, which I wanted to share with everyone. And ever since the video went viral, basically we had to speed fast everything so that we could cater to all the people who joined our mailing list, because that just boomed completely. But it's been a crazy few months for sure.
So how did you become a hooper? How did this start with you? Like when we were kids, I remember there used to be these hula hoops. Like I remember growing up with them, but not that I ever learned how to do this. In fact, if I sign up for your class, I'm going to be your worst student. And if you can teach me, you're going to be like the best teacher ever. I'm telling you. And this is after I learned classical dance for 16 years. I'm a student of classical dance, but I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I can guarantee you that hula hooping is way, way more easier than dancing. And I don't come from a dance background at all. I had two left feet. I swear to God, I had two left feet.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. That's just rubbish.
The reason I picked up hooping was also because I think I was just a walking imperfection, in the sense that my hands were very clumsy. I used to drop things. I was into sports, so I had a very like rigid body, not too flexible, but like strong. And but generally, I think I was a very shy person. And the interesting thing about a hula hoop, my reason for picking it up is what I noticed is that when I first started hooping, I used to be a very conscious person, and when I was hooping, I felt like I had this mask around me that nobody was actually looking at me or my body, but they were actually looking at the hula hoop. So in that process, it became like this. It became like this safe space that I could always hop into. That I do my classwork, all of that, and then I can jump into this safe zone and just enjoy that moment with it. And there's just so it's been like a journey of, I didn't get into it for the fitness and for the elegance or all of that, but it was just simply like a feel good experience of I like the moment.
So that's really interesting, right? Like you're saying you were shy and this kind of gave you this persona to wear. And I'm looking at this video and I'm like, I'm not shy. Like, I don't think anyone would call me shy, but I would feel very like kind of naked if I were doing that, right? So it's like different if like if I were doing that for camera and for the whole world to watch. So it's different what we wear as masks or personas, right?
That's very interesting. Yeah. I think you make a point, and I think that is something I think social media has done to me, in the sense that I realized I used to be very insecure with all that you see on social media, and I would always try to put my best foot forward. So I would always try to put a perfect video up of a perfect performance where my hands are, and I'm just being extra, trying to be perfect, and it's just not working out because you can see it's fake. Expressions also like, so I think because of that, like I just try to put out things that make me a lot more conscious, things that I find harder. So things like bloopers, or things that I find very hard to share with the world because that's just embarrassing. Like, why are you making a fool of yourself on social media? And the more I started doing it, I realized that with each passing video, with each practice, I was shedding a layer of that consciousness and that insecurity. And with each moment, I was learning to laugh at myself a lot. And I think most of the day I'm laughing at myself, because there are at least 5 times in a day where I hit the hoop on my head, or I fall down, or something happens. And that process of shedding has just been, like a snake skin is like out of you. And now you put me anywhere. If I have a hula hoop, I'm probably going to be the most me. And if you take it away from me, I will be very, very awkward.
I was just going to ask you, so what happens when there's no hoop, right? And this being this sort of generation of Instagram, child of Instagram, child of social media, as you guys are, and the rest of us oldies are kind of trying to catch up. I just look at it and it just seems like such a crafted, artificial, constructed space. Everyone looks beautiful. Everyone has toned skin. Nobody has cellulite. Nobody has a paunch. If they do, they hide it or they sit like this. Everyone has perfect makeup. If you take shots without makeup, you make sure that the dappled sunlight is falling on your face in just the right way. How do you navigate the search for authenticity? You're now public. You're now a public face. Everybody knows you, right? And you're this shy girl who sort of hid behind a hoop. How have you navigated those competing impulses?
I know it's crazy, like from the longest, because I don't see myself as a performer. I haven't done many performances on stage with the hula hoop just because of how awkward I'd sometimes get. But which is why it was always bedroom hooping for me. And then that bedroom hooping went viral.
That by the way, that sounds like more exciting than it is, I'm sure, right?
But yes, I think everything changed for me which is why I was watching your conversation with Ananya as well, and I resonated with a lot of things about music therapy, because I did my postgrad in dance movement therapy, and I come from a field of psychology. So I think just information and knowledge about, self-esteem is an issue that we need to talk about. And so movement therapy really made me tune into my body and make me come more to the here and now. So, every time you're in this moment of feeling a certain way, you feel it in your body also. And just tuning that awareness to what am I feeling right now. And when you start accepting these feelings, that's where you grow from it and you expand on it. And that has just taught me so much. And I think movement in general, like I know for a fact that I always, love to move. Okay. And move not in the go for a dance class in 5, 6, 7, 8, but in the, I just like to jiggle my body. Like, this is movement, So, if finding a movement that really moves you and, understanding it, and then but that is for me. So for someone who's very passionate about music, and it doesn't even have to be an art form, it could be absolutely anything. When they find that space to just really express themselves, and you start discovering new things about yourself, and then I don't think you're ever like, I'm authentic now, full stop. It's always
No, I don't think any of us are, right? Like I say these things, but I still make sure when I'm doing this town hall that I have good lighting, good production. So I don't even know what authentic is. Like, I think we're all just every day trying to be like one layer less of hiding, right? I mean, that's how I'd say it.
But I think I agree. And I think just the fact that we're trying each day itself is a lot, because you're putting yourself in the field knowing that, you may get criticism for being yourself, but then you are still trying to do that.
Yeah. So what's next with the hooping? Do you see this as something you're going to pick up in a big way? You obviously said you've launched your brand platform. What's been happening? I mean, I'm sure you've been deluged with people sort of wanting to learn how to do this. But other than that, like, what are the plans? And is this like now going to be some full-time thing for you, or do you have other plans?
I do have a lot of plans, but I don't want to speak out too much and then not make it happen. So that bit, but with the brand, at least, I recently launched my shop and my courses. So my courses are available for everyone, and I'm selling hula hoops. So the other side of my room it's got hundreds of hula hoops. But basically, to create a space.
It's got hundreds of hula hoops where you're sitting. It's got hundreds of hula hoops where you're sitting.
You'll see,
can you show us?
There's some packaging happening on the side, and if I move the camera, then your tech people are gonna threaten me.
Yeah, they're going to kill me also. They're going to kill me also. So I'm going to make you do it right at the end of our conversation, so they don't kill me. But really, like, what's next? Like, what are you dreaming of? What are you thinking?
I just really want to be able to create a space for not just women, but for women and men and every gender possible, just to experience this feeling of a community that is actually non-judgmental in its truest form. And so even with hula hooping, my goal isn't to make everyone super fit and super flexible or something, because you can do that for other things. I genuinely feel that hula hooping to me is a beautiful like mental game in a way, and just to be able to share that feeling with another person is another process altogether. And in that process, of course, you sorry guys, in that process, of course, you get to experience fitness as well, but just creating that space for people and then expanding to the world.
Do you always hoop in a sari? I didn't talk to you about the sari, but the sari is such an identifying feature of both the video you did for us and the video earlier that went viral. And there was so much swag to how you wore that sari. And I again say that as someone who dreams every day that, oh, today I'll wear a sari to work. Of course, I never do it. I think it's my most favorite drape, but I just think it comes in the way of my work. And for you to actually have work that you can do in a sari makes me kind of jealous. So, how much of the sari is an identifying part of what you're doing?
No, actually not that much, which is so I love wearing saris and I love hooping. Yeah. And hooping is not an Indian art form, and it's not recognized in India other than people having it in school and having watched kids do it. So it was just a thought that I wanted to be able to. Sorry?
I can hear you. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
can you hear me? Yeah.
I can be able to see you because I can't see you. I can see the text.
Oh, I can see you. I can see you and I can hear you fine. So just go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, this was just a test for me to see, I need to find ways to kind of tap into the Indian market. Like, it's been many, many years since I've been hooping, and people still don't know about it. It's so niche. Yeah. I could count the number of people who were teaching it in the entire country in one hand. So this was just a thing that, hey, people don't know hooping, but they know what saris are like. Let's put it together and just put sari flow. But I have so many sari flow videos, but then the first one went viral. So now if I put it now, it's going to be like, oh, it's back again. So the idea was not just for sari, it was to be able to wear anything, just to show the comfort that, fitness doesn't have to be tights and sports bras and whatnot. It can come.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, for all you know, you can wear a dhoti also. It doesn't even have to be a sari. You can wear men's clothing. They can wear ours. There was a guy who sari hooped as well. So I think people are just yeah. So I think people are breaking stereotypes. Watching him, I was like, okay, maybe my next video needs to be in a dhoti. So I'm just loving the stuff that's coming out here, and it's very inspiring when people resonate and they are also giving back that love. So it pushes you to also want to share some more.
Yeah. Tell me this, the kind of people who now want to learn how to hoop, are they mostly your age? Are they older people? And do you really think anyone can do this? What does it involve? It involves some skill, some fine skill and fine art beyond just letting go of your self-consciousness. How did you get into it?
I got into it when I was in school. Like I said, I had exam time, 10th grade, and I don't want to study, so let me hula hoop. But in terms of student base, surprisingly, most of my students are 30 plus. And most of the people who are interested also in hooping are from the mailing list. When I see through them, they're in their 40s, some are in their 50s as well. Of course, there's a wide variety of a wide range of people in their 20s, etc. But I'm very impressed by how older women are getting into it. I think because it just seems non-threatening, even though it requires a little bit of technique. But I genuinely feel that if you have that right technique and the right sized hoop, anybody can hoop. And just in the morning, I was making my mom and dad try some new stuff. They were
Oh,
testing
really?
my hula.
How did that go? How did that
They
go?
were terrible. They were terrible, but that's also because in the 10 years, they've actually never bothered learning it. And today, when my hoops came, I was like, I need to test this. Which body type does this work on? So, but I've taken workshops for women over 60 years of age, and they were fantastic. Age is not a bar.
I can still do this then, right?
100%. I think we should have another session where you're just hula hooping.
I'm taking you up on that, leaving it there, and saying thank you to you, Eshna. Please keep hooping your way through life. Thank you very much. As long as you're not jumping through hoops, but you're hooping through life. Thank you so much, Eshna, and great talking to you. And we're going to leave it there, Eshna Kutty, the hula hoop girl, but from one performance to the other, both in saris. If there was sari in a hula hoop or hula hooping in a sari, we've also got Saxophone Subbalaxmi. She opened We the Women for us, and she's back with some more sari swag. All right, that was Saxophone Subbalaxmi lifting our spirits and paying testimony to the fact that more women need to blow our own trumpet. Moving on now, it is time to look at COVID and the women who've been at the front line. And it's time for our second COVID Courage Award, I beg your pardon, of the day. Let me bring up our guests now. We've got Meenal and Shefali, Meenal Bhonsle and Shefali Desai with us. They're from My Lab. They're part of the Frontline team. That's right, a 9-member women's team that helped create India's first testing kit for COVID. Can we bring them up, please? And we've also got back with us, just hearing her in conversation with her daughter talking about mental health. And before I hand over to our moderator for this session, if we can bring up Nirja and also if we can bring up Meenal and Shefali, and I'll get them in just a moment, but I just want to take this moment to announce, as we're lining them up, our second COVID Courage Award for 2020 for the Frontline team, the 9-member team of My Lab that actually helped create India's indigenous first testing kit for COVID. Can we play that video, please? Can we play the video? All right, so our second COVID Courage Awards of 2020 for the all-women's team, the 9-member team that developed India's first testing kit for COVID. Ananya and Nirja Birla, mother and daughter, who spoke so courageously about mental health, are here with us to do the honors. So I just want a brief felicitation from Nirja for these women. We've got 2 of them here from a 9-member team, and they were a 9-member women's team that developed the testing kit for COVID in India. Nirja, so if you'd just like to say a few words to them.
Heartiest congratulations to both of you, Meenal and Shefali. I think what you have done is absolutely remarkable, especially at the time when everything was so uncertain and you all were working in a completely unknown area. I think it's very, very creditable that you all were able to develop this, and I'm sure it's helped many, many people, and I'm sure it is still helping many people. That COVID has been such a, it's been real mystery of sorts. So at that time, to be able to come up with it, I think is extremely credible, and being absolutely in the front line. Kudos to both of you and your entire team for doing this for the country.
And Ananya, do you want to add something?
I just want to say that from someone part of the youth, both of you and the work, it's really inspiring for me. Being women and being out there in the front line, thank you so much. Truly very inspiring. You've inspired me to be a better person and to be there for people when the world is in an absolute crisis. So thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Ananya and Nirja. Thank you for your earlier conversation. We'll say bye to the Birlas now, and we'll catch you later. Ananya and Nirja, thank you so much. And to Meenal and Shefali, I want to say your actual trophies will be shipped to you. We're sorry this is a virtual event, so we're announcing this virtually. Thank you to Nirja and Ananya for doing the honors. And let me hand over now to the moderator for this session, Raga De Silva, who's with us now. Raga, it is over to you.
Thank you, Barkha. Thank you, and a very, very happy birthday to you again from your well-wishers in London. So it is my pleasure to spark this conversation with the women of science who sparked India's first step towards dealing with the pandemic that we are all caught up in. Dr. Meenal Bhosle, Shefali Desai, a very warm welcome and congratulations. So how are you doing?
Thank you so much.
Dr. Meenal, let me start with you. So you've had 2 major deliveries recently.
Yes,
How is your second delivery doing?
it was tough, of course, but I managed with my courage and the support from my family.
So just for the audience, Dr. Meenal, so that they know, so you delivered a working test kit just hours before you rushed in for a cesarean section, right? I mean, what an astounding feat. So I just want to know the story. You know, the WHO declared COVID as a pandemic on the 11th of March, and you delivered the
Right.
testing kit with your core team by end March. How did it all come together so quickly? I'd love to know from you.
Yes, sure. Actually, as you know that the COVID-19 was spreading in December 19 in China. And though the number was unknown and whatever the severity was also unknown at that time. But being a research team and being a research head, we all were looking for the things that may come up as a severity for Indian population also. So we were thinking to start the kit development because I think as being an infectious agent, the COVID-19 spreaded everywhere. So we have started the things like design of the kit during the January, where I will just briefly tell you the what is the procedure of development of the kit, so it would be a better idea for you also. First of all, we need to design the kit, like whatever the raw materials and what will be the specificity, sensitivity. For that, what we need to design the materials and all. So the design part also needs a lot of efforts, lot of literature search, genomic sequences search, everything. So we had completed that part in the January and we ordered the raw material. Once raw material came, actual development part started. So I think around in the second week of February, I think we have started the actual development plan. Generally, it took 3 to 4 months to complete whole the development validation of the test. But as it was a very emergency situation and we have to serve the nation, we worked very hard due to our stringent protocols, then quality control criteria, our expertise, and of course the important is our teamwork with all women in our laboratory. We made this possible. So during February, I was in the, I was 8 months pregnant also. So it was difficult for me to visit the laboratory on daily basis. So I started working from home. It was really difficult for me to sit for long time on a laptop, on phone. But yes, I took this as a challenge because see, I was the first employee in my lab to start with the research work and the product development protocols. And for last 7 years, I have been working with my lab. And in a difficult situation when actual my expertise was needed, if I could not contribute for the same, then what was the use? That was my thought procedure that time. So with this thought and with the trust of our directors, they have given me the responsibility, and that trust motivated me very well. So I have managed to work from home. So I guided my team along with, of course, Shefali ma'am, Mitali, everyone, to execute the plan. So design and development was the heart of the test for giving a best outcome. So thousands of experiments were carried on in the month of February and in the start of March, of course. Then the development followed by the quality control criteria checkups. Then to have a best sensitivity, specificity, and then parallelly we need to apply for a government approvals also, because our product, because see, we developed our product, so of course we knew that we have developed a best quality product, but for commercial use we need to prove that to the things, to the government also. So external evaluation was
Yeah,
carried on
sure.
in the just yesterday before my
Yeah.
admission to the hospital at National Institute of Virology, and on the same day we have submitted the government test license proposal for commercial use to
Sure.
the Cedisco as well. So that is the
So,
whole
Dr. Meenal, I'm going to
story.
interrupt here. Sorry, thank you. I'm going to interrupt here. What a fantastic story. I'm just going to take this forward to Shefali ma'am, as I called you yesterday as well. So as I understand, Dr. Meenal worked on the research, design, and development, and
Yeah.
you then took over and you basically had to ensure that all protocols were met and followed, and that it was then therefore taken to the government agencies for approval. And as we know, in India, we are very skeptical about the government. We always say they're slow, they follow a long process, but you managed to do this in record time. So can you take us through that and tell us how did you manage to do that?
See, basically, when we submit anything to the government authorities for any application or any approvals, first and foremost, you have to look at your end. Your product has to be complete, sensitive enough, specific enough, and it has to be a complete product which no one could deny any approval. That is first. Second,
Okay.
there are always rules and regulations which has to be followed to the T. Paperwork has to be complete. All the approval formats, all the forms, whatever is required has to be filled. See, it is not that they don't want to give you approval, but they also want to assure that your product, what you have submitted for testing the masses, meets the criteria and it would really help the countrymen.
Sure.
So
So how long did it take you?
So it didn't take us much because our product was so robust. So we had an audit for our facility. Cedisco team actually came in to check us how we are doing, what are our procedures, what are our SOPs, how we are going to do when we give the manufacturing license, if we receive, how we are going to produce this. They tested, they checked our facility, and then they approved that yes, our facility is world class. It is WHO kind of facility, and it can be used for manufacturing of such a sensitive test.
Fantastic.
Because
So from that time, from the time you got the sanction and approval from the government agencies, how
Right.
fast does manufacturing happen?
So because of our management's, for what you call vision, they also had procured raw materials which would required to produce initial kits, and then from then on there was no looking back, because we knew our product was good. We knew our product had 100% sensitivity, 100% specificity, and because of that, and all the government agencies also helped us in achieving this, because they knew our product
Excellent.
was robust. It was sort
Excellent.
of,
So I'm going to take
we
this
got.
to Dr. Meenal. And so
Yeah.
Dr. Meenal, after the design development, the whole process of getting sanctions and then getting it manufactured, it's a huge process, right? So while you were away at home, did you see through the entire process as well, or did you hand it over at that point?
During till the development plan and proposal plan, I was there physically from home, though remotely I was on phone guiding my team how to execute the experiments. Then once the experiments has done, we need to analyze the experiments, interpret the result, see whether it is qualifying the quality control check or whether it has failed anywhere, something as not as per the expectation. So that analysis part I have done remotely using the laptop and softwares, of course. So till last moment I was there to support my team, and fortunately before my admission the kit was ready and submitted to the respective authority. So I was glad that I could have contributed the thing. to my best.
And congratulations again to having Jasvi, which your baby's name, a beautiful name as well. So I'm going to take this
Yes.
to Shefali, ma'am. We talked about accuracy. You said that we have 100% accuracy in the product that we have right now. So the testing
Right.
kit. So can you tell us about how do you ascertain accuracy and how is this possible? 100% accuracy. Sure.
Okay, so 100%, 100 times, that sample would come positive with our kit. That is called 100% accuracy and
Sure.
specificity.
So we've got some of the world-class testing kits, right, in India right now, and you've
Yes.
been instrumental along with your core team to bring that. I just want to just applaud you both once again and your core team. This is just amazing, But at the back of it, Meenal, I'm going to come back to you, and I'm going to have this question to Shefali as well. You and your team have worked so hard on the front line to combat this pandemic. Yet out there are so many conspiracy theories around the virus. From the government trying to control, they're saying that the government's trying to control us through the virus not being real. So many untruths. So, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, let's start with you, Meena.
Yeah. See, though there are so many things going on parallelly, but we are in the molecular diagnostic thing, and yes, the right way to diagnose the viruses are to check the actual presence of virus. So it was the right path which we took, and that was our success story, I think.
No, but people are okay.
Your voice is
So,
cracking bit, so I couldn't get it properly.
yes, sorry, it seems that we seem to have some technical problems, and
Yes.
do I end it now? Meenal and Shefali, we seem to be having some technical problems. We'll come back to you later. But thank you for
Okay.
being here. I know you make us women proud. You make India proud. And I'm a proud Indian and a proud woman today. We hope to have many more of you. And congratulations once again and all the very best.
Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much for
much.
appreciating our work, basically. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Our next guest today is Sumukhi Suresh. Sumukhi is a stand-up comedian, actor, writer, showrunner, and most important, yes, people say a show-off. Sumukhi started a comedy career in Bangalore, and you must have seen her lots and lots on YouTube and the fantastic content she writes. Betty Nark. I mean, I love the name itself. Show Pushpavali is very popular right now. Go straight, take left. There are so many. I don't know about love stories that you may have seen, Comic Stan that you may have seen her on. And my favorite, when I want a few laughs, I go back to YouTube and look at Don't Tell Amma. So today we have Sumukhi with us, and I hope she's going to make us laugh. Sumukhi, put your hands
Hi.
together for a stand-up comic, actor, writer, showrunner, and a show-off, Sumukhi Suresh.
I'm gonna clap for
Sumukhi, how are
myself
you?
because I can't hear anyone. I'm well. How are you? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Is everything
Sorry,
good
I'm
that
just trying
way?
to get audio. I can't really hear you.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Can you
now.
hear
I
me?
can hear you now.
Superb.
I can hear you. Hey, how are you? This Fasi to
I'm
Hasi,
well.
Hasi to Fasi. I said that we have to make you laugh and smile because of those dimples. And hey,
Thank
and
you.
so wonderful. For some reason, Sumukhi, whenever I think of your name, I think of Maharani ki Jai Ho. I don't know why. Is it a regal name?
That's because no, it's because father thinks I'm a guys. It's all just regular work stuff. I'm queen to my dad. That's what it is.
I love your stuff, and I'm so happy that we're getting a chance to speak to each other today. And we've had a conversation around this quite a bit. And one of the things that kind of you talk about gender quite a bit, gendering. Women are doing so well, and we're seeing as women, across all industries, female pilot, female managers, female tech software engineers, and so on, and now female stand-up comics. But we never hear of male pilots, male software engineers, male managers, male stand-up comics, है ना? So they're just like
Yeah, that's
surgeons or
true.
pilots. So why do we do gendering for women? Yeah.
I I mean, if you, I think this is something I've mentioned very regularly, that I'm not a big fan of gendering, where I'm like, no, it's just a comic or it's just a pilot. But I think I've come to understand why it is needed. I think gendering is needed because since there are few of us as compared to men in the field, the tag female comic helps other women to look up to it or other girls to look at it, saying that, oh, even I can be that. But the hope for me in my head is eventually that tag goes away and we're just we're just a profession rather than the gender of the profession. Also, in very inadvertently you put us in a box कि भाई तुम लोग एक दूसरे के साथ ही लड़ो, हाँ, सारी औरतें एक साथ लड़ना ताकि हमें मजे आए. It's a very, I'm like, नहीं नहीं नहीं, हम लड़ेंगे तो सबके साथ लड़ेंगे. अगर झगड़ा करना ही है, we should fight with everyone. So yeah, exactly. So but I get it, I understand why there is gendering, but I hopefully it's a very like an interim thing and we eventually drop the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like actresses and actor, in the film industry,
Yeah.
right? Now we are getting recognized as actors, and hopefully that will change
Yeah.
as well. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
about
I'm just
time,
going to.
absolutely.
Yeah. So do you think the content for male comics and female comics is different, and do we use that quite a bit in our, maybe sharing social messages, for instance?
I think content absolutely is different because our observations are different. Men have different kind of observations. They've also been, I think, in the whole concept of stand-up comedy a little longer. So they are exhausting the observations that they have, and women have absolutely different observation. Our life arc is only very different, right? Like we are born. I mean, I may not be personally, but women alone are. There are so many women who are born into struggle. कि पैदा होते ही the fact that you are being born itself is a big deal. Like there are women who are not allowed to be born as well. So now if this is the observation or this is your lifetime, then your observations are going to be very different. Our biological cycle is different. Like I constantly keep hearing this way saying, why is it that women speak about only like their body parts or about their menstrual cycle? Why not? There are so many observations I still have about my body parts. It's also because comedy comes from a space of challenge. It comes from a space of
Hi, can you hear me
sort
okay?
of conflict.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, but do you think as a public figure, it is a responsibility that you carry, and as a writer as well, to change the narrative and, to use the craft for, say, social messages?
uh okay, let me put it like this, is that my bigger picture is to make good content. And I think if the content is good and my voice is honest, it is going to have a message for someone. But am I running behind the social message? No, because I'm also looking at, there might be women who just want to do it as a craft. They just want to come, they want to act, or they want to perform. But there is still a message even in that. The fact that you just want to perform or you want to do a good job, there is a good message there as well, saying that if you want to work, you have a space to work, you don't have to fight, which is a great message for a lot of people. So for me, overall, it's do your job very well. Eventually there'll be like Behti Naak. I did not create it because I wanted to send a social message out. I created because I truly found it funny. I found that character very hilarious for myself. And I have been told that, oh, we had a takeaway from that. That's great. That's very good that you had a takeaway. People who don't like my content also, by the way, have a takeaway. They're very like, hame isko nahi dekhna. That's a great takeaway. Good decision.
Yeah.
But just,
Sure.
yes.
Yeah, but as we are evolving as women, right? I think content also evolves, and you're talking about things that are happening now. And I think you and I talked about how 25 years ago, when I entered the advertising industry, it was male dominated, but I worked in an agency that had many women, but most of the time, my observation around, I was a young management trainee, and my observation was that most of the women wore suits, and in a room full of men, my bosses would always sit and smoke. And one day I asked my manager, I said, "Why do you have to be this person?" And they said, "How else do you stand out in a boys' club? This is what we have to do to stand out." And thank God, we've come a long way from there, and now we assert ourselves, right? So, do you
Yeah.
feel that, that content-wise, that has changed as well?
Okay, I feel like there's two part to this answer. One is that I really, and I think this is something I believe, that whatever it takes for you to survive in an environment, and I think women before me, or women before the existing generation, have done a phenomenal job to pave the way for us to now feel comfortable in our own skin to do whatever it takes. And the concept of masculinity or femininity is always skewed, right? Like, uh, I'm considered, a lot of people have told me that, Samukhi, you're very man-like, because you're competitive, you want power, and you want success. And I'm like, that those traits can also be feminine, that can also be something as a woman I want. Oh, I'm stuck. Is it my internet? Oh, it's
Sumuki's,
beautiful.
yeah. Sorry, go on. So, Sumuki, we got a tech
Yeah, we
glitch,
got
I
stuck
think.
there for a minute. Yeah. No, I think that's that. I think for me, conceptually, I think hopefully there is an evolving of the fact that there is no such thing as a person is masculine or a person is feminine, because it comes under the bigger umbrella of gendering. Just because a man wants to maybe stay back with their children, or a man wants to take care of the house, doesn't mean that he's doing a woman's role. He's doing what he wants to. Similarly, if I want to run a team of 30 or 30,000, that doesn't mean I'm a man. It means that I'm good at my job. So it all boils down to pretty much that. But also the second part of it is, yes, there is a certain amount of, like, certain tools you take to make sure that you make your content for a certain TG, or for a certain area. Like, I'm very sure that I want to make my content for women, not because I don't like men. It's just that I get it. I like women relating to me. I like when I get a girl saying that, "Oh man, I really thought that was something that I really felt." I feel very happy with that, and that gives me a lot of satisfaction. Having said that, if a man's going to enjoy my content, by all means, buddy, happily, I
Why?
would accept that. Yeah, exactly. But
Oh,
I know I'm
fantastic.
very clear in my PG. Yeah.
No, so, we talk about, you've talked about feminism.
Ooh, we're stuck. Stuck.
You
Yeah.
okay, Sumuki? Yeah, sorry. So I'm just
Yes,
saying that
back.
feminism seems to be frowned upon word these days, right? So women before us, as you mentioned, generations have fought hard for us to reap the benefits for something as simple as, say, opening a bank account, or having been allowed to vote, to, now be able to have a choice of careers as well, most of us, right? So why are women hesitating to own their identity as a feminist? It's almost seems like, yeah, I'm all for equal rights, but I'm not a feminist, huh? What does that mean?
So stupid. When I hear that, I'm like, what are you saying? Just come on. It's like means the same thing. No, that is something that really does tick me off. And feminism is a very practical solution to a lot of things. What has happened also is that feminism is equated to, I don't like men. That's not the case. Feminism is not, I don't like men. Feminism is that I want equal opportunities. Can I please get that? Don't stop me from achieving my goals, or for me to grab my opportunity because I'm of a certain gender, and this can be woman or any gender. So first of all, that's what feminism is. And if you're for equal rights, then you're a feminist automatically, a man or a woman, whatever it is, whichever gender you belong to. Secondly, which is what I said, business wise, money wise, opportunity wise, growth wise, feminism makes sense. If you are going to have an equal workforce, and not only with men and women, but with all genders, it is going to be a more inclusive conversation. It is going to be a more inclusive business model. You are going to reach out to more customers, for the lack of better word. The fact that there is a woman in stand up comedy means that there are more women who are going to come and watch her. Therefore, there are not only the men getting out of their houses, women are also getting out of their houses, paying that $400 to come forward. How are these women going to earn that $400 for them to enter the workforce? So it just doesn't make practical sense to get women to start grabbing their opportunities for whatever it is. So for me, it's always made a very practical and business solution. Honest. Also, I don't know if this is me being biased. I find women workers very, very hardworking because they have something to prove. And I speak for myself as well, is that there is a deep fire of, like, fire within us where we're like, nahi, kaam karke hi dikhana hai, because somewhere we go with the baggage of, if we fail, we're failing an entire gender, which is not true. I know we come with that, but it translates into something very beautiful. Like, I see the women who work with me, and we as a team, I think we do something very beautiful. And I'm not saying there isn't space for other genders in this, but it just proves the fact that the more inclusive a team is, the better it is.
Yeah, I mean, I just had a conversation with the Frontline COVID-19 that basically came out with a testing kit for India, right? And it's amazing. Over and over, we seem to have to prove ourselves for some reason. With any profession, whether it's my profession, creative industry that I come from, and your profession as a stand-up, as a writer, why is there so much pressure? And does our passion come from pressure, or pressure comes from passion?
This is a very good question. And I'm going to mull over this question for a long time. I don't know. I'm still in a fix. I think it's a vicious cycle. I think sometimes you're passionate and then therefore it ends up being a pressure. Okay, let me put it like this. There is internal pressure and external pressure. Internal pressure of hi, mujhe to jeetna hi hai. If I don't win, then everyone's going to be like, aurtein jeet nahi sakti. So each of us carry the narrative of the fact that we as a gender, we are representing the gender that we belong to, and therefore we need to win. Good, okay, which also drives you forward, but it's not a long lasting solution. Like, you can't have that kind of pressure on yourself. You already have the pressure of doing the job well. So there is a lot of internal pressure. Also, the system is made by men. Any system has been built by men. So of course it's going to be difficult. Of course it's going to be an extreme pressure situation. If you're going to be 1 in 10 or 2 in 10, in fact even 3 in 10, there are times where there are women in the team, but those women tend to side the men more because it's just easier for you to get ahead. There are so many like gender politics involved, or even general work politics involved. It's already muddled. Uske upar you're putting internal pressure. I'm like, oh Didi, what is this khichdi that you cannot eat by the end of the day? So I think internal pressure reducing truly is a very important thing. External, so yeah, it is. You know how it is. Like, I have done shows where I have bombed. I have done very badly, and uncles have come to me and said that, "Arey, don't worry, this is just a hobby, right? Eventually, you have to get married." I'm like, "Uncle, what are you saying? Uncle, come on, get a grip." But I can't tell that to uncle. I'm like, "Thank you, uncle. आपकी नजर में कोई लड़का हो तो बता देना." And I've just left the building. It's like, bye.
और लड़की हो तो बता देना.
See, which is the thing.
वो भी है.
This is my. There are times where I'm also like, yaar, I really wish I really wish.
This is funny, but your followers, as we discussed, are predominantly women, which is absolutely fantastic. But taking forward to what you just said, women are also, as we both know, can be also misogynistic. We're trying to prove ourselves somehow amongst men. The old boys club, like I spoke about earlier. Men stand up for each other. Women, for some reason, don't. So, why is that, do you think? And how do we change that?
It's because we have been constantly pitted against each other, right? Like, it's the men and then the other genders are just constantly pitted against each other. That's the biggest problem. And as much as I could say that don't pit us against each other, I should also ask myself saying, so Mukhi, are you competing with the woman more than a man? Do you want to make sure that she loses more than a man or more than any other gender? And the answer is yes. So not only am I also a product of this misogyny, there are multiple people. So every day is a learning curve to be like, stop being less misogynistic to the women around you or to the other genders around you. And I truly respect and applaud the boys because they back each other up. Oh ho. Mediocre काम भी करेंगे, लेकिन बोलेंगे भाई ने क्या किया है, हमारे भाई ने ना चीर फाड़ दी एकदम. ओह, हमारे ब्रदर बिल्कुल किल करके आ गए, लेकिन हमारी लड़कियां, my own colleague or my own peer, if she does a much better job than maybe compared to another guy, I would not push her. I would immediately be threatened, saying that, oh shit, is she moving ahead? Is she the better woman in between all women? See, which comes down to our first conversation where you are put in a box, female comics. So इस group में एक ही number 1 हो सकता है. That's not true. इस ग्रुप में बहुत सारे नंबर 1 हो सकते हैं, सबके अपने वॉइस होते हैं. Everyone has their own thought forward. So yes, there is misogyny, but I truly think celebrating other women's success, and not for the heck of it. Like, you may not want to celebrate maybe X person's success, but you would relate to a Y person's success. So as long as you're open to the idea of it. And two, yeah, I do have a lot of female following, and I truly enjoy that. Like this is during my Don't Tell Amma tour. I was performing in Noida, and I had performed in Gurgaon, I performed in Delhi, and Noida ka show tha, and I was a little like nervous in terms of ticket sales ki yaar bik jayega ki nahi, because I know a lot of women come for my show, and I've realized that. And I remember Noida, we were waiting for the gates to open. We did a 7 o'clock show so that people can get back home early, and the gates opened, and I had sold 120 tickets there. I'm not joking. 110 women walked in on that day, and 10 men walked in that show. And I remember the organizer looking at me saying that, "Ma'am, हमने इस venue में इतनी सारी औरतें साथ में नहीं देखी हैं." And there was this another guy, the sound recorder, like, "एक minute, मैंने नोएडा में इतनी औरतें 6 बजे के बाद एक साथ कहीं नहीं देखी है," which is so sadly funny, but it was very funny for me. And I truly appreciated that day, because that day was what a great show it was. I enjoyed myself thoroughly.
So fantastic, it also shows that, women are coming out, are doing things that typically, when, stand-up comedy started, when you went to a show, you would see mostly male audience as well. Now, we're enjoying that, we're participating. It's more relatable when you have a female stand-up comic. And I know I'm using the word female stand-up comic as well, but it is,
It's okay. It's okay. I get it.
relatable, right? Yeah. So,
yeah, and also I have noticed that girls are better fans. Like, actually, I don't know, as of actually not even girls, like girls and other genders are much better fans. They passionately back you, and if you make a mistake also, they will call you out saying that you've made a mistake, fix it, but we love you. So it's a very mummy zone. It's very like mummy jab डांटती है ना, saying that गलती की तुमने, but I love you. So I'm like, oh, I want this fan base more. So
I'm telling you off, but I love you. Yeah. But and that. But banter की बात कर रहे हैं अभी हम, banter. Banter is so this unwanted banter. What works for us, what doesn't work for us, and they'll say, "यार joke था यार, take it, don't be so serious, lighten up." ये सब बोलते रहते हैं. They say this in our regular day-to-day life, in our professional life also. So what is the boundaries we need to set? What is banter, and what is beyond that banter?
I'm going to be very, I know how I'm going to sound, but I know that when comics do jokes, and this is any comic, from any gender, they know the structure of a joke. And a true comic knows the structure of a joke and knows what is funny, what is not funny. If I'm going to mock your appearance, and there is a mocking which is funny, and then there is a mocking that is attacking. Calling attacking funny is not done. It's not funny. More than not done, जिस चीज पे हंसी नहीं आए वो काम नहीं कर रहा. So if I've cracked a joke, Raga, and you did not appreciate the joke, then my joke didn't land. As simple as that. So as much as I have the right to make that joke, you also have the right to be like, it was not funny. So I'm so sorry about that, or not sorry, whichever it is. So more than boundaries, you have to understand, is it a funny joke as a structure altogether? One. Two, I do know that I think both, I speak on behalf of, I think, the community is also that you can't have rules and regulations when you're talking about jokes or you're talking about comedy, because comedy as an industry or comedy as a concept challenges whatever is existing and derives its humor out of that. The audience has all the rights to be like, mujhe funny nahi laga. So what are you going to do about it? But are you going to cage me? That's not fair. Just like I'm allowed to do the joke, it is my job to be like, you didn't like the joke, and I will make my writing better. But doesn't mean I'm going to change my, belief system altogether. That's my understanding. I don't know if I was clear enough for that. But I know that there are some, I know that there are sometimes, when banter goes and it's attacking. So you call out, be like, buddy, you're attacking me. You're not cracking a joke. Because as a comic, I know what a joke is, and I know how when you're bullying or attacking me. Bullying is not comedy. Joke is comedy. अगर bullying में आप joke करके निकल सकते हो तो ठीक है. But like, don't be a bully. That's weird.
Sure. See, as a stand-up comic, you can stand on stage, you can write content, you can deliver content to the, in the way you want. Now, if you offend somebody, that's too bad, like you just said. It's that's not your, that's not where you're coming from. However, in a workplace environment, you have sexist jokes being made. On stage, when you make those jokes, I will sit and laugh and I will find it extremely funny. But in workplace, or when it's taken to your home, and people make these kind of jokes, that's what I'm talking about. Where do we draw the line?
But they're not funny. I'm sorry, but sexist jokes are boring. Aren't we done with them? Isn't it a done joke? Like just when if I'm attacking a man or if I'm doing a joke on a man, isn't it boring? I've seen boys go like, "You're funny nahi tha." Similarly, if you're gonna make wife jokes, girlfriend jokes, ho gaya. It's done. You're taking the same. When you take one chewing gum and khiche ja rahe ho, khiche ja rahe ho, khiche ja rahe ho, khiche ja rahe ho, that chewing gum will break, and also you have touched it, so you can no longer eat it. So this chewing gum ka time is over. So it's no longer that space altogether. So no, I don't think there is space for sexist jokes. Not only because it's offensive, because boring. It's done. Nikalo. Do something else. Why is it that your narrative doesn't change? And but also I see that suddenly boys are like, तो हम लोग jokes ही नहीं मार सकते क्या? मारो यार, bindas, go for it. Just crack better jokes. It's as
Yeah,
simple as that. Like,
exactly.
yeah.
So,
If my
do
boss
you
could
think
just
something
come up
like
with like a nicer joke. Sorry, you were saying something like?
no, please, no, please continue. Please continue.
No, pretty much. I was just I was going for another joke. That's what I'm doing. Please continue. You know me.
No, so just saying that, this is quite common. When we talk about patriarchy, we saw the social conditioning and the belief system and the whole centuries and centuries of what we have been fed with. And that's taken into
Yeah.
our day-to-day lives, right? And so it is fine to banter about female jokes. And I've seen this a lot. I've seen this in my own offices, in my own environment, in my life. And someone like you, I think, would give us absolutely easy tips on how to tackle that. If someone came up to you and made a sexist joke, आप क्या बोलोगी?
Oh, whenever, so this is a rule that I follow. This is an improv rule. Okay. When you're, the first thing you're taught when you're learning improv is yes and. So if you come and tell me that Sumukhi, you throw like a girl, okay? That's what you say. Now, instead of attacking you, I say, yes, and I throw very well. So the moment you accept the person's joke and start giving tags to it, the person in front gets very uncomfortable because the person in front is giving that joke to annoy you. The idea is to piss you off. But if you're going to accept their joke and then start doing more jokes, then they're like, okay, now this is getting uncomfortable. Didi, mujhe chhod de, please. So I do this whenever I'm on stage and I'm doing crowd work, and there's one Shanpatta boy, one boy who thinks he's way funnier than me, who will do some kitch pitch with me, and I will be like, what happened? What happened today? Why are you behaving like this? I patronize the hell out of that person. So patronizing and passive aggressive and yes and to work like a charm for me. So if you're that tone, please go for it. Or you know what? If you don't want to take the narrative, just call it out. Be like, that's not funny. Don't do that.
So you
It's
believe
as
that
simple
we
as
should call out, It's as important as
yeah.
that, not
Yeah, but
suffer in
you can
silence.
see. I think no, I don't think suffering and silence is not the way forward. What I do would suggest is that it's a very responsible call out is very easy. If you call out the person and if the person is going to get aggressive, then the call out can get aggressive. But you can point out saying that, hey, listen, that day you said this, I wasn't comfortable about it, and I would like, and these are the reasons why. And if that person has a defense which is a weak defense, like a conversation's open, but I've also seen call outs becoming very aggressive and taken to a negative note. So as long as you are very responsible about your call out. You have been upset. You have been upset. But you know how I'm sorry, but I'm a comic. So if someone is going to attack me or someone's going to be sexist with me, I'll be like, yay, opportunity. I'm not gonna leave. I'm gonna do more jokes now. So it's very that.
And you know what I do? I call out. Earlier days I would just shut up and ignore and say, not engage. Why engage with barking dogs? Those kind of things I was taught.
Yeah.
And
No.
I started, I said no. Now I call out, but I call out very kindly and and with compassion. And
Yeah.
there's a way to do that as well. So you use comedy and I use my whatever, maybe seniority or age. I'm sorry, I'm being ageist, but there are different ways. But we must call out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how
No, kindness is
hard
a
do you
very
think?
important tool. I completely agree. Sorry, how hard is
Absolutely.
it?
And then people don't get defensive then they take the intent well, right? And that is what happens.
Yeah.
How hard it is for a female stand up in a supposedly still a male
Okay.
world. How hard has it been for
Yeah.
you?
Uh, I think comparatively less hard as compared to the women who paved the way for me. Like before me, there was Aditi, there was Niti Palta, there's Anu Menon, there's Kaniz, and I think they took a lot of initiative and made sure that the space is more inclusive as compared to when it was before. And I don't think nobody wants to make a space non-inclusive. That's not what it is. It's just like this is something I was telling someone saying that, oh, but like why is it that boys club do not include girls? I'm like, okay, 50% I'm sure that it is because they don't want to include women and they are sexist. Also, the other 50% is I don't think boys know how to talk to girls. Because boys are very like, एक मिनट तू माँ भी नहीं है, तू बहन भी नहीं है, तू बीवी भी नहीं है, तू I mean, how do I talk to you? What are you? If I don't sexualize you, how do I talk to you? It's very difficult. So I think it's a very new concept also for them, saying that this is a peer, this is a working equal. That way comedy has been very kind to me as a space, because I think comics, since our like our what do you call that, status quo is about being aware as much as we can, being seeing as much as we can, and yes anding, and if someone's giving feedback, accepting it. It has been kinder. Having said that, I truly believe to form your own tribe, because you have to have girls backing you as well, or you need to back other girls as well, so that they're confident enough to move ahead and make their mistakes. Doesn't mean that you back someone who is not being hardworking or not putting their best foot forward when the opportunity is there. But I think having your own tribe is very important per se. So for me, in the industry, I have made sure that I'm looking at I want to build a system where there are more women who can come forward and work and write and act in shows. Like I wrote a show for myself because nobody was giving me a lead role because of the way I look. I'm a big girl. So they were like, okay, big girl means you are going to do best friend role only. How much I'll be best friend for lead girls who are pretty? I'm like, that's not working out, because let's face it, the regular people look like us. We are the regular people. So in fact, I'm not a fat best friend. I am your quintessential regular girl who walks on the street. So if I can't be a lead of a show in a movie, then who can be? So I would hopefully write roles or write characters for girls who are funny, to start playing them out and not not be the side character. Like, these are my goals within the space where, be powerful, take charge. It's okay. It's own your space. Otherwise it's going to eat you up.
No, this is brilliant, because this is what we need to hear. This is changing the narrative. This is absolutely changing the narrative. This is the whole movement we talk about, he for she, that women should support women. We want men to support women as well. And which is a fantastic thing, because it is about equality, it is about inclusiveness, it is about bringing everyone together, right? So in your space, do you believe that happens? Because I know that you're one of your co-partners, that men support women, he for she, and how, and I want to know that, understand that well. How have you managed to create that space?
Honestly, that's exactly what I said. Like, my space has also been very kind. Like, one of the first people I worked with was Naveen Richard, who is one of my longest collaborator, and again looks at me as a talented person or as a person with certain skills rather than what my gender is. And I truly appreciate him in a workspace. And I have my initial stages, I was doing improv with Kenny. So there are a lot of boys who have also focused on, oh, Sumukhi's talented, Sumukhi's funny, Sumukhi wants to get ahead. So Sumukhi has very clear goals. So I truly have been lucky that way. But I also am aware, not from my industry experience, but also I have been previously in other industries and I have seen blatant sexism there. See, it's also because comedy is outspoken. I'm a comedian, I'm outspoken. So you can't majorly bully me all the time, because I will call you out at some point, or I will make a joke about you, or I will take charge. But there are so many industries where women don't get the opportunity to speak, or they are sitting behind a desk saying that I don't want to do it. So I think spaces like these, you need to have more women, so that it or other genders, it feels safer to be like, okay, we're not alone in this. There are people who are like us, who are also struggling like us or moving ahead. So for me, that is one of the reasons why you have to have as an inclusive team as possible. And honestly, I've truly been, I find the right boys, I think, to collaborate. I'm like, I think you appreciate my talent, I will work with you, thank you. It's very that.
No, that's great for you. But a lot of there are sometimes say vacant spots in certain. Let's say if there's a stand-up comedy, there are 10 comics and one spot's available. So would a male, for instance, promote a female stand-up, or will they go for, or is it going to be just talent that they will skew on? That's what they want, right? That people.
I think primarily talent is the thing. But can I tell you, very recently this has become a thing where it's not about, a lineup cannot have more than 50% men. Like, it has to be an equal lineup, because now there are enough comics to come on stage. Like, open mics is whoever has the time and the opportunity to come and perform, because open mic is practice session. But when it comes to featured shows, a lot of producers have become very cognizant, because we call it out also. We're very like, yaar, tum log 10, as a show, it's boring. Na? If you're going to go and listen to 10 boys going on and on, similarly, like how only women's show also, as much as I know, they are done so that people know that, hey, listen, there are a lot of comics who are women and they are performing, and for you to be aware. I think our producers are now getting very cognizant about nahi, 5 ladke hain, 5 ladkiyan dalo. 5 women are available, you put 5 women. So that is happening. And sorry.
Is it a regulation or is it something that's understood in the business?
I think it's understood. Yeah, because I mean, there are more of us. Like, nobody has to fight for us in terms of, like, there are a lot of, and also there are a lot of girls who are producers, like Jia Sethi, who is a comedy producer, does a lot of shows for the Comedy Ladder, lines up in a very equal way. Grin Revolution, which is a Rohan Desai and a Shri Moi. Both of them, again, very fair and very equally place their lineups as they find it, possible. So I believe that producers like and comedy rooms are also very aware of this, because there are so many girls now, especially in Mumbai. There are so many girls who are doing open mic. So you can't make the mistake of putting 10 boys and there are girls staring, saying that, bro, hum yahi pe khade hain. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's an interesting place to be in, isn't it? And it's an interesting point in history as well. As I mean, I've been, like I said, around for a while now, 20-25 years of work, and 25 odd years actually. And I've seen it all change. I've been in an environment where I would be pushed aside, and I'll just give you an example. My own story. I was in New Zealand. I lived there for many years. I went into a bar one evening by myself, and the bartender wouldn't just give me a drink, and I wondered why. And he said, "No, I thought you were waiting for your husband." I said, I don't have a husband. What do I do? Can I not have a drink? But these are stereotypes that used to happen even in a country like New Zealand. I'm talking about now 15 years ago. है ना? तो अपना तो chance ही नहीं है. So, but we are
Correct.
evolving. I see the change. So, is there a message you want to leave with us, Sumuki, before we finish this very fantastic conversation?
I think I maintained a note of positivity throughout, but I also want to put out as much positive reinforcements about any field. But I am aware that I have the privilege of living in a place like Mumbai where opportunities are higher. There are tier 2 cities, and there are so many cities where girls are still not coming forward and doing comedy for something as simple as the parents are not allowing, something as simple as the comedy open mic gets done late. So for me, if there is a way for us as an industry, or for me as a comic, to change this, for example, visit a tier 2 city and try and sell tickets and get these women to talk, I would love to do that. So that's my bigger goal, of the fact that not only the metros where you have the access and you can come in, and that is a privilege, in other places also, if comics like us can be of use, and not only comics who are women, I think comics who are men would also be very interested to come to these places and organize a show and use their audience to get these girls, or boys to aa hi jate hain, so girls to come forward and talk. I'd be very happy to. So that's
fantastic. I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. The next session is on
No.
soon, but what a fantastic conversation. Thank you very much for your time. You own your
Thank you so
space,
much
and
for
the
your
space
time.
owns you, as we said. And looking forward to staying connected. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Hasi
Raga.
po
Thank you so
hasi,
much for.
Sumuki.
Hi everyone, really pleased to have you join us at We the Women Asia Global Digital Town Hall. The panel is curated by Confederation of Indian Industries, Indian Women Network, and the topic is going to be on the non-linear career trajectory that women are forced to adopt. Hi Amanda, hi Nick, hi Subbalaxmi, hi Vaishali. Thank you so much for joining. So lovely to see you. We are going to be talking about the nonlinear career trajectories that women are going to be having to adopt in the workplace. They're falling off the workplace because of the three M's as we know it: marriage, maternity, and mobility. And then they experience a pay gap when they have to come back at the same level or a lower level when their male colleagues have got ahead. I was really interested in a book that was recently written by Helen Tupper, and I know, Amanda, you introduced us to the squiggly career, where they talk about women having to go off the workplace and then they come back and then they have to are forced to reskill and upskill. Or do something completely different. And this entire session is about the challenges that women face, and especially so in India. There was an article in 2018 where the economist said that India is feeding its women, and they also talk about how it's a rich irony that the social standing of the family seems to be enhanced when the women of the household don't need to work. And it also goes on to say that the first thing a woman needs to do in the country is to negotiate with the family that she needs to have a job, and in all likelihood when she moves and has to live with her in-laws, they yank her out of the career. And therefore there are these career breaks, and there are about 235 million women out of jobs at this point in time on account of this factor. But however, what's been interesting as I work with Confederation of Indian Industries, Indian Women Network, I see a lot of women being able to reskill. So they have a corporate job, then they're forced to give up their jobs. They have their parents to teenagers, and then they want to do something. They want to come back and do something for themselves. So they start a business. So very close friend of mine was a Zumba instructor, a very successful Zumba instructor, and also she trades in premium products in in food, premium food categories. So it's really interesting how women are able to craft their own careers in their own context, and this is really what we want to talk about. And we've got this really eclectic panel, if I may say so myself. And I will start with Amanda. And Amanda and I have been following each other's careers for a while now. Amanda was a senior leader in Shell. She took a break, which she will talk about, but she's also the mom of 4 and twins. And she founded an engaging community called the Career Mom, which I'm part of and I absolutely enjoy. And have sort of drawn a lot of advice from. And then Amanda went on to sort of have a really senior role in Microsoft. And today she's a senior leader in Accenture. And Amanda, you're the one who's most familiar with the concept of squiggly careers, and you've lived it yourself. So would you like to give us some context around that?
Yes, absolutely. So thanks so much for that introduction, Asha, and it's so great to be speaking to you again since we worked together at Shell, and we stayed well connected throughout. I'm very passionate in women understanding that sometimes our career journey is not just a straight vertical line up, and because it doesn't look like that, which is what a lot of men's careers might look like, if I was to generalize, women can become disheartened and perhaps feel that they're not achieving their potential. We're seeing, especially now due to the pandemic, that women, a significant number of women are taking on increased family responsibility, and it is hurting their careers. And within the Career Mum, which is now a community of 5,500 global people who want to support and empower women to reach their potential, we discuss this quite a lot. I do find that, personally, my own journey of my career, I knew that I had to achieve as much as I possibly could. I started at Shell in my early 20s. My plan, I knew at some point I would get married and have kids. And so I wanted to achieve as much as I could before I did that. And so I got married and had kids in my early 30s, and I'd really pushed my career hard. And I recall being that young, ambitious woman, and I see them around me now in my careers. And I do think, you've got a long journey ahead of you, but just stick with it. And it's not always going to be quite as simple as that, because so many other factors and variables come into that into the choices that you make. And it's also important for women to know that we have choices. We're not victims. And so in my 30s with one young child, I chose to step back and what I call slow down a little bit. I did take on a big promotion actually after return from my first child, and then my father became terminally ill. And so I was forced to reassess my priorities at a time when perhaps I didn't really want to. I was still wanting to power ahead. I had my second child in my mid-30s. Then at that point, I thought I really have to slow down a little bit. The balance was too hard, so I made that choice. As I was heading into my 40s, I thought, right, now it's time to take off again. And I had twins. So I've got identical twin boys. And then again, I then knew what I was doing. I was into my flow. I was confident. I was secure in my ability. I hadn't actually taken a career break, which can hit women hard. I'd taken a year out on each of my maternity leaves, which I know also from a cultural perspective in India is, I think, quite a lot of time for maternity leave. But I knew I wanted to return and push hard on my career. So that's what I'm doing now, and that's the position I'm in. But my message to everybody is we all have to make our own choices. There's no right or wrong. It doesn't take away our ability or experience. And so imposter syndrome can start to set in. We can start to doubt our own credibility and ability. Make sure you get some sponsors, build your network, get a great mentor, and you can come back as strong as when you left.
You may want to expand a little bit on imposter syndrome. I have heard you talk at length about it, and we know that a lot of women can experience it, especially when they have to sort of deal with the double blind of the likability bias, and being competent and then seen as too assertive or aggressive. And where does imposter syndrome come? I don't think it's a very often discussed topic in India yet.
Okay, so I'm not a psychologist. I'm not an expert on this subject, and I know some people now call it imposter phenomenon. But from my personal experience, and I believe men experience this too, so we can sometimes discount it and say it's just a female issue. It's not. But at times when I've felt most vulnerable, perhaps when I've been a minority in the room because I'm a female, or others might feel it as a minority for other reasons. And sometimes you can doubt your own credibility. You can lack confidence in expressing your voice and your opinion because you might think that you're not competent, that you're not valid. Everybody else in the room is better than you. And at times of returning from maternity leave, that's where I felt it most. But again, coming back from my twins, I actually didn't feel it as much. And it's definitely... the more you practice it and do it and just really start to, I document things and my successes and I reflect back on them. Something that really helped me, I got an executive coach, a lady called Amanda Davies, who some of us on this panel know. And she helped me map out my career, the kind of roller coaster journey of my career from start to current day and the highs and the lows. And I talked her through it. And I was quite stunned at some of the things I'd achieved that I had perhaps forgotten about. So if I'm ever doubting myself, I reflect back on that and think, actually, just because in this moment, and there's no harm in actually saying, I don't know the answer to that question. That, again, does not discount that you're an experienced professional. I can't hear you, Asha.
I was muted, sorry. Thank you. And I will move on to Subbalaxmi. Subbalaxmi is the gender head for the Gates Foundation. She's also been anointed as BBC's 100 Women. We work closely, CII works closely with the Gates Foundation on policy advocacy initiatives for, gender-specific policies. And thanks ever so much, Subbalaxmi, for joining us. What I wanted to sort of talk about is, draw your attention to Indra Nuyi's comment that, the biological clock is in direct conflict to when women want to sort of get ahead in their careers, and how women can navigate that, and what are you seeing from your own experience as well as, the data that you're seeing from the Gates Foundation and the research that you do.
Thanks so much, Asha. It's really fantastic to be here amongst you all. I think you said right at the beginning, how the 3 M's are disadvantaging women. And I think there is enough data, but I'd like to go a little bit deeper into some of those, the things that you said earlier on. Like one that you said that definitely it's marriage, motherhood, and mobility constraints that hold women back and prevent them from participating on an equal footing, let's say, in the economy. And a lot of my work over the last 15-20 years has also been with women from low income households, and that's where a lot of even our work at the Gates Foundation is focused. So I'm also talking about disproportionately that 90% plus women who are in informal economy, for instance, who are not at informal workspaces either. And there I think these issues also play out very differently, right? When we are talking about what does career growth look like for them? What do their aspirations mean? What does their skill upgradation even mean? Right. So, but look, just zooming out and looking at the meta level, I think definitely there is data which shows that it is childcare and domestic work that is holding women back from equal economic participation. That's quite clear. It's quite clear that mothers with children below 6 years of age are the ones that are dropping out rapidly from the labor force. It's also, I mean, even in terms of perceptions of what men and women are saying, 42% women say that unpaid care work is the reason why they are out of the labor market, and that's only 6% for men. So clearly, it's one of the deciding factors in how you will advance in your career trajectory. I do want to say that there are some nuances that some of the research recently that the UN Women and ILO did, they also found that women living alone or lone parents, which are mostly women, are much more in the labor market. Now, no surprises, right? I mean, they are the single earners, they have to be in the labor market. But then there is other things happening in those families. For instance, there could be other dependents, which could be adolescent girls, which could be, other dependents that are taking over some of that care role because these women are in the labor force. And just moving beyond data, that's the reality of my life. I mean, just reflecting on my own life, I find that I'm a single parent. I have a 5-year-old and a 70-year-old mom who's at home with me. And I do see that a lot of what I'm able to do is simply because my mom is around and simply because, she's there as somebody who's supportive. And typically, if we find in our kinds of families, upper middle class families, etc., we can afford childcare, which is at least in the global south. We find that a huge proportion of women as domestic workers is also something that is really helping the likes of us to come and sit in this panel discussion while they're looking after my kids. So, I feel that it's important for us to therefore look at some of the so clearly there's power relations there, and a woman's care work is always substituted by another woman, be it a parent, a mother-in-law, a sister, a care worker, or whoever. I think it's something for us to reflect on, is that even when this work is being substituted by another woman, how it's very gendered, correct? So both in paid work as well as if you're looking at the unpaid work space, and I think that it's particularly because as I mentioned that in our kinds of context, LMIC context, I live in India, I work in India, and I've worked in South Asia all my life. Here we do find that it's really the concerns also of those caregivers who have at the end of the day, they've been at the forefront of COVID response inside our houses, outside of our houses, in the health system. So I'm really thinking about looking at the labor market more broadly in terms of where women are. And we also find another interesting trend that I'd like to say from, we finding from some of our research, is that even the job creation for women or the kinds of policies that are targeted for women are kind of going with the implicit assumption, like how can we make sure that it's flexible, it's close to the home, it's something. So while it's not stating explicitly, the implicit assumption is that okay, do your care work, do a little bit of so you have your own startup, have your own business or do something which is close by, and then come back and again, take care of the house and the domestic chores. So what I'm trying to say is sometimes these social norms are also implicit in the kinds of jobs that we are at the end of the day, both public and private sector, are creating for women. And that's something to think about, that why don't we really, and you're talking about non-linear careers, you're talking about unconventional choices in career. Why are we not thinking of livelihoods for women and kind of relegating them constantly to these very gendered roles, both within the house as well as in the economy? I think those were some of my early thoughts. But again, I think very important for us to reflect on how we'll change that. I think there are everybody has a role to play, right? I mean, of course, the government and regulatory authorities have a role to play, providing childcare, all kinds, and many countries have done that. Whether it's parental leave, whether it's childcare support. I mean, there's a lot that countries have done in that space. The private sector itself can really, really go a long way in creating that enabling environment, providing childcare services. Very recently, I was in a webinar and I heard about this fantastic model of mamapreneurs, which are like care enterprises for low-income household women in, I think it was Kenya, I think it was East Africa. So again, very interesting models out there, and I think the private sector can play a really important role in and taking the lead in establishing some of these norms. And finally, I think these norms have to change culturally. I think it has to be part of our education, our curriculum, our campaigns. It has to change mindsets and values and beliefs at a very core level beyond everything else. And I believe that, for me, my own career trajectory has been working with women's organizations, or, those directly working on gender equality. And so I've not had like a typical corporate career like, many of you. But what I find is that a lot of my employers, current and past, a lot of what is in the organizational culture is really what creates that enabling ecosystem for women to survive and thrive in under very adverse conditions sometimes. And I feel that if the organization works in gender equality, it thinks a lot more about it. That's also something that I've realized in the kinds of organizations that I've worked with. And I'll stop here for now.
Thanks, Subbalaxmi. And that sort of brings you talked about the solution spacing already. And in The Economist, the same article that I referred to, this solution was meant to your mops. They hadn't really sort of factored in the fact that, we can outsource, and we are actually sort of fortunate in some senses that childcare and domestic help are affordable and accessible for us. And ideally, what we should be doing is can sort of outsource as much as we can. Then we sort of have the opportunity to sort of dabble in a career, move forward in a career. Are we stuck? Can you still hear me? Can I just check?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. So I will move on to Nick, and the reason why Nick is here is she has actually curated a very eclectic career for herself. She is a vlogger, and she's been vlogging quite honest and sort of deeply felt vlogs around menopause and the impact of menopause on women. We talk a lot about motherhood, maternity breaks, mobility because a husband moves. We don't talk as much about the impact menopause has on women as well. We go through so many hormonal changes and how that impacts us. Recently, Nick went back to work, and she also vlogged extensively about how she felt about going back to work. In fact, Subbalaxmi says companies should be doing a lot more. Companies are actually all multinational companies, at least, have flexible working opportunities, part-time opportunities, opportunities to sort of return to work policies, for example. But also, it's really important to sort of understand what's going on inside a person's head when she's sort of taken a break from work and is trying to get back. So Nick, over to you.
Hi, thanks Asha. Hello everybody. Thank you for having me here. So Yeah, it's been a very eclectic career. So the first 20 odd years were a very classic corporate career. And actually, it was after I had my second son that things really started to creak. And by the time I had my third child, I was really, really struggling to hold it all together. There's just no two ways, no point in wrapping it up. And I was diagnosed with quite acute postnatal depression. It was quite a difficult period. So I think, hormones can come up in lots of different ways. In actual fact, they start very young with us, don't they? We can often laugh at ourselves. I can hear myself doing it, but actually hormones aren't really that funny and can be very, very debilitating. So my first brush was with postnatal depression, and that meant that I did step off the career ladder because I needed to pause and to take a breath and to collect myself, really. And it's interesting because a number of things happened which really stopped me getting back onto the career ladder. So I had a very long career break of quite a few years, and I think the biggest thing that I found during that period, well, actually, there's more than one thing that I found. One was a real ache in terms of missing the intellectual stimulation. So it's wonderful being a mother, it's wonderful being a wife, it's wonderful being a homemaker, it's wonderful having some time to yourself and having that kind of liberation. But I think for me, the career was very much about intellectual stimulation, and also at a personal level, it's a lot of external validation. My job had defined me for a long time, and that was quite a journey to try and get over. But I also found that what I then did was just started to do things to actually keep myself intellectually stimulated. So, I kept abreast of what was happening in my world of work. And, I probably did more reading and became more informed about my industry not working than when I did work. Because when I worked, I was so busy trying to hold it all together, trying to climb the career ladder. I didn't really do the level of self-development I needed to do because I was just very, very busy delivering the day job. So I think that was something that definitely helped me. And then actually, when I felt I was in a position to really go back to work, I got hit by a really very acute menopause, and that really led to a whole series of new avenues. It took a lot of choices away because I just had to focus on balance, on my health, on managing energy levels, on trying to understand my body, trying to understand my priorities and so forth. And it also opened up a big wide world of, I think a significant lack of support and understanding about just how debilitating the menopause can be. So in a funny way, that gave me a purpose because it gave me something to share and to talk about and to try and help other women with. And what I would say is that despite having one thought I often have is, in actual fact, the career break and not having the classic vertical career, I think has been incredibly enlightening. And when I returned to the workspace, there were several great things I discovered. One of them was that you don't forget your core skills. You don't forget who you are. You get back in there. And I know we talk a lot about reskilling, and I think it's very different for different industries. Certainly for me, my industry is management consultancy. And yes, I kept abreast on it, but actually I would say my break had probably added to my value because it had allowed me to really invest in myself, and the old skills that hadn't been used for a few years were just as good as they ever were a few years ago. And actually being in a very supportive environment really helped me bring those to the fore. And perhaps I would offer that maybe we should all, not just women, but maybe men as well, maybe all of us should be thinking about taking more frequent career breaks, because I really think it helps our creativity and innovation. I think it widens our perspective on life. And I think we take I certainly found that I took a much broader, more empathetic, more creative view back into the workplace with me. The other side of that, I'm very blessed that I do have choices as to how much I do or don't want to work, and management consultancy lends itself very, very well to doing project-based work. So you don't have to buy into a full-time career all of the time. Because the other thing that I think we do need to pull into this is about choices and our freedom. So one of the things I found going back to work that I did miss enormously was a lot of the freedom I had. And I think that is a balance. And that's not just about being a woman. I think that's for everybody. And I think there is a much bigger discussion, which is around balance in our lives generally. And, how much of our time and ourself is put into a working career, and how much is left for the other things that are equally important for our mental well-being, for our hobbies, for our time with our families, for our time just to ourselves. And I think that applies to everybody, irrespective of gender. And I do wonder whether some of the challenges that we face as women around balancing all of the different things we have to balance. I'm blessed. My husband and I are a team. So when I had a period where I'm back at work full time, we share. We just share things in a very practical way. And I think, again, organisations need to look at not just providing flexibility for the woman, but perhaps part of the equation is providing flexibility for the man, the partner, because they play a very critical role in actually enabling. We are a team, so I can't do the school run every day if I'm working full time. That means my husband needs to do it too. That means his organisation, needs to be supportive of that. And we are good because we are in that position. So I think gender equality isn't just about focusing on flexible working for women. It's about flexible working for everybody. It's about a balance in our lives. I'll stop there, Asha.
Thank you, Nick. And I think so important that you bring elements of purpose and elements of balance into that conversation, because otherwise it can be a very narrow conversation about just a career, making money, getting ahead, being in a rat race. And I think both Subbalaxmi as well as Vaishali have both hit the sweet spot in being able to give back to the planet and sort of have a fulfilling career as well. And Vaishali is the national chair for Confederation of Indian Industries Indian Women Network. She's a strong advocate for women's rights as well as climate change. She has a host of awards under her belt. If I start naming it, I'm not going to be able to finish the call on time. But thank you so much, Vaishali, for joining. And I just wanted to kind of hear your thoughts. I've heard you talk about how the unpaid care work is the odds are stacked against the women. Women spend 300 minutes in unpaid care work, whereas men spend about 50 minutes, which also sounds like too much to me in a day. But how do you think women can overcome some of these challenges? And you could potentially also talk about what we have on offer for our members in CII.
Sure, great. First of all, thank you so much for organizing this session and in partnership with such great platforms. Well done, Asha. And it's a pleasure to be with all these fantastic women, and all the stories really resonate, and when you go last, it's so much fun because you've listen to all the relevant points, and so it's also a little difficult, right? So you've all raised the right points. I think women take too much on their plate. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I think it's a function of the socioeconomic system in which we all are raised, and when all of these things come together, and when women get to work, and then when the biological clock starts ticking, I think an explosion happens unless there is a sense of sharing by your ecosystem, whether it's your spouse, whether it's your family or your organization, right? However, I do really endorse what Nick said around paternity care and leave associated with paternity care, and generally the responsibility associated with child care and family care, which really needs to be better distributed, both between men and women. So there's this whole thing about men and women. Is it a biological issue, or is it also about sexuality? We all have a balance in us, right? And so sometimes I feel we as women assert a certain part of us so much more than we should, and we deprive the men a little bit of what they could be doing willingly. And so it's extremely important for us to step back, introspect, and really have a conversation with people around us with respect to who's good at doing what. And if my spouse or partner enjoys cooking, let me not deprive my partner of that. right? If they enjoy spending time with the family, let me not deprive them of that. When I want to choose a partner, I mean, I'm talking about this in the Indian context, especially, why should I be sort of scrutinized with respect to various checks which come into being before somebody decides to have an arranged marriage? Why can't I do the same? Anyway, that's also becoming an archaic concept. What I'm trying to say is women need to assert themselves. They'll only do it if they're brought up in a certain way. And unfortunately, we have brilliant girls who are brought up in ways which really doesn't do much to their confidence when somebody with a similar intellect comes out of high school. You see, boys are way more confident even with half the amount of academic success. And that keeps amplifying as they go onward and forward. So as, I think we really do need to look at that as families as well and ensure that we don't have these biases as we raise our boys and girls. We also need to be cognizant of the fact that, when we have these conversations, we're also talking to men. I think that's so important because, we are all converted. We all understand. Sometimes I really do feel that, we really need to communicate with each other. And I have a lot of these conversations with men at Renew, the company I work in. And there's a huge communication gap of even understanding of what we expect. So I think that would really help in bridging the gap which exists, because at a certain level, I think that gap is getting wider and wider. But the good news is that non-linear careers are not something only women are looking at now, because it's becoming a thing. Like, we're living in a world where our children, as an, Subha, your kids are a little bit younger. I have a daughter who's working now and a kid who's going to college. They all look at non-vertical careers as a way of life, I think. So I think it's about men and women. Let's also ensure that we don't feel lonely in this journey. We step up, we discuss, we share our voice, and we become a part of various, platforms. And let me bring in a little bit of iWin, which is the Indian Women's Network. So these are enablers. So whatever we are doing and, whatever we want to do can be enhanced if we become a part of a larger network. As Amanda said, that her mentor and sponsor made it possible for her to settle in and grow ambitiously. And let's not underestimate ourselves. Once we've gone out to work, our brain muscles, our muscles are programmed to, there's a memory which is in place. So it's very true when you go back. I took a break after my son was born. He had some issues, and I did take a break. Could my husband have taken a break? Of course. But I think at some point in our careers, we had a very frank conversation, and we really need to be honest about it. It was very clear. Whoever felt that, they got more fulfillment from a certain career and they wanted to push harder, we will have to, because we had a very global career, both of us. So we would have to switch gears. Otherwise, both of us would be backing off. So it was a very conscious, supportive decision. When I decided to go back to work full on, I got that support. So there has to be respect, there has to be communication, and there has to be honesty. And as individuals, we need to support each other. And as professionals, we need to support each other. However, some of us may just choose to be happy at home. And I think we have to respect that as well. And I think what we need to really change is that when men choose to stay at work, we really should respect that as well. And once this changes, I can guarantee you that a lot of things will automatically change around us as well. And kudos to IWN for really mobilizing women who are pursuing careers across the spectrum, across India, pan-India, very powerful centers, localized centers who are connecting with women for capacity building, for mentorship, for rewards and recognition, and building a network, a very deep-rooted network at a national level, at a regional level, to engage them with each other across sectors, across segments, across interests. And when that happens, it's really great. I don't know if all of you face this issue, but I often face this issue about, and I know most of us have, that after 6 happy hours, many of us felt uncomfortable joining these happy hours. And so that networking, that informal networking, I've heard women, and I can say that women definitely sort of get deprived of for reasons that they have to go back home and do some unpaid work, some of them out of choice, others not out of choice. But platforms like this definitely offer an opportunity for them to engage. I'd like to conclude by saying, let us just let men step up at home while we step up at work, if that's the choice we want to make. Over to you, Asha.
I love that because in Norway, men sort of have equal paternity leaves as women do, and so they get to sort of stay at home 2 to 3 months with the baby, and that sort of really changes, the concept of the caregiver in the household, and potentially a policy that we should look at together, Subbalaxmi, as well. Um, and I also really resonate with what you said about the network that we can provide. All of us have walked into meetings where we were the single woman, and even now we do. But what I've really enjoyed with Indian Women Network is it's my tribe. I have a bunch of women we work with. This time we put this together with the Western region, Madhavi Lal, who's chairing it, and it's been so much fun. And everybody is so efficient because we need to ruthlessly prioritize as women, right? I mean, we can only spend so many hours at work, and then we've got to get back to our family. So we're really efficient when we sort of get to work. And I did hear Sumukhi Suresh just before our conversation. She said, women, because we have something to prove, we sort of are 200% on the job. So there's more than a business case for companies as well, and everywhere to sort of have women. I would like to wrap up, but before that, we'll go around the room. And Amanda, you spoke about mentors and coaches. Um, if you were to sort of provide a 1-minute summary of what your advice would be to women who are potentially going through dilemmas around how to sort of move their careers forward, what would that be?
Well, first and foremost, ask for help. There's no shame in asking for help. So if you have some aspirations, you're not sure where to go next, ask for help. Find your tribe, perhaps networks like mine, or there's many other similar networks around. Find people who can support you. Reach out to your network that you have. So you may find that you have sponsors in your existing network, and a sponsor is somebody who it's not a formal label, but it's somebody that is helping you and guiding your career in the background because they believe in you, and it may have been a previous mentor. Ask people to mentor you, but also recognize for those women that are in the workforce, nobody makes you one day a role model. So you are a visible role model, and we all have a role to play. And I take that responsibility very seriously, and sometimes really push myself out my comfort zone to be a visible role model and to share my vulnerabilities and to talk openly like Nick does and transparently about the difficulties sometimes, which makes me feel exposed, but it makes everybody else feel really normal, and I know it helps. So be that role model and ask for help.
I resonate with what you said, Amanda, and I sort of took a lot of, I think I felt empowered by some of your sharings and Nick's sharings. And this was the first time I've heard women say, they're sort of facing dilemmas and are being vulnerable. And suddenly, we didn't have to be all that put together because we were hearing from you guys, and that really helps a number of us. And thank you for doing what you do. Can I go to Nick next? And Nick, if you could sort of provide some advice to women on dilemmas and how they can sort of balance, the workplace, the family, the career, the hormones. What do you think your magic bullet would look like?
If only I knew that, Asha. If only I knew that. I'm still looking for it. But my thoughts are this. One is, I don't think any woman or man, for that matter, should ever devalue the role that they take on, whether that is in a classic career or whether that is being the homemaker. Everything brings value. Everything has some addition to add. And I think one of the things we need to do as a society is actually value the role of holding our families together and providing that stability much more importantly than we do, actually. I think it is a really, really critical thing. I also think it's really important for women or men to listen to our bodies and to be able to speak about that openly and not to be embarrassed to say if it is more than they are either prepared to give or are able to. I think it's okay to be completely honest. You know, I'm obviously very honest about, you know, how I'm feeling, what is within my realm of possibility and what isn't. It is not about a man. Can you hear me, Asha?
Yes, we can now.
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Go on.
it's you know, it's a team. This isn't about a male or female role. This is about some choices, some honest discussions, and some choices that, you know, we make. On balance, did it hurt me to give up my career when I did? Did I find it difficult? Yes, I did find it difficult. There's no point wrapping that up. Would it have hurt me more to have stuck with the career and not taken a step back? Yes, it would. So sometimes, you know, it is a balance. And I think finally, I think it's always about using whatever you have right here, right now. So when the children were very young, I couldn't go out to full-time work, but that didn't mean that I couldn't read, I couldn't exercise my mind, I couldn't write, I couldn't engage with things. So sometimes we just have to use what we have right here, right now, and believe that that will take us somewhere. That's it. Did you lose me for a while there, Asha, or was it just intermittent?
No, it was just a second, and yeah, it was quite coherent. Thank you so much. And I think I completely resonate with that. I was having a conversation with an IMA club, and I was telling the boys and the girls that, you know, they need to sort of put their career on the table, and it should be a stake that the family should address, you know, and it has to be a conversation, and vice versa, like what Vaishali said, you know, the partners. I was used to be this, you know, when Karthik would come, Karthik is my spouse, would come and, you know, sort of cook something in the kitchen, like fry fish or whatever. I would be like, oh, you're messing up the kitchen, you know. But you're right, you should let them be and let them do, and make their mistakes. And I can be sort of the helicopter mom when he's trying to sort of do homework with my child. So that's another lesson, you know, it's to have both the conversations around, you know, the career for women and men sort of truly partnering with the women. So resonate with that completely. Subbalaxmi?
So while I agree, I think a lot of it really depends on women and girls and how we train, also our boys to be more gender sensitive. I do think that a lot of the solutions also need to lie with the systems and structures that we create around. And I want to again bring back, a lot of the work that we support, for instance, is really the work of gender equality advocates who've been doing this for years. I mean, as a foundation, we've entered the gender space about 4 or 5 years ago, but there's been a vibrant community for the last 30, 40 years fighting for equal pay, fighting for childcare services, fighting for, an equal position in the economy and in public life for women. And I fundamentally believe that the most exciting part of my job is to be able to support the work of those organizations and those gender equality advocates. So I do feel that, some of those bigger questions, which are much longer term and perhaps much more difficult to crack, are equally important as it is to look at sort of, the individuals and some of the norm change within families and workplaces as well.
And we're looking forward to working with you on that, Subbalaxmi, and, you know, the insights that you have given is fantastic. Thank you so much. And Vaishali?
Right. Just want to say sorry, there's some background noise at my end. Yeah, so I would say that we we really do have to say stop to being a working woman, to being a homemaker, to taking care of our health. At some point, we really do need to say that we can't do it all. We have to learn to settle for about. Sorry, there's some background noise. Are you hearing it, or it's just at my end?
I think it's a back in studio. You can
Okay.
just
So
go in.
if the producers could just ask somebody to go on mute, it would be great. Thanks. So yeah, we really just need to, we can't be like super multitaskers and expect men to be, kind of unitaskers or whatever is the word you want to use. Let's, as I said, let's step back. Let's care for ourselves. Let's be a little bit, we really do need to make this world a better place and contribute to the societal value by raising a great family where we can raise fine individuals, but we have to care about ourselves. So let's not be over ambitious about what we should be doing. Let's not feel guilty about being the caretaker to a child and a parent when they're old. Let's share this, right, and share it in a way where it works best, not only for women making the compromises, but for all of us together trying to contribute in a way where women can also move ahead in a professional life if they do choose to, and if they don't, and that's perfectly fine. So I'll say that let's step back a little bit, and we can't be perfectionists. So when your husband comes in and messes up the kitchen, you should just go and appreciate the mess and say, wow, the fish is even tastier. So I mean, hopefully you'll inspire him to cook more for you. Little tricks which help.
Yeah, no, thanks. I think you're absolutely right. It's the whole context and the socio-cultural context that sort of help both the couples, right? The men and the women, and it's so important. I'd like to close out because there was a conversation around feminism in the previous call as well, session as well, where they were saying feminism, sounds like a bad word, and I heard you, Vaishali, say that there should be an option for the woman to stay back and take care of her children if that's her choice. And therefore, I'd like to sort of end with, something that I read in a Brandon Sanderson book. It's a fantasy fiction, so it's a weird place to find it, but it's great. It says, what is a woman's place in this modern world? I rebel against the question, though so many of my peers ask it. The inherent bias in inquiry seems invisible to so many of them. They consider themselves progressive because they are willing to challenge many of the assumptions of the past. They ignore the greater assumption that a place for women must be defined and set forth to begin with. Half of the population must somehow be reduced to the role arrived by a singular conversation. No matter how broad that role is, it will be by nature a reduction from the infinite variety that is womanhood. I say that there is no role for women, there is instead a role for each woman, and she must make it for herself. For some, it will be the role of scholar, for others, it will be the role of wife, for others, it will be both, for yet others, it will be neither. Do not mistake me in assuming that I value one woman's role above another. My point is not to stratify our society. We have done that far too well already. My point is to diversify our discourse. A woman's strength should not be in her role, whatever she chooses it to be, but in the power to choose that role. And it is amazing to me that I even have to make this point, as I see it as a very foundation of our conversation. And therefore, just to sort of end there, this conversation is not, just one discourse. It's to kind of diversify the discourse around roles for women, and for each woman to have the power to choose her role. Thank you ever so much.
Thanks, Asha.
Thanks,
Thank
Asha.
you.
Wonderfully said. Thank you.
And I'd like to give a shout out to Madhavi, Preeti, Sheetal, Sonal, Monica, and all of the CII folk who made this happen. There's been a lot of work that went into the last 2 weeks just to push this out. So thanks ever so much, everybody, for doing this.
Hi everyone, I am Barkha Dutt and you're with the fourth edition of We the Women. It's already been such an impactful, emotional, moving day as we bring you change makers from all over India and all across the world. The one good thing, there aren't too many good things about the virtual world, but I can tell you that the one good thing about doing this global town hall in this way is that we're actually able to connect to speakers from everywhere in the world. And as you've been seeing pretty much all day, we've gone from Colorado to Geneva to a small village in Rajasthan, and that is what technology does make possible. We've covered everything from child marriage to the child, the Time magazine called Kid of the Year. We've spoken to the chief scientist of the World Health Organization. We've spoken to actors who've become politicians. And we had a stirring conversation with Ananya and Neerja Birla, mother and daughter, talking about mental health. Remember, the core personality of We the Women is pretty much this: passionate, compassionate, and stubborn. And God, are we stubborn, and God, are we unapologetic. And talking about unapologetic, I am now very pleased to introduce somebody who's a great star, a great friend, and what I love best about her is that she's absolutely bloody unapologetic. Let's welcome to We the Women, Kareena Kapoor Khan. Let's bring her up now. And Kareena, I know everybody's been waiting for hours for this session. And if there was one word I had to use to describe you, it would be unapologetic. You're the original Punjabi badass, and I love that about you. Were you always this unapologetic, and how much trouble does it get you into? And on this program today, you're going to tell me what kind of trouble it's got you into.
Well, Barkha, thank you for having me firstly. And I think that everyone who knows me knows the kind of person that I am. It's more than even my voice. I think my expression when I don't agree with something, it just kind of, it's just all over my face. I think I was like this since, I think I can remember since the age of 10, I mean, I was always the one to argue and rebel against my parents. I was always fighting with my mother. I was always kind of wanting to be heard, basically, that kind of a girl, since I was a child. And I never really thought that would it get me into trouble or, what it would when I joined the industry also. I mean, everyone would be like, if you're diplomatic and if you kind of answer correctly and be politically correct, it'll take you places. I was like, yeah, okay, fine. So then probably I won't get to go places, but I can't be fake. And I'm going to be what I can and as honest as I can,
Yeah.
So I think it took time for my parents also to kind of adjust to that, because dad would also always tell me कि बहुत बोलती है, इतने बोलने की क्या जरूरत है तुम्हें? तो I was like, but मैंने कुछ गलत तो नहीं बोला ना? I mean, like, I'm just stating a fact. Because in my interviews, I think they probably earlier they'd maybe found me a little brash or brazen or I don't know what, they were different. And then sometimes, in the film industry, things are misconstrued and, you kind of, they add masala laga ke kuch bol dete. So that also I have gone through, and that has really been, traumatic journey for me, clarifying those things in my early stages of my career.
Yeah.
So that is the only thing that I regret, that sometimes I'm misunderstood.
So I'll tell you one thing, because I'm a little bit like you in being what in Punjabi they say muh phat. I'm a muh phat. जो मेरे दिमाग में आया मैं बोल दिया, ज़्यादा नहीं सोचती, उसके बाद सोचती हूँ अरे क्या बोल दिया. So I get what you mean, but take us back. When you say you were arguing with your parents, you were arguing with mom. What were the arguments about? Like, what were you rebelling against? You were also from this cult Kapoor Khandan, and there would have been a certain expectation of who you were expected to be. So, किस तरह के झगड़े होते थे?
झगड़े होते थे because I think Barkha, I also grew up quite fast because like I would see my sister, she joined movies and did her first movie at 14. So I'm 6 years younger, so I had probably seen a lot happen at an early stage also, and I think I was very eager to kind of grow up. I wanted to do everything that Karishma was doing because obviously she was somebody that I looked up to. So whether it was acting in movies or going out or when she was just finished kind of school and was going into college before she signed her first film only, she would go out and mom would allow her to kind of, go out with a few boys. And at that time, I would be like, even I want to go. And mom would be like,
I love
but
that
this is not.
photograph, by the way. Can you see that picture? I don't know if we can loop it again, but there's like the two of you sitting there licking those ice cream cones or bars or whatever. Like, that's such a
I
fab
think it
picture.
was one of our cousins' birthdays that we were there
Yeah.
at that. So as you can see, it's always that I wanted to always do what Karishma is doing, So whether it was always like, and I was a rebel a little bit, I was always hanging with the boys. I was not mainly hanging with all the girls and kind of doing the girly things. So mom was always like, what is the rush? What is the reason? Why are you, so she would yell and we would get into these arguments. And uh, but yeah, I mean, I think, I learned a time when she actually had to send me to boarding school, because then I was obviously getting a bit too naughty and a bit too rebellious. So I was sent to Dehradun to study.
How was that?
And
How was that
was
experience?
I think it was brilliant. The kind of exposure and freedom and independence that I learned there, I think kind of also grounded me a lot for the film industry in a way, because there you're absolutely alone. You're thrown over there. You have to take your decisions. You have to follow by certain rules, and you have to, figure it out in your own way. There's no mom and dad or any sort of, buddy kind of covering for you also. Even though I wasn't that kind of a girl, so I was, very comfortable in boarding school and I loved it. I actually was crying when I was leaving, and it's a brilliant school, Welham Girls. And it so happened that just then, now in this pandemic, I've connected with most of my Welham friends from all over the world. I think it's because of this lockdown. So and when you talk to them, I mean, I feel like I'm the same person. I don't think like I'm an actor, or like, I just start off like there. I'm that young schoolgirl in that tadpole uniform, I mean, I still feel that. So I think that kind of prepared me for the big bad world of movies also, in a strange way, just living alone, sleeping at night, not knowing what it's going to be like. I think it kind of made me that. I was ready when I came back, like, this is it.
Yeah. What was firstly, on school and college friends, like I always say, like those friends who kind of know people before they were famous, they're the ones who keep us real, right? Like, I think that's so important. But what was the naughtiest, most rebellious thing you did as a child? Like, what did you do that you got banished to boarding school?
So, I don't know. I don't know how politically correct this sounds, but I was around 14, 15 in my teens, and and I really liked this boy, and my mother was like, obviously was upset about it, and like, being a single mother, she was like, this is not going to happen. And so she used to lock the phone. In those days, she used to have those phones, phone cutting. She used to put a dabba on it, lock the phone, and went and put it into her room, and locked the room. So I obviously wanted to go out with my friends and meet this particular guy. So mom had gone out for dinner. I have managed to break the lock with an actual, like a locksmith with a knife, broken the lock, gone into the room, bashed the phone off, taken the phone, made plans, and run away from the house. So it was that bad. But now it might get me
I
in
love
trouble.
it.
Mom might just be like, oh my God.
I love the story. Now, what I want to know is, where is this boy now?
Well,
Is he a friend, or do you look back at it and say, oh my God, how did I like that dumb boy?
No, he's actually now also my mom's very close friend. Can you believe it?
That's a funny ending to the story, right?
Yes. Can you see the irony? My mom actually like loves him now. And that's one thing that I look at my mom and I'm like, how did this, like, what is this? Like, how, when, why? So I think that, it kind of, it's just that we're all friends now. Saif is also friends with me. We're all know each other. So I think that's somewhere it's a kind of a happy ending kind of thing to it.
Yeah. Now, you obviously, in your own way, continue to be quite rebellious, right? As I was saying, you come from this sort of cult Kapoor Khandan, and there was once a sort of narrative that women of the Kapoor house don't work after they get married. Not just if you continue to work after marriage, you've continued to work through your pregnancy. I was looking at the baby bump pictures of yours on Instagram, and I know you've been working through, because I've been a guest on your podcast, What Women Want, and that's what we're calling this panel as well. How did you break those stereotypes? You know, there was a time when people would think of Kareena Kapoor and probably not know you and slot you as a kind of conservative female actor. You've broken so many rules. How tough? Let's start with the first one. How tough was it for you to convince your family that you were going to pretty much work right after marriage and basically right up until the point that you want to?
I think all that groundwork was done by Karishma a lot, because she was actually the first one to kind of get into movies, being a Kapoor girl kind of thing. I
Yeah.
obviously followed suit after that, but in a very different career path to hers. After marriage, I think my parents, after they saw the way I'm passionate about my career, the way I handled certain roles, the way I took up certain projects, I think my parents started believing in me that, okay, I think she kind of knows what she's doing and what she wants, and she's not going to, hold back. And when I actually decided to get married, um, that was the first thing that I told Saif, that, I mean, I want to have a family, I want to be a wife, I want to be a mother someday, but, I also want to, continue acting, continue pursuing my career. And I think
Yeah.
I didn't even ask you. It's a thing that, it doesn't bother me, because my mother was a working mother, and I would love for you to
Yeah.
work. I would not expect you to sacrifice anything otherwise. So I think that kind of cemented our bond together. And when, my parents were told that we were getting married and that he was very happy if I worked, I think they were like, okay, but my father was like, you're in his jurisdiction now. If this is what he wishes, if you can do it, please go ahead. And I got married on the 16th of October, and on the 21st of October, I returned back to set.
Good for you. But tell me something. If suppose, could you love a man who had conditions and requirements of you? Like, I just think I could not date a man who ever told me you can do this and you can't do this, or ye karo or wo karo. For me, the romance would end right there.
Yeah, I don't think I would be even talking to a man like that, because the reason being that
Exactly.
we would not be able to connect on any sort of level, because we're different, we think differently. If he thought me that I should be, at home, or, in the kitchen, or, that I have to fill in that particular gap, I
Yeah.
wouldn't even be entertaining him. I wouldn't even be we would be, probably in the same room, because we're not like-minded people. I wouldn't respect somebody like that. So I think love is a very far off thing, because, respect is so important. The idea is that Saif respects me for what I am, for what I say, for what I do. I represent a certain kind of woman, and I think he respects me for that. And because of that, I love him dearly. So respect in a relationship of any form or kind is, of utmost importance to me.
Yeah. How have you dealt with the crazy, demented media scrutiny on not you as an actor, but on Taimur, on now your pregnancy? I mean, it is insane. I don't understand it. I'm a journalist. I think I get media, but I cannot understand it. They're obsessed with what you named him. First, they judge you for naming him Taimur, then they stalk you everywhere. I mean, pagalpan beyond description. How have you coped with it? Was there a time when you were just appalled? Like, just take me through what this has been like for you.
It's actually, it's been overwhelming for both Saif and me, but I think we have kind of really held it together, like right from the time Taimur was born. Firstly, what happened about his name was just ghastly,
Yeah.
and it was something
Disgusting.
that
Just
I would
disgusting.
never, and I will never forget it, and it's obviously scarred me deeply as a person, and as a mother, because what I name my child, what I call him is completely my discretion and of nobody else's concern.
Yeah.
So that it started on that note, and then obviously what he looks like, what he's doing, where he's going, the most photographed baby, so and so. And I mean, obviously, I was just like, what is going on? And why is this happening to this, 2-month-old baby who barely opened his eyes?
Yeah.
When I was in hospital, actually, obviously, I wouldn't name a famous personality, but there was a famous personality who actually had the gall to come into the hospital at that time and actually, on the pretext of visiting me and the baby, actually come up to me and in conversation of, obviously saying congratulations and saying that, like, what's with you? Why would you name your son Taimur? And I was like, and I had delivered, like, it hadn't even been 8 hours. And I was like, I literally started crying, and that person was asked to leave. So my journey with that started then, where I just made up my mind and I said, this is my boy, this is my son. I don't care what happens. As long as he's happy and he's healthy and we're happy, that's it. I'm just going to go home and just go ahead and go away with this thought. I don't want to know anything else, what people's trolling or what's happening. And I think
But
we've taken the...
did this person explain to you why he thought you were mad? I mean, what did this person say? And are you not going to tell us who this annoying, disgusting person is?
I know I wouldn't want to, because now it's also, I've let bygones be bygones, but also because there's so much history. They're like going into like what happened, like bloody 100-200 साल पहले क्या हुआ था, 300 साल पहले अभी किसने देखा, and how do you know I've named him like that?
Yeah.
We've named him because of his meaning, and we like the sound of the name. I mean, it's up to the
Yeah.
parents. It has nothing to do with anything that happened. I'm sorry to say, but tomorrow anything might happen. A rapist's name might be anything else, but that doesn't make all the Sureshes a rapist, does it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. So why are we kind of using the same comparison of things? It's just what we liked. But I think we've come to terms with it. We've come to understand that probably this is the love that people are showering on him. So be it. And I know he's a blessed boy, but we just want him to just grow normally. I just want him to just be like, just play down like he is. Like he'd go down, go on his bike cycling down now in the building. That's what we all did when we grew up. We're all grown up
Yeah.
in compounds, of our buildings. That's a very Bombay culture, and that's the way we've
It
all
is.
grown up. I want him to do that. I don't want him to grow up like, knowing that his parents, of course he knows that his parents are celebrities. Like yesterday, he got clicked day before yesterday, and he was screaming, no photographs.
Mm.
Now I think
Yeah.
he's also like a bit overwhelmed with the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. But you said it scarred you. When it first started, this nonsense about why did you name Taimur? How did you process it? Did you see it as an sort of an anti-Muslim thing? Did you just see it as paparazzi gone mad? Did you just see it as trolling? And how did you process it and get past it? And how in what way did it change you and scar you and hurt you?
I mean, I think it's just as in a simple way of like, like obviously the trolls just went mad that, oh, why would they name him after a conqueror, and oh, he was a lame conqueror, his name was Tamerlane, and his name was, they started getting into the bifurcation ke kya karta tha Taimur, kya karta tha 300 years pehle. Now whether honestly, whether it's a Hindu name or a Muslim name, it's a name that we liked. I mean,
Yeah.
Saif is a Muslim name, so how does it matter? I mean, I
agree.
don't know. I like the name. It could be anything. Alexa, Alexandra, anything. What is the why can't I name my child what I want to? And so what if
Yeah.
some a warrior was named 300 years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, that's okay. And I'm sure after that there have been hundreds of Taimurs. And
Yeah.
by the way, Taimur also means iron. Its basic meaning is that, strength and somebody who's very strong. And that's what I liked. So caste, creed, or religion, honestly, it doesn't feature in our scheme of things. That was the last thing that
Yeah.
one thinks of. And both
No,
self-imposed
I
people
mean,
are.
I need no convincing. I'm totally on your side on this. I think it was disgusting, absolutely appalling what you guys went through. And when people do celebrity bashing, I think we forget the kind of scrutiny that you guys live under, and it's just awful when you extend that to a baby boy,
Poor
right?
barely opened his eyes, yeah.
Awful. Now, What Women Want is the name of a show you host. I've had the good fun to be part of it. What does Kareena want? Do you have everything that you want? Nobody ever has everything that they want. Otherwise, life would be really boring. Every day is a new set of dreams and aspirations. I know that you're, about to sort of deliver your second baby, but beyond that, what are you dreaming of? What are you hoping to still do that you haven't done? When you're tossing and turning at night, what do you think of?
Um, I think that I'm happy that as a woman I'm loved and respected. I hope for a, a better tomorrow for my children. I want them to live in a safe place. I want them to live happily. I want them to live without judgment. These are things that I always think of, that I don't want a, you know any sort of um, uneasiness or unpleasantness to shake my family and my beliefs, and the way I'm bringing up my children. That's what I want. I hope I just want them to be free. I want them to be happy, and um, yeah, I want them to be known as good human beings. That's what I
Yeah.
always think of. And
Yeah.
no form of that, okay, so and so is a star child, or so and so is coming from this family. I'm like, I don't want any tags or any names. I want you to look at us, also us stars, as normal people, and the two children as normal kind of people. Get to know them. That's all. And I hope that that can happen, more than anything else.
Now, you spoke about like being the daughter of a single mom, like effectively your mother bringing the two of you up. What was that like? How did that shape your experience and your relationship with your father? What did that do to your notion of family? And how tough was it for your mother? And what happens is that sometimes we are angrier with the parent that we are closer to, who we spend more time with, and we forgive the parent who is less around. So did that happen with you?
So interesting, nice question, because yes, my mother is my best friend, but I adore my father because I respect and love him a lot. He's in a strange way not very in your face, because he's somebody who's always also chosen to be at the back. He's not somebody who's commanding the attention and wants that. He's silently always there for us, and I know it. And I mean, my parents have a lovely relationship, because sometimes two people realize that their lives aren't exactly going the way they planned, so it's better that we kind of don't stay together, but we can still, be friends and stay in touch, and still take decisions sometimes about the kids.
Yeah.
It's not necessary that they have to possibly be staying under the same roof, or being there
Sure.
24/7 together. So I think both Karishma and me understood that at a very early age, that this kind of relationship can exist as well. And it has existed for almost 35 years with my parents, and I see them that in times when they need to come together, uh, they're always together. But they obviously prefer to just have their day-to-day lives separately, which is wonderful. But yeah, and my mother is a driving force. Yeah, she's been there like all the time for me and Lolo. She's the sun behind everything. I mean, she rises, we rise. If she falls, we kind of fall. It's like that. She is our backbone, because that's just the way we've been, three women living together under one particular roof. And yeah, so I mean, I can't imagine anything, a life without her, decisions without her. But also I have to say that my parents are really, they move with the times, you know. They've kept up with everything, you know, like they've kind of, they give us our space, they allow us our decisions, they allow us to take our decisions, you know. So it's not like she'll she gives her opinion and she'll be like, you know, this is what I think. She's very clear. She's like, you know, this is the life you've chosen, whatever you wish. Now you have to follow it on, see the consequences, decide what you want to do, everything. She's not, they're very cosmopolitan, very easygoing. And I kind of love the fact that my parents have evolved with their children. You know, they've let us grow, and I think the reason I am where I am, and you know, we're having this chat, is also a lot to do with my mother and my father
It's
being
so
the way they
interesting
are.
that you talk. Yeah, I get it. And it's so interesting that you talk about the unconventional sort of relationship that can exist between people. I always feel like there's so many relationships in our life that don't have a name, right? So your parents may have started off in this nomenclature of marriage in a conventional way and then moved into a different kind of relationship which still remains very close and connected. And there's so many different ways that modern love expresses itself, that the modern family expresses itself, isn't there?
But we love to give names. We love to kind of just, you know, have
Box
everything
it
has
in.
to have a naam hona chahiye end mein ki this is what it is or that it, you know. So I don't know, but like I said, my parents have been very, very modern. They've been very evolved. They've you know, they've figured it out, you know, and that's why both Karishma and me are the way we are, because we're loving, respectful, and I think our parents have given us that. You know, at an early age, they made us understand. And, you know, parents come from a different time also, na? So it's so important, but for them to keep up with us.
Yeah.
Just makes for a better
So let's
home, a
talk.
better place.
Yeah, I think it's fabulous, and I'm a passionate believer in relationships without a name. Like, I just think that so many deepest connections of our lives don't actually fit into like neat nomenclatures. I I want to ask you about how you think you have changed from the time that you became an actor to where you are now. You know, have you changed your mind about key things? Were there roles you would have done before that you wouldn't do today? As you evolve, you know, you spoke about your parents evolving with time. I can feel your own evolution. I can feel the changes in you as somebody who's sort of seen you and known you over a few years. So I want you to talk a little bit about. Let's start with roles. Are there roles that you would have done a decade ago that you wouldn't touch today?
Um,
Not
no,
really.
I don't know. Probably wouldn't do roles that I've done before, only because, um, you know, I don't want to kind of do the same kind of thing. But I don't think, I think I'm pretty much an actor who is open to any kind of role, you know, like I mean, it's not like if I'm going to play a villain in a movie, I'm a villain in real life, you know. So
Sure.
I'm not that kind of an actor who's like, you know, because I'm an actress and I'm a commercial actress, I must be only doing a certain kind of role. I'm pretty open to also doing, you know, different kind of roles, you know. And I kind of did that at a very early age anyway, with films like Chameli and Dev. So I
Yeah.
don't want to be in any box, you know. I want to be like, I want to, my path should be, it's open. I'll do any sort of role that I think is, I can nail the part.
Yeah. Do you feel today more empowered to say I should be paid this much? This equal pay for equal work. Every woman I speak to in your industry has a very different take on it, right? And I'm really confused because some of you say when we can sell the movie on our own strength. Some of you say it's high time. Sonam Kapoor on We the Women told me that she walked out of a movie once because the movie makers refused to pay her as much as her male co-star in that movie, and she thought that it was an absolute insult. So, how do you see the equal pay for equal work debate in your industry?
If it's equal pay and equal pay parity, then if an actor is getting paid 100 crores, the actress has to get paid 100 crores as well, right? That's the debate, no?
Yeah,
but then
that is the debate.
then the budget of the film is going to go to 400 crores. So then we have to make
Right.
those kind of movies where, like everyone's kind of sharing the burden. But I don't think that is possible in India, where you make, an Avengers is made also once in a year, once in 2 years, 3 years. Here, I mean, the kind of budgets, how does it happen? When you're doing a heroine oriented film, then the budget is also limited. वो 10-15
But
crore की
why?
film है.
But क्यों?
I think that the reason being that, like, because if you're making a big budget film, you know that the actor's going to take home 150 crores. They're not going to leave anything for the female star. The only way this
Yeah,
can
but
be
isn't that
solved
bugging? Like,
is
shouldn't men start saying we lead by example and we don't need
the
this
only thing
mad
that can
giant?
happen is that the men have to then take a pay cut. And men have to decide. There has to be a benchmark. Okay, the actor gets this much. So that there's enough room when you're taking a female star who you need in a film, that she's going to take this much. So it has to be divided in that way. Because right now it's divided where 90% is the actors and 10% is the actress. So we need the actors also. So this question must be asked to the actors also, if they are also ready to take that kind of a pay cut.
And if they're not?
If they're not, then that's what I'm saying. Then we have to put our foot down and decide that, do we want to be a part of that film? Do we want to take a stand against the fact that, I still want to do the film because it's a big film? So there are films that I have left because I have not been comfortable with what I've got paid. But there are actresses who do films for less because they feel that it'll further their career. It depends on what stage of your career and your mind space you're in, So the mind
But
space
these
that I am in,
films,
like, I'm
yeah.
not, I don't want to compromise on anything, I wanted,
Yeah, but
I wanted.
these films that you walked out on, have you walked out on them because you don't think you're getting the money that your talent is worth? Or is it a relative thing, like that the guy is getting so much more and I'm as much of a star as him, so why am I not getting somewhere that is proportionate to what he's getting?
Yeah, exactly. There should be some sort of, it can't be, 80-20. It has to, we have to find a balance, between, I think, actors. And there has to be unity amongst actors itself in the industry, because it's easy to sit and discuss, like we are, and everyone will say, but, to actually act upon it, take a stand, or to, be unified and take a decision amongst actors that, okay, this is what's going to happen. And, if I may say, it's, of course, female pay parity ki difference to hai hi, but I'm saying even script writers and technicians who are working on the film don't get paid as much. And when actually they are the backbone to a film. I mean, today nothing is bigger, script is king. So, I mean, in that sense, and there has to be unity amongst everyone in each department.
Yeah. So how do you see this sort of getting resolved? And there are other kinds of disparities, right? Let's look at ageism. So, men seem to be able to play heroes well into their 50s and nobody says anything, and women, this has not happened with you and it's not happened with one or two others, but it's mostly happened to almost everybody else, that women on the same age graph, on the same age curve, start losing roles. They're expected to then play other kinds of roles. They're robbed of their sexuality. They're always asked to play like aunts and sisters and some supporting role, like you hit 50 and you stop having sex or something. I mean, there's just so many assumptions about women, right? So, like, how do you look at this ageism, this awful ageism of your industry, as applied to women compared to men?
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe they think that men don't age and women age. I don't understand, because according to me, you're as old as you look. I'm 40 today. Maybe I don't look. I don't think I look 40. So I mean, if I am not looking 40, I should. Why am I being judged that just because I'm 40, I shouldn't be working?
But I am saying, if you're 40, it's not like you can't fall in love, you can't have sex, you can't dance, you can't, let yourself go. 40 is the new 20. Yeah, come on.
I think in certain films, they have that. Certain films are made where they're like me एक younger heroine ले लेते हैं because then the hero tends to look younger. I don't know, but that is the logic. Even I don't understand
But
क्या
Amir,
logic
but
है.
Amir, but Amir, Shah Rukh, Salman, Akshay can be young forever. Is it?
Because they, I mean, I don't know how. Though, I mean, I have worked with Akshay now in Good News. Just right now, that was his, in fact, last release. I'm working with Amir now. So, I think actors, a few actors who dare to be different and who want to pull up that and say that, no, this is it. Like in Good News, we were playing, our age. We were a married couple and it was a comedy commercial film. In Lal Singh
Yeah.
Chadda, in fact, it's Forrest Gump. So I'm playing younger to older. So,
Yeah.
actors also have to have the belief in us actresses and kind of take that plunge and say, okay, fine, we're going to do it. And I think now, I think they are kind of changing. Of course, there is a certain section that still wants that, young, taut body, 20-year-old, 25-year-old. I think it's film to film, But
Yeah.
I'm
But there
hoping
was a
that
good
actors
comment. There was a good comment on the screen. There was a good comment, and I agree with it. If we can bring it back, even if you're 40, why should anyone judge you and slot you into roles? We need to shift mindsets.
But we need to. I am trying my best to shift mindsets, but I think the directors and the producers who are putting in the money should also know that, I mean, people want to see us. Whether we're 40 or 50, they want to see us also. If they want to see the older actors, they do want to see us also. So I think they just have to have a lot more faith,
Yeah.
in people like us.
Now, obviously, you have had a certain degree of cushioning because of who you are, because of the family you come from. But have there been moments when you have felt that if I weren't a woman, I would be treated differently? If I weren't female, this would not be happening to me. Have you had those moments? Like, what has it been like to be a woman in this industry, even with all your privileges and your background? What role has gender played? Has your experience been gendered? Let's say, take you and Saif, for example. Both of you are children of actors. Has his experience as a man been different from your experience as a woman?
I think Saif's also had his fair share of struggle. I mean, I think he also struggled quite a bit in this industry to make his footing.
Yeah.
I think almost 15, 20 years. He had to
Yeah.
also break a lot of, what people had against, that, oh, his voice is like this, or he looks like this, or this is the way he is, or this is the way he performs. I think he's broken all those barriers, and kind of come out shining. But my experience in this industry is because I have been the same from the word go. I'm always, this is the way I want it, this is the way I'm not. And I think it has nothing to do with the fact that, okay, I do come from this film family, but I have never ever connected my family to my career. I'm not. Because I'm just like, when I'm
Explain
reading a
that.
script,
Explain
I
that.
don't.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean that you've never connected your family? Even if you don't connect your family, everybody else is connecting your family to you, right?
They have assumptions. But even if I was anyone else and I didn't have the Kapoor name, I would have still taken the decisions that I did. If I don't agree upon something, I make it very clear to the producer or the director. And I have no apprehensions about or fear about sharing my thoughts. That, this is the way I like it, or this is the way I don't want to do this. And I'm somebody, like I said, if I speak my mind, there are people. I mean, I've always been heard. I mean, I want my voice to be heard. That's it. The way it is. So it has nothing to do with because I can or because I come from this family. It's because I do. You have to have, in this industry, you have to have the gumption to push for what you want. If you allow people to take you for granted, it happens. But you have to just have the gumption to say, नहीं, ये नहीं करना है. जैसे आप बोल रहे हो कि there is a film being made, and in a big film, it's my decision if I want to be a part of the film or not. But if I feel I don't want to be a part of it, and if you feel your role isn't good, then don't do it. Why have that fear that if I say no, tomorrow that actor might not work with me, tomorrow that producer might not work with me? I think people start thinking like that, in fear. कि आगे जाके काम नहीं मिलेगा. So I think that all these things, we should not think about all those things. If we stick firmly to our decision, we are heard.
Do you think about that sometimes? I remember I was interviewing Amitabh Bachchan once, and according to me, he's the most difficult person to interview because he never lets his mask down. So it's very difficult to get anything like that is not an actor's rehearsed sentence from him. But then I asked him, I said, what do you fear? And he said, I fear that I'll walk into a restaurant one day in my 70s and nobody will recognize me. And I was like, come on, you're joking. Like, how can that happen to you? And he said, no, I do fear that one day nobody will recognize me. So you're not anywhere near that point of life. But do you worry sometimes that as I grow older, as a woman in this industry, maybe they won't give me work? What will I do then? Or do you have another sort of take on it? And there is also an added question. Sorry, can you bring it back, that question? It, what does Kareena have to say on misogynistic films and sexist films? Some would say they're just movies, but I believe actors are looked up to, and what they do and what kind of cinema they choose is very important. And that's what I was asking you earlier, that are there some kind of roles you wouldn't do? And I get what you mean. I get what you mean when you say, I'm an actor. I can play someone really sexist and awful on screen. That doesn't make me that. That's an acting challenge. But there is also a certain kind of politics of representation, the way an item number is shot, the way a camera moves up a heroine's sort of navel. There are many different ways in which women are presented. So I want you to think about that. And also, do you fear sometimes not getting roles as the years go on?
I don't fear not getting roles because I think of course my career is everything to me, but I'm not thinking that, okay, what if nobody recognizes me, or what if, like, yeah, I don't have work. I'm always grateful and thankful for what I have, and I believe in myself. I believe in the power that is me, which is within me, that I know that this is what I can do and what I will continue doing and what I want to do. And that's why even now, if it comes to the fact of what kind of films I want to do, earlier on, like I said, that I'm like, you asked me, yeah, I agree, item numbers and things like that, there has been a huge debate on this.
Yeah.
क्या है क्या नहीं है क्या नहीं है. So it's even I don't know, because the fact is that people are watching it. Yeah, Barkha, I don't know how to. Then people should not watch that. There has to be something in tandem. I might not do it anymore. I have done it, and I'm very proud of that also. And the films went on to be huge successes. The songs went on to be huge successes. Now I might not do that. I might consider, I might think about it. But the fact is that people are rushing to go and see that. Why is that happening then? So mindset हमारी भी नहीं बदलनी चाहिए, mindset लोगों की भी तो बदलनी चाहिए. Actors की तो of course.
It's complicated. It's damn complicated, right? Because at one level, I feel like it's your choice. One, as a woman, I feel it's your choice. Secondly, I feel that women should be able to express their sexuality. But there is also hypersexualization, like some of these item numbers. Then you see, a 5-year-old girl sort of sexualizing. You see little girls being sexualized by this culture of also the social media that we live in, where everyone's bloody pouting and to camera in
like
a goofy way.
Have songs where young 5-6-year-old girls are emulating those songs, whether it's Shakira, Jennifer Lopez, whatever it is. So वहाँ भी होता है, यहाँ भी होता है, and we're always trying to.
हर जगह होता है ये यहाँ की. In fact, that comment, there's another comment on our screen that's saying it's a cycle, right? So we don't know whether the audience comes first or the movie comes first. It's cyclical. Sexist films lead to sexist mindsets lead to sexist films. So it's complicated.
That's what I'm saying. It's going in tandem. One doesn't know, how what we're supposed to actually do. Of course, one can choose that this is what maybe I don't want to do anymore. Like an item number or something. Maybe I won't. I'll think about it. Earlier, before Taimur, maybe I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. It's fun. I enjoy dancing. I enjoy doing all the songs and stuff like that. Now, maybe like you asked me, a second thought, yes, would come into my mind.
Yeah. You think twice about doing an item number as such as it's
Yeah,
classified.
yeah.
Basically. Yeah. So I want to ask you something which is not necessarily how you play a role, but the time when there was this crazy attention on size zero and Kareena Kapoor, right? And I ask you this because you're the same Kareena who will pose quite happily, n number of months pregnant, happily waddling on whatever podcast set that you've been doing. Like you have absolutely no self-consciousness, to no body issues clearly. But Rujuta, who's a friend of mine also, your nutritionist, she famously made Kareena Kapoor, there you are, size zero. And Rujuta wants us to give up wine, coffee. I've never, she's a pal of mine. मैं उसको तंग करने के लिए रोज ट्विटर पे लिखती हूँ. Today I had red wine, today I had coffee, today I had chips, today I had french fries, and I don't care. I just bug her. But this politics of weight in women, here are you not giving a shit, and then there were you being size zero, Kareena. That journey, why did you need to be size zero?
So that was for a particular part that I did, like how it was more like a challenge, because when I signed the film, the director and producer were like, we have to take on this challenge, and the fact is that, we want to see you as a new Kareena. This girl has to be, like she's like the hero of the film, so it should be like, she's ripped, she has this, she's going to take revenge of her father's death, she's going to have all of that, So I was like, yeah, why not take up the challenge and transform my body? It'll be interesting to see, if I can do that for a role. So it was only for that particular part that I had done that. I mean, I can't be like that because I'm a growing Punjabi. I'm still a growing girl.
I love that. This is me. I am forever a growing Punjabi. I forever need to be fed. I used to have a t-shirt. I used to have a t-shirt in journalism school, and it said, I write for food. That's it. I write for food.
Yeah, I need that. So I've come to terms with that. I'm healthy. I'm fit. I have the energy to work at 7.5 months pregnant. Thankfully, with my doctor's grace and following certain rules. Yes, so that is what my benchmark is. But weight is like now it's become a topic that's just annoying now. It's just like, guys, please,
Yeah,
like
get a life. Like get a bloody life. Yeah.
Yeah, don't lose your mind, lose your weight. Be healthy, be fit, but this constant need of wanting to look like someone else now, na? That is what is, wo nahi hona chahiye, yaar. And that's why, look at me, I'm literally waddling like around. Like my own parents are telling me that you're waddling around. I said, yeah, but so what, na? It's okay. I can walk, na? I can still walk and I can still work. So, bas, क्या है? Let them see.
Waddle to work. Huh? Yeah, waddle to work is a new variation of work from home. Waddle to work.
Waddle to work.
Yes. I like this waddle to work. Couple of interesting questions for you on our stream. One on postpartum. Okay, can we just go back to 2 questions before? There's an interesting question about whether you worry. Earlier they used to say after marriage, do women get roles? Do women get to work? Sorry, the question before that, I want to ask this also. Does postpartum pressure affect your sexualization on screen? Like, do you worry, I'm now a mom, am I going to be cast in certain roles? It's an interesting question, right? Because women go through all kinds of things. Postpartum depression is a thing, but also the way other people look at you changes or can change. If you're a brilliant actor, it should not. But does that happen? Did it happen to you after Taimur? Do you sometimes think that it could happen?
I think, honestly, I don't know why people out here, maybe in our film industry, they would think like that, because childbirth is also very normal, na? I mean, it's up to me. Like, I mean, one could have a child even at like 23, 24. Don't have to wait for a certain age. So, why should age matter? It really doesn't matter that if I've had a child or not. The way you look at me in a particular part, if you think I suit the part and I look good enough or I look sexy enough, why should it matter? Like if I have, a child, why must I be put in that box? Okay, that no, this one is better because she doesn't have a child. I don't get that. And
I
I think
agree.
that's
I
a
agree.
poor mindset to have. And if people really think like that, it's sad. And I'm hoping that uh, they don't think like that now. Like certain directors and like actors and producers, they don't. So I think I'm hoping that there are changes. Yeah, there are changes now in the industry. People are changing. I think actors, like whether it's Vidya or Kangana, or like even look at Alia at such a young age is choosing some brave roles. Like she did a highway, she did an Urta
Yeah.
Punjab. So
Yeah.
like whether it was me doing an Urta Punjab or choosing parts that are different, I think now us women are kind of pulling it
Coming into
together.
our own. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and kind of
agree. I
saying,
can see the change. Yeah. So the other question was also interesting. It's a different question, but it was about how you want to raise your son, and how are you going to get Taimur to not become a victim of those masculine stereotypes, right? Because the point is, we talk so much about women and sexism, but we don't talk about the pressure on boys to be a certain way. And there's a lot of pressure on boys to be a certain way. And your poor boy is already the subject of so much media intensity that to keep him real, grounded, and sensitive, and feminist, and liberal, it would be like crazy. Like it's like a full project.
yeah, it's a project, but he's going to grow up seeing what his parents do, seeing what his parents emulate, seeing what we are, keeping him in that atmosphere and that hope, that this is um, the way he is, the way he's Saif is so liberal, Saif is so open-minded. He doesn't
Yeah.
there's no box that you can really put him in. And I think the same
Yeah.
with me. He's seeing like his mother go to work. Like I tell him now also that my tummy's so big, look at me. So then he's asking me, "But where are you going?" So I'm like, "But I'm going for shooting." So he's like, trying to figure. I said, "Yeah, because Amma likes to work and I go to work so that you're also happy and we all can stay happy together and we can do like fun things. So I'm going to come home soon." So he now understands. So like he comes to the door and he'll be like, "Yeah, okay, bye Amma, bye Abba." He's
Yeah.
understood that. So I'm not kind of drilling it in his head that this is what it is or this is the way you have to be. He has to figure it out and see that this is it. I mean, it's a working mother. I don't need to tell him that that you have to be a feminist or I want you to be a feminist. He's going to see his mother's actions. That is, I think, greater than words.
No, I agree with that so much that, I think if you grow up as a child of a working mom, the way you look at women when you are older is totally different than if you grew up as the child of a woman who's maybe because of circumstances and unfulfilled dreams being compelled to be a homemaker and not being able to pursue a professional passion. And I just think it's so important for women to work. I saw a question about mommy regrets, but I don't even know if I want to pick it up because guys don't get asked these questions. Like if I was interviewing Saif instead of you, I wouldn't say to him, "Oh, do you have daddy regrets?" And so do you get those annoying questions? Do you get those annoying
Yeah,
questions about like somewhere where you're expected to feel guilty and like you're like, why should I feel guilty? I don't feel guilty. I love my work.
yeah, of course, but women are, no, because
Yeah,
women who are,
exactly.
that's just the way it is. But like I said, Barkha, no, not really trying to prove a point or anything. Doing exactly what I want and hoping that my children will see me that this is the way she is. And we've always seen Amma work, and we've always seen her come home and still give us that time and love and attention.
Yeah.
They will grow up respecting and loving women, just like that, like seeing their father also. You know,
Yeah.
Saif helping me out so much.
Is he a hands-on dad?
I think he's an amazing father, and he's also been father to different age groups. So he kind of has that sensibility.
Only
Yeah,
you could say that.
yeah, but he has, because his daughter 25,
Father to
son is,
different age groups.
yeah. So
But well said and
he's
true.
learned a lot. Yeah, and he's learned a lot, and he's kind of grown with each. I think with each child, I think that's how it should be. That the parent should grow. And I think he's an amazing father. Like to whether it's Sarah or Ibrahim, and now to Temur. From, I think, he oscillates, he changes, and he becomes that particular person when he's either giving advice about university to Ibrahim, or he's talking about movies to um, his daughter, or they're discussing, like they love discussing history or art. And then when it's like coming to talking to Temur, he's like playing with him or doing his Lego with him. So I think in that way he's pretty brilliant.
Yeah, good for Seth. But I want to, there was another interesting question, which was about why your industry doesn't take more public positions. And obviously, what I want to ask you is, this has been a year when your industry has been under unprecedented scrutiny. I've mostly not agreed with what your industry has been subjected to, but somewhere I feel that you all have had to pay a price for your being some of you being very darpoke earlier. कि कुछ मत बोलो. You're not obviously in that mold, but a lot of your friends, colleagues are कि मुंह मत खोलो, we'll get into trouble. Now, what this year has shown, with the entire nepotism debate, with what happened with the tragedy of Sushant, is that whether or not you open your mouth, if somebody wants to come after you, somebody wants to run a campaign, they will. Now, I remember I was talking to you about nepotism, and what you said really stayed with me. You were like, look, I'm never going to have a story as good as a person who came with 10 rupees in his jape to Bombay, but in the end, the audience decides my fate, right? So, when you look at this whole debate, what do you say on it? And do you feel that the industry needs to speak up more and be a little more mupat? Otherwise, you will be bullied?
No, I think whether you say or you don't say, I think the industry's anyway, it's been a year, and industry's anyway becoming like the softest target. So I think whether you say something, you're, gonna get brickbats. Whether you don't say something, you're gonna get brickbats.
Yeah.
Whether you're too honest.
Yeah.
Like, of course, there must have been certain people who didn't like the nepotism comment. There were certain who appreciated that. So I feel that, each to its own. I feel if actors don't really want to speak up also, it's understandable, because look at the kind of trolling that is happening, and for no reason.
Yeah.
Where spreading hatred and negativity into an industry that is actually an entertainment industry.
Yeah.
We're here to entertain our people and our fans. We're not here to spread hate and negativity, and I don't know, this perception that there is about the industry. It's heartbreaking, because it's not like that. Where there are so many dreams that are made here. There are so many aspirations. Look at it, the kind of people that have come here and built their homes, their dreams, their legacies. Yeah, I mean, like, please. I mean, it's just for I think hundreds of years. From when Prithvi Raj Kapoor came, he was also nobody. Raj Kapoor and all also, they were nobody. I mean, so as from a simple family in Lahore, and they built and made their entire legacy here. So we have also come from somewhere and done this. So यहाँ पे I feel dreams are fulfilled. Why are we trying to bring down actors or bring down this industry, from producers to filmmakers, saying so and so is like this, so and so is like that? Why? I just feel that this has to stop.
Yeah.
And talking
What's
about
the
it,
worst?
I think,
Sorry, talking about it? You were saying?
talking about it, I think, fuels it, because people are just commenting. They're just saying things without understanding what actually that particular person is going through. Yeah.
What's the worst trolling that you've gone through, and how have you dealt with it?
So I prefer not to read my comments or anything.
Yeah, I agree. मैं तो कुछ नहीं पढ़ती. जो लिखना है लिखो, मैं पढ़ूंगी ही नहीं. Same.
Yeah, exactly. How does it matter? I mean, I think that also being a public figure, it's okay. They are.
ठीक है, चलता है. Yeah.
We have to be like that, and actors, I feel, need to be like that. We can't be affected by the trolls.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I have to ask you in the end, I'll take a last question. We have just a couple of minutes left. There was a question from a young woman, if we can bring that up again. What's the one thing that you want to change, if you could, in the industry that would help empower women who maybe will come after you? The one thing you'd like to see shift, right? That maybe for the next generation of Kareena Kapoors, the next generation of actors, could make it different to be a woman in this space.
I think that being like, we discussed so many things about changes in the industry, you know, the pay parity, script
Yeah.
choices that people are doing. You know, I just feel that we need more brave actors like us, whether it's, like I mentioned, Kangana, Deepika, Alia, Vidya. I think they're doing amazing work, and they are, you know, breaking the rules, whether it's, you know, a mainstream artist like a Deepika who does a chapak, who has the gumption to say that I will change my face, I will play this acid victim, and I will do it. You know, so we need more brave actors like that, and I have a feeling that we women, like you say, we the women, we are leading the pack, Barkha. We are bringing the change, and we are kind of, you know, standing right there telling producers and directors, ke role chahiye, we want to do this, and we're ready to do it. So I'm gonna be positive about it, that we're already bringing out that change, and it should happen.
Tell me this: what would be your one message to all the young women watching this program?
You know, I would say that, you know, we live in a world where we're constantly looking for, you know, that instant gratification,
Yeah.
because we're just there. Ye ke even young girls like 12, 13-year-olds, I know, because I have relatives, I have my sister's daughter, that there's an instant gratification mode कि photo डाल दिया वो like आने वाला है. I want that to change. I want that instantness to change. I want people to, you know, look deeper into themselves, especially young girls. Look deeper and ask themselves that, you know, is this really what we want? Or can we do
Yeah.
better? Is it like everything is going to be on Instagram, everything is going to be on Facebook and social media? Is that time of just having a chat with your mom and telling her what you feel, or your sister or your friend gone?
Yeah.
Or is it just about that like? So I want that to change, because I want, you know, Temu to also not have this instant kind of thing, you know, this feeling of ke abhi aana chahiye, abhi hona chahiye, which I feel this young generation has kind of gotten used to, which I'm petrified of.
I agree. What does Kareena Kapoor want that she doesn't have?
What she doesn't have? Oh
You said
God.
what women want. It's the name of your show. What does Kareena Kapoor want that she doesn't have?
What do I have right now? I mean, you know, what more can I ask for? I mean, I'm on
There's
the way
always
to.
more. There's
There's
always
always more.
more.
What that I don't have. Well, I don't have my baby in my arms now. I really want to see him, whether he looks like me or my husband. That's what I want to see right now. That's on my mind.
Okay. Small, achievable ambitions, because you'll know that soon enough. How far are you from delivery, by the way? How far are
I'm
you from
delivering
delivery?
in February.
Okay. Good luck, Kareena. Pleasure talking to you. Please keep being unapologetic, a mupad badass. Please keep getting into trouble. Women who make trouble are the best kind of women. So
Well,
thank you,
thank you for
Kareena.
having me. Yes, thank
It's
you,
been
Barkha.
great fun. It's been great fun and really absolutely delightful. Thank you so much, Kareena Kapoor Khan, there speaking about what women want on our Global Town Hall. Bye, Kareena. See you later.
Bye.
Let's move on
Thank
now.
you.
Bye, Kareena. Let's move on now. And we are moving from and shifting gears almost, we're moving from the film industry to talking about women and money and entrepreneurship. Women do mean business. If you look at the headlines, you will see all manners of female leaders at the helm of some of our biggest, most important companies. Women led startups are becoming more and more common. Women CEOs are becoming more and more common. And you would think that women are everywhere. And yet, you might be shocked if I tell you that female labor force participation has actually gone down in India. Put into simple layperson language, that actually means that fewer Indian women are working than before. Our labor force participation is now under 27%, and this has been a declining curve. There was a decade that has been marked by data scientists that show that 20 million Indian women actually dropped out of the workforce. That's at one end of the spectrum. But there are other numbers too. At 2%, India ranks the third lowest in the Asia Pacific with regards to female CEO representation. So there's a lot of talk about how do you get more women in boardrooms, how do you get more diversity. Women account for 48% of entry-level hires, but only 38% of first-level managers. So you'll get a lot of this data flying at you and coming your way. And I don't know what to make of it. There have been moves to allow for affirmative actions in boardrooms, but there's also hope. There's also numbers that now say that 15.7 million women-owned enterprises, which represent about 20% of total enterprises, is the number that we have when we talk about female entrepreneurship. Talking about what we mean when we say women mean business, whether women-run companies are different, and whether women have a really complicated relationship with money, especially when it comes to asking for money. We're joined by three fascinating women today. Let's bring them up. Rupa Kudva is the managing director of Omidyar in India, funds a lot of these ventures and has been a sort of inspiration for so many women herself. We're also joined by Upasana Taku. Upasana Taku went from being an engineer to an entrepreneur and now is the co-founder of MobiQuick. And Rashmi Daga, who's the entrepreneur who created Fresh Menu, who's also by coincidence an engineer before she became an entrepreneur. So this is really a panel of tough women. And I'll start with you, Rupa. I mean, today you're running Omidyar in India and the region, and you're deciding what to fund, what not to fund. But you've worked with CRISIL before. You serve on all manners of boards. How much has changed and how little has changed?
I think if I were to look back, I've been working now for over 30 years, Barkha, and a lot has changed, but there is still such a long way to go. And let me by just talking about, when we talk about women in entrepreneurship, how serious is the problem? So just look at some numbers. Today it's estimated that there are about 8 million women entrepreneurs and 50 million male entrepreneurs. Last year, only 6.5% of the startups that were funded by the VC industry were women founded or women co-founded. And only 1/5 of the VC investors in India last year funded enterprises, funded startups which were founded by women. So I think where entrepreneurship is concerned, I think there's a long way to go. Corporate India is concerned, I think it's somewhat different. There are some sectors like financial services where we have seen a whole slew of women rising to the top. The average proportion of women in financial services and broadly in corporate India now is about a third. There has been some there, but on balance, I would say, progress, yes. I mean, when I started my career and would go for factory visits, there were no toilets for women. So I think from there we've come a long way. But I think the wonderful women we have on this panel here, Upasana and Rashmi, are of another generation altogether, and I think they're really charting new frontiers.
Yeah. Rupa, that data is really interesting. 8 million female entrepreneurs to 50 million male entrepreneurs. Why do you think that is? And I want to talk about the politics of the bathroom and the workspace later in the program because it is so important. It's like rendering women invisible in the system. But do you think that women have a complicated relationship with raising funds? I say this as someone who personally moved from being a salaried person to now being an entrepreneur in the media space. And the one thing that paralyzes me is asking anybody for money. I walk into a room, I can ask them the toughest question, I can cover a war, I can report a riot, I can cover COVID pandemic from across the country, I can do all of that, but I cannot ask anyone for money. Do you find that this happens to other women? Tell me that I'm not bizarre, or tell me I'm not the only one. Rupa.
No, I think you're not the only one. I think it has to do with the social conditioning where women tend to be more self-critical. They also tend to underplay their achievements. And this is something I'll come back to in a bit. But before I do that, I think there is an issue at the investors' end as well. Because if you look at investors, if you look at entrepreneurs, globally study after study shows you that the entrepreneur profile reflects or mirrors the profile of the investors. So investors tend to invest in people like them, people who go to the same schools, who are part of the same networks, and so on and so forth. So I think, therefore, unlike other parts of the financial services world, the startup investing community, I think the gender balance is disproportionately skewed towards men. So I think it begins with starting by changing the gender balance in the investing team itself. That is something we, for example, are emphasizing considerably. You see far too few women in VC investing, and I think when that starts changing more significantly, you will also see a shift in the profile of entrepreneurs who are funded. But coming back to your question, I think I think. Despite the strides that women have made and their phenomenal achievements, if you look at a presentation, or if you have a conversation with a woman compared to her male counterpart, it has been my experience that you actually have to really dig in to pry out what her achievements have been, because it doesn't come. They hold back, I feel, from showcasing what they were.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but some great talking points there. And let me go straight to Upasna. Upasna, you had some experience of being in a traditionally all-male domain, because you started off in the engineering space. It's not as unequal today, as it used to be, but it's still pretty unequal. Do you agree with Rupa that the main problem is the way investors look at women, because the investors are mostly all men? They're a bunch of suits, so to speak. I shouldn't be calling them suits. I need to go to them to raise funds, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's been a lot of discussion on this topic globally. And, specifically for American investors, people talk about the fact that, everyone wants to invest with it's a white male boys club. And I think that it's not just that in New York and Bay Area. I think it's same all over the world. And I think it's no different in India. Um, it's very difficult for not just a woman but also a self-made person to be able to get funded, because generally investors are looking for references or connects to, oh, did you go to my school, did you go to IIT, or did you go to Harvard, or whichever school I went to. So it's very difficult to break through. I do think that things are turning around, but whether it is from a business space, investor space, government space, I think that there is clearly still a lot of discrimination at play, and one must rise above it to move forward. But I don't think, Barkha, that asking for money has something to do, with a person's sex. I think it is difficult for both males and females to ask for it, but the conviction and confidence to go to meeting after meeting and tell your story, your company's story, and to command money in terms of investment only comes from the fact if you know that you can take it from X to 10X. And in order to get to 10X, you need some sort of investment, which you don't necessarily have in terms of your own, monies. And I think that a lot of that is driven from the business idea and your team motivating you that, yes, we have achieved some level of success, but to get to next level, we need to raise money. And I think that as more women, I see a lot of women now, becoming founders of early stage companies. I do hope that they will move forward and scale up their businesses and will not get caught up in traditional or these social conditioning norms per se. I think we have to strike our own path. There is no book that is going to teach women how to do this. The paths are going to be slightly deviant though, and not similar to what their male peers have set up.
So what has been the toughest for you in your entrepreneurial journey, Upasna?
So in terms of fundraising or just in general, in terms of the overall journey?
I mean, since you're making the point that it's not men or women, everybody finds it difficult to ask for money. Maybe it's about confidence. I actually don't agree. Like, I tend to reject most gender generalizations. But the one thing I find is that more women than men are uncomfortable asking for money. And it doesn't have anything to do with confidence. It has something to do with feeling like either your equality is lessened if you ask someone for money, or feeling very boastful. I think these are the kind of cultural trigger points. I don't think it's necessarily to do with confidence. So I'm just wondering, for you, what has been tough? Like, is there a moment you can look back and say, oh my God, that was so bloody tough?
I think that so I've been as you pointed out, I've been an engineer myself. So my biggest thought process is that strategy is one thing, but execution is key. And I've been fairly execution focused, which is driving myself and the team to excel and scale up the business. I think I learned a little later in the game that not just doing well on financial metrics and growing the business is important, but knowing people, going out and setting up meetings, meeting people and telling them about your business, not just investors, but the who's and who of your market or your space, or for that matter, even the media sector, is very important, because it's not so much about boasting, but if I'm not going to be confident talking about our marketing, my brand and my company and how we are going to create an impact in India, then who will? And I think that is also something that I find doesn't come very easily, especially to people with engineering background, or non-marketing backgrounds. That has been one difficulty that I have now finally overcome in the last 2-3 years.
Yeah, talking about yourself is always weird, right? And yet that's the name of the game. Rashmi, I was seeing a comment on my screen as I get your story, and we can bring up that comment about solopreneurs, like that basically that people who are individuals who set up to form a company, they don't really get funded. And if we can take that to Rashmi and bring up Rashmi, what was your journey like as you set out to start Fresh Menu?
Yeah, I think the solopreneur question, I think I've addressed it too many times, and I think VC industry is obsessed with questioning single founders that why are you single? While there are tons of multiple co-founder companies where founder conflict is one big reason why things don't take off. So yeah, I think it's a question that everybody has to take on. I have now been a solopreneur for the last 6 years. I think I have learned to take it in my stride, but it's a tough question to address all the time.
So what do you think? Do you think that when you look at Rupa's figure of the 8 million entrepreneurs who are women to the 50 million who are men, where do you see the bias? There clearly is a bias. I mean, we can't hide from the fact that there's a structural bias in how, women-led companies are funded.
I'll tell you a story, okay? So as a student, I aced all exams. I had 98 in my 10th board and 99 in my 12th board maths. But even today, in every meeting, people would challenge your math skills, your P&L skills. They would doubt that you know your business model, unit economics. People have wanted me to solve some on-the-fly, mathematical numbers for them to believe that I really know it. So I think, and this is after all the probably the IMDb, which is the best, for people to say, okay, you're top of the net. I think there is a challenge in how people estimate what women are capable of. I've been asked questions like, how far is your daughter's school? Who will drop her to school? So how does it run? And do you have help at home? Which I don't think any man would be asked, how much time is he going to do?
Yeah. How do you respond when you're asked that?
I think you have to some nonchalance on your side. But there obviously you have to, as an individual, I would choose, with whom should I really pursue the conversation and with whom not. Because if the bias is obvious, then it is very hard to pursue the conversation.
Yeah. So I want the three of you, all three of you have been on these endless webinars where you are taken through the structural questions about your industry. What I really want to do, and we've been doing this the whole day on this Global Town Hall, is to get to know you as people, right? What have been your personal struggles? What makes you angry? What keeps you awake at night? So Rupa, I want to come back to what you said about, how when you started out, there were no bathrooms in spaces that you went to. No one had thought of the fact that women might work there one day. And, this is so familiar across fields. I mean, in the courts of India, there are debates around why there aren't separate loos for women. My mother, who was a journalist, brought me up telling me the story that when she went to apply for a job to the Hindustan Times, she was told that women are just there to cover flower shows. So structural biases are there, have been there, and the politics of bathrooms, the fact that our public spaces are not made for women. When I was traveling, Rupa, across India reporting the pandemic, I got used to taking, if you want to go to the loo, you go in the khet, you go in the field, you go behind the tree. Because the fact is, our cities, our public spaces are not made for women. There are no loos anywhere. So the politics of the bathroom is a metaphor for this structural discrimination. Can you speak a little bit about that and connect it with your own journey? What was really tough for you personally?
Yeah, I must preface all my comments by saying that I've been singularly fortunate. Number one, in terms of the organizations I worked in and the kind of work that I did, right, which automatically didn't expose me to too many of these kinds of situations. And the second, Barkha, I think, is the time at which I entered the workforce. It was just on the cusp of the liberalization era. And I think that my generation particularly, the kind of see in our careers from the time we started to the time we will end, that delta, I think no generation before us. I think in ways my career was a child of the liberalization era, and therefore I think it's important to call out these things upfront. Having said that, I would say that we were also, because we were pre-liberalization children, we also kind of took a lot of this in our stride. I don't think we questioned that much. I remember after graduating from IIM Ahmedabad, I was just about in that frame of mind, grateful that someone gave me a job. Because that was the whole thing, that was the era in which I'd grown up, so to speak. So I think in one way, I think it sounds so naive 30 years down the line. But in another way, I think it made us all very resilient. We took things in our stride, we went with the flow, we didn't kind of let ourselves get bogged down by this endless questioning about everything, and we just kind of went for it, So I think, it cuts both ways. Sometimes I think too much knowledge and too much awareness is a dangerous thing as well. So I didn't suffer from any of that. But I also think, I must call out what liberalization did to India, and therefore it made possible companies like CRISIL to be born and to flourish. Before that, when you thought about a corporate in India, it was all about of the promoter, for the promoter, by the promoter, right? Yeah. And then you had a company like CRISIL, Infosys, all these companies which came up, which were widely owned. They were professionally managed. I remember people telling us, "Arey, rating to kya hai? You'll be getting one phone call from Delhi and giving a rating." The fact that people could have independent opinions was not even considered possible. And from there, I think to come up with to build an organization where all that matters, both the power of your analysis and the power of your ideas, was very liberating. I think. It was a very non-traditional workplace. Now, coming to the gender part of it, we took great pride at that point in saying it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman. And I think in my career it reflected, because I rose all the way from analyst to CEO. We went public, we were a listed company, all of that. But today when I look back, I'm not so sure that's the right attitude. I think it's okay to say it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, but my own thinking has evolved to say that it does matter, and you do owe it to women, to kind of provide them a boost and just neutral enough. So you have to be, it's not about equality, it's about equity. And I think that has been my own evolution as a person and recognition in my own journey. So if you had told me 15 years ago I would have argued vehemently against reservations on boards. Today, I see why that is required.
Yeah, I'm so fascinated listening to you because I think it kind of mirrors my own evolution in terms of disowning my gender and then recognizing that that is something complicated. And I think exactly like you, that we were tough, we didn't think too much, we just got the job done, we didn't spend so much time thinking about a gender. And then you get to a point, and it usually happens as you grow older, and you see so many different things, and you realize that it's just not a level playing field. And Upasana, let me take that to you. Do you think there's a generational difference in how these questions are addressed? Have you, as a female entrepreneur, adopted workplace policies that perhaps if your company was led by a man would be different? And if you have, give us an example of those.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let me first summarize to, what you said and Rupa said. I agree with that, we have this thing about, oh, we are women, we will make it happen. That's great. But why should it be any harder for women than it is for men? And not every woman has the same personality. I mean, for every Barkha Dutt, there will be 10, perhaps meeker journalists who might get, riled by the level of assertiveness that a male boss might, imping on them. So I do think that we shouldn't make it harder for ourselves. We should live in reality. And I think the newer generation perhaps is appreciating this better. I mean, I can tell you that both my parents, have been teachers, were professors. So at some level, while my family is very supportive, at some level, when my mom tells me that you need to do more for your kid, I remind her, why don't you tell your son-in-law? Why are you only telling me? Because I remind my mom that unlike you, who had a morning to 2 p.m. teaching job, I have a full-time job, and sometimes my day doesn't even end by 8:30 because I have some US investor call going on. So I think that we have to build a nuanced setup which really, accommodates women and does not require them to sleep for 4 hours to make up for everything else in life. And in terms of, I think women-led companies, do operate differently. As an example, in the current framework, while there were several startups in the Gurgaon area that tried to reopen their offices and perhaps have opened them since May, June, or July, I put my foot down and said that we will not be opening any office and we will be working fully remotely until next year, because there were already 4 or 5 employees whose parents had reached the ICU by then. So what is the point of imposing more danger? And I told my management team that we should treat it as a gift to our employees, that you can work from your homes, but you have to work equally hard because we have to recover from COVID. I'll come to some even more exclusive things that I have done, and I want many others to do. That's why I'm talking about them here. So in our we have a fairly large office in Gurgaon, and I have a 5-year-old now, and I realized that it was extremely challenging for me when my child was 0 to 2 years old, or even 0 to 2.5 years old, to be able to do my work with focus, because I was constantly worried about him. So I found a small area in our office, and we made a creche or a daycare happen, so that all my young women engineers, leads, started coming back from maternity leave fast enough, and their kids were right in the office, in a secluded area in the office, and we actually hired 2-3 nannies to take care of their kids, so that they could also work, feeling more comfortable that their kids are right there. They can visit them 2-3 times in a day to see if they've had their milk and not sleeping and all of that.
Yeah. So, you know what? It's so interesting, some of the things you've said, Upasana, because you said that when your mom tells you, guilts you on work-life balance, you say, why don't you tell your son-in-law? And then you tell me about this creche for your women employees. And I'm going to push you on that and say, why don't you have a creche for all employees, male employees also, so that they can also take their part in bringing up children, and it isn't just a woman's job. I've been harping on this equality at home theme all day long.
No. So Barkha, I am a tough taskmaster. Believe me, my husband is also my co-founder, so he has to share the load. And
Okay.
during COVID, when we had absolutely zero help, if I was doing the dishes and making breakfast, then he was making lunch and dinner. So we made sure that we do all of our bit. And you're right, the creche is not just for kids of women employees, it is for kids of all employees, and that is how it was set up. Because I also read a great case study about a company like Patagonia that did it in the US, which has increased their employee stickiness by 25% just because of creating this small setup of a daycare within the office.
Yeah. And there's also the larger politics, right? Let me take that to Rashmi. I mean, I remember Melinda Gates, I was interviewing her once, and she said, the the Gates Foundation has moved from maternity leave, and there's great value in that fight that feminists fought, to family leave, because we need to start having conversations about, what happens at home, including bringing up children, not just being a female responsibility. Rashmi, do you want to come in there? Although I'm seeing a question that's the opposite of what I just said, saying, wouldn't it be a better strategy to have longer maternity leave? I actually think I personally prefer family leave, but I don't know how all of you weigh in on that. Rashmi, go ahead.
No, I don't have, I think, a personal take on, what leaves would be better. But I think every individual needs to decide on how they need to raise and how much time they need to put to it. I think the longer maternity leave has been a blessing for women, but I think in a lot of jobs it gets used against them. Because I know that a lot of people ask women questions about, so are you planning a child? And they would not hire women who are about to get married or who just got married. So I think some of these policies do come in the way of recruitment, and that's a bit of challenge. But I think it needs a lot more education and communication that we are all here for a marathon career. We are all going to work for our lives, and a couple of years of maternity and break and paternity leaves are not going to change the game for anyone here. So I think the larger question is a lot more education, but I know it works against women with more policies coming in favor for them.
What has been the toughest thing for you, Rashmi, since you've spoken about the kind of questions that you've sometimes asked by potential investors? Being a woman, what has been the toughest thing for you?
I think the toughest thing was building conviction in your own self, because a lot of times you challenge, what's so special about you, and can you really do it, and can you deal with all that it comes along being an entrepreneur or even a working professional. So I think early years the struggle was, do you really want to build on, and do you really want a career, or you're just doing job for some money? While being an entrepreneur, I think the amount of ambiguity and uncertainty that you deal with, are you really prepared for it? And it is not like you make money on day one. It is a pot of gold probably at the end of the rainbow, and none of us know how far it will take there. So it needs a lot of passion and commitment to go through the highs and lows of entrepreneurship. So I think it is the challenging part is really building that conviction in your capability, waking up every day that I really can do it. So yeah, I think that one.
Yeah. So we've got about 10 minutes left, and I want to just look at some numbers again and take final comments from all of you. I was particularly struck by Rupa's own changing positions on, affirmative action in boardrooms. And I just want to throw some numbers out at all of you. This is, of course, the pre-pandemic number, poverty number for women. But if we can actually go to the next set of graphics, which is the Index of Women Entrepreneurs 2019, this does not actually reflect well on India. If you look at this, and just hold that, in the Index of Women Entrepreneurs, 52 out of the 57 surveyed countries. Okay, so that's not a good record. Out of the 27,084 recognized startups in India, only 43%, if we can go to the next slide, only 43% have a woman director. There it is. Look at that number. Only 43% have a woman director, just a director on the board. And this is despite people pushing for more diversity on boards. The 6th economic census released by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation says that women constitute around 14% of the total entrepreneur base. So we're still talking very, very low numbers. And the fact that on the Index of Women Entrepreneurs, India is still ranking just 52 out of 57 means things aren't good. Rupa, what led you to start thinking that maybe it is time to look at some sort of affirmative action in terms of blocking board seats? How did it come to you? How did it come to that for you? And because the problem is that those women will forever be labeled. And if we were one of those women, we would resist taking a position on a board through that route, right? Wouldn't we? All of us here, I think. So it's really complicated.
Yeah, I would make a difference between startups and say public listed companies. In startups, I think the concept of board, particularly in the early stage, is basically founders and investors. It's not a curated board. So let's keep that aside for a moment. There are other issues with startups. So where corporate boards are concerned, I do think that the SEBI guideline, which now requires listed companies to have at least one woman director, I think that's a guideline. Yes, initially, as we saw with the panchayat reservations, initially it is the wives and sisters and mothers who come on the boards. But even there, you do feel the weight of the position. And once you're put in that position, I feel people rise to the occasion. I love telling the story about this woman in a panchayat who was who became the sarpanch, and on Republic Day, when she went to unfurl the flag, she found there was no one there, and people said, "Oh, the men came, the elders came, they hoisted the flag, and they've all gone back." And she said, "No, it is my job to do that." And so she summoned everybody back again and went through the ceremony all over again. So putting people in those positions actually makes a difference. And I have seen that happen. 5 years ago, if someone called me and said, "We want you to be a woman director," I used to bristle and bristle. Today, I actually think I owe it to women to accept that role and accept even that label with pride. And I don't get annoyed anymore, perhaps because I feel also that in the stage of the life that I am in, I feel I don't have anything to prove. So I actually I don't push back, so that's been a little bit of my own evolution. I've also seen, Barkha, if you just go out as a board and say, okay, let's look for new directors, because if you go by networks, you will tend to get men. But the moment you bring in a search firm into the picture, look at the slate of candidates, you will see a whole lot of women on that list. And so I do feel that intentionality about these things is very, very important.
I think that's a great point, because it's a little bit like seeing these manels at conferences, right? You've got to make a conscious effort to go and have more diverse spaces, and sometimes even all female spaces, because the balance is so tilted the other way. But we had an interesting question on affirmative action, and I'll let Upasana take that if we can bring that back up, about the efficacy of affirmative action. Has affirmative action ever really worked? Well, Rupa shared the interesting story of that panchayat leader. But Upasana, where would you come in on that? Like, would you want to go along with a kind of policy? It's a guideline, Rupa's right, but tomorrow if it became law, would you welcome that there should be X amount of diversity, gendered diversity in a boardroom, on boards? Would you agree with that, Upasana? Can't hear you, Upasana.
Sorry, can
Can't
you hear
hear
me?
Upasana. Now I can, yes, go ahead. Now I can.
Sorry, I was going to. Okay, so yeah, I was saying that the affirmative action in terms of women directors is, I think it's a step in the right direction. But like Rupa said, sometimes it ends up being family members, which I don't think is really helpful. While some of them may rise to the occasion, some others are just signing whatever their male peers are telling them, which is not very helpful either. I think that from a overall women participation point of view, I think right at the top of the funnel we have a problem, because while I saw the stats you presented in terms of leadership and startups and directors, I think the number of women working in India, as I had read last, is about 30% of women end up in the workforce. Remaining drop out after education or after working for a year or two.
It's much lower. Just I want to correct you on that. We're now under 27%. It's not even 30%. And I was saying in the introduction to this panel that 20 million Indian women stopped working over the last couple of decades. So, we have fewer women working, Upasana, today than we did in my mother's generation. That's what the data actually tells you. There's a decline in the labor force participation.
That's so bad. That's like...
Yeah, of course it's bad. And the other thing is that poorer women have to work, so they do. But in what sociologists call Sanskritization, as families move up the economic ladder, they tend to become socially more conservative, and you see fewer women working. Maybe their home pressures, social pressures, cultural pressures. But there are our labor force participation when it comes to women is actually on the decline.
Yeah, so I was trying to make a point there that, there should be an overall requirement in terms of participation of women. And plus, but on the same hand, it can't happen that there is a demand pressure, but there's no supply. So I think a little bit of it boils down to the fact that what are we teaching girls in our families? I mean, I think their purpose in life can't be to just get married and make babies. There has to be more towards purpose in life, whether or not they are equipped financially. Having financial independence should be, I think, the number one underlying factor in raising up a child. And I think that is the root cause of the problem. There is just too much social conditioning against women working, regardless of whether it is a simple, typist job or a teaching job, whatever might be their area. We need more women working, and only then we can expect that there will be changes in terms of women leaders, women founders, women directors. I think just the top down thing will not work in terms of putting diktats of percentage of affirmative, action in terms of you need directors.
I agree with you like 150%. And I just want to get Rashmi there and then we'll wrap with Rupa. I think Upasana makes such a great point that the premium we put on economic self-reliance for women and women working, and that work. Okay, there's a good question on the screen, and that's another politics which says, shouldn't you monetize housework? Why aren't you putting a monetary value on housework? And I think that's fair, but I think what's not fair is that it's mostly women who are expected to be homemakers. And when we get to a point where there are many male homemakers, let's have that conversation. But as long as it's women who are pushed into that role, or who even think they're doing it by choice, there's so much structural conditioning that goes on. So Rashmi, this point about the labor force participation actually declining, fewer Indian women working. What do you say on that?
I kind of agree with what Upasana said. I think it needs both top-down and bottoms-up approach. I think a lot of it is a conditioning where women are told that, hey, your income is not enough for you to work hard and you should sit back at home and enjoy your life. So a lot of it is being seen as some additional income versus, an identity creation or opportunity for life that gets missed.
Yeah. Did I just lose you there? I can hear you. Go ahead, Rashmi. Okay, we just lost Rashmi there. So I'll end with the last word to Rupa on this. Then I go to close. Rupa, when did we reach this point where, we stopped driving home the need for women to be economically self-reliant? I think that's at the heart of this, right? So socially and culturally, it is okay. It is not okay for men to not be economically self-reliant, and it is okay for women to not be economically self-reliant. And nothing is going to change among investors in companies, outside, inside, wherever, till we change this.
Yeah, Barkha, the female participation in the workforce, I mean, that statistic is horrific. What is even more troubling me is that I think no one has quite understood why it is so. We haven't unpacked that number, and I would certainly, encourage journalists, I would encourage researchers to do a lot more work to figure out the why behind it and the segmentation. I just don't think beyond that headline number we know enough. Until we know enough, I think we will not make progress. Secondly, I don't know whether I would agree with you, Barkha, when you say, when did we lose that? I think in certain segments of the population, it has actually increased. I mean, you look at professional courses, for example, engineering, MBA, medicine, of course, for a long time, the proportion of women is increasing. In the classroom, in the corporate world, the proportion of women is definitely increasing. And I'm struck by the fact that the kind of family support, at least in the metros, that working women get today, from people, from their parents, from their in-laws, from the larger ecosystem, saying go out and work, and it may be out of necessity, but increasingly not out of necessity. I think there is a recognition of the fact that women need their space and their identity. It may not be in as much of the population as we would like, but I don't think it's entirely gone. I'm amazed to see women in the workplace today who within 2 days of having a baby are back on their emails at midnight, and I say, oh my goodness, what's going on here? But it's inspiring because they are driven. So I'm a little more optimistic. I don't think we've lost it.
Okay, let's end on that optimistic note. I think, the thing is that people to look up to, women to look up to are so important, and to look at Rashmi and Upasana and you, Rupa, and across generations. I think that's the interesting thing here, is what makes this real. And maybe I'm just playing a downer on this, but I just do get exasperated when economic self-reliance and professional passion is not at the heart of the gender dream and the gender conversation. Thank you very much for being part of the We the Women Global Town Hall. Upasana, Rupa, and Rashmi, keep shining, keep going for your dreams,
Barkha,
and
you should
keep
ask,
yeah.
Barkha, you should ask
Yeah.
Kareena to make more movies where she's encouraging women need to have a job. I think that
cannot.
will have more impact than any government policy.
That's a good point. But at least she made the point that she's working through a pregnancy. She was back on the sets after like 4 days after she got married. We did debate a lot of stuff about sexist movies, but you know what? Everybody in their own spaces has got to put this at the heart of our lives. What would we be without our work? Like, I just think that every day, that take anything away from me. But if you take my work away from me, like, I would shrivel up and die. And I just wish we could, do what we love and get women to do what we love. And, anyway, thank you. There's never enough time to have this conversation. Thank you, Rupa, Upasana, Rashmi. Bye and catch up soon. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we are talking about how women mean business, and in the next hour and a half, we'll be talking to several more women leaders who are at the top of their game. You heard from 3 of them, and now it's time for one of our spotlight sessions. You've heard about her all through the year. She's the co-founder of Byju's. She's now worth close to 4,000 crores. She's been in every significant most powerful women list, national and international, that has been chronicled over the past couple of years. And we've been talking so much about women and what happens to them after they get married and after they have children. She's just had a child a month ago, but she's already back at work. Let's bring up in our spotlight session now, Divya Gokulnath, the co-founder of Byju's. Let's go straight now to Divya. I was just talking about her, the Byju's, whom we all know. I mean, you've got to be living under a rock if you don't know what Byju's is. The premier education app, hugely successful business. And as I said, Divya's been on every single significant list of women leaders that I've been seeing in the last year, certainly. So let's welcome Divya to We the Women, the Global Town Hall. And Divya, hi. And I was just telling our audience that, there'll be so much conversation. I was talking to Kareena Kapoor, who's just about to deliver her baby. And then we were talking to this great panel, which was talking about how women must keep their eye on work. And I was saying, we've got Divya coming up, who's just delivered a baby and is already back at work. Isn't that right?
Yes, Barkha. I was just blessed with a baby boy a month ago, and I'm very excited to be back to work. And I just heard you say that, take everything away from me, but don't take what I do every day, because I'm so passionate about what I do. I totally relate, because I was itching to get back to work. So within a week or so, I was back and full throttle right now.
Fantastic. And these are the stories we need to hear. So tell us a little bit, like people who read up about Byju's and read up about but maybe a lot of other people don't know. Your interface with the app actually began as a student, and then you wanted to be a teacher. And when I say a student, I mean a student of the app. And then you wanted to be a teacher. And here you are running this business. Your net worth is at close to 4,000 crores. You're routinely sort of listed on all of these billionaire, millionaire lists. How has that changed you? How has that transformed your life? How did you get here?
I think no matter how far we go, one thing which will stay core to me is the first profession with which I started. It's at Byju's itself, and it's as a teacher, and I think that's what
Yeah.
has made me what I am today. It's and before a teacher, I was a student of Byju. That's where the love for the subject actually started, and then I liked it so much that, and I realized the impact teaching could have on someone's life that I took to teaching, and I think teaching it's slowly starting to get celebrated today because I think all the focus on online learning is back, and people have realized, especially during the pandemic, that teaching is a very important profession. Parents are involved in their child's learning, but that wasn't the same back then. I don't think we had so many of the brightest minds in the country come back to teaching, and which is actually one of the most important professions. If you look at it creates the leaders of tomorrow. It's setting someone's future in the right gear. It's as important as medicine is, because that is for today and education is for tomorrow. So I started out as a teacher, and when you're a part of a startup, you end up doing multiple things. Not just me, the entire team, the core team. We dabbled across functions, and I think the most beautiful thing is that all of us who were there when we started up are there even today. So we have our values completely grounded. We are the same set of people who started Byju's. It was called Byju's Classes, and today it's Byju's the learning app. But I think since it's the same team, we are all like how we were, friends, family, together like we were before. So nothing really has changed in terms of how we value the profession we are, how we value the business we are in, because we did something out of passion. And I think when you do something that you love so much, it automatically becomes a business. And when you do something that you love, it becomes a business that creates an impact in someone's life. So I think that's roughly how the journey has been.
Yeah. How does it work to also be married to the person that you work with and run the company with? Because, I'm asking you this because I'm imagining, so it could be both ways, right? Like one, it's like you really get each other and it works well. The other is it's double the number of fights.
So I think this whole notion of opposites attract is a very real REEL life imagination. But I think in real life, it really helps to have people on your side with similar ideologies. It works both in workplace as well as at home. So we're very similar minded people, and our focus is basically on two things. One, and now I should say our two sons, and on the other side it's the company value. So we're very aligned on our mission. We enjoy doing everything together, and very similar minded people. So I think that really works. And I mean, it's never about a fight. You can have a difference of opinion. So it's not just at home. Even when you're in an organization, and diversity in an organization brings about a lot of different opinions. But then I think a good core team which works together like a family, although they have different opinions, finally when a decision is arrived at, they all stick to it and everybody works towards that. And that's very, very important in a company, to work without ego.
So tell me what, from the point where you started, and you've spoken about how it was family and friends getting to this point, what has been the toughest thing for you? And as a young woman, what are the kind of pressures you had to face to get to this point? And I don't mean today. Today you're celebrated, you're wealthy, you're successful. But when you weren't all of these things, what were people saying to you? What were the obstacles that you had to face when you would go into fundraising meetings? Did you find that the men spoke more than the women? Did you find that the male colleagues spoke more than you did? How did all of that play out for you?
So I think investor relations has always been, and in their interest has always been inbound, Barkha. We've been very lucky to have a very strong set of investors as partners on board with us. So, and I think, maybe that's one thing that we did right from the beginning and right from the top. The diversity in the organization is maintained very well. Like, so we have a 33% representation of women on the board. We have a 50% representation of women in the top management, and that's trickled down to a 40%
And when did
representation
you
of women.
when did you decide that? When did you decide that? When did you decide that you would actually have a percentage that is cut off on the board for women? And in key leadership.
The beauty is we never thought that we should have a percentage. I think if you take care of it at the top, it automatically gets taken care of, because women are actually, and a lot of studies indicate that they are more likely to hire women to support them. And when that happens, and when we pull up leaders from within the organization, diversity gets taken care of. So it's never that we put a number to it. It's just that it's happened because we've been cognizant of diversity since inception, and that has trickled throughout the organization.
But talk before the organization was created, you know? Before there was Byju's, there was Divya. What did Divya want to be?
So I've done my undergraduation in biotechnology. I was one of the university rank holders. So the immediate option was to go abroad and pursue my graduation, post graduation, because biotechnology was not yet, in the spotlight in India by then. So I was looking to go abroad, but then by then I was a student of Baiju, and he told me, why don't you just try teaching one of the classes? And I went in, and there was a group of 100 students. I was put in front of, and I remember it was for getting into a good company. They're called campus recruitment tests, and the students were just
Yeah.
4 years younger than me. I wore a sari so that I look at least, a little older than my students, and the feedback that I got, and I could actually feel the vibe, the energy, the kind of impact that I felt that I could create and help someone learn better, get into a job that they love. That kind of held me back. So when Baiju said, come stay back and then we can do this together, and create an impact. See, that time, very frankly, Barkha, we are all in the news now, but the kind of research which has gone into the product which we created, it's a decade old. It's more than a decade old. The research and development has started way back, because all of us are content creators at heart. All of us are teachers at heart. We are all, so for us, education is at the core of everything that we do. And so even before Byju's, what we wanted to help students learn better, and that's never changed. So we've been very fixated on the mission, but we've been very flexible in the way we've executed it. So I think, so if you ask me, before Byju's, it's all of us have been teachers, all of us have been content creators, all of us have passionately believed that, look, we are out to do something that is going to impact a lot of students. Of course, we didn't expect that it'll be 75 million. Today we have 75 million kids who learn from us. Frankly, we never knew that will be the number, but that was an aspiration that we had, that we want to reach as many students as we possibly can and make them love learning.
Do you find that there's any difference between you and your husband, in this case your work partner, in your approach to work? And I ask you this because there's a never-ending debate about whether women run companies in a different way from men. I can be persuaded either way depending on who I'm talking to, so I'm really confused about this.
Okay, so maybe he's someone who is, if he starts on a task, you can't distract him from it, and he's completely focused, so nothing can distract him. But me being the woman that I am, if family calls, I would give it importance immediately if there is something. So maybe that, but then other than that, there is no difference. He always says, hey, you're a very good multitasker, and I say, hey, you're really, really focused in one thing that you do. So for me, I need to create artificial boundaries around myself, otherwise it will be chaos. See, today I am at home, but I've never been at home this long. After I gave birth to my first son 7 years ago, I've never stayed at home since the lockdown. That was the first time. So it was important for me to create artificial boundaries for myself, so that I'm giving equal time, because both are important. Family is important, and even work is important. So
there's a fab picture of lovely pictures of yours on screen, but go ahead. Yeah, talking about family.
Yeah. So when I look at this, I always think, parents are their child's first teacher, but both of us are equally involved in teaching niche. Yeah, and I can strongly say that we believe in our product so much that he's going to learn only from the app. So we know that technology has made us better teachers.
1 minute. What do you mean he learn only from the app? Like, you mean you mean these apps have made schools now replaceable and redundant?
No, I'm talking about after school. I'm talking about when the child learns on their own.
I was a bit worried for a moment. Okay, can we just bring that question for Divya back on screen? There's a question. What are some of the challenges?
Yeah.
Sorry, complete your point and then I'll ask you your question. What are you saying, Divya?
Yeah, I'm saying that schools teach you very important social skills. Like, playing with friends, and a lot of learning happens even in the classroom corridors and not just the classroom itself. So that can never be replaced.
So the question for you was, what are the challenges you have faced working in the Indian market, right? What are some of the challenges, Divya, you faced in the Indian market?
So I think today, although it's not as big a challenge as it was before, the perception of online learning was people weren't as aware of it as they are today, because today, as unfortunate as the situation is, edtech has been put in the spotlight. So one big challenge which I can talk about, especially when we started up, when our app went live, when it was the ads were running on TV in 2015, was that people weren't aware of how our app could actually help their children. So we basically went ahead with a kind of a trial model where people could use the application for a particular period of time for free and then upgrade to advanced level. So that's how we kind of overcame it. So that was one of the initial challenges which we faced. And I think also today it's more advanced, but the fintech options were still budding at that point of time, payment options and all of that. But today it's much more robust. And so in the Indian market, if you ask me, the most important challenge which I would talk about would be the whole perception about is it a need, is it a good to have, is it what kind of it is online learning, and what where does our app stand in terms of in a child's learning journey. And today I think it's much more prominent, it's much clear. Parents are more aware of the benefits of online learning because they're able to see the kind of impact that technology can have to help students learn better.
So I have to ask you, I have a couple of other questions, but there's a comment here which says no digital platform can replace regular classroom learning. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I totally agree. So if you ask me, the future of learning is never going to be 100% offline or 100% online. I see it to be blended, where you have the best of both the worlds, because there are some hard subjects like math and science which which can be taught more effectively, efficiently online, but there are other subjects like physical health education, the arts and social skills which will remain offline.
Okay, I have to ask you, there's been so much debate about, white hat and when is it too young for children to get into sort of learning these tech skills, learning coding. Two views on it. One view that says this is the new reality, this is the reality we live with. These are babies of the digital age, and you can't block that out. Others who are saying that this is just you're commercializing childhood. You've seen the controversy. How do you respond to it?
Yeah, sorry, that was the clock going on in the background. So I think it's a personal choice. So the question about how early can you start coding, I think it's up to the parent to decide. Because here, see, nobody can say that you have to take it right now. Some people think 6 is too young, 8 may be too young, even 10 and 12, and it's difficult to predict when a person should start learning. But this reminds me of the way we used to look at computer science before. At least when I was growing up, my mom used to pack me off to these computer science classes where they used to have these workshops, and then they teach you. Today, if you ask me, it helps me. Like I know I'm technologically very savvy, I'm able to do it, but again, it's a choice. I feel it's more than you cannot push it down anybody that this is how this is when and where and how you need to start learning. And today, if you look at it, even 11th and 12th grade students, they have computer science in a combination. I mean, we never knew that it will get integrated into mainstream curriculum. Now, I know there is talk of the NEP saying that coding is an important skill. It teaches you, it betters your mathematical skills and all of that. And my son is also in the coding classes. So I do see a good connection between math and coding. It improves their creative skills. But again, like what I want to say is that it's completely up to the parent on when they want to start, because there is never a correct answer to that. It's more a personal opinion and a choice. And until and when it's integrated in mainstream curriculum is when we can actually comment on when it should when a child should start coding.
Were you taken aback by the storm over it? Because I didn't actually fully understand it, I have to confess. Because to me, like, why is coding so different from, as you said, computer science 20 years ago or whatever, right? Is it the commerce angle that you think bothered people? And as a business, how do you intend to respond to this controversy?
So I think, any company when they're starting up, and I think the most of the controversy was about, why do they have programs for 6-year-olds?
Yes.
But it's an option. Six years is an option. I mean, they have from 6 all the way up to 13, 14. So people can start even at 13 and 14. And I think, when a company grows so fast, like, it'll obviously get into the spotlight, and there will be people with so many opinions. And now in today's digital day and age, any sort of comment can get amplified. So I think it's about, but you know what, I think it's about taking feedback from that And if there is anything which has gone wrong, in terms of the communication, the marketing communication, I think it's important for companies to take that positively, work on it, and grow from it, which I think, even Karan has done. So wherever there has been feedback which he could use and work on, he's taken that and then quickly even changed. And I think that's how it helps. For it's very helpful for any company, if you ask me, because if you are someone who's here for the long run, none of us are here actually, just we've been doing this for the past 10 years, and we are here to do it for the next 10.
So as a parent, let me ask you, like, if you had to decide what your 6-year-old should enroll for, would you go for a 6-year-old to get enrolled in a coding program?
My son has been coding, so he has been coding since he's 6, and it's like he really likes it.
How old is he now?
Now he's 7. He just turned 7.
Okay.
So he's been coding for the past 5-6 months, and I am part of it because it happens at home, so I happen to see how the teacher teaches. And what I've noticed is that there is a strong linkage between math and coding. It isn't that different from the kind of math that they do at school. It's very creative because they get to design their own apps. He seems to enjoy it a lot because he asks me for it week on week. But again, like I said, right, it's completely a personal choice. It can never be forced upon anyone, and there isn't a right answer to when a child should start coding. So I think that should be completely up to the parent. They should have, and this child, of course. I mean, a student can also tell the parent that, hey, this is a new subject I want to learn. It's like enrolling for piano classes. Do I want to do it? Now a parent has interest in it and a child has interest in it, and then they go for it. So I think it should be completely a family's personal choice.
So I have a couple of minutes left with you, and let me take a few more questions. I saw one question that wanted to know, how does Byju's ensure inclusivity, right? So you were talking earlier about how there is 33% of women in leadership positions, whether it's on the board or in other leadership roles. That's one question. How do you ensure inclusivity? Another is, and this is a super question, and it's really important for the pandemic year. Can we please bring it up? How do we make online learning accessible to those children who are less privileged? Are you taking a step towards that? Now, I did some work this year traveling across India reporting the pandemic, and the digital divide has never been clearer to me. Only 11% of India actually has access to a computing device in their homes. So basically what's been happening is that poorer families are falling out of schools, right? Because there is either no device. If there is a device, there is no internet, and or they don't know how to do these classes on mobile phones. And we even saw this tragedy of this very poor family from Hyderabad, scholarship child studying in Delhi's Lady Shri Ram College, and when classes went online, she didn't have money for a laptop. She was really stressed out. Her father drove a auto, and she was like, he was an auto mechanic, I think, and he really worried about putting that burden, and she died by suicide, right? So this can really become tragic. So I think this is a big question for online learning. How do you make it inclusive in a country where only 11% of Indians have access to a computing device?
Yeah. So the last statistic I saw was, I think 2011 or 2015 was 70% of our students have access to a smartphone. And I also saw another one that there is a 40% increase in internet penetration in rural India. Now, I know that there is a digital divide and there is a lot of talk about it. But, in the future, with the rapid rise in the access to internet and cheaper options available, I think we just need to think whether it's easier to build schools and provide access to good teachers everywhere, or actually, in the long run, ensure accessibility to internet to poorer regions. And there are enough ways to do it, not just with internet. Even without internet, it can be loaded on smartphones. And I think there is so much space for companies, tech companies, to come up and create that kind of difference, to come and then create solutions for poorer India to access. We are working towards it. We have a couple. It's a little early for me to disclose anything right now, but we're also cognizant of the fact that there are unfortunately so many students who are missing out. But in the long run, I think there is a lot of talk about digital divide, but in the future, I feel that is one way which can having a digital divide today is something which is going to lessen in the future because of the rapid rise in internet penetration. If the numbers I've seen are right.
I'm hoping that you guys are doing something to reduce this divide, and I look forward to watching that space more closely. Final question: your message for young girls everywhere. You're a biotech student. You're now a co-founder of a online learning tech app. What would you be saying to girls everywhere?
What I would say to them is, one, I think follow your dream, because no matter what 10, 20 people may tell you that what you're doing is not right, but if you believe in what you're going to do, please go out and do it 100%. Two, I would say, please try, especially if you have been gifted with a good education, please make use of it, because the statistics are so dismal. Half the women leave the workforce around my age, and just a quarter of them come back after maternity leave, and another half of them go back. They leave the job. So if they can actually get themselves to come and work, it's going to create a huge impact. And here I want to say that there are so many opportunities for women to work, and I'll take the example of White Hat, because they've created job opportunities for 10,000 women teachers. Their team is completely women, so there are enough and more roles available for them to do from home, to execute from home. There are a lot of opportunities coming up. The golden age of teaching is coming back, so there are opportunities for women everywhere if they really want to do it. But of course, I think the support from family is very, very important. Mentorship at home is really important. So message is not just to women, but also to the families of these women to support girls in going forward and pursuing their career.
One question on our stream is an important one about rolling out in local languages, considering that only a minuscule percentage of India actually studies in English or processes content in English. And, online learning is changing that also. There's a more informal understanding of languages also, but people do still think and dream in their local languages. So any plans on that from Byju's?
In fact, we do have our app in all or most major Indian languages, and including Hindi and most of the major languages. It's already available on the app, and we did that because we were cognizant of the fact that students in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities are also benefiting from the app. In fact, more than 65% of our students come from outside the metro. So that is something that is already available on the application, because we do understand that children will understand better if they're learning in their mother tongue, and they also have an option to learn in English as well.
So, Divya, you started by saying that you're thrilled to get back to work. And, we were talking with the previous panel about the importance of women being economically self-reliant. And today you're worth more, than I can count the zeros in that worth. But when you earned your first significant salary, do you remember that day and what it meant to you?
Yes, I do. And I think the first thing I did was I bought I bought a saree for my mother, and I bought a shirt for my dad. Because my mom has been a big mentor to me. Of course, today I realize that I'm the only child, and today I realize the importance of that, because she's been working in Doordarshan. She's been a government servant. My father's been in the armed forces. He's been a doctor serving the Indian Air Force. So I think and I was the only child, so no siblings to spend time with. But my mother, even though she was so successful professionally, made out time for me. So I think indirectly in the back of my mind, I've always felt I should work and I'll be able to do it. And even today she helps out, because I don't think I'll be even able to talk to you if she was not taking care of the grandchildren. So I think having those kind of that kind of mentorship and support is very, very important.
And how has your life changed, going from being a middle class girl to this wealthy icon? How has it changed you?
I don't think anything has changed for me, because what makes me happy before makes me happy now. And I think what made me happy before was being with my family. I always wanted my dad and my mom to be near me, which is one big reason why I didn't go abroad to pursue my my higher education. And today I fought with them and I made them come and stay very close to me. So I think these are the small joys which will never change, no matter what happens to you financially. So.
All right, brilliant. A lovely story, lovely authentic details there, and glad you're back at work. Congratulations on being a parent, but glad you're back at work. I think that's the important message that needs to go out to young women everywhere and to workplaces, and look forward to what Byju's does next. Divya Gokulnath, the co-founder of Byju's, on We the Women, the Global Town Hall. Thank you so much, Divya, and we'll be in touch. Thank you and take care.
Thank you.
All right. We did promise you Women Who Mean Business the whole evening long, and we will have Kiran Shaw named as the 100 most powerful women in the world by Forbes. She has a somewhat slightly patchy line. We're trying to work that line to her, but in the time that we get her up, let's bring up for you a young woman whose video went absolutely viral. It lit the internet. Some of you may have seen this earlier in the day, but if you haven't, it's worth taking not just a first look, but also a second look. Eshna Kutty and the Hula Hoop Girl. All right, that was Eshna Kutty, the hula hoop girl. And really, I think every time I look at that, I keep thinking, how does she do that? And I really want to learn. And, you know, a lot of people ask me, what are your unfulfilled dreams? So I think I used to have one, that was to be a lawyer, but I never had the guts to take the law exam. And now I have another, which is to hoop like Eshna Kutty. We are still trying to connect to Kiran Shaw. We have had some fantastic business leaders through the evening. We've had some fantastic people through the day on this global town hall at We the Women. And I am told the great news is that Kiran is with us now and we can bring her up. Kiran Shaw, the chairperson of Biocon, named by Forbes as one of the 100 most powerful women in the world. And for me, above all of these things, a dear, dear friend and an absolutely wonderful, compassionate human being who has never let her success and her magnificent achievements get to her head. I think I've never seen a more real, successful person who's with both feet firmly planted on the ground. So thank you, Kiran. And what an honor from Forbes and what an honor for us also to have you here with us on the Global Town Hall. Tell us a little bit about, because I've been saying all day that we're here not to talk to you just about business, but the person behind the business. Take us back to the younger Kiran and who she wanted to be. I think not many people know that you actually did a professional course in learning how to brew beer, that your life may have gone in a completely different direction. And now you're here leading this fantastic company, highly successful company. You're a billionaire. But this wasn't always necessarily life's plan. So tell us about the old days.
First and foremost, Barkha, it's always such a pleasure to be on We the Women, because I is amazing for women. And just to answer your question, actually, when I was young, I never thought of starting a business. Obviously, I actually first wanted to become a doctor, and when I didn't become a doctor, I went through my zoology honors, and chemistry and biology were my main subjects. And after that, I decided to pursue a career in fermentation science, thanks to my late father, who said, "Why don't you go and do brewing?" And I thought to myself, what an odd piece of advice for my father to give me. And in fact, I asked him, I said, "Why would you want your daughter to pursue brewing?" And he said, "Because brewing is a fascinating science. Do you know it's one of the oldest biotechnologies known to man? I mean, you're so, besotted with biotechnology. This is what you should be doing if you want a career." So with that advice, I went to Australia. I qualified as India's first woman brewmaster. I came back thinking I would be snapped up because I was so qualified, but I was in for a rude shock. I think all the breweries I applied to in India said, "This is not a woman's job. Sorry, we can't give you a job." And basically, the gender bias that I faced because of the fact that brewing is a very male-dominated sector, I couldn't get a job. And because I couldn't get a
Why
job, I
not?
was
Like,
so
what would happen?
despondent.
What would happen when you would explain, when you would go looking for a job? Please explain that. Like, what would happen?
So they would just say, "Yes, you're very qualified. We think you're very highly qualified for that matter, but we can't risk this brewery in the hands of a woman, because we don't think you can manage the labor unions. We don't think you can manage the kind of work schedules that brewing demands. And therefore, it is a big risk for us to have a woman in this kind of a position." And even though I kept pleading with them, saying, "I have no problems," they said, "We do." So unfortunately, I had no option but to basically then look for something else to do. And it was an accidental encounter with an Irish biotech entrepreneur that got me to start this company, Biocon, in 1978. So I often joke saying that it was a gender bias that created India's largest biotech company.
That's such a story that basically you convert rejection into opportunity. But when those rejections came your way, Kiran, how did you keep the faith? Like, how did you not get depressed? How did you not get deflated? The normal human tendency at that time would be to say, "I'm so qualified. Why am I being discriminated against like this?"
Well, I was obviously very angry and very despondent, but then I didn't let it get me down. I was, in fact, I retaliated with anger and with sort of a sense of resilience, saying, "Look, I'm going to show these people that I can run a business." And when I got this opportunity to start my own company, I thought, wow, this is one way I can show them how a woman can manage a business, how I can run a business. So it was that defiance and that sort of retaliation with which I basically started building Biocon. And obviously, I was very, very excited that I had this opportunity, and I was determined not to fail. So although I had another set of credibility hurdles when I started Biocon, because after facing one rejection from the brewing industry, I had to face a number of rejections from bankers, because when I started my company, I only had 10,000 rupees in the bank. I had no business experience. I was 25 years old. And I was trying to start this strange business called biotechnology that nobody understood. So basically, again, it was all over again. And when I went to banks saying, "Listen, I need a loan, I need a bit of a credit line," they would say, they would take one look at me, they would look at the kind of business I was building, and they would say, "Look, it's too high a risk in all respects, because you don't even have business experience, you don't even have collateral security to offer us. So please excuse us." So I went from bank to bank asking them for help, and nobody would help me. So again, I got the door shut in my face. And it was
Yeah.
one brave banker who took pity on me and said, okay, come, I'll give you a credit line. And that's how it started.
And how much was that credit line?
3 lakhs. I
And
still
from where
remember.
to where? From where to where? What a fantastic story.
Yeah, and then later on as well,
Yeah.
when I started building the company, I again had a problem because I was trying to scale up a homegrown technology, which I thought was very exciting. And I again couldn't get any banker to, give me a debt for scaling up the technology. And it was again a very chance encounter with Mr. Vagul of ICICI at that time, who said, "Oh, this is exactly what I need because I've just started a venture fund, and these are the kind of new ideas that I want to back." And instead of giving me a loan, he said, "I'm going to invest in the company because that's what venture financing is." So I was so excited that they took a stake in the company instead of giving me a loan, and that was how I understood what venture funding was about and how I could then scale up this homegrown technology, which worked very well for me.
Talking about Mr. Vagul investing in your company, your friend Rupa Kudva, who heads Umidyar, was on the town hall earlier, and she was saying that she felt that there was discrimination among investors, and investors weren't willing and aren't willing even today to back women-led companies, and how she thinks it's a real problem because her data point was there are 8 million female entrepreneurs against 50 million male entrepreneurs in India. So I'm just wondering, what's the toughest thing for you? You've spoken about all these rejections that you had to face. Do you think it was because you were female, or do you think that a man in your place would have also been treated the same way?
No, I think there was certainly a very strong gender bias, Barkha. There's no doubts about it. And even today, I completely agree with Rupa that there still exists gender bias, because I think when you go for a capital raise to a venture fund, I think men tell their stories with much more confidence. And I always joke, and not joke, but it's true. I always tell women that a man makes a small idea sound big, and a woman makes a big idea sound small. So, women need to tell their stories better. They need to be more confident and go-getting, and they need to push for that funding. Because I think women are very capable. I've seen a lot of women run startups, excellent ideas, fantastic ideas. And some of them tell it very well, and they are able to raise the capital. But you're right. I think if there's a certain amount of capital which people want to deploy into new ventures, unfortunately, men get the lion's share.
I mean, even very confident women are squeamish about talking about money. Did you have to get over that for yourself?
Well, I was trying to fight for my survival. I was trying to fight for, my company to keep existing. So I just went all out to tell people what I was trying to do. And I was very passionate about my business. And I made everything possible to tell my story well. And, as it is, of course, I learned to be very confident. I learned to fend for myself. So I think, pitching for that idea to a venture fund or a banker is extremely important, and you should never give up.
Yeah. Now, Kiran, you spoke about your father giving you this idea of, how you got into learning how to brew beer and the science of fermentation. But I know your mother has been a big influence in your life. And in 2019, when you were on the We the Women stage, you were talking about how independent-minded she is, how independent-spirited she is, even in her 80s, I think. So speak
She's
to that.
almost
What kind of
90.
model? My God, she's almost 90. So talk a little bit about that.
So my mother is an amazing woman. I mean, she grew up and spent most of her life as a housewife, raising 3 children. And when my father passed away, she decided, actually, I encouraged her to do something with her life because she was absolutely devastated. She thought her life had come to an end. And I said, you've got to make something of your life ahead. You're too young to give up on life, and you have to be there for us. So I encouraged her to do something, and she started her own business. at the age of 65, you know. And then
Wow.
now she runs a very, very successful business. She's going to be 90 this year, coming year in 2021. And she is as young as you can get. I mean, she's so young at heart. She's got such a go-getting spirit. Even now with COVID on, she insists going to work. She's all masked up and with gloves, and she goes to work every day, and she tests. She's got all her staff tested every week for COVID to make sure that her facility is infection free, and she doesn't miss a day. So that's the kind of woman she is, and she's makes she's a very successful business. I often joke with her. In fact, my husband and I often joke saying, "Mummy, I think you need to go for an IPO."
What is her business? What is
Well,
her
she runs
business
a
all
dry
about?
cleaning and laundry service, and she does a specialty laundry and dry cleaning service for sterile garments. So she does
Wow.
the usual. She does usual, the usual dry cleaning and laundry services. But she found this niche of sterile
Yeah.
garments, which of course started with Biocon's own needs, but now she does it for so many companies.
Fantastic. Now, when you look at someone close to the, being 90, still working, and the conversation we were having earlier was that not enough women are encouraged in our country to be economically self-reliant. Instead, we're focusing on things like marriage and children, which are personal choices, but should not come at the cost of being economically self-reliant. How do we change this, Kiran? And as a leader who's a woman, how do you mentor other women to not drop out of the workforce, to not give up on dreams, because personal life pushes you in that direction, so you just give up on professional dreams?
So I, for one, like you, Barkha, believe in women's empowerment, and I think for that to happen, we must be economically independent. I always
Yeah.
tell every woman that you've got to be economically independent. You might have a husband who can who doesn't need you to work, etc., etc. But I think just for your own self-esteem, you need to be economically independent, and you need to
Yeah.
be empowered and very fulfilled. I mean, I was just reading a book the other day about how many women actually suffer from depression, and married women who are at home suffer from depression, and a lot of it has to do with self-esteem, and the fact that they are, many of them are educated but just sitting at home looking after their families, and I think after some time boredom actually gets to them. So I think you have to keep actively engaged mentally. And I think being economically independent actually gives you that sense of purpose, that drive,
Yeah.
and that determination to do something with your life.
And I mean, work gives you identity, right? I mean, otherwise, in
Absolutely.
any other role in your life, you're something in relation to someone. You're someone's daughter, you're someone's girlfriend, you're someone's wife, you're someone's child. But work is you. It's the only thing in life that's only yours.
Exactly. You said it. I think that's
Yeah.
what it's all about. You've got to have an identity. And that identity is about being someone, your own person, and someone who's independent and doesn't depend on someone for economic reasons.
Talk a little bit, Kiran, of being, of having come from a place where you said you were fighting for your survival, where, getting a 3 lakh rupee credit line was very difficult, to today being a billionaire who's listed on routinely on international power lists. How have you remained real, and how has enormous wealth changed you? We're getting a comment, by the way, on our live stream before you answer that, saying Kiran is the most humble person. Can we bring it back, please? Kiran is the most humble person I've ever met. When I was in college, I emailed her and she was very welcoming of me to interview her. And please, can I bring that back? I actually can't read it for some reason. And she even gave me a Yusuf Arakkal art calendar. So I actually think that these are the kind of reactions you trigger. You are a very warm person, but has wealth changed you? And if it hasn't, how could it not have?
Well, the only way wealth has changed me is it's made me hugely philanthropic. I was always philanthropic by nature, because right from the time we were children, our parents actually told us that wealth was something that we needed to use to make a difference. My late father, I remember I kind of begged him to, when I was trying to get into medical college and I didn't make it, I told him to pay a capitation fee, which he was horrified that his daughter was
Yeah.
asking him to do. And he said, no way, I'm never going to pay a capitation fee for anybody. I mean, none of, in fact, I accused him. I said, I'm sure if it was my brother, you would have done it. And he said, no. He said, remember, Kiran, money is a currency with which you make a difference. It's not a currency with which you buy favors. And those lines stayed so strong in me. And I realized that, even though we were very philanthropic as children, because we always wanted to do something for a cause, when I grew up and when I created the kind of wealth I did, my first instinct was, oh, this allows me to be philanthropic. And therefore, I've actually, signed the giving pledge, which Bill Gates and others actually started. And I also decided that I have to make a difference to the less privileged people in a country like India. So I am very mindful of the fact that there are far too many people who need, a helping hand, who need, people like me to make a difference to their lives. And so I'm very, very keen to do that. And so I focus on, healthcare, education. I also kind of help a lot of young people, through kind of giving them some angel investment for their startups and things like that.
Kiran, talk a little bit about a backlash that an opinionated woman has to face. And I ask you this because you're one of the few business leaders in this country, men or women, who speaks your mind. And you have, you speak it freely. When you think someone powerful does something good, you give them credit. When you think there's a gap, you say this is what's wrong. You've been outspoken on everything from the lockdown to the pandemic handling, to the state of the economy. You get trolled. Sometimes, there are all kinds of people on the left and the right of the spectrum who troll you. Does it bother you sometimes, or do you now just not care? Because all of us are in those places where we get trolled for just being ourselves.
Barkha, as women, I think we are very sensitive. At least I am sensitive. And sometimes when the trolling gets nasty, I do get hurt, okay? Because I think when you realize that people don't understand you, people don't even care to be empathetic in terms of what you're trying to do or say, I think it is hurtful when they, troll you with nasty language, okay? I am one person who doesn't like nasty language. And, both of us have faced trolls who use filthy language for that matter.
Sure.
So that really upsets me and it really hurts me. And of course, all I can do is block those people. But on the other hand, I think women are, are outspoken and they do get kind of slammed a lot more than men. And I think we also not get taken seriously because we are women in some cases, there she goes again. The typical kind of attitude that men have to women, who they don't understand that this is not something to be taken lightly. We are serious, and we are making very pertinent points. But it's not about, oh, there she goes again. Very often we get into that kind of, commentary, which I think is very sad.
But when you get upset, how is your propensity to argue or is your propensity to ignore it?
Well, sometimes on a particular topic, I try to argue and sort of get some sense or rationale into that discussion. But when I find that, the other side is just not willing to engage or see reason, then of course I give up,
Yeah.
In fact, very often people tell me, why do you bother? This person doesn't get it, just forget it. I said, no, I want to explain to people my point of view in a certain way so that we must in this country have these kind of discussions and dialogues, and there must be differences of opinions, because if you just want everybody to think one way, it's not really going to build a very healthy society.
Yeah. So we have about 10 minutes left with you, and I want to now talk about COVID, Kiran. You have been at the front line of analyzing it, of responding to it, and your whole sort of background and your training really comes into play here, and your vast experience. Dr. Swaminathan was on the town hall earlier, and she said the worst is not over. She said people are fatigued, people are getting complacent. She said the next 6 months could be worse globally. She was talking globally, not about India. Globally, it could be worse than anything we've seen so far. What are you picking up, and what is your assessment?
So, there's good news and bad news, Barkha. The good news is we've started seeing vaccines being approved, at least in many parts of the world, and hopefully soon in India. I'm told it's quite imminent. So at least we are going to see a vaccine calming us down and saying, okay, now we've got some hope. And I hope that by March or April, we'll get at least 4 or 5 vaccines being rolled out even in India. So I think that is very encouraging, and that's very promising as well. The only thing we don't know at this stage is whether those vaccines will work and protect us for a length of time that we need to. So that's really the kind of anxious time that we need to wait for. So the next 6 to 9 months are going to be very crucial for us to get those readouts from various vaccines. The other thing is, of course, these vaccines are going to be staggered over time, because you cannot just instantly vaccinate billions of people around the world. And certainly in a country like India, we cannot be vaccinating a billion people overnight. So it is going to take us time. So as we sort of go through that whole vaccination process, we have to be very vigilant. People cannot let their guard down. They have to mask. They have to follow the due protocols of social distancing. And I, for one, believe that we must do a lot of extra testing, extra seroprevalence. For instance, if you do find people with antibodies, then those are the people who can take a vaccine later on, right? So we need to do that kind of testing as well. So I think there is a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of precautions, and we need to be a little smarter about seeing how we go about our whole prioritization and vaccination program so that we actually keep this country safe. So I think a lot has to be done, and I think people need to be very careful, because 6 months is the time I give in which people can easily see another wave erupting if we don't take precautionary measures.
So, I was interviewing on another program Dr. Fahim Yunus. You must be following him on Twitter. He heads the Maryland hospital in Baltimore, and he's one of the sort of key voices on COVID. And he said that he couldn't understand why all the vaccines cost so different. His hospital is going to be taking the Pfizer jab, but Pfizer and Moderna are significantly more expensive than what we're looking to get in India, which is the Oxford Serum Institute AstraZeneca vaccine. Do you have any assessment on which vaccine you would back, that you would feel comfortable endorsing at this point?
At this point in time, it's anybody's vaccines can work or not. I can't really. Vaccines are very exciting. The jury is out there to see whether it will do the job it promises to do, right? I mean, there was a video going around saying that you can get a very strong immune response, but that doesn't guarantee you whether it's going to protect you for a long time. And if it doesn't protect you, you could actually end up getting a very severe case of COVID-19. So I think these are some of the unanswered questions. Having said that, I think we must understand that in a country like India, the first vaccine that we're likely to get is the AstraZeneca vaccine. And we are also going to get the Bharat Biotech vaccine maybe a month or month and a half later. And then you're going to have at least 2 or 3 other vaccines. Now, each of these vaccines have their own pros and cons. Now, for instance, an adenoviral vector vaccine, you can only take it once. You can't take it again. So it better work, if you know what I mean. Actually, the Bharat Biotech vaccine is one of the old technologies that does work. But will it work in COVID-19 is the question. Then you have the mRNA vaccines, which will come later on into India, possibly. But again, we don't know whether they're going to work the way they promise to. So I think right now we would just go with whatever is available. And if you are in the priority list, you're likely to get the first vaccine that's approved in India. If you're not on the priority list, and you get it maybe 3 or 4 months down the line, you might have a choice of a bunch of vaccines, and maybe you will get more data about these vaccines, so it gives you some kind of informed choice. So I think that's the
Yeah.
way I would look at it.
So I saw an interesting question on the live stream, if we can bring it back up, because we've all gone through our journeys on what we think about the lockdown. Till I started traveling across India and reporting on the pandemic, I thought the lockdown was inevitable. Then when I reported, I saw the migrant workers, I saw what was happening to poor people. I thought the lockdown was a terrible idea. I think India can't afford a halt to economic activity again. But that's what the question is about, that if we haven't fully resolved the COVID situation, what will happen? Can I just read that question, please? What do you think? Are we headed for a lockdown situation again, or is it just not possible for economic reasons?
Barkha, the way I look at it, the first lockdown was very necessary. I think that was very well done. It was imminent. It was necessary. Yeah. A long lockdown, which actually helped us a great deal to contain the virus. So after that, it became very difficult by more lockdowns because it wasn't going to serve the purpose. And I think you've seen it all over the world. The main thing you need to do is to be very vigilant and strict quarantining and containment and contact tracing. This is what you need to do, not lockdowns. I think what you really need to do is that the moment a person tests positive, you know that what we did in the lockdown was to immediately do contact tracing of the first contacts, which is very important. Secondary contacts become very difficult, but at least the first contacts need to be also traced, and all of them need to be quarantined for a period of time, at least a week or 10 days, and then of course tested and brought back into society. I think if we can do that in a very, very vigilant and strictly surveillance way, I think we will be in a safe place. I don't think lockdowns are going to really help us to solve these problems because it's not possible anymore. The first lockdown was very good, very effective, but thereafter I don't think it was effective anywhere in the world,
Yeah,
for that matter.
I agree. We have just 2 minutes left. I saw one other good question that I want to ask you about affordable healthcare, because I know that you come from being sort of a fiscal conservative, you're right of center, but you also believe in welfareism. So where do you find that balance between not being against the privatization of healthcare, but making sure that it percolates down to the poorest Indian citizen?
I think I've been a very loud voice against big pharmaceutical companies who do price gouging, and I'm also very, very concerned about profiteering at the cost of patients. You can't do that. And I think we must, as a country, roll out a universal healthcare system that is both equitable, inclusive, affordable, and provides quality healthcare to the poorest of poor. Today, unfortunately, it's only affluence that buys you good quality healthcare. And if you're poor, too bad. I mean, that has to stop. I mean, it's unethical. And I'm very committed to, equitable healthcare for all. And I'm very happy I'm part of the recently announced the Citizens Lancet Citizens Commission
Yes, I was
for
watching that.
reimagining
Yes.
India's health system. And I think all of us are very committed to really looking at the current healthcare system that we have and to see how we can reimagine it using a large number of elements of financing, governance, human resource, technology, and most of all, engaging with the common citizen to meet their experience, to meet their expectations. Because I think today it's always been the whole healthcare policy has been a very top-down prescribed kind of an approach. And I think we need to move into a stakeholder approach where you get a collect approach to how do you want to deliver healthcare? What do people want? We don't even understand that. We look at it from our point of view as affluent urban dwellers. Is that the way to look at healthcare for the poor? Do we know what they want? I think you need to get the conversation and the engagement going with the poor people, saying what do they want? What do they think is good healthcare? And it's of course you have to make sure that there is a role for private sector, role for Ayush medicine, and we need to basically remove these chasms that exist right now between affluence and poverty, between the rich and the poor, between urban and rural, and between the allopathic and non-allopathic medicines. I mean, we have to make it collective.
Yeah.
And,
Well, we're almost at the end. Yeah, we're almost at the end, Kiran. But, through the day, we've been announcing what we have instituted as the COVID Courage Awards of 2020. And at this moment, we would, from the We the Women team, like to honor you and felicitate you with this award. And I do want your reaction to it. But before that,
thank you.
Just a little clip, absolutely wonderful. And just a little glimpse into what this award and what you and your journey have been all about.
Barkha, that's so awesome and so sweet of you to do that, because really
No,
I just feel
it's absolutely meant and felt. And I just want to tell you that we will be shipping the actual award to you. Unfortunately, this is a virtual event, but your trophy and your award I will duly ship to Bangalore. Just any last thoughts on the award, or anything you want to say before we say bye to you?
Well, I just want everyone to stay safe. I think all of us should, follow, the safety protocols for keeping ourselves safe, and let a happy and healthy 2021. We want to put this annus horribilis behind us.
Yeah,
must
totally.
Hope, and look to the future. We must look to the future with optimism, hope, and with a great sense of resilience that, we can get back to good.
Yeah. Well, Kiran Shaw, who's of course our Forbes 100 most powerful women in the world, and now also from our side, our humble offering, the We the Women COVID Courage Award of 2020 for exceptional leadership. And there's some interesting comments coming in. I just want to read them out to you. The journey of Kiran reflects a courageous woman, and all congratulations to her, because she's achieved everything that she has through her grit and determination. Kiran, thank you so much. We'll let you go now. Thank you for spending this time with us, and we'll connect very soon. Thank you, Kiran Shaw.
Thank you.
So,
thank you, Barkha.
Thanks, Kiran. Bye. All right. All this evening, we've had business leaders, we've had women, talk about mental health issues, we've had performers. All right, we've had performers, and we've done this all virtually. And as I'm talking to you, I'm being told that we need a couple of minutes before we actually set up our next panel. So I think the audience understands, right? I mean, none of us have done this virtually, but I think you'd also agree that the spirit of this festival, for those of you who have followed it earlier, is exactly the same. When I opened this festival this morning, I promised you that though we might be behind a little computer screen, we're actually exactly the same people. And I think for those of you who stuck through the day or who've dipped in and out of our live stream, you would testify to that, right? There are all kinds of voices that you've heard here. We believe in the intersectionality of the gender conversation. We believe in making this conversation one that travels across, across genders as well, because in a little while from now, we'll be celebrating the men that celebrate women. We'll be having Sonu Sood and Vikas Khanna up. And, I think the year of 2020 really does belong to them. And, I think you would agree that basically what we're all about is a safe space for conversation. I personally think conversation is underrated in life. Like people say, बातों से क्या होता है? बातों से बहुत कुछ होता है. बातों से दुनिया बदलती है. We're waiting for young Ridhima to return to us. You met her in the morning. She's one of BBC's top 100 people to look out for in India after she became a climate change crusader. But we continue to talk about women in unconventional roles. And if Ridhima isn't able to join us, I can start the next conversation if Gautam Shetty of Maersk is with us. Maersk is one of our Maersk is one of our partner groups, and it has been very supportive of the We the Women initiative. Gautam, if he's here with us, let's bring up Gautam, and I'll hand over to Ridhima as soon as she's up. Gautam, welcome to the show.
Hi, Barkha. Welcome.
Hey, Gautam. Thanks for supporting this initiative. So, Gautam, tell us a little bit about shipping and, women in shipping. And I know we were hoping to connect to one of your female colleagues and one of your tech leaders. And how ironic that we were going to talk to your technology leader, but here's technology letting us down. Those are one of the many sweet ironies of life. But talk a little bit about, how Maersk views the entire sort of gender debate, and it's still a very male-dominated space that you're in. So how do you as a man ensure a diverse and an equal workspace?
Great. Thank you for the question, Barkha. I think that's the perception a lot of people have, that Maersk is a very masculine brand, right? And I think what I'm working on is trying to help people understand that it isn't. While that's the perception, I think I've tried a lot to bring in a lot more women. If you look at some of our numbers, right? In India, we're almost 40% women. In China, we're 90% women, and in Manila, we're almost 70% women. So I think that's just a perception, and we have a whole lot of women working in the shipping space. We also very soon will. I think I will introduce you to her. We have somebody who operates the crane who's also a woman. So I think that's just a perception a lot of people have. But I think shipping is not just a man's world. I think we have a entire bunch of women who work with us as well.
I was just going to ask you that sometimes you can have a high percentage of women, but you don't have women actually at the frontline roles. You don't actually have them serving on the ships. You don't actually have them running the cranes. You're saying that's not true?
That's absolutely not true. We have a whole bunch. I would say I'm not saying that it's an equal percentage. I think there are a lot more men, but you will also see that women are also in such roles at Maersk.
Well, we now have the Navy opening up for women to serve on aircraft carriers, right? And you would remember that on one of the We the Women conversations that you, in fact, partnered us on, we were speaking with some of the sort of heli pilots who are going to be taking off and landing on these aircraft carriers. And that's the first step towards women being in combat. I really do wish we could hear from a female experience in the shipping industry, but it's almost as important to hear from men. So tell me a little bit, Gautam, there's Maersk, but there's also you trying to be a man who speaks up for equality. And how is that, do you find yourself checking some indoctrinated patriarchy every day? And by the way, that's not to put you on the spot. Even women are, all of us are products of patriarchy. So it's obviously a work in progress. How tough is it for men? Do you think that we don't talk enough about the kind of pressures that men go through?
I totally believe that, right? While a lot of people today did talk about, and I still remember that conversation you had with Tahira, where you did talk about, a lot of women going through abuse and stuff like that. I think that's equally there for men as well, but men are not able to talk about that very openly because we're a patriarchal society. I think it is understood that we will fight for reasons like that, and I don't think so that's totally true. I think we try to hide anything of that sort so that people don't perceive us to be non-macho, right? So I think the society needs to be a little more open about patriarchy, and it could come from women as well. I think patriarchy doesn't necessarily only come from men, but I think there's a lot of pressure from from our mothers and our grandmothers who think that men need to be macho and men need to be the front end runners of the family and stuff like that. That's not necessary.
So what you said about abuse is such a significant point, right? And the pressure to be macho. I always call it the trappings of masculinity because, I remember Derek O'Brien, who's now a Trinamool politician, but I'm not bringing this up in any political way. He spoke on one of my programs about having been molested as a boy. And I think you make such an important point that while we have got to the point where we encourage and we celebrate girls who sometimes take many years to speak about child sexual abuse, boys are almost never able to get to that point, right? It's very difficult for boys to talk about abuse, sexual abuse in particular.
I totally agree with you. I think it's really tough for boys to talk about it, especially because I think we've been like in my prior experience, I was not just in a corporate world, but I was also in the movies. But I think men who get abused never talk about it because I think there is a stigma attached that we will fight ourselves. But I think that there needs to be a lot more conversations that happen just around patriarchy and men as well.
Now, Gautam, I want to go back to the corporate world, and how do you ensure inclusive and diverse spaces? And I think I saw a question on it. If we can that question, that you were talking about this misperception that Maersk is this male sort of dominated space. I think the question was, what policies is Maersk adopting to change that perception?
I think, first and foremost, I wouldn't say that we're just hiring women. I think we interview for diversity, we hire for talent, and that's been our main motto. But I think what we've put in place is, of course, an ecosystem for women to thrive. Right? We kind of, if somebody's going on maternity and is coming back after a break, I think we give them, when they come back, we kind of help them with some of the policies to kind of, get back to a little bit of learning on the work jobs, a little bit of flexibility during the first few months after coming back from maternity. So there's a whole bunch of policies that we've put in place to kind of help women get back more easily, and that not necessarily for women. I think that's also for the men who are probably singles or who have to take care of a baby or an adoption. We also provide that a similar policy for them as well.
So Gautam, you've been watching the town hall all day. What sort of leaped out at you? What were some of your thoughts today?
I think for me, what Kareena Kapoor said stood out quite a bit. I think she said, women need to work, and it also sets an example for children in the family, right? I just have a 1-year-old kid right now. So even when I look at some of the nursery rhymes which go on, I just feel it's so patriarchal. It just doesn't emphasize on how important mother is. And I think making sure that the child sees that is very important.
Yeah. So that's so interesting, right? Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, I was just, and I'll just quote this little rhyme. It said, Mama duck says quack, 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 and none of the ducks came back, but Papa duck said quack, 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 and all the ducks came. It's like, why is it that the kids are not listening to the mama duck? So I think that's where patriarchy starts. That's where the children learn that they need to listen to the family and not the female.
Yeah. And how do you think that this growing gap between men and women, and it really does exist, how can it be bridged? And after that, there's another corporate question for you, but I'm more interested in the personal one. So how this gap, like sometimes, that whole cliche of Mars and Venus, men and women talk at each other. Sometimes they're not able to talk to each other or with each other. Why do you think that is?
I think all this is typically man-made. I don't think so that men are from Mars or women are from Venus. All of us are from Earth. I think what we need to do is very specifically talk about while I don't think so it's going to be possible immediately, but I think over a given time, we need to kind of bridge that gap between is perceived to be men's only or women's only. I don't think so there's anything like that per se.
Okay. One last question for you, if we can bring that back. I think that's more for you, which says that how do different companies compare in your experience, in your work experience, whether it's Target, JCPenney, or how are they different from Maersk? How has your own experience been? What makes for an inclusive and an equal or an equity-driven company?
I think all these companies are very similar, right? I've enjoyed working in each of these companies, may it be Target or JCPenney. I've totally enjoyed working in each of these companies. I think all of them are striving to bring in a lot of equality for men and women, and I think what we need to do is continue on this journey and make sure that we're successful. I think we're taking baby steps, but I think there's a lot of leeway for us to do that.
Well, Gautam, I'm going to say thank you. By the way, for those who don't know, please do look up Gautam Shetty on Instagram. He does the most fantastic artwork. He's created some brilliant artwork for We the Women. I haven't had I wish we had some of those images here, but I'll be sure to publicize them on all my social media feeds. Thank you for being so supportive of the We the Women Global Town Hall initiative, and thank you for being with us, Gautam.
Thank you, Barkha. And just one last thing, I just wanted to let everybody know who's watching the show that we are hiring a lot of technology talent at Maersk. So all women who are interested, please feel free to apply. And Barkha, happy birthday.
To the first, great move. To the second, thank you. Thank you, Gautam. We'll leave it there and we'll connect with you later. Thank you very much. Maersk, one of the partners on the We the Women Global Town Hall. We had young Ridhima standing by ready to do that interview, but I had to step in just because of some connectivity issues with Ridhima. Thanks very much, Gautam. But talking about men and celebrating men and how you have to have men who are part of the conversation, we've got a very special set of two coming up in a minute from now. This session is called The Men We Love, and the two men I'm about to introduce were the heroes of this year. They showed extraordinary compassion, a generosity of heart that is rare. One of them ensured that migrant workers were able to get buses, trains, and even chartered planes back home. This at a time when we saw the largest exodus of migrant workers, poor people who live in the villages but work in the cities, walking on foot, barefoot sometimes. I know because I reported on their plight for months altogether. Well, this gentleman ensured that so many of them were able to get back home, not on foot, but at least with a modicum of dignity. And the other made it his mission to feed hundreds and thousands of people who went without food. A very, very different space from the fancy and posh restaurant that he actually runs in New York. Let's bring up the men we love, Sonu Sood and Vikas Khanna. Welcome to both of you. And I'm so happy to have both of you with us, Sonu and Vikas. मुझे बहुत मजा आ रहा है आप दोनों को देख के, because I still remember that day when I first interviewed you, when I was traveling all across India and I was at a petrol pump. I set up at a petrol pump and I was on my Ratfatia laptop और कोई कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था और तब आप दोनों से पहले बात हुई थी. You had just started doing the extraordinary work that you've done this year, and we're delighted to have you on and delighted to celebrate both of you. I will start by asking both of you to look back and tell me कि ये जो साल था, इसमें जो आपने किया, क्या ये अब आपकी पूरी जिंदगी बन गई है? सोनू, आपसे शुरू करूंगी.
First of all, thank you so much, Barkha, for having me. It's always such a pleasure to see you, and Vikas bhai, again. I mean, आपको देखते हैं तो बड़ी खुशी होती है देखकर कि Barkha always connects us. I don't know, this year was always very special, Barkha, and I don't know how it started, from where everything was aligned, programmed, and I would just say that there was some force that was working behind it, and that guided me to do what was meant to happen. I was not trained, I was not equipped, I was not somewhere anyway planned to do everything, and then finally it happened. So yeah, somewhere the blessings of my parents worked, and I was able to connect with thousands and millions of people, and I'm glad that today I am sitting in front of you, because all those wishes worked, and now we have a huge family here.
But Sonu, when you first decided to get involved, बहुत से लोग इन्वॉल्व नहीं होते, वो कहते हैं हाँ बहुत बुरा हो रहा है, लेकिन वो खुद कुछ नहीं करते हैं. तो आज तो यू हैव बिकम द सब्जेक्ट ऑफ मीम्स. वो कुछ भी हो जाए तो लोग कहते हैं सोनू सूद को फोन करो. एंड आई थिंक समबडी कॉल्ड यू आल्सो फॉर सम कंप्लीटली बिजार थिंग, लाइक I don't know what, like can you get me married or can you get me to Maldives? मतलब it's become like that कि हर चीज के लिए सोनू सूद को फोन करो. But जब ये नहीं थे, when it was not like this, what happened that made you first do what you did?
I felt there was some kind of a inner voice that made me do what I did. मुझे पता नहीं था कि, जैसे मैंने बोला कि मुझे पता नहीं था मैंने कैसे करना है, बट लेकिन निकल पड़ा और काम होते गए. जब लोगों ने बोला कि मुझे आपको किर्गिस्तान से लेके आना है, कजाकिस्तान, रशिया, फिलीपींस, जॉर्जिया से लेके आना है, तो मैं कभी उन देशों में कभी गया नहीं हूँ. मैंने कभी एम्बेसी से बात नहीं की, कभी मैंने एमई से बात नहीं की, लेकिन उन लोगों के लिए की और फिर उन लोगों को ले आ पाया. तो मैंने ये रियलाइज़ किया कि जब आप कुछ करने निकलते हैं, लोगों की मदद करने निकलते हैं, तो आपको वो पहला कदम आगे बढ़ाना बहुत ज़रूरी है. व्हेन यू टेक दैट फर्स्ट स्टेप, then everything falls in place, and that's what happened. And then there was this trust factor that spread across the globe, that you ask anything and it'll happen. और ऐसा हुआ भी. बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें जो मुझे पता नहीं था कि मैं कर सकता हूँ, मैं वो कर पाया. और अभी भी रोज़ नई नई तरीके की डिमांड्स आती हैं. चाहे अगर किसी का चलान कट जाता है गाड़ी का, तो फादर को नहीं बताता हूँ, मुझे बताता है कि मेरा चलान कट गया है और प्लीज़ आप भर दीजिए चलान ताकि मैं घर में वापस आ पाऊँ. तो वो भी मैं कर देता हूँ. कि ये जो मैं पिछले जब से पैदा हुआ तब से जो नहीं सीख पाया, I've learned in last few months. So I would say still I'm learning my lessons, but I feel that I'm in the right school now.
So I want to know more, but let's get Vikas in the conversation as well. If we can just go back to Vikas also. Vikas is in New York right now. और मुझे बहुत डांट पिटी विकास से कि भाई मैं बहुत लेट सोता हूँ और मैं उठता नहीं हूँ, सिर्फ तुम्हारे लिए उठ रहा हूँ. पहले आप मुझे बताइए कि आप कितने बजे सोते हैं? आप कितने बजे सोते हैं?
मेरा टाइम जोन ऐसा होता है कि I write in the night and I also have lot of coordinations to do for new restaurants and books and everything. So I sleep night. और Feed India थोड़ा अभी भी चल रहा है. So I sleep around, मैंने अलार्म लगाया हुआ था 3:30. I get my phone to say go to sleep. The mama is also checking I'm still online, so she'll also start saying कि 3:30 बज गए, कब सोएगा. So I think that 3:30 is my deadline to sleep.
Now, Vikas, tell me, you made it your mission to feed India in this year, right? New York में थे आप, India नहीं आ पाए, लेकिन remotely आपने ये कैसे किया? And by the end of the year, how many people had you fed?
So last Monday we crossed 54 million meals. These are meals, not people. And मेरे पास तो concept नहीं था कि because with what was going on in this world, that we were also thinking catering companies बंद हो रही हैं, restaurants were like in challenged, everything was going wrong. What could possibly do? I was supposed to open 2 restaurants this year. Everything changed, and I think it was affecting me, and seeing so many people and friends and aunts pass away in New York. तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा डरा हुआ था. तो उस टाइम पे you felt that I also needed something which I could feel that I could take off the pain off my shoulders. And we started very small level पे Feed India, and then it kept becoming bigger and bigger. And once the New York Times did the cover story worldwide, it just blew out of proportion. And I think that was a big change. And then you had CNN and CBS doing cover stories every day to say that he's coordinating everything from New York.
हमारी cover story कोई कम थी भाई.
But that was a very important guide. Absolutely. That when I was watching you in those highways and everything, but you also know that that whole thing about you in a highway and petrol station gave us the idea that we should turn the gas stations into food stations. You also know that. And it was just being very alert at that time, and because I was alone here, and because I'm a very severe asthmatic, so I had to be very careful about this virus. So I had to be very careful, and eventually my moral compass was rebooted by my mom, who said that the entire country has celebrated your success and cried at your failures. It's your duty to feed India. And that really got us a name and the mission that we've got to drop everything, put everything on back burners and focus on this.
So I just want us to take a look at both of these men, if we can go back and bring Sonu also, because to me, the year had some incredible women, but it also had these two brilliant men, Sonu and Vikas. And if we just stay on this, because I think to me these two men capture the spirit, the zeitgeist of the times. Vikas, आपकी अपनी भी एक कहानी है कि you didn't always have food and wealth and security growing up. And that really influenced you into becoming the person you became. So talk a little bit about that.
I think India is a different country. There's still a big support system within the community, families. It's structured like that, people step up. But in America, it's always the organization or the government steps up. So in America, I felt the hunger way too much. And it's also that, New York City is an open jungle. So either you get eaten or you become or you have to become stronger. So it's a war between predators and, being the target. And, simply Amritsar se utke yahan pe aa gaya without anything. So I think I also did not have any planning in my brain that, but mere paas ek mission aa gaya tha once I started working with American chefs that I have to rise beyond all their perceptions. I need to be not just a chef. I have to win the Michelin star and I have to win every damn award on the planet for cooking and everything. Because मैं ढीला ढाला हूँ. Like I'm happy with any situation, but I think people really push you hard sometimes. They really push you hard. And that is when you start achieving something which is even you did not know. But Sonu was saying that he didn't know he could do all those things. And which is true that I did not know I could do those kind of things in America, in a total foreign land, without speaking of English was totally Amritsized English, which I don't know even anybody understands besides Amritsaris. Our vocabularies are different.
You have to say Amber sir. You can't say Amritsar.
Was different. Ambersari English कहते हैं ना उसको. Ambersari English.
Yeah. You should do a dish called that. Sonu, what is the most strange request that you have got this past year? I'm not talking about the really sort of the real charity work that you did with the workers. I'm saying कि कोई मतलब बिल्कुल ही ऊट-पटांग insane चीज. चालान तो ठीक है आपने उदाहरण दिया, but what has been the craziest request that you've got?
One of the craziest one was I remember कि जब पूरा लॉकडाउन पीक पे था तो एक बंदे ने मुझे रिक्वेस्ट किया कि सोनू पाजी आपने हर जगह लोगों को पहुंचा दिया, क्या आप मुझे ठेके तक लेके जा सकते हो क्या? तो बड़े दिन से मैंने पी नहीं है तो मैंने उसको बोला कि यार मैं ठेके तक तो नहीं लेके जा सकता, आप ठेके तक पहुंच जाओ, एक बार जब आप 2-4 पैक मारोगे मैं घर जरूर छोड़ के आऊंगा आपको. So I think that was one.
Yeah, that's funny. But Sonu, how has this whole year changed your life, right? I mean, you've been an actor, you've acted obviously in mainstream Hindi films, but also you've been a big face of the southern film industry. But अब आपकी जिंदगी कुछ अलग ही हो गई है. It's almost as if this part of your life has gone ahead of the cinema sort of part of your life. So how has life changed for you?
Barkha, last week I was shooting with Chiranjeevi sir in Hyderabad, and we were shooting for this film called Acharya. So there's an action sequence that was going on, and he came on the set. He said, Sonu, now you in the film is a big problem for us. In the action sequence, I can't hit you. I've been in this industry for so many years. Every time I used to hit someone, people used to, applaud or they used to feel very happy. But if I am going to do it, they are going to curse me. So that's a big problem. So I remember our action director, there's a action director called Ram Lakshman. So he was doing an action sequence. In one sequence, Chiranjeevi sir, mere पैर पे पैर रखते हैं and action starts, and after he completed the shot he said no I can't keep my leg on Sonu, लोग बहुत बुरा मानेंगे, change करो इस sequence को. Then again we reshot the whole thing. I've completed one Telugu film. I had to shoot that film for 10 to 12 days again to change. They changed the whole script according to my new image, added few songs, so पूरा बदल दिया. So it's like I would say बोलते हैं ना कि जब आप नए मुंबई में
you used to be a villain. अब आपको villain के roles ही नहीं मिलेंगे. अब आप क्या करोगे?
अभी ये सब हीरो के रोल्स आ रहे हैं अभी, I've got 4-5 brilliant scripts, and also let's hope it's a new beginning, it's a new innings, and नई पिच है, लेकिन मजा आएगा.
अच्छा, आप दोनों पंजाबी मुंडे हो, you're both boys from Punjab. What do you have to say about what's happening? And I don't want to ask a political question because this is not a political forum, but our farmers are out on the roads. हमारे किसान जो हैं, जो हमें खिलाते हैं, वो प्रदर्शन पे हैं, बहुत दिनों से प्रदर्शन पे हैं, और बहुत सर्दी के मौसम पर ट्रैक्टरों और ट्रकों के नीचे अपने बच्चों के साथ सो रहे हैं. हर गांव, पंजाब के हर गांव ने एक ट्रैक्टर, मुझे बहुत लोगों ने कहा, भेजा है. तो इस पे मैं कानून के बारे में बात नहीं करना चाहती, वो एक पॉलिटिकल कॉन्वर्सेशन हो जाएगी. लेकिन अगर हम अपने किसानों की बात करें, मैं दोनों से ही पूछना चाहूंगी. सोनू, आपसे शुरू करूंगी.
बड़ा दुख होता है देखकर. देखिए, मैं इस डिबेट में नहीं रहूंगा कि कौन सही है कौन गलत है, लेकिन मुझे इस बात का जरूर है कि हर चीज का सॉल्यूशन होता है, हल जरूर होता है. मैंने पंजाब में पला हूँ, बड़ा हुआ हूँ, मैंने इन किसानों के साथ जिंदगी बिताई है, क्योंकि मेरे डैड की शॉप थी, तो ये लोग दिन रात वहीं बैठे रहते थे. तो ये पंजाबी जो कौम है, बड़ी आसानी से मनाई जा सकती है प्यार से, अगर हम इन्हें समय दें. तो मुझे लगता है कि वो उनको समय की जरूरत है. कोई नहीं चाहता कि इस कड़क ठंड के अंदर they'll be sitting at the highways with little kids shivering. लोगों की जाने गई है वहां पर, और हम कब तक इंतजार करते रहेंगे देखते हुए. मुझे लगता है कि हर एक इंसान उस हल को ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहा है, लेकिन मैंने कुछ दिन पहले ही एक ट्वीट किया था कि हल का हल तो ढूंढना ही पड़ेगा. तो हम लोग कब तक भागेंगे उस चीज से? कब तक हम, जब हमारे घर वाले, हमारे परिवार वाले नाराज होते हैं, तो हम उनके पास आकर बैठते हैं, उन्हें वापस मनाने की कोशिश करते हैं, हम उन्हें इग्नोर नहीं करते. तो मुझे लगता है कि उनके पास वापस जाना पड़ेगा, मनाना पड़ेगा, कुछ उनकी बातें सुननी पड़ेंगी, कुछ हमारी सुनानी पड़ेगी, और हल जरूर निकलेगा. बट हर बीतता हुआ दिन और उनकी मुश्किलों को देखते हुए दुख जरूर होता है कि जो किसान इस समय अपने खेतों में हमारे लिए फसल बीज रहा होता था, आज वो सड़कों पर है अपने बच्चों के साथ. तो ये जो विजुअल्स हैं, हम कभी भुला नहीं पाएंगे इनको.
बिल्कुल. विकास, इस पे आप, अगर आप कुछ जोड़ना चाहें.
It hurts you because my whole life is based on food. Food gave me the voice. So.
आप इमोशनल हो गए.
It's a we know these people, we know their faces, we know when they talk, we can hear them, their accents, we understand where they come from, and the pain they must be enduring right now. With we're looking for, I think we're all looking for guidance and better, like a way, a solution, or leadership.
Yeah, and for you especially, as you said, your whole life has been about food. Now, talking about food, Vikas, मुझे याद है कि आप मुझे अपनी अर्ली लाइफ के बारे में बताइए. न्यूयॉर्क पहुंचने से पहले आपकी जिंदगी कैसे थी, जब आप अमृतसर में ग्रो अप कर रहे थे? और वही सवाल मैं सोनू से भी पूछना चाहती हूँ, बिकॉज द होल पर्पस ऑफ टुडे इज टू गेट टू नो द पीपल बिहाइंड द पर्सोनाज. तो उन सालों के बारे में बताइए जब लाइफ बहुत ही स्ट्रगल थी. व्हेन यू वर नॉट दिस मिशेलिन स्टार शेफ, यू वर नॉट दिस सेलिब्रिटी शेफ, यू वर नॉट दिस मूवी मेकर. अब तो आपने मूवी भी बनाई है, बट व्हेन यू वर स्ट्रगलिंग सम डेज टू गेट 2 meals. Vikas, tell us about those years.
I think I got very fortunate that I was always blessed with something in my life. Some people say that everything was taken away. I never say everything was taken away. There was still massive love, and I feel sometimes very sad about people. I know who they're struggling, and I had an amazing emotional support coming from my grandmom. And even if I was in New York, you remember, right now you can make calls on WhatsApp and all those things, but we used to get the scratch cards where you would scratch and stand in the winter and enter the PIN codes and call India. And sometimes a calling card would be $20, and you speak for 1 minute, and they says you have no more balance. I'm like, what the hell? We also saw that it was a strange time of our lives, but I wanted to hear her voice to give me energy that I have to fight this war, and I can't leave it in the middle. But I also feel the gratitude of being raised in Amritsar, because Amritsar is a city which is absolutely the food capital for foundation of international Indian chefs and the world for Indian restaurants. And I'm thinking, when I look back from Golden Temple to Makbul Road Kulchawala to Bira to all those things that led me to Lawrence Garden, which were our little banquets, which was run by me, my mom, and grandma. So I think my training had happened with a very strong foundation, which I could endure this kind of extremes in the US. It's really helped
Yeah.
me. My training ground came from also the masters of cooking, which were just specialized masters. They did only one dish. So you knew exactly how to do those dishes and you could recreate them on an international level.
Yeah. Sonu, what about you? I mean, how did a boy from Punjab? By the way, the comment says Vikas Khanna and Sonu are the sweetest men on earth, and I think I'd agree. First of all, ये जो इतना attention आप लोगों को मिला है, ये आपके it'll go to your head. Then you will not be sweet. फिर क्या होगा? Sonu?
इतना बरखा, जब मैं अभी सारी ज़िंदगी हम लोग घूमते रहे हैं, अपनी शूट्स के लिए जाते हैं, लेकिन अब जब आप एयरपोर्ट्स पे जाते हैं, जब सड़कों पे जाते हैं, जब सिग्नल्स पे खड़े होते हैं, पीछे बुजुर्ग लोग कई गाड़ियों में बैठे होते हैं और एकदम ऐसे झुक के आपको नमस्कार करते हैं और आशीर्वाद देते हैं अपनी कार में से, तो मुझे लगता है कि उससे बड़ी अचीवमेंट ज़िंदगी में नहीं। हमें लगता था कि अगर हमारी फिल्म 100 करोड़ बिजनेस कर लिया, 200 करोड़ बिजनेस कर लिया तो बहुत बड़ी ज़िंदगी की अचीवमेंट, और उसी के लिए शायद हम लोग इस शहर में आए थे। और आज पता लगा कि मकसद ज़िंदगी का कुछ और था, सिर्फ वो गली, वो रास्ता मिलने में मुझे समय लगा। और जैसे विकास भाई ने बोला कि जो ज़िंदगी के इनिशियल जो समय आप बिताते हैं मुश्किलों से, वो आपका एक बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट समय होता है जिसे आप कभी नहीं भूल सकते। मुझे भी याद है जब मैं मुंबई में आया था तो मैं अपने मदर फादर को बोल के आया था कि मैं खुद के बल पे ऊपर करूँगा, आप देखना मामा, मैं आपसे मैं खुद कुछ करके बताऊँगा। और आई वॉज ब्लेस्ड कि मैं एक बड़े अच्छे परिवार से था। उन्होंने बोला कि जाके तू फ्लैट खरीद ले, गाड़ी ले, पर मैंने बोला कि लेट मी डू ऑन माई ओन एंड लेट मी गो थ्रू दैट ग्राइंड। और मुझे याद है कि 10 दिन के अंदर ही ऐसी हालत आ गई थी कि सिर्फ वड़ा पाव पे लगा कि जिंदगी बितानी पड़ेगी। वड़ा पाव लेते थे और केले लेते थे और खाना वाने में खर्चा नहीं करते थे क्योंकि सेव करना था टू सर्वाइव। तो वो जो समय था, मुझे लगता है वो बेस्ट टीचर था। आज हमें महसूस होता है जब नए लोग स्ट्रगल करने आते हैं। मेरे बिल्डिंग के बाद रोज बहुत सारे लोग चाहे वो मेडिकल इमरजेंसीज के लिए आए हों, एजुकेशन के लिए आए हों, एक्टिंग के लिए आए हों, खड़े रहते हैं। तो मुझे उन सब में मैं खुद दिखता हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि मैं भी एक बार ऐसे किसी गेट के बाहर खड़ा हुआ था इंतजार करने के लिए कि शायद किसी की नज़र पड़ेगी और मेरी ज़िंदगी बदलेगी। और आई थिंक बहुत ही कुछ सीखने को मिला है, अभी भी सीख ही रहे हैं।
और वो स्ट्रगल अभी भी आपके दिल में है, जब वड़ा पाव के लिए पैसे नहीं होते थे सोनू?
बिल्कुल है। मुझे याद है कि मैं बांद्रा से अंधेरी में रहता था, यहाँ आरटीओ में। मैं बहुत दफ़ा पैदल चल के आया हूँ क्योंकि उस समय 17 रुपये लगते थे, मुझे याद है कि ऑटो से। और मेरे पास समय ही समय था, कुछ काम तो होता नहीं था, एक बैग टंगा होता था कंधे पे। और मैं बांद्रा से बहुत दफ़ा अंधेरी पैदल चल के आया हूँ, सोचता हुआ अपने सारा दिन पिक्चर्स बांटी। और मैंने बोला कि चलो आज 17 रुपये बच गए, अगर 30 दिन नहीं कहूँगा तो 500-600 रुपये बच जाएंगे। तो ऐसा बहुत दफ़ा हुआ है मेरे साथ। और आज उन 500 रुपये की जो वैल्यू मुझे लगती है, मुझे लगता है कि वो आप आज लाखों करोड़ों कमा लेंगे, वो 500 हमेशा स्पेशल रहेंगे। कमाने हमेशा मुश्किल रहेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो लेसन्स हैं जो हमारी ज़िंदगी के बड़े अहम और इम्पोर्टेंट रहे हैं।
Now, there are two women who've been both part of both of your lives. I mean, there may have been many women, but two women have been especially close to you. And I want to now bring them into the program just for a few minutes, just so that you can say hi to them. For Vikas, of course, it's his beloved mummy. And someone has said, I'm expecting mother of Vikas Khanna in the interview. So can we please bring on Mummy ji? And for Sonu, it's his sister, Malvika, who's joining us as well. So Malvika Sood and Bindu Khanna. Bindu Khanna is Vikas's mother. Malvika is Sonu's sister. And these are the kind of moments I actually do what I do for. I love these moments. Bindu ji, namaste.
नमस्ते जी, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपके शो में आके।
हाय मैम। नमस्ते। हाय बिंदु जी, आप अपने बेटे से तो रोज बात करती हैं, तो आप सोनू जी को आज कुछ कहना चाहेंगी?
सोनू ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, सारे इंडिया में क्या सारे वर्ल्ड में छा गया है। सब लोगों को इतने एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी दिए, घर में चाया। बेचारे यहाँ पे कई लोग यहाँ फंसे रहे अमृतसर में, तो 3 महीने ना उनको कोई जाने का रास्ता था। कई लोग तो पैदल गए, रास्ते में कोई बेहोश भी हो गए, बुरा हाल हो गया। जो सोनू ने काम कर दिया वो कोई इसको बीट ही नहीं कर सकता। सोनू, हैट्स ऑफ टू यू।
नहीं मैम, थैंक यू सो मच मम्मी जी। आप कि बड़ों की दुआएं हैं, विशेस हैं, जो आप लोगों ने, बड़ों ने हम लोगों को सिखाया है, बस उसी रास्ते पे चल रहे हैं. बट ऐसे पेरेंट्स, ऐसे बड़े सभी को मिलने चाहिए. बस यही दुआ करूंगा मैं.
Vika, I'm going to ask you the same thing. You talk to your brother every day. Is there something you'd like to say to Vikas?
बिल्कुल, मैं विकास से यही कहूँगी कि जैसे कि मैं अपने भाई पे प्राउड फील करती हूँ, आई रियली फील प्राउड ऑफ यू टू, एज यू आर इन न्यूयॉर्क. वहाँ पे कोई किसी की हेल्प नहीं करता, तो वहाँ पे कहते हैं ना, पंजाब का पुत्र न्यूयॉर्क में पहुँच गया और उसने नाम वहाँ पे कर दिया. यहाँ इंडिया में सोनू सूद है और अमेरिका में विकास खन्ना है, तो पंजाब के दोनों लड़के कमाल कर रहे हैं.
विकास,
Thank you. Very proud of you.
विकास आज आप बहुत शर्मा के क्यों बोल रहे हो?
शर्मा के नहीं बोल रहा हूँ मैं. I'm seeing mom. I just spoke to her because I wanted to check her hair. मैंने कहा बाल ठीक से रखना मम्मा अपने. So every morning I do a video call to see how she dressed up. Otherwise she doesn't care sometimes.
ये बिंदु जी, ये आपको ये विकास जी जो न्यूयॉर्क से रिमोट कंट्रोल करते हैं क्या?
देख लो, आपके सामने ही है. उसको अच्छा नहीं लगता कि मैं बाल ना टाई करूं या प्रॉपर्ली ड्रेसअप ना हूं. कहता नहीं मम्मा, आपको कोई काम नहीं करना. इसने मेरा लॉरेंस गार्डन भी इसीलिए बंद कराया है कि मैं नहीं आपको देख सकता काम करते. आप अब आराम करो, आपने बहुत काम कर लिया है, अब आपका टाइम नहीं है काम करने का, अब अपना एंजॉय करो.
बिंदु जी, उन years of struggle के बारे में कुछ बताइए. जब आप काम करती थी, विकास को सपोर्ट करती थी, अपनी फैमिली को सपोर्ट करती थी, what do you remember of those years? थोड़ा हमारे ऑडियंस को बताइए.
बड़ा स्ट्रगल किया. आज मैं यही सोच रही थी कि आपको सबसे बड़ी स्ट्रगल बताऊं. एक बार हमारी रात को केटरिंग थी, तो हम सब गए वहां पे. तो जब वापस आने लगे तो रात के 2 बज गए. तो हमारी जो गाड़ी में जिसमें सारा सामान था ना, वो पंचर हो गई. तो जो वहाँ का वो जिसने हमसे केटरिंग कराई थी, उसने बोला कि मैं आपको अपनी गाड़ी नहीं दे सकता, अपने आप जैसे मर्जी सामान लेके जाओ. तब ना कोई टैक्सी होती थी, ना कोई रात को रिक्शा मिलती थी, कुछ नहीं मिलता था. तो हमने वही गाड़ी छोड़ दी, क्योंकि रात को लॉक करके एक वेटर को वहां रख दिया कि रुके रहा, कोई उठा के ना ले जाए सामान सारा. तो जब सुबह 11 बजे हम लोग जाने लगे वहां पे सामान वगैरह लेने के लिए, तो मैंने देखा विकास 2 गाड़ियां नई खरीद के ले आया है. मैं हैरान हो गई, इसने कैसे खरीदी. कहता मम्मा आज के बाद आपने किसी से गाड़ी नहीं मांगनी. तो मैंने कहा ठीक है. ये इतना डिटर्मिन्ड है, ये जो काम कहता है उसको करके ही छोड़ता है. अभी इसने बोला फीट इंडिया, तो इसने कोई हिस्सा छोड़ा नहीं होगा. दिन रात 24 घंटे काम करने में, ना इसको खाने की होश होती है, ना कोई किसी चीज की होश नहीं होती. एक जब खाने में बैठता तो मैं और बीजी वगैरह सब इसको कहते थे, विकास अभी तूने खाना नहीं शुरू किया, हम तो कब खा के भी चले गए. इसकी दुनिया ही अलग थी. पता नहीं सोचता था कि दुनिया में कुछ अलग करके दिखाऊं, और इसने वाकई करके दिखा दिया.
अच्छा, खाने की बात आप कर रहे हैं, तो बिफोर आई कम टू मालविका, आप ज्यादा अच्छा खाना क्रिएट करती हैं कि विकास? Are you the better chef or is he the better chef?
विकास तो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया खाना बनाता है. मैं कई बार इससे पूछती हूँ,
Mama was never interested in cooking. Let's put it puts fact together. Mama was not like. Mama कहते थे क्या यार ये, मतलब she's like, but because my grandmother was such a great cook that we did not ever have to worry about what is being in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And you know, and I can recreate now. आजकल मैं अचारों के पीछे पड़ा हूँ, तो I'm recreating everything what my grandmother used to cook. So all my relatives in US are now my guinea pigs to create the same flavor of pickles, which I'm trying to preserve as much as I can. And you know, because there's so much of history, I'm sure Sonu and Malvika would respond to me. एक नींबू का अचार घर का जो आपको सिर्फ मिलता था जब आप बीमार होते थे, काले रंग का हो जाता था. It was totally crystallized. So I'm trying to create those things, how I can fast forward those things so I can contain all those things, not just from India, from Karnataka, from Tamil Nadu, from Calcutta, so that we can preserve our memories and our food on a much way that, you know, today's lifestyles don't support कि 1 साल के बाद अचार नींबू का तैयार होगा, you know. So I'm just trying to do those things, and thanks to mom that she didn't cook much, so I was very attentive to my grandmom. So that's the reason.
फैंटास्टिक. ना मालविका, मुझे आपसे पूछना है कि हमने सोनू सूद को एक पब्लिक फिगर के हैसियत से जाना है, राइट? पर आप उनकी बहन हैं. आप इनके बारे में कुछ ऐसा बताइए जो लोग नहीं जानते हैं। इन्होंने थोड़ा सा शेयर किया कैसे इनको बॉम्बे में अर्ली इयर्स में स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा, वड़ा पाव के लिए पैसे नहीं होते थे, पर जब ये पहले पंजाब छोड़कर बॉम्बे की तरफ गए तो फैमिली का क्या रिस्पॉन्स रहा? यू ऑल मस्ट हैव बीन वेरी वरिड। तब फैमिली के हालात क्या थे, उस समय के बारे में बताइए।
भैया जब इंजीनियरिंग करते थे तो इन्होंने मॉडलिंग स्टार्ट की और हमने 1-2 शो भी अटेंड किए। तो मम्मा ने भैया को बोला कि तूने पढ़ाई की तरफ भी ध्यान देना, उसके बाद अगर तूने कुछ नेक्स्ट तेरा फ्यूचर प्लान है तो वो करना है। Then he completed his studies and then he said कि I want to become an actor. तो mom said ठीक है बेटा, achieve your dreams, हम तेरे साथ हैं। तो he was the only son of our family। तो बहुत सारे लोग बोलते थे कि अकेला अकेला लड़का आप क्यों भेज रहे हैं, फैमिली बिजनेस में बिठाइए। But my parents, they always supported him and they said go and achieve your dreams। Or if I talk about my brother, he is always very helping, loving and caring। He loves me like a father। मेरी माँ भी है, मेरा फादर भी है। अभी मम्मा पापा नहीं है हमारे पास, लेकिन आई रिमेम्बर जब मम्मी पापा भी थे तब भी भैया ने हमेशा मुझे प्यार करना। और मेरे को ही नहीं, अगर कोई उनके पास भी आ जाना तो ही यूज्ड टू लव देम अ लॉट। और कुछ भी उनको हेल्प चाहिए होती थी, ही इज ऑलवेज रेडी टू हेल्प देम, चाहे वो कुछ भी हो। और इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द स्ट्रगलिंग डेज ऑफ माय ब्रदर, मेरे को याद है भैया सुबह सुबह एक बंच ऑफ अपनी फोटोग्राफ्स का लेके जाते थे, उसके पीछे पिंक और ऑरेंज कलर के स्टिकर्स लगे होते थे विद हिज नेम एंड फोन नंबर होता था। एंड ट्रेन में इन्होंने जाना लोकली, तो हम कभी-कभी मैंने भैया को बोला कि आप कुछ खाने, बोला कोई बात नहीं मैं ये देख लूँगा, मैं कुछ अभी मेरे को भूख नहीं है। तो ही यूज्ड टू स्ट्रगल अ लॉट और बहुत ध्यान रखते थे हम सबका, क्योंकि शुरू से ही वो बहुत केयरिंग और लविंग है। ये है कि अभी कोरोना के टाइम पूरी दुनिया को पता लग गया कि सोनू भैया ऐसे हैं, लेकिन वो शुरू से ही बहुत ही लविंग और केयरिंग और बड़े हेल्पफुल रहे हैं।
Now, we want to honor both of them with, all day long we have been giving the COVID Courage of 2020 awards, and we want to honor both Sonu and Vikas while Vikas's mother and Sonu's sister are here. So just as soon as we're ready, if we can please make that announcement while we have the women here and just take a look at that clip. Is that possible? So many congratulations from the entire We the Women team. I wanted to announce the awards while Mummy ji and Malvika were still here. तो मम्मी जी, मुझे लगता है आप यूनिवर्सल मम्मी है, तो मैं भी आपको मम्मी जी बोल रही हूँ, बिंदु जी सबसे पहले तो आप अपने बेटे को कुछ कहना चाहेंगी? The real we are in virtual forum, so the awards will be shipped to or flown to both of you in New York and in Bombay. But Bindu and Malvika, before we say bye to you, if you'd like to say something to your brother and son, Bindu ji, मम्मी जी आपसे शुरू करेंगे।
बहुत ही अच्छा लगा बरखा जी, आपने इतनी ऑनर दी है और ये दोनों डिजर्व भी करते हैं, नो डाउट। इन्होंने जो काम किया है, ना दिन रात देखा है, ना कोई चीज नहीं देखते हुए सिर्फ काम किया कि खूब दुनिया में सबसे आगे निकल जाए। थैंक यू
Vikas,
सो
you want to
मच।
say something to your mom? Vikas, you want to say something to your mom?
थैंक यू अम्मा, वो मैं थर्मल लेके आया हूँ सर्दियों वाला। आपने देखा भी यूनिक्लो का।
मालविका, आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगी सोनू को?
मैं भैया को यही बोलना चाहूँ कि वी आर प्राउड ऑफ यू और भैया ऐसे ही लगे रहो। मम्मा पापा की ब्लेसिंग्स और उनका प्यार आपके साथ हमेशा। और हर दिन हम जब उठते हैं, जो सूरज की चमक है मेरे भाई के कारण और तेज है। और ऐसी सारी दुनिया की मदद करते रहो. We are really proud of you, मेरे भाई.
Sonu, would you like to say something to your sister?
या बस यही कहूँगा कि गुरु मुझे आज भी याद है जब इसका जन्म हुआ था 2 अक्टूबर को. उस दिन न्यूज़पेपर जब दरवाजे के नीचे आया था, ऊपर गांधी जी का एक कार्टून बना हुआ था जो कि गांधी जयंती है. और मैंने मतलब मैं इसको गुनू बोलता हूँ. मालविका है दुनिया के लिए, मेरे लिए गुनू है. और हमने इसको बच्चे की तरह, हम क्योंकि मेरे से 10 साल छोटी है, हमने बड़ा किया है. और अभी मैंने लेटली देखा है कि मोगा में बहुत सारा बहुत सारा काम करती है. मोगा में बहुत लोगों की इसने हेल्प की है. तो आई वेरी वेरी प्राउड ऑफ हर. और मुझे लगता है कि ये कब छोटी सी लड़की, इसको मैं गोद में उठा के बहन को घूमता था, ये अभी इतनी समाज सेवा कर रही है शहर में. तो आई फील रियली प्राउड ऑफ यू गुनू. जस्ट कीप द गुड वर्क गोइंग एंड मॉम एंड डैड आर ऑलवेज ब्लेसिंग अस फ्रॉम अप देयर. एंड मैं मम्मी जी को भी कहना चाहूँगा. मम्मी जी, मैं वो बोलते हैं कि बच्चे जो होते हैं ना, वो माओ की दुआएं होती है ना, उसके रास्ते पे चलते हैं. और जब मैं विकास भाई को देखता हूँ इतना कमाल का काम करता हूँ, मुझे पता है कि वहाँ से कहाँ से वो एनर्जी आ रही है, मम्मी जी की दुआओं से. बस ऐसे ही हम पर आप आशीर्वाद बनाए रखिएगा, हम आपको प्राउड फील करवाते रहेंगे.
Mummy ji, you are now in that universal Mummy ji. We are all going to call you Mummy ji only.
थैंक यू सो मच. बहुत अच्छा लगा आपका शो. और दोनों को इतना अच्छा आपने अवार्ड दिया है, इतना इनकरेज करा है. और ये हमेशा ऐसे ही काम करते रहे ताकि आप सब लोगों को लिए खुश करते रहें, सबके लिए सेवा करते रहें. थैंक यू ऑल द.
Thank you. So I'm going to say thank you to Bindu ji and to Malvika now. We'll spend 10 minutes more talking to Sonu and Vikas. So you can say bye to your loved ones. Namaskar, Bindu and Malvika. And let's keep the conversation going with Sonu and Vikas. Thank you. Bye. But Sonu, Vikas, don't go anywhere. We have you with us for another few minutes. And I want to ask both of आगे क्या. Sonu, आपसे शुरू करूंगी. मैं आपसे ये पहले भी पूछ चुकी हूँ. बहुत से लोगों को लगता है अब आप पॉलिटिक्स ज्वाइन करेंगे. कोई कहता है आप बीजेपी के साथ है, कोई कहता है पहले अमरिंदर जी के साथ थे. What do you feel? Could you join politics? And if you did, which party would it be?
बिल्कुल नहीं बरखा. मैं पहले भी बोलता आया हूँ, अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ और आज भी उसी चीज़ पे खड़ा हूँ कि मैं जानता सबको हूँ. मैं आज से नहीं, बहुत सालों से जानता हूँ. बहुत सालों से मुझे ऑफर्स भी आते रहे हैं. लेकिन मेरा अभी जो फोकस है वो पहले तो एक्टिंग में था. अभी बहुत सारा लोगों की मदद तक पहुंचने में हो गया है. मुझे आज ही सुबह मेरे एक प्रोड्यूसर का फ़ोन आया. तो उसने सबसे पहले मुझसे ये पूछा कि भाई लोगों की मदद ही करते रहेंगे कि कोई फिल्में भी बना ले हम लोग साथ में मिलके. तो मैंने बोला नहीं बिल्कुल बनानी है सर, वही काम तो वही करने आया था मैं. और आज मैं आपकी मीटिंग से पहले उनसे मिलके भी आया, नरेशन भी लेके आया. तो बिल्कुल अभी फिल्में करनी है, बहुत सारा एंटरटेन करना है लोगों को. और जो मैं इतने 7-8 महीने में बरखा मेडिकल के अंदर जो हम लोग काम कर पाए हैं, जो एजुकेशन में जो काम कर पाए हैं, जो जॉब दिलाने में जो काम कर पाए हैं, वो अभी इकोसिस्टम पूरा बन गया है. उसको अभी फाइनल जो शेप है उसको लोगों तक पहुंचाने का आ रहा है. और जो हम आप सिर्फ टेस्टिंग स्टेजेस में इतना कर पा रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि अगर वो पूरा जब फुल अपनी स्पीड पे पकड़ेगा तो एक देश के अंदर एक नया प्लेटफॉर्म आएगा जो एजुकेशन, मेडिकल और एम्प्लॉयमेंट में एक रेवोल्यूशन लेकर आएगा.
So are you saying a flat no to politics? I'm sorry, like a journalist, back to the original question कि आपने कहा सबको जानते हैं, but are you saying a flat no? Is it a flat categorical no to electoral politics?
Yes, for few years, yes, it's a flat no.
For a few years, मतलब 1 year, 2 years, 5 years?
ये पता नहीं अभी क्या 5 साल बाद आप मुझे वापस पकड़ोगे कि तूने बोला था ऐसा बोला था. तो अभी लेकिन उसमें 5 साल बीत चुके होंगे.
मैं तो बिल्कुल पकड़ूंगी.
लेकिन मैं जब भी आऊंगा मैं आपको डंके की चोट पे आऊंगा और सबसे पहले मैं बताऊंगा कि भैया मैं आ रहा हूं और मैं अच्छा ही करूंगा. पर मुझे लगता है कि अभी भी मैं उसके बिना ही लोगों तक पहुंच पा रहा हूं. लेकिन जिस दिन मुझे लगेगा कि उसमें पहुंचने की जो मेरी रीच है, ताकत है, वो कम है, तो मैं कुछ सोचूंगा. लेकिन अभी कुछ साल तो बिल्कुल नहीं. इट्स अ फ्लैट नो.
Okay. Now, you have just released a film. It's a film actually based on the experience of widows. Talk a little bit about that and talk a little bit about your future plans.
अभी हमारी मूवी सिनेमास में रन कर रही है, द लास्ट कलर. इट्स विद नीना जी एंड इट्स अबाउट अ विडो हु yearns to play होली. तो एक छोटी सी मैंने एक किताब लिखी थी, सबसे ऊपर मेरे शेल्फ में वही है. Out of 42
ले आओ
books I've written, it's still one of the
ले आओ
most
ले आओ
important
ले
books
आओ
in literature of my life.
भाग के ले आओ, हमें दिखाओ कौन सी किताब है ये. भाग के ले आओ.
बरखा मेरी भी किताब आ रही है जो मैं आपको जल्दी भेजने वाला हूँ.
हाँ, ये आपने लिखी है कि आपके ऊपर किसी ने लिखी है?
हाँ जी.
Someone, you have written the book or someone's written the book on you, Sonu?
I have written the book with मीना के. मैं भी अपनी किताब लेके आता हूँ विकास भाई के साथ. मैं भी पकड़ूंगा तो अच्छा लगेगा. 1 second.
Okay, get it. Okay, wait. I tell you boys. 1 second. Okay, Vikas, hold up the book. Let me look at the book in the meantime. मैं देख नहीं पाई तेरा. मैं किताब तो दिखाओ. थोड़ा above the band. अच्छा, the last color. When did you write this?
2011.
Okay. And now Sonu's getting his book also. Sonu, can we see your book? Okay, can you please both hold your respective books and hold them higher so our audience can get a good look at them? Sonu, are those your memoirs? Oh, it says, I am no Messiah.
Yeah.
And his is last color. Okay. So now, I don't know how many things you all are going to do in a lifetime. Sonu, talk about your book and then I'll come back to Vikas's movie. This is obviously about your year. What do you mean by saying I am no Messiah? बताइए.
बरखा, मेरे मदर हमेशा एक चीज़ बोला करते थे कि आपकी ज़िंदगी की स्पेशल मेमोरीज वो हैं जो आपको याद रहती हैं, जो आप लिख पाते हो, जिसके बारे में आप बहुत सालों बाद वापस उसको रिविजिट कर पाते हो. मेरे मदर हमेशा लिखा करते थे किताब के अंदर. उनकी डायरी आज भी मेरे पास पड़ी है, लेटेस्ट आज भी पड़ी है. जब मैं पढ़ता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं उनसे बातचीत कर रहा हूँ. तो मुझे हमेशा बोलते थे, मैं उनको हमेशा प्रॉमिस करता रहा, लेकिन मैं कभी लिख नहीं पाया. जब ये पूरी जो 8-9 महीने 10 महीने में मैं लोगों से जुड़ा तो बड़ी मेमोरीज क्रिएट हुई. बड़े लोगों से नए रिश्ते बने. हम कुछ लोगों की जान बचा पाए, कुछ लोगों को पहुंचा पाए. बहुत सारे, मुझे लगा कि पूरे परिवार का हिस्सा बन गए. तो मुझे अपने मदर की बात याद आई कि क्यों ना उन सब चीज़ों को लिखा जाए उनको, ताकि आने वाले सालों में कभी किसी को लगे तो उनको पता चले कि कैसे हुआ था और क्या हुआ था. तो मैंने उन सब के चैप्टर्स बनाए कि अगर किसी को केरला से निकाल के हम लोग भुवनेश्वर लेके आए तो क्या वो जर्नी थी. तो सब चैप्टर्स में उनको किया. मेरी टीम जिसने मेरे साथ जुड़ के किया, जो एक्सपीरियंस हुए, कौन कौन लोग मेरे साथ जुड़े, कौन से नहीं जुड़ पाए, तो उन सबको मैंने इस बुक के अंदर किया, जो भी 3 से 4 दिन में आने वाली है बाहर. एंड इट्स समथिंग वेरी स्पेशल. आई विश कि मेरे मदर होते, मैं उनको ये किताब दे पाता कि मामा आपने सिखाया था, लिखने के लिए बोला था और आज वो लिख पाया हूँ. सो दैट्स व्हाई. और बड़े लोग मुझे आज भी जब टैग करते हैं, मसाया वगैरह लिखते हैं, तो मुझे बड़ा एम्बैरेसिंग लगता है. मैं उनको बोलता हूँ कि आप ऐसा मत कीजिए. सो दैट्स व्हाई मैंने बड़े बोल्ड में लिखा कि आई एम नो मसाया, आई एम अ कॉमन मैन, someone who could connect with millions.
But your mother has obviously been a big part of influencing you, huh, Sonu?
Of course, she was a professor. पढ़ाते थे, इंग्लिश हिस्ट्री पढ़ाते थे कॉलेज में, और उन्हें बड़ा शौक था. और बड़ी किताबें हमारे घर में आज भी मम्मी की पढ़ी हुई हैं. मुझे याद है कि जब मेरी लास्ट मुलाकात उनसे हुई थी पंजाब में इन 2007, तो ऐसे ही वो बुक साफ करते रहते थे अपनी, जो उन्होंने एक छोटी सी लाइब्रेरी बनाई हुई थी. तो उसमें साफ करते करते मुझे एक दिन उनकी आंखों में आंसू आ गए और मुझे बोले कि सोनू, ये मेरी जो है ना धरोहर है, इसको कहीं बाद में जब मैं नहीं रहूँगी तो इसको कहीं इग्नोर करके, मतलब बेच मत देना इसको, किताबों को, कहीं इनको रहना. तो मैं बोला, मम्मा नहीं, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है. और आज भी वो किताबें हैं हमारी वहाँ पर मोगा में, और मम्मी के नोट्स लिखे रहते हैं कि आज इस तारीख को ये मैंने पढ़ा, ऐसा है. उसको अंडरलाइन किया, कुछ अच्छे कोट्स को अंडरलाइन किया कि जब मैं पढूं तो अगर मैं पूरी किताब नहीं पढ़ सकता तो मैं एटलीस्ट उन पेजेस के ऊपर वो जो मार्कर से लिखे हुए मैं उनको पढ़कर याद कर सकूं. तो आज व्हेन आई गो थ्रू दोज बुक्स आई फील कनेक्टेड विद हर.
Fantastic. Vikas, sorry, you were talking about the movie that's released based on your book, which you said Neena Gupta is playing the role of this widow. And I know the film is just released and I'm planning to watch it maybe this weekend, now that the town hall is drawing to a close slowly. But मैं आपसे पूछूं, ये आगे क्या? Post-COVID, what is the future of food? What is the future of restaurants? And I just want to remind you that you were sweet enough to create a dish in my name, and I want to come and eat it in real.
You tell me when. So during the whole pandemic only, we opened a new restaurant in Dubai called Elora. It was a pending project for some time, and I thought this is the right time because it creates employment opportunities. Because when we open restaurants, what happens, because our industry is most badly hit right now. So I also think it creates a big food chain because the structure of a restaurant is very massive. So food chains आपकी revive होती हैं बहुत different level पे, employments and everything. So right now I'm very much focused on, because I've never opened anything in my life in the last 20 years, successful or failed projects, where my mom couldn't come first, like to do the havan. I'm not superstitious, but it's always been like this. So I'm opening one of the largest Indian cultural center in New York, which is a multi-million-dollar project, which is just to promote Indian culture. It's a massive penthouse which I've taken in New York, in Midtown, right across the UN, which will be like showcasing just artists, to musicians, chefs, literature, books of Indian heritage. Because I still feel that as Indians, we do not have platforms. When we go to Jewish cultural center, or Korean or Japanese, they have figured out how to do their cultural centers. It really helps for uplifting, people who are coming up. And it was a big issue for me, in the beginning कि हमारे पास था ही नहीं. But I'm glad that Arun Shivdasani, who created New York Indian Film Festival, she's been a big guide for me. Indra Nui has been a big guide for me to understand that when you have this kind of opportunity to create. So next, in January first week, you'll see the first look of the place. It's the only kitchen in Manhattan which is totally made out of glass on a terrace. Those things which I'm very passionate about. It's going to be a total game changer for Indian culture in US. I hope so.
I can't wait to take a flight to New York, both to eat some of your food and to see this cultural center. Akhir mein, 10 second, a message to all young people, especially young girls who are watching this, because this is We the Women, and we are celebrating the men we love. We're celebrating men who celebrate women. Sonu, 10-second closing remarks, both of you.
Yeah, just want to salute everyone, and of course Barkha, who's been an inspiration to millions of women across the globe, and she's a true hero. And just want to thank you, Barkha, for inspiring us and people across the globe, and just stay the way you are, a true legend.
Thank you. Vikas?
Copy that, and I'm going to open a cake for you here for your birthday.
Did
That's
you make
a caramelized?
What cake?
Yeah, of
थोड़ा
course.
ऊंचा
What do you
उठाओ
mean,
ना,
did
मुझे
you make it?
आपका नाम का वो पट्टी के ऊपर दिखाओ. What cake is it?
It's a roasted pineapple cake with yuzu and caramel sauce.
Wow.
You're too sweet.
बस में खाना पड़ेगा, मुझे लगता है अभी फ्लाइट कल की बुक करवानी पड़ेगी ये.
सच में. Thank you.
It's actually smelling very good. Chalo, happy birthday,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for being so sweet, Vikas and Sonu. Pleasure having you here, celebrating the men that celebrate women. The year really belonged to these two humanitarian heroes. We'll say bye to them for now. Bye, guys. Thanks for the cake. Thanks for the wishes. But more than that, thanks for the work you do. Moving on now to our next panel. We are looking at women. We've been looking at them through the day who've been at the front line of the COVID response. And the women that you're now going to hear from have been in all kinds of roles. They've been doctors. There's been a mother and daughter working together on COVID research. There's been an incredible nurse. Wait till you hear her story. And there's been a woman who made it her mission to actually supply masks, the one thing that can protect us from the pandemic. And in conversation with them is my colleague, friend, fellow journalist, Gayatri Rangachari Shah. So it's over to her for now. Gayatri.
Hello, everyone, and Barkha, very happy birthday to you. It's a real honor to be speaking to all of you on this incredible platform. And I wanted to say that to all the women who are on this panel today, that you are truly incredibly inspiring. And for the work you've done as doctors, nurses, mask makers, you're being given the COVID Courage Award because of your fight during the pandemic and for being on the front line of this arduous task. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, yes, I can.
Congratulations, all of you, for receiving the COVID Courage Award. I wanted to begin this panel by starting on a note of optimism, given that we are on the cusp of a new year. 2020 was a year when we changed the way we did everything. I was listening to the earlier panels. Okay. So before I get into the panel, though, I'm going to announce the COVID Courage Award, and then we'll have a video, and then we'll come back. So with that, let me please say congratulations for the COVID Courage Award. So with that, let me begin. I wanted to start by asking you all, Vikas Khanna said he didn't believe in the previous panel that he did what he did this year. I wanted to ask each of you, what was one positive learning you had this year that you will take forward into 2021? Dr. Hegde, would you like to start?
Yeah. The one positive learning for me is the fact that, we came together, time of crisis. The medical fraternity really came together to solve issues. I mean, we never would talk to each other as much earlier, and to see everybody coming together with a common goal, the fact that we want to get the best care possible to, women and children in the field and our patients. Secondly, if you look at the NGO sector also, right, I am the founder of NGO Arman, that works in the field of maternal child health, and we use M-Health to create solutions. And even in the NGO sector, everybody, that's the positive thing that happened during the COVID time.
And I'm going to ask you about that in a little bit as well, because that's a fascinating area. We've got the mother-daughter duo of Dr. Shastri, Aditi Shastri and Jayanti Shastri. What were the positive learnings that you've had this year that you'll take forward into 2021?
So to begin with, early diagnosis of infectious diseases through the RT-PCR method, which has these labs have been set up across the country, and they have to keep going because we should have a sense of outbreak preparedness. So that is one big learning we had, that we can't put our act together just when the outbreak is knocking at our door. There has to be a sense of preparedness. There has to be a diagnostic armamentarium available in the country. And whatever has been set up due to this pandemic, we should continue.
Right. Aditi?
Yeah, so that's actually a great question. What I would say
has been a really great learning for me this year is, in addition to being a physician, I'm also a researcher with a very active research lab. And I saw that our research community really came together in very creative ways. We didn't have to all go to various meetings and conferences spread across the world. We were able to online. We were able to carry forward important projects, that have long-lasting implications for patients. So this is something that we were able to do even during the pandemic, which I never thought we would be able to, but we've been able to do it with surprising amount of success.
Yeah, right. Yogita, what was the one thing that you learned this year, jo aap, you'll take forward into 2021?
गुड इवनिंग मैम मैं नमस्ते ये 2020 से मैं मतलब हमने ये सीखा है कि कोई भी सिचुएशन हो कैसी भी क्राइसिस हो हमें उससे फाइट करना आना चाहिए और यही फाइट को हमें आगे लेके जाना है और मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि ये पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन को क्यों प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर तो हमें उसे कैसे प्रिवेंट करना है तो वो मैं आगे लेके जाना चाहती हूँ
बिल्कुल एंड श्रुति
Yeah, I would say that when women come together, we can really do wonders, and that is what I took away from the pandemic, because I worked with a whole big group of women, and we came together and took on this huge task. So I would say that women should just look for resources inside also, and come together and do remarkable work.
Right, right. Now I'd like to pivot a little bit and ask, Aditi and Dr. Jayanti Shastri. You came up with this study where you sort of looked at the gendered impact of COVID-19. How did you come up with that idea to look at it through a gendered lens? I think it's fascinating. And why are men more affected than women?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
so
Aditi.
this was, so I'll tell you, this was a very, it started off as being very anecdotal, so we always talk to each other in the mornings when I'm driving here to work, and the mom is driving back home after a busy day.
And sorry, just so our viewers know that you're in the United States and your mother is here in Bombay.
Yeah, I'm in New York City and she's in Mumbai. We always catch up, and this was a time when both cities were seeing their first spikes in COVID cases. And my mom suggested, she thought that she felt like she's seeing more men getting more severely ill compared to COVID. And at the same time, while she had this observation, my research team here, we actually came up with this observation that the particular receptors for the SARS-CoV-2 virus are much more predominant in the male reproductive organs compared to the female reproductive organs. So we felt like this might have been a reservoir of infection. And the clinical data also showed that men were shedding the virus for a longer time than women. So we were able to tie these two theories together, and we are actually working on some biological studies also to further explore this concept.
Okay, interesting. Dr. Hegde, you mentioned this when I asked you the first question. You, of course, were delivering and helping pregnant women throughout the pandemic, and you have your nonprofit Arman, which has a big focus on using technology for medicine. One thing we've all learned this year is the importance of access to technology. What are the most immediate areas where technology can help provide medical care?
This pandemic really has brought home the fact that digital health is here to stay. I started Arman in 2008 when we were very skeptical about whether we can use mHealth or mobile technology-based solutions to provide access to care. Because I have sat in antenatal clinics during my residency days. It was so overcrowded. Women didn't have access to information because we didn't have time to counsel them. And on the other hand, health workers don't have access to training because they are remotely stationed and it's very difficult to do classroom training. So Arman has created mHealth programs, which are the largest such programs in the world. So on the one hand, we inform women about the care to be taken during pregnancy and infancy through voice call services. And on the other hand, we train health workers, ASHA workers in 16 states in India. So we have a presence right now. So when COVID struck, overnight, we could, we had this huge platform, technology platform that has that kind of reach. We've reached 20 million women, right? And on one hand, 130,000 health workers. So overnight, we could kind of repurpose the platform to bridge the gaps in healthcare that developed during COVID situation. So, for example, we have a virtual clinic. So when the lockdown was announced, suddenly hospitals closed down, right? Or they became COVID centers, and women did not have access to care. And pregnancy and infancy cannot wait for a lockdown, right? If you have an emergency, you need care immediately, right? So where do they go? And we have these stories of women going from hospital to hospital, and we were getting these distress calls to our call center. So overnight, we created a virtual clinic, antenatal pediatric clinic, right, manned by trained doctors, obstetricians and pediatricians. So we get almost 100 calls a day. During the lockdown, we used to get that many. Then we also partnered with Government of India to send information to health workers throughout the country. So, for example, when government came out with a new health insurance scheme for health workers, how do you inform over 800,000 health workers throughout the country? So we have our technology platform, so we collaborate with them and send that information. Our call center staff arranged logistic support, for over 50,000 pregnant women, because they would call in for that support, right? And lastly, we sent COVID-related information to almost 300,000 women during pregnancy and infancy, because pregnancy and infancy are vulnerable states. So how do you take care during COVID? So technology really helps you bridge that gap. And last, I would say is that because we already have a network in place, we have a network of 40 NGO partners, and we've got government partnerships. So we could leverage all those along with technology to create these solutions in a matter of days.
That's just fantastic and so heartening to hear. Yogita, you are obviously also on the front line as a nurse, and you were a nurse during the 26/11 terrorist attacks here in Mumbai, and now again COVID. Two very traumatic life events. I heard your interview with Barkha, and it was so moving. Are you ever scared for your own safety? How have you coped during the pandemic? Because nurses and doctors, of course, dealing with COVID have really been have had to bear a lot. आपको डर लगता है? Yeah, can you hear me?
नहीं मैम, डर तो नहीं लगता है। उस टाइम भी डर थोड़े टाइम के लिए लगा था, लेकिन बाद में डर मतलब गया था। और अभी भी ये सिचुएशन में पहले कुछ महीनों में थोड़ा बहुत डर मन में था, लेकिन अभी जैसे जैसे सिचुएशन रिजॉल्व हो रही है, तो ये डर हमारे मन से जा रहा है। और अभी हम लोगों ने सीख भी लिया है कि कैसे इस सिचुएशन को हैंडल करना है। तो अभी हमारे मन में उस चीज को लेके कुछ डर नहीं है।
और मैंने ये भी सुना था, आपने बरखा से बात की थी कि आपको ये पीपी सूट्स पहन के कितनी मुश्किल थी उस वक्त, स्पेशली इन द वेरी हॉट मंथ्स व्हेन यू वर वर्किंग।
हाँ, समर मई मंथ में मेरा ये था, पोस्टिंग था, तो वो पीपी किट जो भी सारे हम नर्सेज डॉक्टर सब जो पहनते हैं, उसकी वजह से सफोकेशन, पर्स्पिरेशन, पाल्पिटेशन, ये सब चीजें होती है। लेकिन हम अभी ये चीज को यूज्ड टू हो गए, तो अभी हमें इससे इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती है, क्योंकि उसके बिना तो हम काम नहीं कर सकते।
बिल्कुल। And Shruti, you devised a program to create reusable masks at a time when the country needed them so desperately. A lot of people have great ideas, don't always follow through. How did you implement your idea?
Actually, when I was in the US when things started going south, actually. So I came back at the end of February from a conference, and while I was traveling, I saw a lot of people using N95 masks. And WHO was telling people not to use those masks and rather go for reusable fabric masks for common people and leave the N95 for the medical fraternity. So when I came back, being a quilter, I had a lot of fabric left over. So I just started making those masks and donating them to whosoever wanted it. And while I was doing that, I saw a lot of policemen working with a handkerchief tied on their faces. So I felt that I should do something for them. So I inquired about what would be a good quantity to donate, and I came to know that just for my district they needed 10,000 masks. So that was not a one-person job. So I just called up one of my friends, Ridhima, and I asked her, how can we go about it? And before I could do anything further, within half an hour, 1 hour, we had 25 women joining the mission, all working from their homes with their own fabric. and creating these masks. We made more than 12,000 masks in that 1 week, and we donated it to the Sangli police. So we didn't stop there. We made videos about how to make a mask, and I made them in Hindi and Marathi so that local women could understand it. And I shared them on all my social media platforms. And I still make masks for those who need it. I still donate them. I also sell them now because a lot of people say that we don't want a donation, but use this money to donate a mask to somebody else. So I still do that. Yeah.
It goes back to what you were saying, what the power of a lot of women coming together. Now, I want to go back to the doctors on the panel. You know, the world is hopeful of a vaccine. Of course, in certain countries, it's already being rolled out. But people are hesitant as well. Today's newspaper cited a report that said only 3 in 10 Indians want to take the vaccine. Dr. Aditi and Jayanti Shastri, how do you as medical professionals counter that kind of skepticism?
Yeah, I can answer that question a little first and then maybe Mom, you can go. So I just want to give a personal positive news is that, we've already rolling out the vaccine in New York City. And my husband, who is an ICU physician, has just taken the vaccine, just 2 days ago. The side effects are extremely minimal, just some arm soreness that he's experienced so far. It's not just lay people. I would say that even among the medical community, I have experienced skepticism. But what I frequently keep reminding people, my patients, some of my co-workers who might express skepticism is this, that, we have so much information about how much damage the virus can do, and in comparison to this, what we are seeing in these extremely well done phase 3 clinical trials of both the companies where the vaccine is rolled out, which is Pfizer and Moderna, are very minimal, and they are being reported. The information has been coming out in a very timely basis. They have been making it accessible to the public. So this is very encouraging news. It obviously gives us a lot of hope and optimism. There's also a lot of skepticism about the actual whether the vaccine can introduce virus, whether the vaccine can mutate. The scientist part of me really wants to always keep remind people that this is an RNA, which makes protein, and it cannot make the whole virus. It just makes parts of the virus which give you immunity. That's it, and then the RNA gets degraded. So it's actually the best kind of vaccine that we can have.
Right. Dr. Shastri,
so I would also like to add that the perspective in Mumbai. So we did the greatest sero surveillance study in Mumbai. As Aditi pointed out, that there were a lot of research opportunities due to the pandemic. And we also saw that in the slums of Mumbai, the sero prevalence, that is 57% of the population were already infected. So generally the myth amongst people is, I may have been infected, I may not need the vaccine. That is for the general public. But when it comes to the healthcare workers, I think the benefits really outweigh the risks. And there is skepticism, but however, I'm sure many people are coming forward. And I would also like to share that it was a nurse who took the first vaccine in the US, just to send the message that, the vaccine is safe, and more number of nurses should be vaccinated. It is not necessary that you would be naturally infected.
And so Dr. Hegde, I'm going to come to you with a sort of follow-up. But before that, since we brought up the nurses, Dr. Shastri's brought up the nurses. Yogita, your public hospital mein ho, sarkari hospital mein ho, a vaccine rollout. I've been hearing lots of things about how it's being rolled out already slowly. Will you be one of the first to take the vaccine in your hospital?
अगर चांस मिला तो ले लूंगी मैम. हमारी गवर्नमेंट हमारे लिए इतना कुछ कर रही है, तो अगर चांस मिला तो मैं जरूर लेना चाहूंगी.
और आपके हॉस्पिटल में अभी कुछ शुरू नहीं हुआ है ना? आई थिंक
नहीं, अभी तक नहीं, हमारे हॉस्पिटल में तो अभी तक चालू नहीं हुआ है।
Okay. Dr. Hegde, how do we ensure a fair and equitable distribution of the vaccine for such a huge country like India, especially in rural areas? You know, we've obviously managed to do a great job with polio and even measles. I want to ask you how you think we may be able to do this, and also, do you think that India could lead the way in vaccine, this kind of vaccine rollout that the rest of the world could emulate?
Can you repeat the last sentence? It was not
Yeah, I
audible.
wanted to know, given the success that India had with polio and measles, for example, is this a country that actually has a very sort of strong knowledge on how to roll out vaccines, and could we teach the rest of the world something? So the first part of the question is the fair and equitable distribution, and the second part is whether other countries can learn from us.
Yeah, so the fair and equitable distribution of vaccination is something that is an extremely important, goalpost for a country like ours. But given the fact that we have a primary health infrastructure, right? I mean, it's not really rudimentary in some ways, but we do have a good one for vaccination, right? I mean, we have, managed to defeat polio, right? And so we do have a distribution network. What we do not have very well thought about is the refrigeration and storage facilities, right? But if we can overcome that, the distribution network exists, right? We have this whole ASHA network in each village in the country. We have the auxiliaries, midwives, and the primary health centers going forward. So the network exists. And the other thing is I need to point out also is the fact that we also have the capacity to create cheap vaccines, right? I mean, if you look at Pfizer, Moderna, it's going to be too expensive. I'm really hoping that the vaccine, the Serum Institute is working on, or the ones that are coming out of India, so success, because then we can be the beacon for the rest of the world, because we could be giving them cheaper vaccines. Because in talk about free and equitable distribution, what is happening right now is that the first world countries have really booked most of the doses, all the vaccines that are coming out right now. You're talking about Pfizer or Moderna, etc., right? And they're so expensive, right? So I'm really waiting with the bated breath for our own vaccines. And I completely agree with Dr. Shastri's, both the doctors, that it's extremely important to vaccinate, because I am also at Kama Hospital. I'm an associate professor of gynecology at Kama, honorary, at the same place that Yogita is, and I have worked in the COVID ward for 6 months daily. And one thing I really must tell you is that most of the patients who came to us were asymptomatic, right? And that is the category of patients. So it's very that we're very worried about, because they are the ones who spread, right, and to the vulnerable. So it's extremely important to vaccinate yourself and ensure that you stop the spread of the vaccine. Yeah.
Right. So
If I may just add.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, I said, if I may please add, generally, what is observed with the healthcare fraternity, they take all the precautions when they are in the hospital, when they are dealing with their patients, like wearing N95 masks, and they, wear the proper PPE. But what is observed worldwide is that as soon as they are in the community, they lower their guards for reasons probably it's very well understood that that's the time they feel like relaxing, they lower their guards. And if we worldwide, the transmission which has taken place in the healthcare workers is in the community and not at the hospitals or healthcare facilities. So it is extremely important that all healthcare workers should take the vaccine,
Right.
whichever is available to them.
Right. And you mentioned a very good point, Dr. Shastri, about this lowering of the guard. And every day in the papers, you're reading about how people are getting fined for not wearing masks. In the United States, of course, it's almost like a political issue whether to mask or not to mask. And Shruti, you made masks. How does it, how do you kind of deal with a situation where, we are being told that masks are a great preventative way to combat COVID, and yet you've got vast sections of the population that just won't listen. Police are finding them, but people get into arguments, and of course now there's COVID fatigue. How do you respond to something like that?
It's just by, I found the best way to do that. I gave away a lot of masks to vegetable sellers and milkmen and postmen and people like that who were working throughout the lockdown. So at that time, a lot of them, it was just the beginning, and they were unaware of the what was coming at them, because we had absolutely no cases in my town at that time. But as the number of cases started increasing, the fact that they had a reusable mask made them wear it because they didn't have to spend money on it. But
Right.
gradually, as the awareness grew, and like they understood, and it was like every time you met a person who was not wearing a mask, it was just about educating that person that it is not just for you, it is for the others. It's for your mom, it's for your grandmother, it's for your child. It's not just for you. You may survive this, but they might not survive it.
Right, right. Dr. Shastri, coming back to what you said about the Sero survey that you did in Mumbai slums, where you found that 57% of the people had antibodies. Can people who have antibodies still transmit the virus? Sorry, I don't know if she heard my question. Dr. Shastri, Jayanti Shastri, can you hear me? Dr. Hegde or maybe Aditi, can one of you take that question if you can hear it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think you're breaking up. Yeah. Are you back? Can you hear us? I can help with that question if you like.
Yeah,
She comes
sure.
back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So technically, once you have antibodies to the COVID, you should be in a situation where you have had the infection, you have recovered from it, and whether a person is having reinfection or not is very controversial right now. Some people believe that there is no risk of reinfection. Some people believe that there may be reinfection. Even, the world authorities like Dr. Fauci are conflicted about this fact. So I think what it depends on is the titer of antibodies you have. So if you have a very low titer of antibodies, there is a very good chance that you could have a possible infection again and transmit the disease. Whereas if you have a good titer of antibodies which is giving you protection and immunity, the chances of you getting sick from COVID are low. So, it's really, I think time will tell, and I think we may have to define a threat, this evolution.
Right, right. Dr. Hegde, did you want to say something? Or
Yeah, it's about how long the immunity lasts. I mean, that is something that one does not know, right? How long the antibodies will be in your bloodstream. Are the titer good enough to, support? And what does it really mean? What are the kind of antibodies do you have, right? So, antibodies, so one doesn't really know, is it the one that is protecting the people from reinfection? That is the problem. So we can't rule out that infection can happen. So just because we got antibodies, you don't think the vaccine is not the answer one would want to kind of give or agree with the case.
Right.
I would also like to add.
Go ahead.
If I'm audible, I would like to add that there are two types of antibodies which are produced. One are the nucleocapsid antibodies, which persist only for 2 to 3 months, whereas for protection, what we require is the anti-spike antibodies, and we have seen that they persist for about 4 to 5 months. So when the waning of antibodies takes place, the levels fall, there is always a chance of reinfection. And what is most important in SARS-CoV-2 and what we have done extensive studies is the presence of neutralizing antibodies. So these are a subset of the spike antibodies. So there are a lot of variables involved in protection, and they need to be studied over a long period of time. But this is the information we have currently with this 8 months that we have with the pandemic. But however, we have documented reinfection in 6 cases, and this is gone for publication. And in all these cases, we observed that the neutralizing antibodies had not developed after the first symptomatic infection. So it is not necessary that all symptomatic infections, lead to development of neutralizing antibodies. So this is a little complex and tricky situation. However, time will tell us what is the threshold of antibodies required for protection.
Right. And also, I just like to add that one thing that we're also hearing is that just because we get the vaccine doesn't mean that, we will be able to sort of go back to life as we know it. Because I think that what all the experts are saying is that we will continue to have to be masked. We will continue to have to kind of take a cautious sort of approach till, I guess the entire planet doesn't get to a certain point in the immunization drive. I want to
Yeah,
switch
can I
tack.
just add something about that? Yeah, I just want to add to what you said because that's very, very important. I want people to think about some very vulnerable populations who are out there. So I am an oncologist and I take care of people with blood cancers and those needing bone marrow transplants. These are very immunocompromised patients, and there is likelihood that such patients may not be able to take the vaccine. So if you have a cancer patient in your family, think about them. Another very vulnerable subset of people we should think about is children. We don't have enough data in children yet. There are vaccine trials going on. So to protect our children, vaccines are not a fix it all. We cannot really get rid of the behaviors that we've developed over the year, like social distancing, wearing masks. We have to keep it up, even if we are getting a vaccine, and we have to keep these vulnerable populations in mind.
Right, right. So I want to bring Shruti in also. Shruti, you obviously followed your passion, slightly different from the science and the vaccine conversation, but you followed your passion to start a quilting business, and now you help women, build entrepreneurial businesses out of their homes. What advice do you give such people? Because there are obviously millions of them across this country.
Yeah. So, there is always an opportunity in every adversity, and I would tell them to look for that opportunity. Like, there were women who were consulting me who had a food business that they were running from home. And I started advising them about how they could send tiffins to people who are patients, COVID-19 patients who are home quarantined. So they could send food to them in packaging that doesn't need to be returned. So you could just leave it at their doorstep and they can collect it later. So be innovative, find your own ideas, and you can always do what you want to do. Nothing has to come to a halt just because of a pandemic. You can keep on working, keep on pursuing your passion. Just be a little bit innovative, broaden your mind a little bit, and it might take time, but yes, we will all come out of it with flying colors, and we will all learn something that we will carry forward throughout our lives.
Thank you for that. I think that's a wonderful way to conclude this panel. Very encouraging words. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart, as does the entire world, for all the work that you're all doing, and congratulations on the COVID Courage Awards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're with We the Women and our Global Town Hall. It's the 18th of December 2020. About 8 years ago, 2 days before this date, on the 16th of December, a rape took place that jolted India. It was the gang rape and the murder of a young woman called Jyoti, whom the entire country decided to name Nirbhaya. Nirbhaya in Hindi means the fearless one. Laws in India actually say that you cannot take the name of a rape victim unless she herself or her family decides to do so. So why am I doing so? Because her incredible mother, and I remember standing with her at a public protest rally, when she took the mic and she said, "Why should I not name my daughter? Why should she only be called Nirbhaya?" She was a flesh and blood person. She was a young woman in her 20s. And when we don't name the rape victim, we actually act as if there is stigma or shame around the victim instead of around the perpetrator. I know it's easier said than done, but it's something that I completely agree with and believe in. In the spotlight now is Asha Devi. Asha Devi for years fought a battle to deliver justice for her daughter. It's a battle that she sometimes fought alone because as the headlines fade, people forget and their lives move on. और आशा देवी अब हमारे साथ हैं इस वक्त. We can bring her on to the Global Town Hall. 8 years on, looking back at the India's Nirbhaya moment, it was meant to be a moment that was going to change how safe women felt both in public and private spaces. Asha ji, namaskar. Can we please bring Asha ji on?
नमस्कार.
Asha Devi ji, namaste.
नमस्ते. आप तो देख ही नहीं रही हैं.
आप मुझे सुन पा रही हैं, लेकिन सुन तो पा रही हैं?
हाँ.
चलिए कोशिश करते हैं हम कि आप मुझे देख भी पाएंगी, लेकिन सुन पा रही हैं तो मैं आपको देख पा रही हूँ. और मैं आपको कहना चाह रही थी कि ये पहली बार है दिसंबर के इस टाइम पे, क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है, सबको मालूम है कि 16 दिसंबर वो डेट था जब ज्योति के साथ जो हुआ वो हुआ, रेप एंड गैंग रेप एंड मर्डर. आई बेग योर पार्डन. ये पहली बार है 8 साल में जब मैं आपको थोड़ा सा स्माइल करते हुए देख रही हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि शायद आपको लगता है फाइनली इंसाफ हुआ है.
जी, मैं आप सभी को नमस्कार करती हूँ. ये 16 दिसंबर पहली बार है जो निर्भया को इंसाफ मिला और मुजरिमों को सजा हुई. तो इसका से सब हमारे पूरे समाज, आप सब मीडिया, सबको मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि आप सबके वजह से आप सब ने हमारा सपोर्ट किया, हमारे साथ दिए, हमारे आवाज बने और निर्भया को इंसाफ मिला. तो मैं आप लोगों के वजह से, आप सबके साथ देने की वजह से आज मैं सुकून से घर में हूँ और मुझे तसल्ली है कि बेटी तो इस दुनिया में नहीं है, नहीं आएगी, लेकिन उसके साथ जो दरिंदगी हुई थी उन मुजरिमों को सजा मिली. और इससे भी बड़ी बात है कि ये लड़ाई सिर्फ हमारी लड़ाई सिर्फ बेटी की नहीं थी, हमारे देश के पूरे समाज के बच्चियों के लिए थी. क्योंकि हमें तो इंसाफ मिला, लेकिन कानून पे हमारे जैसे लोगों का, हमारे जैसे माँ बाप का, विक्टिम का विश्वास जगा कि नहीं, अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है तो हमें भी इंसाफ मिलेगा. निर्भया को इंसाफ मिला, हमें भी मिलेगा. तो एक समाज में संदेश गया, ये बहुत जरूरी था. क्योंकि आज के डेट में हमारे समाज में ऐसे भी लोग हैं कि उनको कानून से खिलवाड़ करते हैं. कानून का कोई डर भय नहीं है. किसी को मारना, किसी को छोड़ना उनके लिए आम बात है. तो ये बहुत जरूरी था कि एक समाज में संदेश जाए. लेकिन इससे भी बड़ा सुकून जब होता कि निर्भया की घटना हुई, बहुत सारे बदलाव के रास्ते पे हम चले, बहुत सारे कानून बनाए गए. जिस तरह से निर्भया को कोई नहीं जानता था, हमें कोई नहीं जानता था, पूरे देश एक साथ खड़ा हो गया कि नहीं, इस क्राइम के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई कि निर्भया को इंसाफ मिले. अब ऐसा समाज में नहीं होना चाहिए. हमें भी लगा कि नहीं होगा, लेकिन हो ही रहा है. आज भी हो रहा है, अलग अलग जगहों में हो रहा है. तो अब जरूरी है कि निर्भया को तो इंसाफ मिला, लेकिन ये हमारी लड़ाई, आप सबकी लड़ाई खत्म नहीं हुई. हमें सब लोगों को मिल करके इस क्राइम के खिलाफ आवाज उठानी चाहिए. मैम, आप हमसे ज्यादा समाज से जुड़ी हैं, ज्यादा देखती हैं. जब भी घटना होती है 2-4 दिन चैनलों पे बात होता है, धरना है, प्रदर्शन होता है, सब कुछ होता है
जी.
लेकिन हमें लगता है कि जिस चीज पे हमें बात करनी चाहिए, जिस चीज को सुधारने की हम काम करना चाहिए, उस पे हम बात नहीं करते हैं. हम मुद्दे से ही भटक जाते हैं. निर्भया का केस बिल्कुल एक शीशे की तरह साफ था. कुछ भी उसमें कमियां नहीं थी, त्रुटियां नहीं थी. तीनों कोर्ट ने फांसी की सजा सुनाई, जितने धाराएं लगी सब पूरी हो गई. पुलिस ने समय से अपना काम किया, लेकिन फिर भी लग गया 7.5 साल लग गया. फाइनली तो लड़ाई शुरू हुई जब उनका डेट पड़ना शुरू हुआ. कहीं ना कहीं उसके माध्यम से जो हमारे समाज में ऐसे लोग हैं उनकी मानसिकता सामने आई। हमारे कानून में जो सबसे बड़ी चीज है, जो हमारे न्याय व्यवस्था में कमियां हैं, कानून में कमियां हैं, वो सामने आई।
मैं आपको बोलूंगी, सॉरी मैं आपको इंटरप्ट कर रही हूँ क्योंकि कुछ आंकड़े हैं हमारे स्क्रीन पे और वो हमें ये दिखाते हैं कि एक्चुअली क्राइम्स अगेंस्ट वुमेन और सेक्सुअल वायलेंस के जो कंप्लेंट्स हैं वो इंक्रीज हुए हैं। इनफैक्ट देयर वाज अ 7% इंक्रीज इन क्राइम्स अगेंस्ट वुमेन इन 2019। अब आशा जी, ये कोई नहीं जानता है कि इज देयर एन इंक्रीज इन रिपोर्टेड केसेस? क्या अब लड़कियां आगे आने लगी हैं, अब बोलने के लिए तैयार हैं? क्या पहले भी ये होता था और सब चुप रहते थे? और इज देयर एन एक्चुअल इंक्रीज इन वायलेंस? ये हमें डेटा नहीं बताता है, लेकिन हमें डेटा ये साफ तौर से बताता है कि निर्भया मूवमेंट आया और गया, बट लॉकडाउन के दौरान डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस, जो घर के अंदर सर्कल ऑफ ट्रस्ट के अंदर वायलेंस होती है, अब्यूज होता है औरतों के खिलाफ, वो होता है। और पब्लिक स्पेसेस में या प्राइवेट स्पेसेस दोनों मिला के देखिए तो 87 रेप केसेस ऑन एन एवरेज टेक प्लेस इन इंडिया। दैट्स अ 7% राइज इन क्राइम्स अगेंस्ट वुमेन इन 2019। तो आशा जी, मैं आपसे बोलूंगी क्योंकि आपने ये बात रखी कि एक लड़ाई खत्म हुई लेकिन लड़ाई तो जारी है। हमें आंकड़े बताते हैं कि बहुत कुछ बदला, लेकिन बहुत कुछ उससे ज्यादा नहीं बदला।
जी, बहुत क्राइम के अगेंस्ट तो बहुत कुछ करने की जरूरत है, नहीं बदला। मैं यही बात कर रही हूँ कि जब हम अपना केस लड़ रहे थे फाइनली पटियाला कोर्ट में, तो हम कहते हैं कि आखिर क्राइम क्यों हो रहा है, उसी के माध्यम से लोगों की मानसिकता सामने आई, कानून की कमियां। आपको पता होगा मैम, लोगों ने हमें गालियां दी, हमें हमारी जगह डिसाइड कर दी कि इस बुढ़िया को वहां पे भेज देना चाहिए। इतना क्राइम होने के बावजूद मैं दिल्ली के रोडों पे धक्के खाई, लोगों ने हमें माफी के लिए दबाव बनाया। उनके परिवार मैं 8 साल से हर चैनल पे जाती हूँ, हर चैनल पे बात करती हूँ। मैंने वो लड़कों के परिवार वालों को या लड़कों को कभी गालियां नहीं दी, लेकिन हमारे ही समाज में उनके साथ जोड़ के लोगों ने हमें गालियां दी। बोला कि मीडिया में मैं इसलिए जाती हूँ कि मुझे पैसे मिलते हैं। मैं 7 साल से ड्रामा कर रही हूँ। तो ये है हमारी समाज की मानसिकता। उनके परिवार वालों ने गाली दिया, कोई बात नहीं, चलो उनको बच्चों की सजा हुई, लेकिन समाज के लोगों ने गाली क्यों दी? क्यों समाज के लोगों ने नहीं देखा? तो ये हमारी समाज की मानसिकता है।
जी, मैं एक आखिर में एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रही हैं और आपने बहुत एक लोनली बैटल, एक बहुत ब्रेव बैटल फाइट की, लेकिन संक्षेप में मुझे बताइए, आपकी और मेरी इस पे काफी बात हो चुकी है कि आपकी बेटी को पूरे देश ने निर्भया बोला, लेकिन मुझे वो दिन याद है जंतर मंतर पे आप और मैं स्टेज पे इकट्ठे थे और आपने कहा मेरी बेटी का नाम ज्योति था। लोगों को ये भी समझना चाहिए कि वो एक मूवमेंट नहीं, वो एक लड़की भी थी। तो ये सिग्निफिकेंस कि आपने उसको नाम से पुकारा, थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में संक्षेप में बताइए। आखिरी सवाल।
जी, मैं आज भी कहती हूँ और पहले भी जब हमारी घटना हुई तभी भी हमने कहा, हम शुरू में ही कहे कि हमारी कौन सी गलती है, हमारी बेटी की क्या गलती थी कि वो देर रात बाहर थी। लेकिन देर रात 8:30 बजे कौन सी रात होती है?
अरे 12 बजे थे, 2 बजे थे, तो भी कोई देर रात का कोई रेलेवेंस ही नहीं है।
मान लेते हैं हम 12 बजे ही रात को बाहर हैं, तो कोई काम से बाहर हैं या हम कहीं से आ रहे हैं, तो कौन सा कानून में लिखा है कि नहीं हमारे साथ आप रेप करो, गैंग रेप करो? तो जी, जब हम 12 बजे रात को रोड से नहीं निकल सकते तो आप कैसे 12 बजे रात पे रोड पे घूम सकते हो, रोड पे क्राइम कर सकते हो? कहाँ कानून में लिखा है? तो मैं इसलिए कहती हूँ कि हमें मुंह छिपाने की जरूरत नहीं है। जिसके साथ क्राइम हो रहा है उसको मुंह छिपाने की जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि मुंह छिपाना ही क्राइम को बढ़ावा देना है। जब घटना होती है, बच्चियों को घर में बैठाते हैं, उनकी पढ़ाई छोड़ा देते हैं, लेकिन जो गलती करता है उस पर कोई अंगुली नहीं उठाता है। तो आज मैं मैम आपके माध्यम से ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि जब तक क्रिमिनलों को, जो क्राइम करते हैं, उनको रियलाइज किया जाएगा, हमारा समाज नहीं रियलाइज कराएगा, हमारी न्याय व्यवस्था नहीं कराएगी, तब तक हमारे समाज में बच्चियों के साथ रेप होता रहेगा। जब तक उन मुजरिमों को रियलाइज नहीं होगा कि नहीं उन्होंने गलती की हो, क्योंकि वो गलती भी करते हैं, खुले घूमते भी हैं, उनको सपोर्ट मिलता है कि वो लड़के हैं उनसे गलती हो गई, लड़के हैं तो उनसे गलती हो गई, हमारा कोई अधिकार नहीं है, हमारा कोई अधिकार नहीं है कि हम अपने आप से जिंदगी जिए, हम इज्जत से कहीं आए जाए। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये हमारी समाज की सोच है, छोटी सोच है जो कहता है कि बच्चियां घूम रही हैं।
I want to just say to you, more power to you. आपको और शक्ति मिले, जो शक्ति आपने दिखाई 8 साल, और आपने अपनी बेटी के लिए लड़ी, अब आप बाकी बेटियों के लिए लड़ते रहिए और हम आपके साथ खड़े रहेंगे. Thank you so much, Asha Devi, Nirbhaya's mother. We're looking back at that moment 2 days before this date, 8 years before, that jolted a country. But guess what? The data tells you not that much has changed at all. Asha ji, बहुत namaskar. Thank you, dhanyawad, and keep strong. It's time now to introduce our finale speaker. Remember, this is a global town hall, and we are able to connect to speakers from all across the world. Through the last 12 hours, you have seen some of the biggest names, some of the most profound voices at the front lines of their professions, joining us in extremely emotionally intimate, brave, candid, and open conversations. Our last speaker today is a woman of many avatars. We have known her as an author, we have known her as an activist, we have known her as an outspoken voice in the United States presidential campaign, as she campaigned and helped Kamala Harris during the campaign. We have also known her as a food expert, as a TV show host, as a presenter of multiple series. I have run out of ways to describe my finale speaker, my friend Padma Lakshmi, who joins us on the Global Town Hall live now from New York today. Thank you, Padma, and it is a pleasure to close this Global Town Hall with you as our finale speaker. And like I said, I have run out of the many different adjectives that could be used to capture your spirit, your effervescence, your relentless appetite for life. I want to start by asking you how you would describe yourself. When I had to try and fit you into 4 words to announce that you are going to be a speaker here, I didn't know what those words should be. And I'm curious to know how you would define yourself.
So I want to say thank you for having me on. I was listening to Asha Devi and I was so moved as a mother and as somebody who frankly has been sexually assaulted. I cannot imagine what her daughter went through, but also what she's been going through these last 8 years. And my hat's off to her. I think she's fighting for all of our daughters. It is such an uphill battle anywhere, but especially in India. And I just wanted to say how important that conversation was. And, you know, I just had tears in my eyes listening because I remember that moment. It was so shocking. And thank you for having me on. How would I describe myself? I guess I would just describe myself as an author and as a maker of TV shows. I am a producer and a host of mostly food programming. And you know, I don't even think of myself as I mean, I am an activist, but I think of myself more as a concerned citizen and mother. You know, I don't think I really I always knew what was right and wrong, and I hopefully spoke up when I was sure of what I felt, but I don't think that my activism is possible without me really going through some certain struggles that I have gone through. And all of my activism comes out of personal experience, really.
Yeah. So, you know, you spoke about the Nirbhaya moment, and that was a gang rape and murder that took place, you know, in a public space. But as we know, and we've spoken about this, Padma, where we are really violated is actually in the circle of trust. And then there are shrouds of violence thrown over that experience. I remember being a child of 10 when a relative in my extended family sexually abused me. You wrote about being 16 when you were date raped, and you wrote about it many years later, and I still remember the title of that article. It said, 32 years after my rape, I am here. It took 32 years for you to speak about it. It took me, I think, a couple of decades. I think it's when I wrote my book. What happens to us? Why does it take us so long, and why do we speak when we finally do? I want you to talk about why you went public with that, why it was so important. I know it was against the backdrop of what was happening with the Me Too movement, with Harvey Weinstein, with people saying, why don't women speak when it happens, not understanding the complexity of all the multiple emotions that an incident of sexual violence and abuse triggers.
I think that moment, I mean, I had talked about very briefly in my memoir 5 years ago about also being sexually abused as a child by a relative. But other than that one page in my book, I really hadn't spoken about my personal experience. And, you know, when the Kavanaugh hearings were going on in America, this was a Supreme Court judge who was being confirmed. And, you know, this very had come and said, you know, I was date raped by him. And it just made me really feel demoralized, because the same situation had happened when I was in college, you know, almost 25, 28 years ago, when another Supreme Court judge, Clarence Thomas, was also being confirmed, and somebody else, very credible, Anita Hill, had been, you know, brave enough to come out, and she was vilified. And so was Christine Blasey Ford, you know, which is why women don't come out. The reason that women aren't safe on the or in public spaces is because women aren't really safe in their homes. You see, if you're safe in your home, and if you're safe by the men in your life, whether it's your family or your schoolmates or your professional circles, then you will be safe in a public space, because who else do you think is occupying that public space? So there's no incentive except rage and incredible courage for anybody of sexual assault or abuse to come out, because you're the one put under the microscope, because the patriarchy is designed to protect the power structure. And it's because what you're doing when you speak out about these things is you are disrupting the status quo, because your life has been disrupted, and you're trying to prevent further disruption for, you know, all the other women around, right? But it's not seen as that way, because whenever there's growth, there's pain. You know, you cannot change anything without breaking something. And people are afraid of that. So the society doesn't make it very easy for you. And that's why people don't come out, whether they're protected and they have financial means in New York City, or whether they're sitting in some village, you know, in Bihar. Like, it's the same bullshit everywhere. It's just a varying degrees. And I just was sick of it. I was disgusted. And I was hearing all these things on Twitter that said, you know, if it was so bad, why didn't she report? And then there was this hashtag, Me Too. And I thought, you know, I want to say, yeah, listen, this has happened 2-3 times in my life, and I never reported. And then that was on a Friday. And then I thought, you know, what happened to me was really, really devastating and serious. And I have managed it alone all my life until now. But it deserves more than a hashtag. You know, what happened to Asha Devi's daughter deserves more. And I'm so glad that she is naming her daughter, because she's right. Her daughter didn't do anything wrong. She's completely innocent, and we've got it backwards because we're afraid of this change. It is coming. It's coming in drips and drabs, or it's coming in a tsunami, but it is coming. And so you have to find some kind of power in the pain that you've gone through. And the only way, not to justify it, but anything positive out of what had happened to me, is to say, listen, I'm here as proof that this stuff, this horrific stuff, happens to all of us, regardless of economic class, education, religion, ethnicity, whether you're married, it happens. And that's what that was about. It was, for me, just out of real disgust at the system. And I wanted to do what I could. And the only thing that I could do that would have been the most powerful thing is to openly say out loud, the thing that I had never even said, it turns out, to my own mother. And I'm very close to my mother. I had to fact check that article I wrote myself, and it's very hard to rip off a 32-year-old Band-Aid. And yet that's really what I had to do.
Yeah. And it must have been painful. And when after you wrote it and before you wrote it, you would have gone through your own set of emotions, right?
Yeah, I mean, it happened so fast, Barkha, because I knew that the hearings were going to be, you're a journalist, when you have to file an article, it has to be, also relevant at that moment. And so I think it was actually a blessing in disguise that I didn't have that much time to ruminate or think about whether should I do this and how should I do this. I just vomited everything I ever thought about it first, and then I kind of shaped it. And I just wanted it to be very matter of fact, because we women also get blamed for being too emotional or hysterical. Even the word hysteria comes from, the uterus, right? So I just wanted to be descriptive and describe it. And I don't think I was at a point in the processing of that, because I hadn't said anything out loud until then, to do much more anyway. And so I just did what I did. And then I literally had to go to bed for 3 days. I didn't leave the house. I think the first time I left the house was after it was published. And I literally walked a block and a half to the gym from my place. And this woman stopped me on the street and she said, I read your piece and I read it because somebody sent it to me. And it was so important to read that piece because it happened to me. I was still shaking. And, because I had come out, people I would encounter, and there weren't many people I would encounter because I was, as I said, keeping very close to home in those first few days, whether it was men or women, were really, really affected by it because, it's easy to see how that can happen to somebody who's not together, doesn't have their own independence and place in the world. And I'm somebody that people see in newspapers or on television, and it would be easy to have the impression that today, maybe not always, but today, that I'm sort of very protected and solid, and how would anybody ever do something like that to me? But it happens to all of us. And that's what I was really trying to say in that piece. And until we say that aloud over and over again, nothing is going to change, because I do believe there are wonderful men who love their wives and daughters and sisters and mothers. And we cannot do this alone. We have to do them with our male counterparts.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. I mean, there's some assumption, and even we make that assumption about ourselves, that if we're tough enough, this won't happen to us, but all of it happens to all of us. For me, looking at you over the last couple of years, and that's what we've called this conversation, in your life, I see the personal and the political enmeshing, right? It's like the personal has literally become the political. So you spoke about this trauma 32 years later because you were actually trying to make a political point in the deepest possible way. You're also, been a very vocal voice on the Kamala Harris Biden campaign. I saw your interview with Kamala Harris. I think for you, the possibility that Trump, with his grab them by the pussy kind of politics, it was horror, as it was for millions of women. What's this year been like? Because even the food show that you're fronting for Hulu, we don't get to see it here, but unless we download it illegally, you have to send me that link. It's about the politics of immigration. It's about the politics of immigration and seen through food, right? It's all these migrant communities and their food and their culture and their contribution to society. So take a look back at this year, how political it's been for you, how the personal just stepped in and slipped into the political.
I mean, I never thought of myself as a political person. I really didn't. I was in college as a financial aid student during the Bush years. And so I remember how things were being cut for people who were that. When Hillary Clinton was running, I felt I had to do everything I could for her. And even before that, when Barack Obama was running, I campaigned for him. But, it was sort of a generalized, this is what I should do because I can sort of thing. You and I spoke when that election was going on in a park here at Washington Square Park. And I said to you then, you know, I said to you, you know, he's tacky, he's loud, he's a, you know, con man. Even I did not, and many of us did not think that he could cause as much damage as he has in the short time, you know, before president. And I really thought it was going to be a slam dunk, like most people. I mean, you were even with me on the night in Javits Center when, you know, we were all there with Hillary on the night of the election. It was such a heartbreaking moment. I couldn't even finish the interview with you because I started crying. And then what happened is that very the election, I saw how he was vilifying immigrants. And I was an immigrant. I am an immigrant. I came to America when I was 4, and my mother came here when I was 2. And, you know, we've made our life like so many millions of people who have built this country, you know, coming here from all over the world. And I really resented the Muslim ban. I really resented how he was talking about Mexicans being rapists. And I just found it really offensive and really ignorant. And you know, I really grew up in a neighborhood with immigrants. And so now I may present as somebody who's very much in a different situation, but those are my people. Like, you know, my mother's a nurse, my father's a plumber. Like, I still feel inside my heart like that little girl, you know, so it just pissed me off. And so I started working for the ACLU. And I'm not a politician. I don't ever want to be a politician, but, you know, I just used my personal experience to say what I thought I should be said, what I believed in. And so I really became very political through my personal beliefs. And I think that the things that are very personal to our lives are exactly the kinds of things that we should be political about. There's nothing more political than food, for example. You know, politics really should be about government giving to its people what they need. Politics should be about the needs of the people, because that is the only reason that government exists and should exist. You know, in any country, it exists to protect our borders. It exists to protect our people. It exists to protect our environment. It exists to protect, hopefully, the weakest members of our society, to educate them, to keep them healthy. All of these things are why we need organized government. So if you have a government that is not addressing the needs of its people, then that government, should cease to exist. And so I cannot think of anything more political than food. And I wanted to do another show. I'm very proud of Top Chef, and it's a very big show, obviously, and it's provided a lifestyle for me and my daughter that I'm very thankful for. But I wanted to do something that felt much more personal and going into the next decade of my life, something that I found stimulating, you know, a different part of my brain. Food is also so personal. It's also so emotional, and it has attached to it so much nostalgia. And I wasn't seeing a lot of that in most TV shows around the world, mine included. You know, it's all about the analysis of the food. It's all about how to make it, how, you know, all that stuff. But I wanted to talk about how food is so connected to our emotional lives and how it's connected to our identity. And I was very lucky in that I, you know, did this thing, which is almost impossible. And what any working person can hope for is to merge what you believe in and your, you know, what you want to be active about and your professional life in one. And I didn't want to do a lifestyle show. Like, I don't give a shit about that, you know, like, I mean, I watch those programs, don't get me wrong, and I enjoy them, you know.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, but I just didn't want to do that, you know. I'm so glad. It was very hard to get Taste the Nation made. You know, I got 7 no's all over Hollywood and New York before Hulu said yes. And by the time they said yes, or they asked for me to, you know, meet with them, I actually met with them like this and, you know, that's here. I just got so fed up because I started thinking, am I the only one interested in immigrants and this kind of material? Like, do we just want to go to fancy restaurants around the world? So I just pitch the show exactly the way I wanted to do it. You know, I didn't care about what anybody thought, and they bought it. They've been really supportive. And so what Taste the Nation does is it really takes an honest look at who we are as Americans. What, you know, because this term that Trump has taken as his own, you know, America first, we're American with the American flag. But, you know, America was built by immigrants. Even his grandfather was a German immigrant. So what are we talking about here? Because unless you're from the Cherokee Nation or some other Native American indigenous tribe, you too are either an immigrant or are the descendant or daughter or granddaughter of an immigrant. So you have no leg to stand on. And that's what I wanted to prove. And because people are used to me speaking in the language of food, I thought that that would be the most powerful instrument I could use. But the show is not really about food. I mean, it's about food because I love food, but the food is just a Trojan horse. Because even if people don't want to talk about politics or religion, they will talk to you about their favorite recipe their grandma gave them. And that can be a key in to develop an intimacy with people, because the show is really about people who make this country what it is and make the food what it is and how that is ever evolving.
So you mentioned grandma's recipes, and I think that is the cue for me to go to your grandma's state. And we tried very hard to convince your granny to join us, but we didn't succeed. But we did convince your very reclusive, shy aunt Neela to come on for a few minutes and came.
Hi.
It took a lot of convincing, but here we are. And I'm still hoping that you can get us a glimpse of Granny Neela. Is that possible?
I'm trying
like
to.
A glimpse?
I'm trying to. She did say yes, but then
Let's try.
last minute she said,
try.
no, I'm going to sleep. And she's gone to sleep now. She's not even.
Padma, can you
Hi,
hear
Krishna.
Neela?
I can't hear
Can you hear
Neela,
me?
but somebody else has come to say hi to you.
That's Krishna,
Can you hear
Padma's
me?
daughter. Can we
Oh
get
my
the
God,
audio?
I'm missing them so
Just
much.
yeah. Okay,
just
hang
a
on.
sec.
Hang on. We're going to try and fix that to you. And Padma, keep Krishna with you. Keep Krishna with you. She's run off. But in the meantime, Neela, I'm sure you can hear. I'm sure you can hear Padma. And
Yes, I
so,
can.
just tell us a little
there
bit
you
about
are,
the Padma.
Neela.
There, yeah. So tell us a little bit about the Padma you know that is far away from the arc lights, far away from this glamour world, far away from the stereotypes and the boxes that everybody puts Padma in. And tell us a little bit about, she was talking about, you know, grandmother's recipes. And I know because I read her memoirs, how connected she still is to India and to her memories of growing up with all of you.
Absolutely. For me, Padma's my little baby sister. I have to say that I was there the day my mom didn't let me go to the hospital the day until she was born. Luckily, the day she was born, my mother allowed me to go. And I was so excited and I was hoping for a girl baby. I didn't want a boy there because, you know, I had brothers and I wanted this little girl to play with. And there she was. So I knew her even before she was born. I must say that. Padma and me, we've had a very close relationship, and her any to food and all that comes way, you know, much before, because every time we went to an aunt's place or wherever we went, it would start with food. You know, like we always did it together. We have these korakattais that we make, you know, they are like modaks. And we would sit, she was all of 4 or 5, but we would all sit together every vacation that she came, whether we knew how to do or not. And mom was really generous in giving us little bits to try, you know. So we would do that. So that's, I think from there, she's gone way over with her food. And the thing is, when she comes home, we never let her cook. Mom doesn't think she's
I
a
know.
cook. She can cook, or, you know, she'll say, Vanda, no need. You don't have to cook. You just sit there. What are you going to mess up the whole thing? No need. And even I have not been allowed to cook because my sister-in-law was there next to mom. And only then my chance. Now that mom is older and, you know, she gets a little forgetful about things, she lets me do it. She says, Neela, I'll do it. Neela, I'll do it. So it's like that. But one thing that I've wanted to say is every vacation that she came home, because I was very close to her, I was devastated when she left for the US. I was so sad. And I would wait for her to come every year for vacation. And believe it or not, it's still continuing not with Padma but with Krishna. Krishna, every time
Yeah.
Padma makes it a point to send her, which is so rare. Like moms, especially moms who have had their children late, or even younger moms, don't like to send their child by themselves. But every year, Padma makes it a point to send Krishna, just so that Krishna has that attachment with us that we've had, and
Yeah.
she knows how important this relationship is to us. So Padma is basically
Yeah.
a very family person here. We don't see the glamour at all. So
Yeah.
she's just like our kid. Then we treat her like that. There's nothing special for us, when she comes home. She's one of us, and we're all girls in the family. And there's just one boy, and he gets it all the time because we're all together and gang up against him. So I really, really, really miss that, Padma. It's so long since I saw you.
I know.
There, look at the whole
Because of
bunch of
the
us.
quarantine, we haven't been able to come,
So
but
yeah, and
usually we
we're a
make
very
a trip
close
once
knit
a year.
family. Yeah, we are
Yeah. That
really
was a
close
great
knit
photo.
family. My brothers and my other nieces, we're all quite close and thick, and I'm like in between, so I get the best of both.
Yeah. Padma, I want you to talk a little bit about the memories, that you carry from those family holidays. In your memoirs, you're very evocative about them. And I read your book a few years ago, but I still remember the description of you wanting ice cream and I think hiding under the bed, having bought
Yeah.
little ice cream cups that your grandfather or your grandmother, correct me, who I think it was a granddad that you write about, would give you money and
Yeah.
you'd go and buy those little vanilla or strawberry cups that we used to get at that time that you'd go hiding under the bed and eat it all up. That
Yeah.
memory, when you shut your eyes and you think of your childhood, what's the first thing you remember?
I remember two influences. My grandparents were a huge looming influence in my upbringing. In a way, they were like my parents, and my mother was like a second mom. And so I remember food because of my grandmother. She was always cooking. We had 2 burners in our stove with 10 people there. Inspiration, and this was Madras. And then I remember books from my grandfather because he's one of the most learned people I know and the most well-read, greatest general knowledge, that I know of anybody. And I've met some pretty interesting people. So, those two things I think have fused in me as what is important, what you need for your brain and your mind and what you need for your body. So for me, I have a very sensual, and what I mean by sensual is not sexual, I mean sensorial and visceral relationship to food, how it smells, how it sounds when that sarson, how it
Tadka.
feels, whether it's
The
crunchy or
chonk,
soft
the
in your
chonk
mouth.
as it's called. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. The mustard seed.
all of that. So those early memories were really, really imprinted on me. And for me, I think it helps to be close to my family because I have gone so far away from how I grew up. My life today is on a daily basis much different, right? Not only because I'm an adult, but just because I'm in a different country, I'm doing a different thing than most of my family. So it really helps for me to have an anchor, even if it's deep down and nobody can see it, to have that very strong, heavy anchor of my family in India, because it gives me a sense of calm. It takes away the anxiety because I know no matter what, I have that place to run to. I can still go back. I still go back to my grandmother's house, or I send Krishna. She ran away because she has school now, online school. But, she also has this. I want Krishna to have it. I want her to have a very long chain so that she can go out and explore with as much freedom to become the best of who she wants to be. But underneath that, on the other end of that very heavy and stable, solid chain, is a really big anchor that she can always come back to for shelter, both emotional and physical, for support, for some kind of unconditional, just unconditional space that's safe, where she knows that. Because if you're a woman and you're trying to do something non-traditional and are ambitious, you have to have some place where you're allowed to be vulnerable, where you can let your guard down, where you can talk and people will tell you exactly what they think. They may have different views on a lot of things. I'm not as conservative as many of my family members are. but it helps. It helps to know that I have a place where I'm safe, where I'm loved, where I'm accepted and supported. And that's asking a lot, considering some of the things I've done in my life with how my family traditionally been and lived and thought, and their culture in a very, orthodox, not orthodox, but very conservative, middle class South Indian family.
Yeah. I was going to ask Neela exactly that Padma Neela has lived on her own terms. She has loved who she's wanted to. She's had a child with whom she's wanted to. They haven't necessarily always been the same people. Sometimes they've overlapped. And then she's gone and written a whole book about all of that, right? And I frankly love her completely and totally, because I have never met a person who has owned her life and her relationships so totally, owned her mistakes so totally, and has written so candidly about them and has lived completely on her own terms. But I'm imagining that at times it may have caused ripples in the larger family. Did she shock all of you?
She did shock some of us, but I have always been
very diplomatic.
I have not been like you said, like she's owned this and she's owned that. But before all that owning, there is this huge confusion. What should I do? And that's when it'll be like a call at 2 o'clock in the night.
I promise you, for a
It'll
lot
be
of
like
us.
2 o'clock at the night. For 2 hours, we'll chat about it. And, sometimes I'll say, no, I don't think you're doing it right. That's not the way to do it. She'll say, no, why do you think it's that way? So we've had these fights, but in a good way. But the thing is, we've all, she's ours. So we will accept. We'll fight with her. We'll tell her what she's doing is completely crazy, but never outside. Like she's done it. We defend her. It's always, even my dad has been like that. Earlier when she did these photographs, her nude photographs, what she did, she brought it to my dad. And my dad is conservative and all this. She brought it to him and she showed it to him. She said, this is what I have done. I don't want somebody else to come and show this to you and say, look what your granddaughter has done. And he said, that's fine. And even when she married Salman, even at that time, she came and told him first, I'm marrying him. And, he's a Muslim. Because all those issues were there those days, at home. But dad, he told her, if you're happy, it was a big deal. He said, if you're happy, I'm happy for you. And that's all. That's one thing that we've all held on to, what makes you happy for all of us, whether it's her or me or Rajni or any of us, that's something both my parents have, dad and mom have said that all the time, and we're all their kids. So it's been like that for all of us. Ultimately, we share that, we just help each other to be happy.
Yeah.
So.
But,
they may
Padma,
not
I
have
want to ask.
all agreed.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you.
They may not have always agreed. In fact, often disagreed. But they have accepted that it is my life to choose to do what I want with. And that is the most liberal thing you can do for someone you love.
Yeah.
Is give them the freedom to be who they are.
I have to ask you this. Your memoirs are actually extraordinary by any liberal standard, right? Because they chronicle many deeply intimate life choices that you made, whether it was your marriage to Salman Rushdie, whether it was your separation from him, whether it was, another relationship, multiple relationships. You were called all kinds of names after that book came out. It takes, extraordinary. I mean, there's a really funny quote of yours on Salman. And
I know you put this quote, but it's always like a typical journalist, always like sensational.
I didn't even know that was coming up, but I promise you, I just saw it and I paused. But here, this is the operative one, right? Can we go to the next one about the food poisoning one just for a second? If we can go to the next one. My years with Salman were like a beautiful meal that ultimately left me with mood poisoning. I cannot forget that sentence out of your memoirs. Now, the reason that I'm bringing this up is not so much about Salman and you. The reason I'm bringing this up is that book, your memoirs, were so candid, was so profoundly candid that you exposed yourself to the entire world possibly sitting in judgment on you. There'll be Neela who love you. There'll be me who will love and admire you. But there will be a part of the world that will shit on you for the book you wrote, right? How do you deal with that backlash? The fact that you wrote about Krishna, your relationship with Adam, your other relationships. You even wrote about like your endometriosis, and in that context, you wrote about your sex life. You wrote everything. Whatever you thought inside, you wrote. And after you wrote it, came everybody else's judgment. How did you deal with that?
Actually, writing the memoir was pretty liberating because for so much of my life, my personal narrative or the details of my life were twisted or exaggerated in the media, to sell newspapers. And a lot of times it wasn't accurate or it didn't have nuance to it, it didn't have context. So writing the book, I knew that I wanted to write an honest book because I love memoirs. I love, reading those kind of books. So I knew that whether it sold 2 copies or 2 million, I wanted it to be authentic and good. And a good memoir is an honest, otherwise don't bother. It's just a piece of PR fluff, right? So I knew I wanted to do that. And I don't even think I would have talked about Salman as much. He's only in the first 2 chapters, by the way, and then he's not in there anymore. But I had to, if I wanted to talk about endometriosis. It's a health foundation that we started in 2009. And, again, a lot of the problems that we women face are because nobody wants to talk about these things. Nobody wants to talk about reproductive illness that affects 200 million women around the world. And so I just knew that if I wanted to talk about those things, I had to do it in a full-throated way. And actually, writing the memoir was great because nobody can say anything about me that I haven't said about myself already.
This is true.
And, I didn't care. For so many years, I was so afraid of what or how would I come off or any of that. I also write a lot about imposter syndrome at work because I wasn't a chef and I didn't go to culinary school. And yet, I'm doing a lot of hosting and critiquing and stuff on food. So, I talk about all those things and I much good books had helped me. And I wanted to do that. I had Neela, I had my mom, and now
you have that little pup. Can you show that pup?
I know. I don't even like dogs, but I really love my daughter, and it's been hard to be in quarantine. So that's why Divina is now in our lives. But I wish I had had more mentorship when I was growing up, professional mentorship. And I think women need that. Men have all sorts of support systems and women don't. And often, we have to figure it all out on our own. So I wanted to do that at the start with the book to say, it takes time to become who you're going to be as a human being. It's not, some of the rules that we're living by were created over 100 years ago when the lifespan was 40. Now we're living till 85, 90. So the arc of a person's life is much different. And so I wanted to use my life as an example to illustrate certain things that I had learned through my own experience. And since the memoir, I have made it my mission to mentor young women. And I have, just a handful, 4 or 5 young women, some of them who've been with me for 11 years. I mentor all in their 20s and early 30s now, because I want them to have what I didn't have. As feminists, if we keep saying we want the world to be better, it doesn't have to be in big sweeping movements. What can I do with the power that I have to actually make somebody else's life? It's very gratifying. I'm sure I've gotten much more out of mentoring these young women than they have. It can be anything from a young woman who's hosting a show to getting her my lawyer to negotiate her contract because she doesn't even know what to ask for. It can be picking up the phone and making a call to make sure that another woman's investors know that I'm also an investor, even if I'm a small investor with whatever I can, because that makes them take her seriously where they might not because she's just a 25-year-old woman. Well, she happens to be a really brilliant 25-year-old woman, and she deserves that. And I just didn't know anybody in the fields that I was in to ask for help. And I think as women become more powerful in more leadership roles in government, in business, in philanthropy, in the arts and journalism, we need to do that in a very direct way for the next generation. You know, have a place at the table. We need to elbow to make room for others. Otherwise, our legacy after we die will be meaningless.
I agree. I have a couple of minutes left. I want to ask Neela two things. One, tell us something about Padma that I don't know and that our audience doesn't know. Just one thing that would surprise us. And two, please do try and get us Granny so that Padma can at least say hi.
She won't.
Yeah, it's
just
really
let us
tough.
see
She's gone
her.
to sleep now. So
Okay, try.
let me see.
But tell
I'll
us
try.
about.
I will try.
Tell us while
Okay.
we still have Padma on. But tell us something about Padma that nobody knows, and that would really
Oh my
surprise
God.
us.
I don't think there is anything.
Everything about herself, just the way
No,
she
like
is.
maybe
She's written in
it doesn't have to be sensational. It could just be some dimension of her that people don't know or would be surprised to learn.
Okay, I really have to think about this. There's so many
What's
things
the
that
when you close your eyes and you think of Padma, what comes first to your mind?
for me, what comes to my mind is she's always there when I need her. That she's always helpful and she's always there, and she won't ask too many questions. You know, she kind of senses that
Yeah.
need, and she's there. Though, you know, like in fact, this was something very strong. I used to feel even like 15-20 years ago also. This was the thought that was always there, but people thought of her very different. They didn't know, but in a way it's good that her book came out, so they know the real her. But that is one thing that is always there for me. Of course, there are many funny
Yeah.
incidents, but yes, this is what is something
Lovely.
that comes to my
Are
mind.
you going to try and convince Granny to make an
Let me
appearance?
try if she's awake. I think she's gone off to sleep. I'll just go try. Yeah.
Okay, try and come back and tell us, and we'll talk to Padma for a couple of more minutes till then. Padma, for the record, I thought that the memoirs were brave and fantastic and took an act of courage. And you remember I was like at the launch, your Delhi launch.
Yeah. Thank you.
I thought it was enormously courageous. Now you're the mother to a young girl, right? How are you focused on bringing her up as a feminist daughter? How do we raise feminist daughters and sons?
I think you have to work very hard to counteract the images and messages they get, both overt messages and discreet messages from all of the media and all of the world outside your home, but even but also, you know, sometimes within your own home. You know, we all have family members that we love, or partners or their family members that we love. But, you know, there are different viewpoints often within your inner circle as well. And so it's very important to me, I think, that she has a very strong sense of identity. And I always tell her, you are not like other people, you know, and that has nothing to do with whether you're a girl or boy. You will live the life that is different than most people, and that begs you to have a reaction and work toward a life that is also uncommon, because you've been given a lot of resources. You need to do something useful with those resources. And so for me, I just want to raise Krishna to be ambitious, to be kind, and to understand her place in the world. You know, we don't all start off with the same opportunities or the same gifts or talents. Anyway, our job, whoever we are, I believe, is to take ourselves and develop ourselves and find out what's the best thing we have to offer to our community, to our culture, and offer that, because that life is a meaningful life. Whether you're, I'm not even talking about what you do for a living, whether you're a florist or a plumber or a surgeon or a writer, it's not even so much what you do, but how you do it. And so I try, for me, the biggest thing I want Krishna to have is empathy. Empathy includes having empathy for herself. And, you know, I always tell her, like, you are a lovely girl, you're a beautiful girl, you're going to be a beautiful woman, but beauty is just skin deep, but dumb and dull are to the bone. So that's what you have to really develop in yourself, because there'll always be another pretty girl. And society tells women that we are there to give pleasure to other people, that we have to kind of placate or you know, always kowtow, to what people want us to be, that it's always a reactive process. And, she internalizes a lot just from my actions more than what I tell her. And so I'm very conscious of what she hears and sees me do and don't do. Like, every year during the Emmys, for example, I used to go on a crash diet because the Emmys are always right after we film Top Chef in the summer. And then I'm at my heaviest, which is like 10 or 15 pounds, 7 kilos more than I am normally because I'm eating so much on the show. Then I have to go on a red carpet. And, that was fine when I was 22, but I'm a 50-year-old woman now. So I work really hard. I exercise like at least an hour every single day. Even when I'm in India, I find things to do. But, a few years ago when she was 7, she wasn't eating something on her plate one day. And I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Oh, I'm just watching my weight, Mom." And I had realized that, inadvertently cutting out all the things I love to eat for like that month, which is fine to do and healthy. I hadn't been presenting it in the right way. I had just kept saying, "No, I'm not going to have that ice cream because I want to lose weight." So she internalized that. And so I stopped that immediately. I still want to be healthy. I still, when I'm doing that, I don't have a lot of fried foods and stuff, but I talk about it differently and I talk about it as being healthy. But I don't try to lose weight to fit into some evening gown anymore because actually, even at my heaviest weight, I'm still thinner than most women, and I'm very lucky because of my genetics and having a strong metabolism. That's really what I want her to know. I don't want her to worry so much about her appearance. And in quarantine, I'm being very frank and open. In quarantine, because she's an only child, she didn't have a lot of the activities that take up her day. And so what choice did she have but to look in the mirror all the time and starting puberty? And so another reason why I got her the puppy is so that she would have something else to focus on beside herself, because she should have as much of her childhood as she can. We all deserve that beautiful, safe, happy-go-lucky time to develop who we want to be without trying to cater to everyone else's tastes and needs. And that's what I hope for her. I hope she has a really strong, fully formed sense of who she is and who she wants to be, that she doesn't have to listen to multiple voices around her and be, like we all go through when we're about, do I want to be this? Do I want to be that? Do I want to be a little bit? You don't know who you are. My purpose is to give her a very deep and solid sense of who she is and who she isn't.
Yeah, that's absolutely well said. And I can understand the kind of everyday struggles that you go through to make that case, to present the case correctly in the way that you want to. Neela, I'm looking at you and thinking, have we had any luck or no?
She's gone to sleep. I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you, Neela. It's almost 9:30 in India,
so
and I just want to ask Padma before we let her go. I hope I know your special relationship with curd rice, and I know that a lot of people watching, there were questions about like Ayatichi Krishna Tamil, and I said more than that, let me ask you about curd rice, and I think that'll say more.
Yeah, I mean, Krishna likes Indian food. She eats spicier food than most of her American counterparts, but she likes to make sweets. She has a mighty sweet tooth, so she'll eat sai sadam or curds and rice if I make it for her, or she'll eat sambar or dal and rice. But I have to mix it with my hands when it's piping hot with ghee, and otherwise she won't eat it. Like, she says it obviously. I'm a working woman, so I'm not always here to do that. But she likes that. I mean, she doesn't speak Tamil, sadly, but she does understand what's being said in Tamil. I think that's more because of tone. And she does understand a few words. The problem is that everybody in our audience are at least trilingual. So she doesn't know what words are Hindi and what words are Tamil, because to her it's all just one Indian language. She can't differentiate. So it's a little jumbled. She speaks some kind of pidgin language that has originated in our family, because we all live in down south.
Yeah. Well, the great Indian family, that part never changes. You can take the girl to New York, but you can't make her lose her extended Indian family, right? Across time zones and across continents. Thank you, Neela. I've got to come
Thank
there
you
and
so
now meet
much.
the reclusive granny. Padma, as always, a delight. It's just such a pleasure to talk to you. The range of things we can talk about, we could go on, but I know you have to get on with your day in New York. Neela has to rest, lure the reclusive Neela out of her shyness. It's been great. Thank you, both of you,
No.
Padma. Thank you, and
Thank
I'm
you
looking
so
forward to
much.
watching the brilliant new series. I know there's a second season coming up, and I hope we can get to watch it here in India. Thank you, Padma, and thank you, Neela. And let's move on
Thank
now
you.
as we draw to. Thank you. Now as we draw to the end. This has been an incredible day. You've been an incredible audience. We have connected to multiple countries, multiple voices. And as we close today, we say thank you to you for being on this journey with us, for spending this day with us. We the Women, it's 4th edition, the Global Town Hall. We will be back next year. And in the meantime, we thank all of you and we leave you with these images, the best moments, only some. For the rest, you can go onto all our platforms and catch whatever you missed. These are some of the best glimpses and moments of the Global Town Hall at We the Women. This is Barkha Dutt signing off. Have a great weekend.
But in my class, I was the only female student. They were laughing when I went to first class. Okay, she can't even play a balloon, how she will play saxophone. They were stunned when I started learning, and now what I am. Now they are coming and taking selfie with me. Only my parents and my Guruji was supporting me. With the blessings of them, I'm here, and I can fight whole world.
To be honest, right now, I don't even want to imagine how things are gonna be in coming decades. If we don't stop the way we are behaving right now towards the environment, because just destroying other things, not taking care of
18 is too young, 21 is too young, 25 is too young. We shouldn't even be talking about marriage. We should be talking about girls being self-reliant, girls pursuing professions, passions. Ye shaadi ka obsession chodo. But unfortunately, we're a country obsessed with marriages, unfortunately.
We asked the students themselves. And in fact, the most interesting thing was nobody wanted to get married before 22 or 23.
And men especially, is you're an actor. You're fit only to prance around the trees. You're not supposed to speak sensible. You're not supposed to be intelligent. And you're not supposed to show that you are intelligent. So
saying that when men are oppressed, they call it tragedy. When women are oppressed, they call it tradition. That's how it has been all this while.